Li Mu never imagined that the girl he was living with would be his most hated childhood sweetheart. What's worse, her little actions every day always managed to make his heart flutter and become flustered. Early in the morning, Li Mu dragged his luggage, preparing to go to school. The high-speed rail station was nearby. His father handed him 300 yuan for living expenses and instructed him to take care of the Lu family's daughter. The door across the hall opened, and Lu Xiaoxi came out. This childhood sweetheart, who had been inseparable from him from kindergarten to high school, now had a cold face and didn't want to say a word to him. Li Mu initially thought it was just a normal bickering, but her gaze and her approach gradually stirred his heart. Yet, he couldn't let her see through his act. On the morning of the day he returned to school, his father gave Li Mu 300 yuan for living expenses and earnestly instructed him to take good care of Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu dragged his luggage out the door and happened to see Lu Xiaoxi carrying a large suitcase. She was petite and struggling, but he deliberately didn't help, even teasing her that she hadn't changed at all. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him, called him crazy, and turned to enter the elevator. In the elevator, Li Mu stood next to her and suddenly remembered how inseparable they were when they were little. But starting in junior high, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Li Mu was addicted to games, while Lu Xiaoxi excelled academically, leading to constant conflicts between them. Until the college entrance exam, he borrowed her notes to study diligently, and surprisingly, they both got into the same university, the same major, and the same class. In the elevator's reflection, Li Mu saw that Lu Xiaoxi looked youthful and beautiful today, even more eye-catching than an internet celebrity. She noticed his gaze, but he stubbornly denied it. As a result, the elevator doors opened and he went to the wrong floor, leaving him embarrassed and forced to turn back. The two took a bus to the high-speed rail station. After boarding, Li Mu sat by the aisle, while Lu Xiaoxi sat by the window. It was her first time traveling far from home, and she excitedly took photos everywhere, while Li Mu put on his headphones, wanting only to quietly get through the journey. With so much luggage at the start of the school year, Li Mu could only place his suitcase in front of his legs. He was forced to stretch his legs towards Lu Xiaoxi, but she silently moved aside. Their legs occasionally brushed against each other, making him feel inexplicably itchy. Lu Xiaoxi took out 2 egg yolk pies. Li Mu reached out to take one, but she refused. She ate them in small bites, licking her lips, which made Li Mu's mouth water. Upon arrival, the September sun in the south was blinding. Lu Xiaoxi opened her umbrella but stood far away. Li Mu shamelessly asked her to share half of the umbrella and even offered her milk tea. Lu Xiaoxi has an enormous appetite, yet she never gains weight. She realized Li Mu was trying to tease her, so she simply shoved the umbrella at him and told him to pay the bill. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, she hesitated again, looking at the prices. Li Mu deliberately teased her, eventually ordering 2 taro bubble teas. Lu Xiaoxi tried to stop him, but he smugly remarked that it was well worth spending a little money to amuse her. On the way, Li Mu teased her again about how much a girl changes as she grows up, and even said he wanted to see her with cat ears. Lu Xiaoxi called him crazy and threatened to tell his mother. As they argued, he suddenly remembered their close relationship when they were children. From kindergarten to elementary school, Lu Xiaoxi always followed Li Mu around calling him brother. But after junior high, a distance grew between the boys and girls, and they became increasingly estranged in high school. Li Mu was addicted to games, while Lu Xiaoxi excelled academically, and the two would bicker whenever they met. Fortunately, he borrowed her notes to study hard before the college entrance examination, and in the end, they were admitted to the same university and even became classmates. In the elevator's reflection, Lu Xiaoxi was wearing a beige long dress and a jacket, completely different from her old-school uniform look. She noticed Li Mu peeking at her. He stubbornly denied it, but almost went to the wrong floor. On the high-speed train, Lu Xiaoxi leaned out the window to admire the scenery, while Li Mu wore Bluetooth headphones, trying to appear calm. Their luggage took up space, and their legs occasionally brushed against each other, but he found this a rare moment of happiness that day. Lu Xiaoxi stared at his Bluetooth earphones. Li Mu took one off and handed it to her. She complained about his taste in music, but her hand honestly took it, and she even checked for earwax first. Li Mu deliberately tried to disgust her, saying that the old headphones might be dirtier, which scared her so much that she quickly stopped him. As soon as she put on the headphones, he switched to horror music, which instantly gave her goosebumps. Lu Xiaoxi slapped his leg in anger and then stomped on his foot. Li Mu could only obediently change the song, inwardly complaining that the two of them had never gotten along since childhood. Even their tastes, personalities, and pets were completely opposite. The 3-hour high-speed train journey passed quickly. Li Mu wasn't hungry, but Lu Xiaoxi's stomach was rumbling. When she took out an egg yolk pie, Li Mu tried to get one, but she refused, and he could only watch her eat it. Upon arriving in the big city, Lu Xiaoxi, visiting a first-tier city for the first time, nervously followed closely behind Li Mu. The sun was too strong, and she held an umbrella but didn't shield him from it. Li Mu called out her childhood nickname, which she caught red-handed. Lu Xiaoxi had a large appetite but wasn't fat, which Li Mu always found absurd. She sensed he was up to something again and deliberately said she wanted the most expensive milk tea. But when they got to the shop and she saw it cost 15 yuan a cup, she couldn't bring herself to buy it. Li Mu ordered 2 taro bubble teas directly, deliberately not letting Lu Xiaoxi choose. She took a sip, and her eyes lit up instantly. It was the first time she had tasted such expensive milk tea, and her face was full of surprise. Lu Xiaoxi secretly glanced at Li Mu and noticed that he looked even more handsome and considerate than usual, holding an umbrella in one hand and carrying a suitcase in the other. She remembered how she used to hold an umbrella for him and follow behind when they were little, and felt a strange sense of loss. The two took the bus to their apartment complex, an old and ordinary place. In the elevator, Lu Xiaoxi sized up Li Mu and couldn't help but ask him why he chose digital media. Li Mu said it was because it was ranked #1 online and was also suitable for staying at home, leaving her incredulous. The apartment was on the 8th floor, and it smelled very dusty, but it was fully furnished. Li Mu let Lu Xiaoxi choose a room first, and she chose one near the bathroom. Soon after, she put on an apron and started cleaning, telling Li Mu to tidy up the room himself. Only then did Li Mu realize that the Lu family had already paid the rent, but his father had kept it for himself. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Li's mother flew into a rage and gave Li's father a severe beating. Soon, Li Mu received 2,000 yuan for living expenses transferred from his mother and 6,000 yuan for rent transferred from his father. He replied with a dog emoji, deleted his father's long voice message, and turned around to find that Lu Xiaoxi had already cleaned his room. Li Mu asked her why she was helping, and Lu Xiaoxi bluntly said he was too lazy and would definitely just do a perfunctory job if he didn't keep an eye on things. Li Mu then asked her to help make the bed, but she scolded him for being greedy, so he suggested they go to the supermarket together. At the supermarket, Li Mu grabbed 2 large bags of instant noodles and sausages, intending to have them for dinner. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't stand it and told him to put them back, saying she would cook from now on. Li Mu readily agreed, suggesting he would buy the groceries and she would cook. After shopping at the supermarket, Li Mu's car was full of groceries and snacks, while Lu Xiaoxi's car only contained daily necessities. Later, she went to the back of the shelf alone to pick out intimate items. When she went to pay, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She paid and ran away. Li Mu caught up with her and suggested buying a watermelon. Lu Xiaoxi said she would eat it since he was treating, and he would treat her again next time. The two walked home side by side, and Li Mu smelled a faint fragrance on her, guessing that she must have worn perfume. Back at his lodgings, Li Mu put the watermelon in the freezer, tidied up, and then collapsed onto the bed. Just as he was spacing out, Lu Xiaoxi knocked on the door and came in, carrying a newly inlaid dog tooth. Li Mu looked at the dog teeth and jokingly remarked that they were a token of their love. Lu Xiaoxi blushed instantly and retorted. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that she became particularly shy whenever she was associated with him. Lu Xiaoxi said it was a dog tooth bracelet she made herself, believed to bring good luck. Li Mu then remembered that she had worn these folk ornaments since she was a child, but the meaning of something she made herself was completely different. Although Li Mu didn't believe in these things, seeing the expectation in her eyes, he still took the bracelet and agreed to wear it. The bracelet was exquisitely made, with smooth dog teeth, and the red and black cord paired with pearls made it particularly eye-catching when it swayed. Lu Xiaoxi proudly said that this bracelet took her a whole month to make. Li Mu deliberately teased her for being stubborn, but he knew in his heart that her feelings for her went far beyond those of ordinary friends. The aroma of food soon wafted into the room, and Lu Xiaoxi called him to eat. The 3 home-style dishes on the table were even more delicious than a gourmet meal for Li Mu, who was used to eating instant noodles and takeout. Lu Xiaoxi scooped a large spoonful of chili sauce and mixed it with her rice. She loved spicy food, but she always accommodated Li Mu's preference for milder flavors. Her appetite was astonishing. She finished 3 bowls of rice and still looked satisfied, which made Li Mu feel slightly uneasy. Lu Xiaoxi noticed Li Mu staring at her in a daze, and immediately blushed while wiping her mouth. Instead of teasing her, Li Mu genuinely praised her cooking skills, telling her to cook more home-style meals in the future. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Li Mu casually teased her about boiling water, instantly pulling the two back into their familiar bickering state. Lu Xiaoxi, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little smug. After dinner, Li Mu cleared the dishes and asked who wanted to shower first. Lu Xiaoxi immediately volunteered, standing hesitantly at the bathroom door with her clothes in her arms. Li Mu teased her, and she quickly locked the door in embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxi kept an eye on the sounds outside the door while she was taking a shower. 20 minutes later, she came out wearing a loose white nightgown, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a gentle and sweet fragrance. When Li Mu finished showering, he found her still studying the old washing machine, so he went over to teach her how to operate it. Lu Xiaoxi smelled that he had used her rose shower gel and exposed him on the spot, but he shamelessly pretended not to notice. While hanging up the laundry, Lu Xiaoxi saw Li Mu's red underwear and immediately covered her face, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. In the end, she ran back to her room in embarrassment, leaving Li Mu standing on the balcony in a daze. That night, Li Mu lay in bed unable to sleep, the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist swaying gently, making his thoughts increasingly chaotic. The next day, he slept until 2 in the afternoon before groggily stepping out of his room. Lu Xiaoxi had just woken up, her hair was messy, and her pajamas had slipped off her shoulders, making her look lazy and cute. After noticing this, she immediately closed the door and tidied herself up, and when she came out again, she had returned to her well-behaved and quiet self. The two chatted about their childhood dreams from the previous night, and memories of the past flooded back. Li Mu suggested ordering takeout, and Lu Xiaoxi immediately moved closer to him to look at her phone, their bodies so close that the sweet fragrance wafted over her. Lu Xiaoxi had never tried braised pork trotter rice before and wanted to see if it actually contained pork trotters. After the delivery arrived, she took a bite and looked completely satisfied. She then scooped up some chili sauce and mixed it with the rice, filling the entire living room with its spicy aroma. Li Mu deliberately tried to steal her food, and remembering his childhood habit of stealing her spicy snacks, he decided to tease her with fried chicken. He held the chicken's rear into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, and she ate it without warning. His fingertip accidentally touched her soft lips, and his heart skipped a beat. Li Mu put away his mischievous intentions and put all the chicken skin into Lu Xiaoxi's bowl. She ate with a smile on her face, and soon set her sights on the remaining fried chicken. Helpless, Li Mu fed her most of the fried chicken. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to reciprocate by feeding him green grapes, but he saw through her little scheme. However, she kept pestering him, so he had no choice but to open his mouth and accept them. Li Mu ate the green grapes, and Lu Xiaoxi blushed instantly, running back to her room in embarrassment and annoyance to lock the door. He wasn't flustered, knowing she was naive and stubborn and wouldn't actually tell on him. Lu Xiaoxi fell asleep quickly that night, while Li Mu focused on writing until late. The evening breeze carried the aroma of barbecue, and she pushed open the door to see that his room was dark, with only the computer light shining on it. She couldn't help but remind him that it was bad for his eyes. Li Mu said he was already used to this kind of schedule. Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't admit to caring, but she asked him if he was hungry and even offered to cook noodles. Li Mu suggested going downstairs to buy some late-night snacks and treating her, to which she immediately retorted in a teasing tone, mimicking his. Li Mu deliberately moved closer to her, watching the tuft of hair on her head sway. Lu Xiaoxi nervously backed away, even threatening to tell his parents. Li Mu teased her, and she angrily stomped on his foot, at which point he pretended to be injured. Li Mu stopped joking and asked her again if she wanted to have a late-night snack together. Lu Xiaoxi nodded immediately, agreeing without hesitation, yet so obedient that no one could get angry with her. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he was hiding in his room playing games, and Li Mu said he was writing. She was surprised that he was actually writing a novel, and he retaliated by bringing up the fact that he got into the same university as her back then, which made her so angry that she punched him in the stomach. Lu Xiaoxi pressed Li Mu for details about the novel, but he refused to show it to her. She persisted, so he made a condition. She had to send him virtual gifts if she wanted to see it. After they entered the room, he specifically instructed her not to tell her parents or classmates. It was the first time Li Mu had shown his work to an acquaintance, and he felt both embarrassed and excited. Lu Xiaoxi's expression was complicated after seeing the title, My Caveman Wife, and she even teased him for having a preference for the raising genre, which made him so angry that he immediately closed his laptop. Li Mu was hungry and prepared to go downstairs to buy a late-night snack. Lu Xiaoxi didn't want to stay in the house alone, so she immediately followed him. The two took the elevator downstairs and greeted the security guard, Uncle Zhang, as they passed the guard booth. The food street was brightly lit and bustling with activity at night. Lu Xiaoxi followed closely behind Li Mu, afraid of getting lost. Li Mu stopped and asked her what she wanted to eat, and she did whatever he asked, so the two decided to have barbecue. Lu Xiaoxi was very careful when ordering food, only choosing the cheapest options, but she couldn't resist ordering a whole chicken wing. Li Mu had his living expenses and royalties, so he didn't care about this expense at all, and even bought some pickled vegetables. The food street was filled with couples, and Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed. She couldn't help but wonder if others would misunderstand them. Li Mu's comment that the barbecue was almost gone instantly brought her back to reality. The whole chicken wing she had been longing for was still safely saved. Back in her apartment complex, Lu Xiaoxi slowly finished her chicken wings before taking a shower with her pajamas. Li Mu took the opportunity to open the novel's back end, and seeing the readers' requests for updates and donations, he felt quite pleased. After showering, Lu Xiaoxi changed into a loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts, looking fresh and casual. Li Mu accidentally brushed against her long legs, and she immediately grabbed a pillow to cover them, angrily throwing it at him. While he was showering, she complained outside the door about how awful his singing was. While Li Mu was taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi quickly washed her underwear and threw her everyday clothes into the washing machine. When he came out, she smelled a familiar scent and immediately realized that he had used her toiletries again. Li Mu asked if there was any fruit left at home, and Lu Xiaoxi brought out cherry tomatoes. He grabbed a handful and ate them. She teased him for being like a pig, but he wasn't angry. He even said he would buy more fruit tomorrow to supplement his vitamins. After the washing machine stopped, Lu Xiaoxi went to the balcony to hang up the clothes, and Li Mu shamelessly asked her to help him. At 11:30 p.m., he played a prank by turning off the lights before returning to his room, making her so angry that she fumbled for her slippers in the dark. After returning to her room, she secretly tipped him 1 yuan for his novel. Li Mu's father suddenly called, asking if he was in someone's room. After his mother answered the phone, she told him to get along well with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu immediately denied having any ulterior motives and even suspected that his parents were trying to set them up. His mother told him to take good care of Lu Xiaoxi, saying she must be lonely living alone. Li Mu joked that he was lonely too, but his mother shut him down with a remark about her independence. After hanging up, he realized his computer screen was full of gibberish. Li Mu lay on the bed, dangling the dog tooth bracelet on his wrist. Living with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't as awkward as he had imagined. On the contrary, their bickering and playful banter had added a touch of inexplicable fun. When Lu Xiaoxi came out of the room, Li Mu was curled up on the sofa watching a TV series, with steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk on the table. He teased her for staying up all night reading novels, and she stubbornly retorted, only to be told by him that she was too messy after just waking up. Annoyed, she turned around and went into the bathroom to tidy herself up. Li Mu pointed to the breakfast and offered it to her, but she complained that the buns were cold, though her body betrayed her by taking big bites. The two bickered as usual, and Lu Xiaoxi even arrogantly gave him 10 yuan for the delivery, only to be reminded by Li Mu that he was 1 yuan and 50 cents short, so she had no choice but to reluctantly make up the difference. Li Mu suggested buying a projector, but Lu Xiaoxi worried that the cross-stitch on the wall would affect the feng shui. Li Mu comforted her by recounting his mischievous childhood experiences, and the two removed the cross-stitch, leaving the empty wall perfect for the projector. After placing the order, she deliberately transferred the money in 6 separate transactions to tease him. Li Mu asked her what she wanted for dinner, and Lu Xiaoxi said she wanted sweet and sour pork ribs and asked him to cook at home. Li Mu went into the kitchen for the first time in a long time to wash the rice according to the tutorial. After she returned from grocery shopping, the two worked together tacitly to prepare dinner. Lu Xiaoxi was too busy, so she first asked Li Mu to help blanch the tomatoes, and then asked him to take over chopping the ribs. Li Mu was quick and efficient, and she secretly took a picture of him with her phone, even jokingly threatening to send it to her elders to tease him. When Lu Xiaoxi was cooking, she made sure to cater to Li Mu's preference for milder flavors, keeping only the chili sauce for herself. Li Mu was caught sneaking a bite of tomatoes, which made her both angry and annoyed. Finally, the sweet and sour pork ribs were served, and the taste was surprisingly amazing. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi took a shower first, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from the bathroom. Mu deliberately sang off-key to tease her and even lent her his face wash. She was so sleepy that after showering, she only told him to hang up the clothes before going to rest. At 9:30, Lu Xiaoxi was nodding off like a fisherman. So sleepy, she looked like she was fishing. Mu secretly took a picture of her drowsy face, but the flash woke her up, and she pounced on him, tickling him in embarrassment and annoyance. Lu Xiaoxi insisted that the photos not be deleted, only asking that they not be shared or searched by others. Mu coaxed her back to her room, adjusted the air conditioner for her, and gently closed the half-closed door. Watching her obediently fall asleep, he felt a warmth in his heart. After hanging up their clothes, Mu returned to his room to continue writing. With the novel nearing completion, he was in excellent form, writing 4,000 words in an hour. At midnight, he set a timer to publish, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. At 8 o'clock the next day, Mu got up on time to prepare for registration. Lu Xiaoxi also got up early, wearing a white inner layer, a brown jacket, and a red bow tie skirt, looking youthful and eye-catching. Mu praised her for being cute, but she stubbornly insisted that she was born that way. The two finished organizing their materials and went downstairs to the bus stop. The bus was packed during rush hour, so Mu let Lu Xiaoxi board first and gave her the only empty seat. She teased him, saying he was acting like a servant attending to his master, but he just smiled and brushed it off. On the bus, Mu shielded Lu Xiaoxi from the throng of people. When the bus braked suddenly, he quickly protected her forehead. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and didn't dare look at him, but he took the opportunity to ask her to treat him to a meal as a way of repaying his favor. Before arriving at school, the two went to a street stall for rice noodle rolls. Mu ordered 2 servings of egg and meat rice noodle rolls and cola, while Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed the spicy food. However, the thought that the garlic smell might affect her registration immediately made her panic. Mu thought he had made her cry, so he quickly handed her a tissue to comfort her. Lu Xiaoxi soon stopped crying and started laughing, and the two went to buy chewing gum. She leaned in and let him smell her scent, instantly closing the distance between them, and the atmosphere became so intimate that their ears burned. A ripple of emotion stirred in Mu's heart, but he pretended nothing was amiss. The shop owner had witnessed the whole thing and increasingly felt the two looked like a young couple. Lu Xiaoxi bought durian ice cream, but hesitated to eat it for fear of leaving a lingering smell. Upon arriving at the school auditorium, the crowd was dense and the air was stuffy. While queuing, a girl asked Mu to add her on WeChat, and he simply scanned the QR code. Lu Xiaoxi secretly pinched his waist, showing her jealousy, but Mu explained that it was just an unused alternate account. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, unable to hide her happiness. The registration process was simple. Submitting documents, paying fees, and registering information was all it took. Mu felt relaxed, but Lu Xiaoxi already wanted to take the time to explore the campus. The two first strolled around the cafeteria, then glanced at the library from afar. Along the way, another girl approached Mu asking for his WeChat, and Lu Xiaoxi quickened her pace in silence. Mu opened his alternate account to show her. It was filled with posts about bargain hunting on Pinduoduo, leaving her speechless. A notification popped up in the class group chat, reminding everyone that evening to attend the freshman class meeting. The group quickly became lively, with some people leading the conversation and others being teased for posting the wrong link. Mu immediately turned on Do Not Disturb. Lu Xiaoxi asked in a low voice if they wanted to go home, and Mu suggested going to the shopping plaza. She immediately became excited and wanted to go to the 2-yuan shop. Along the way, she jogged behind him, gently tugging at his clothes to tell him to slow down. The weather was sweltering. Lu Xiaoxi used pink blotting paper to wipe Mu's sweat, and he teased her, saying he'd collect her sweat to cook. In the center of the square, there was a fountain and little yellow ducks. She squatted by the pool, playing happily, her smile exceptionally bright. Mu secretly took a picture of her, and Lu Xiaoxi came over to look at it, complaining that the angle was too bad. He teased her for not being photogenic, and she angrily punched him lightly, finally making him delete the old photo and take a new one for her. After taking the photos, Lu Xiaoxi leaned over to look at them. The phone's image quality was clear, the water splashes were sparkling, and every picture looked like a wallpaper. As she scrolled through them, a bunch of funny selfies of Mu suddenly popped up, making her laugh out loud. Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be angry and demanded an explanation from Mu. However, Mu stubbornly refused to delete the selfie and instead teased her, saying that she didn't think the selfie was ugly, but rather that she thought he was too handsome. Lu Xiaoxi stubbornly retorted, reaching out to lightly pinch his waist and casually wiping the water stains onto his clothes. Li Mu didn't mind, finding the little gesture rather amusing. The two strolled around the square, splitting the bill and eating 3 bowls of noodles. Li Mu was full after 1 bowl, while Lu Xiaoxi ate 2 bowls, but still dared not try the spicy ones. As the evening glow painted the sky a warm gold, Lu Xiaoxi's artistic sensibilities were stirred. Li Mu was about to retort when he saw her blush, so he obediently shut up and stayed with her as she enjoyed the breeze. Lu Xiaoxi asked Li Mu to take pictures of the sunset, and he casually snapped a picture of her back. She looked at the photos and complained about the composition, to which Li Mu teased her for not being photogenic, for which she lightly punched him. The two returned to school for a freshman class meeting, which ended quickly after a brief introduction by the counselor. Li Mu met several boys who played the same game, and Lu Xiaoxi also made some friends among the girls. The two were too lazy to go out that evening, so they ordered takeout. After Lu Xiaoxi finished showering, Li Mu smelled that she had secretly used his shampoo and deliberately exposed her. She complained, but was also so angry that she wanted to punch him. After finishing the novel, Li Mu no longer needed to stay up all night writing. He started playing games and getting to know the boys in his class in the evenings. When he went out, he noticed that Lu Xiaoxi had already tidied up his clothes on the balcony, and he silently remembered her thoughtfulness. A light rain drifted into the room at night, and the evening breeze was pleasant. Li Mu looked downstairs and suddenly thought of Lu Xiaoxi, plotting in his mind to find an opportunity to openly and legitimately enter her room to see her. In the next room, Lu Xiaoxi was wrapped in a small blanket, scrolling through her phone, repeatedly looking at the photos she had taken during the day, and even poking at Li Mu's close-up selfies, convinced that he definitely wouldn't want to delete them. As the weather turned cooler, Lu Xiaoxi worried that Li Mu wouldn't have a thick blanket at night. While thinking about this, she photoshopped his selfie into a pig's nose and ears, but accidentally triggered the action and immediately retracted it in fright. Li Mu immediately sent a question mark, so Lu Xiaoxi simply sent all 3 funny pictures over. Li Mu then photoshopped her head into a watermelon shape, and the two of them punched each other across the wall until the early hours of the morning. The next day, classes officially started, and Li Mu found the classroom in 30 minutes. If Lu Xiaoxi hadn't woken him up early, he would definitely have been late. There were empty seats in the front row of the classroom, and Lu Xiaoxi wanted to sit next to him, but Li Mu went straight to the last row to slack off. She frowned and advised him to pay attention in class, and he teased her, saying she was like his mother, so she brought up Aunt Sue to put him in his place. Li Mu had no choice but to agree to make up for the missed lessons after class, and then complained that she had given him dark circles under his eyes from making him work up last night. After the teacher entered the room, Lu Xiaoxi quietly told him that he was only allowed to skip 1 class before sitting back down in the front row. Li Mu scrolled through WeChat and found that Lu Xiaoxi had sent a message in the early hours of the morning and then deleted it, leaving only a period. He pressed for details to no avail, so he gave up. A guy next to him, Lin Sheng, leaned over to inquire about his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi, to which Li Mu casually replied that they were just from the same hometown. Lin Sheng teased them again, saying they were like childhood sweethearts, but Li Mu directly denied it, so he could only shut up in frustration. During class, Li Mu yawned and slept on his desk. He had long since mastered a set of techniques for sleeping in class discreetly, leaving Lin Sheng dumbfounded, never expecting that he would actually dare to sleep so openly. Looking at Li Mu's carefree demeanor, Lin Sheng felt a surge of admiration. University classes are often large, and professors are too lazy to supervise each student individually. Sleeping or playing on one's phone are common occurrences. The bell rang, waking Li Mu from his alarm clock. He looked up and saw Lu Xiaoxi standing in front of the desk with her arms crossed. All the other students had already left, and she was laughing and teasing him about how soundly he had been sleeping. Li Mu complained that the desk was too low and he couldn't sleep comfortably. Lu Xiaoxi was exasperated, feeling that he was being lazy and had the nerve to do it. He gave a perfunctory promise not to sleep on it anymore, but in his heart he thought she was nagging like his mother. Li Mu pressed her for details about the message she retracted last night, but Lu Xiaoxi stubbornly refused to answer. He deliberately guessed whether she had confessed her feelings, which angered her so much that she retorted that whoever liked him was doomed. In the end, he amused her so much that she was both embarrassed and annoyed. The two prepared to go to the cafeteria. Li Mu's legs went numb, and he had to rest for a while before getting up. The cafeteria had a wide variety of dishes, but the portions were small. Lu Xiaoxi was not full but was too embarrassed to eat freely, so she could only restrain herself. During dinner, Mu continued to press Lu Xiaoxi about the WeChat incident. Lu Xiaoxi, with her mouth full of food, gave vague answers, finally admitting only that she had turned his selfie into an emoji. Actually, she had secretly sent him a good-night message last night, but felt it was too intimate and deleted it. Lu Xiaoxi has a habit of taking a nap after lunch. Since there are no fixed classrooms at university, she can only find quiet places. The two found a secluded pavilion on campus. Mu wiped the table and found it was covered in dust, indicating that few people came here. Only then did she feel relieved and sit down to rest. Mu deliberately asked her if she was afraid of being disturbed. Lu Xiaoxi replied confidently that she would feel at ease as long as he said no one would be there. Mu laughed and joked that he couldn't predict the future anyway. Mu reassured her that there were no safety hazards on campus. Lu Xiaoxi completely relaxed, using the pavilion as a temporary nap spot, and quickly laid down to sleep, a faint smile on her lips. Mu sat opposite her playing games, occasionally glancing at her peaceful sleeping face. When he saw a mosquito land on her neck, he immediately flicked it away, then lowered the volume of his game and quietly waited until the lunch break ended. After lunch break, the two went to their afternoon classes. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he had taken any photos without her consent, and Mu helplessly retorted by asking her what kind of person she thought of him. Seeing his frankness, she reluctantly believed him. The afternoon was for core courses, and the computers in the computer lab were outdated. Mu had a high-spec computer, while Lu Xiaoxi had to use the slow, old one. She complained quietly, and Mu demonstrated how to use it, also complaining that the school was reluctant to upgrade its equipment. During class, Lu Xiaoxi and I chatted about the two-player games we used to play as kids. She came over excitedly, propped herself up on my leg, and we watched the screen together. We talked about everything from Plants vs. Zombies to stick-figure badminton, sharing a keyboard, our fingertips occasionally touching, and a subtle, ambiguous feeling quietly blossomed between us. We spent the entire afternoon in class, passing the time with small games. Occasional physical contact would make our hearts race, but neither of us dared to acknowledge the unusual feeling between us. As get out of class was about to end, a notification suddenly appeared in the class group chat. All freshmen would begin 15 days of military training the day after tomorrow. The classroom instantly erupted in groans and screams. Some even began praying for rain, just wanting to escape this ordeal. After school, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on going home to cook, unwilling to always eat takeout. She suggested having hot pot for dinner, and although I complained that it would be too hot and cause me to get a sore throat, I honestly accompanied her to the market to buy groceries. The market was bustling with noise. My grocery shopping experience was atrocious, but Lu Xiaoxi was adept at bargaining and picking vegetables with precision. She snagged baby bok choy at half price and also bought pork, tripe, enoki mushrooms, and hot pot base. I was incredibly impressed. Back in the apartment complex, security guard Uncle Zhang jokingly asked if Lu Xiaoxi was my girlfriend. She blushed and explained that she was just a friend. In the elevator, we ran into our neighbor, Sister Xia, who wanted us to tutor her daughter in English, offering 100 yuan per hour. After seeing the scores on the third-grade English test, I decisively entrusted the important task to Lu Xiaoxi, who had excellent grades. She readily agreed to take on tutoring twice a week and earn some pocket money on the side. When she got home, Lu Xiaoxi happily talked about her tutoring job, saying she planned to save money through part-time work to buy a computer and didn't want to ask her family for money anymore. Looking at her independent demeanor, I sighed inwardly. I had originally wanted to help her share the burden. After the hot pot boiled, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't wait to dig in the tripe, her mouth steaming as she ate. Watching her wolf down her food, I couldn't help but laugh, but a feeling of doting affection welled up inside me. The next second, she kicked it over, snatching back the tripe to assert her ownership. I deliberately said there was my saliva on it, and she hesitated for a moment, but still forced herself to eat it, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi went to take a shower, while I lazily sprawled on the sofa. The familiar aroma made me chuckle. These seemingly insignificant little habits were more appealing than hot pot itself. That evening, while trying on my camouflage uniform, I even felt impeccably handsome. Wearing my camouflage uniform, I stepped out of the room and solemnly reported to Lu Xiaoxi. She burst into laughter, and I noticed that her face subtly turned red when she saw me in my military training uniform. After Lu Xiaoxi tried on the military training uniform, I stubbornly insisted that I looked better. Learning that she had a certificate exempting her from training, I secretly rejoiced. At least the training wouldn't be so unbearable. With her by my side, even doing laundry became less of a hassle. Before going to bed, She sent me a period as usual. I replied with 10 periods, laughing like a child. The next day, as I walked towards the ward, the thought of not having to be in the sun made me feel much lighter. To my surprise, Lu Xiaoxi was already sitting there in a daze. I went over to tease her, and she hurriedly hid the small twig. Seeing her helpless look, I couldn't help but laugh, which earned me a solid punch from her. After the flag-bearing team disbanded, I sat down next to her and deliberately asked if she was thirsty. She stubbornly said no, but I took her water bottle and drank half of it in one gulp, which made her glare at me angrily. On the way back after military training, I was so sleepy I kept yawning, and I was even worried that I'd snore so loudly I'd kill everyone. After getting off the bus, Lu Xiaoxi asked where the car to pick her up was, and I suggested we wait at the bus stop first. The entrance to the small town was still bustling, with tricycles and motorcycles constantly soliciting passengers. Before long, Uncle Lu arrived by car. The two elders chatted along the way and even invited me to their home for dinner, which I politely declined. When I got home, my mom warmly invited me to dinner. I quickly washed up and went to my room, but my mind was filled with Lu Xiaoxi. Just as I was drifting off, a WeChat message popped up from Lu Xiaoxi with a period. I replied with a smile, Li Bendan, ready to sleep? Lu Xiaoxi told me that her parents had promised to buy her a computer, but she would continue her tutoring job. Not long after, she knocked on my door. Through the peephole, I saw her wearing pink loungewear and slippers, waiting quietly. I deliberately opened the door in a high-pitched, almost ethereal voice. Who goes there, you devil? This made her eyes crinkle with laughter, unable to hide her joy. Just as Li Mu counted to 1, Lu Xiaoxi was about to speak when the door opened. He was wearing casual pajamas, looking sunny and lazy, and deliberately complained that she was taking too long to use the toilet. She rolled her eyes, but he was secretly pleased. He was happy just to annoy her. A minute later, Li Mu finished washing his hands and took 2 drinks from the refrigerator. Lu Xiaoxi quietly reminded him to wash his hands, and he smiled and agreed. The two went downstairs together, and when they encountered familiar neighbors who greeted them, he could only explain their relationship by recounting old stories from their childhood. The sports field was brightly lit, and middle-aged women were dancing in the square. The two sat in a pavilion some distance away, and Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her parents playing badminton. She complained about the mosquitoes, but in her heart, she felt both strange and familiar with Li Mu's home. Neighbor, friend, tenant, these identities were a jumbled mess in Li Mu's mind, yet he couldn't suppress his racing heart. After finishing his water, he heard the training whistle and immediately slipped back to his unit. His legs ached from half a day of military training, but being a sick soldier was easier, and he could even get some milk tea from her, so it wasn't a bad deal. During their lunch break, the two returned to a secluded corner. Lu Xiaoxi dozed off on the table, like a quiet kitten. Li Mu sat down next to her, his subtle movements drawing her closer, making the atmosphere between them awkward once again. Lu Xiaoxi gently poked his cheek, and Li Mu suppressed a laugh, recalling scenes from his childhood. But his neck and hands were itchy from mosquito bites, and while complaining, he secretly resolved to settle accounts with these mosquitoes sooner or later. Before returning to the playground, Li Mu went to the supermarket and bought 2 bottles of milk tea, one for Lu Xiaoxi and one for himself. After the flag guard team disbanded, she grabbed his sleeve and asked him to wait for her, so he sat cross-legged, pretending to be a martial arts master. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he was practicing some kind of secret technique, and Li Mu replied seriously that he was afraid of developing a herniated disc. He handed her a Bluetooth earphone, which she grumbled about but obediently put on anyway. With him around, military training didn't seem so boring after all. Li Mu shook the kettle, which was filled with milk tea that Lu Xiaoxi had poured in. He drank half of it in one gulp, but secretly regretted it. If he had drunk directly from the straw, she would definitely have pinched his neck. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi went to buy floral water, which Li Mu immediately applied to his face, neck, hands, and feet. She complained about the strong smell, but he was secretly pleased with himself. The evening's military training was uneventful and ended quickly. Li Mu sat in the classroom, lost in thought, feeling both bored and aloof. The girls around him were secretly glancing at him, which he found somewhat amusing. When Lin Xing asked about the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist, Li Mu casually said it was just a gift from a friend. But he knew in his heart that his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi was 2 complicated childhood sweethearts, neighbors, classmates, friends. Cohabiting each layer was hard to define. Li Mu reminded himself that a gift is just a gift and doesn't necessarily mean he likes it. If he misunderstood, they might not even be able to remain friends. He touched the bracelet, feeling both relieved and somewhat complicated. Lin Sheng continued gossiping, while Li Mu merely gave nonchalant responses. He understood that he and Lu Xiaoxi were far from being in a romantic relationship, and that the slightest misstep could cause their existing relationship to collapse. Li Mu absolutely did not want a misunderstanding to affect the relationship between the two families. He stroked his chin and looked at Lin Sheng, suddenly asking him if he had ever been in a relationship. Lin Sheng helplessly admitted that he had been single for 19 years. Li Mu chuckled inwardly, thinking, he's definitely a theorist. Lin Sheng then said that if he had Li Mu's looks, he would already be surrounded by women, to which Li Mu immediately retorted that he was quite a jerk. After chatting for a while, the classroom gradually quieted down. Because Li Mu had applied mosquito repellent, the mosquitoes completely left him alone. Evening training was much easier than daytime training, so he left early. Lu Xiaoxi was already waiting for him at the school gate. Li Mu felt a warmth in his heart, but she complained about how unfair it was. Li Mu smiled and invited her to join the patient corps as well. The bus was quiet at night, and the two rode back to their neighborhood, even saying hello to Uncle Zhang. Back in the hallway, Li Mu overheard Lu Xiaoxi playing with Xia Yuanyuan's toy monster and couldn't help but compliment how cute it was. She asked if he could play with Yuanyuan for a while, and he nodded in agreement. After washing off his sweat, he lay down comfortably. Li Mu washed his face and did his skincare routine, then opened the newly arrived projector package. Xia Yuanyuan curiously plucked a hair from his leg and pointed at the projector, asking what it was. He ruffled her hair and explained that it was for watching TV. Lu Xiaoxi changed into her bunny pajamas and sat down with Yuanyuan to watch the projector. Li Mu projected the image onto the empty wall. After turning off the lights, the image was clear and bright. Amidst their exclamations of surprise, the room suddenly felt warmer and more like home. At 11 p.m., after Sister Xia picked up Yuanyuan, the house became quiet again. I logged into my author account and found that the rewards and traffic from the completed novel had increased my savings to 17,000 yuan. Once military training is over, it's time to start planning my new book. Before going to sleep, Lu Xiaoxi sent another period. I replied with a sweating emoji, and she replied with another period. As night deepened, she fell into a deep sleep, dreaming that we had been together since childhood and even walked into a future where we were married and had children. The September sun tanned me into a light-colored panda. While the flag-bearing team was resting, I ran to the ward and found Lu Xiaoxi still sitting in the corner. Her fair, slender hands contrasted sharply with my tanned, duck feet. I stared at her hands, and she immediately hid them in front of her chest, her face turning red. I calmly explained that I was just looking at her hands, but she became even more flustered. I took a big gulp of her milk tea, and she burst into laughter, amused by my tanned, layered hands. Lu Xiaoxi borrowed my earphones to secretly listen to music, and after hesitating, I agreed. A light rain suddenly started at noon, and the instructors dismissed us early. She was worried about whether I would get wet when I suddenly tapped her on the shoulder, startling her. She got so angry that she stomped on my camouflage shoes and threw her handbag at me. Then she opened her pink umbrella with a little bear on it, and we walked side by side in the rain. I was soaked to the bone, but she was spotless. Even the butterflies on her white socks looked adorable. Back in the apartment complex, Lu Xiaoxi was washing socks while complaining. I couldn't help but stare, and as a result, she nudged me again, but I felt inexplicably itchy inside. After taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi helped Yuanyuan tie her hair into a bun. Watching her skillful movements, I was reminded of the little girl with a ponytail who always followed behind me when I was a child. When it was my turn to braid her hair, she had her back to me, her whole body stiff with nervousness. I touched the back of her neck, and she trembled slightly. Yuanyuan, standing beside me, stared wide-eyed, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. I pretended to be aloof, smugly admiring my work. Lu Xiaoxi, with her messy, disheveled hair, looked both embarrassed and disgusted. I, however, seriously praised her, saying she looked like a kitten that had just woken up, quite cute. She rolled her eyes, but I pulled out her pink comb and started combing her hair again. Strands of hair slipped through my fingers, and my hand inadvertently touched her snow-white neck, making my breathing a little erratic. Lu Xiaoxi instantly stiffened, screaming in embarrassment to make me stop. I laughed and dodged away, but my heart was already pounding out of control. She pounced on me angrily to tickle me, and I pretended to fight back. Finally, she collapsed on the sofa, panting. I maintained a cool facade, but secretly kept observing her flushed face. She kicked me twice more, and I grabbed her ankle and pretended to be disgusted. After our bickering ended, she got up to wash the fruit, and as I watched her busy figure, my thoughts drifted back to my childhood. Yuan came over to watch me play on my phone, and I casually fed her a cherry tomato. She sat obediently, eventually focusing her attention on her homework. While secretly eating fruit, I chatted with Lu Xiaoxi about the holiday. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays combined for 8 days, I was naturally going home. When it came to tutoring and computers, Lu Xiaoxi still insisted on saving money herself. I offered to lend her some, but she still shook her head and refused. It was raining outside. Lu Xiaoxi went into the kitchen to cook, leaving me to take care of Yuan. I played some games with the little girl, and laughter quickly filled the living room. Lu Xiaoxi, with her hair in a small ponytail, secretly watched us while cooking. The lively atmosphere here was more captivating to her than the food in the pot. Dinner was just another ordinary home-cooked meal. I ate and drank Coke with gusto, while Lu Xiaoxi ate slowly, her lips greasy, yet she maintained the last shred of her composure. The rain intensified, rendering the pavilion for afternoon rest completely unusable. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi helped Yuan with her homework, and when she encountered an English question she couldn't answer, she secretly asked me for help. I gave Yuan a hint by lip reading, and the little girl imitated it with some skepticism. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 childish kids were making a ruckus. Before I knew it, it was the last day of military training. I stood in the flag-guarding team, my skin tanned a deep wheat color. Senior girls around me were taking pictures with their phones, and the posts on the confession wall were being updated rapidly. Lin Sheng kept nagging beside me, so I casually made up a few secrets to becoming handsome to brush him off. When we talked about my holiday plans, he was quite surprised by my decision not to go home. Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day train tickets were hard to get, but I was lucky enough to snag seats together. After showering, Lu Xiaoxi was helping me clean. She was radiantly fair, while I was noticeably darker. The contrast was striking. She folded my clothes that I had left lying around, while I brewed some goji berry tea for health. She teased me for using a thermos at such a young age, but I solemnly declared that it was an investment in my health. When we set off for the station, I was carrying a black backpack, while she was dragging a small suitcase. I couldn't help but stare at her little feet, and she warned me that if I peeked again, she would tell Aunt Sue. After boarding, we sat in adjacent DF seats. I was by the aisle, and she was by the window. I brazenly took over a little space, and although she was wearing headphones, she didn't resist. The train sped by as I munched on a chocolate. Lu Xiaoxi secretly nudged me with the tip of her shoe, and I deliberately quoted a price, 5 yuan apiece. Seeing that she actually reached out to grab it, I shoved the chocolate back at her. This time it's free. Watching her recoil in surprise, I smiled contentedly. After a conversation, based on the budget of 7 or 8,000 yuan provided by Lu Xiaoxi, several computers were quickly selected. This machine has a high cost-performance ratio, but the after-sales service is not very good, Mu said as he opened Bilibili to find relevant computer videos to show her. Although he is not a professional, what he said was similar to what was shown in the video, and his analysis was comprehensive. Lu Xiaoxi watched the video on her phone horizontally, occasionally tapping the screen and making oh sounds of sudden realization, though it was unclear whether she actually understood it. He knew Lu Xiaoxi's situation. She hardly ever used a computer, so his explanation was probably a waste of effort. With the phone in Lu Xiaoxi's hands, he had nowhere to put them, so he started picking at the Go board carved on the stone table and cleaning the dust off it with a twig. This Go board has been there since they were very young. Back then, they didn't know how to play Go, so they used it to play Gamoku, 5 in a row. They broke tree branches and leaves into pieces to use as black and white pieces. Lu Xiaoxi would always clamor for leaves. When playing chess, Mu almost always won. Of course, it wasn't because he was particularly skilled, but because Lu Xiaoxi was so adorable back then. When Mu felt he was about to lose, he would point to a tree and say there was a dung beetle or a big beetle. Every time, he could fool Lu Xiaoxi into thinking he was in a daze. Then he would secretly switch the chess pieces during that time, and it always worked. In the past, there was a punishment for losing. Every time, he would smear some mud on Lu Xiaoxi's tender face, then rub and scrub it, teasing her that she was a little kitten. Several times, he made Lu Xiaoxi cry. In the end, he would go home and be scolded by his parents. He would then go to Lu Xiaoxi's house to apologize in a sorry state, and the next day, they would be inseparable again. Was I really that bad before? Mu let out a faint laugh for no apparent reason. It seemed that the person looking at the phone in front of him was not the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, but the adorable Lu Xiaozhu from before, and he was not the roguish Mu, but the shrewd and clever Li Mu older brother from before. Time has a repetitive nature. Every dynasty in history repeats itself, from founding, to development, to prosperity, to eventual demise, until a new empire rises again in this cycle. And after more than a decade, he sat with Lu Xiaoxi again under this weathered pavilion, once again on opposite sides of the chessboard. This was the point in time when he and Lu Xiaoxi's lives repeated. He was somewhat tempted. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lu Xiaoxi held a hint of unspoken emotion. "Did you understand?" Li Mu asked softly as he looked at her with his hands behind his head, waiting for the video to finish playing. "Understood. Which one do you want?" Lu Xiaoxi shook her head awkwardly. Did she understand? If so, for a girl who knows nothing about computers, graphics cards, memory, and CPUs are nothing short of a fantasy. If she keeps reading, her head will spin. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were about to turn into whirlpools, Li Mu patiently explained it to her again, and finally settled on 3 machines, letting Lu Xiaoxi choose one from them. "Is this yours?" Lu Xiaoxi pointed to one of the computers, feeling that it looked familiar, as if Li Mu was using this one. Li Mu took a look. "You have good taste. The one you're looking at looks similar to mine, but its specs are better. My computer is 2 years old, after all. Then let's take this one. This one is quite heavy, and it might be inconvenient to carry it around to class. You can have more options at this price point. I can help you look at other ones. Can't you carry it for me?" Believe it or not, I'll download the 2345 suite, the 361 suite, and 10 legend games onto your computer. What is that? Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. It sounds pretty impressive. It's nothing. He knew perfectly well that Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't understand these things, but he still couldn't resist teasing her. Then I'll place the order. Why are you talking so strangely? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him, and saw Li Mu looking at her with a gentle smile. The moonlight shone on his face. Her heart skipped a beat. I'm in a good mood today. You want a skin? No, I'm just in a good mood. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away, feeling her face getting hot again. Suddenly, she realized she was still holding someone's phone in her hand. She sneered inwardly, and, regardless of whether he agreed or not, openly looked at it. The screen was locked just now. Lu Xiaoxi tried entering Li Mu's birthday, but the password was wrong. She then entered the first 6 digits of his QQ number, and the phone screen was unlocked. Li Mu is the kind of person who uses 2 passwords repeatedly, either his birthday or the first 6 digits of his QQ number. He might even use the same 2 passwords for payment and bank cards. He's not careful at all. If someone finds out, he'll be in big trouble. It is wrong to look into other people's privacy without permission. When Lu Xiaoxi unlocked her phone, she turned it to show Li Mu. She found that Li Mu did not stop her, so she took it as Li Mu's consent to letting her see his phone. His mind started to wander, and he immediately opened Li Mu's QQ account. QQ was Li Mu's main platform for chatting. He glanced at the chat interface and saw many game group chats. Looking at the recent chat history, he found that they were all online friends who played games together. Their names were all kinds of strange, such as Invincible Tyrannosaurus War God and Hu Ingjun from Flip Garden. Some even used pictures of pretty girls as their profile pictures. But they only chatted briefly and then lost contact. She searched her QQ account, but because she hadn't chatted in so long, the message history was no longer showing up. However, the nickname Lu Xiaoxi was still saved. Li Mu's secondary WeChat account had over 400 unread messages. Lu Xiaoxi felt she had grasped Li Mu's lifeline. When she clicked in, she found that they were all public account messages, with over 99 messages on WeChat Sports. There were very few actual chat messages. She saw that some girls in her class were messaging him. Some girls wanted to get to know him, and some girls wanted to play games with him after hearing that he was very good at it. But Li Mu didn't reply to any of them. There was even a small red dot on the right side of the chat interface. Is this guy really that honest? Have you finished watching? Without. I want to see your browser. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened, reflecting the moonlight and making her look quite beautiful. Upon hearing the word browser, Li Mu was startled at first. He quickly recalled his recent search history, and then relaxed when he realized that he had enabled incognito browsing. Look around as you like. Lu Xiaoxi kept her word and actually checked Li Mu's browser history. She knew perfectly well that boys would visit some unhealthy websites. If she caught Li Mu doing this, she would definitely make a big deal out of it and use it to threaten Li Mu into obeying her every word. Unfortunately, she found nothing and felt somewhat disappointed. I can't let Li Mu serve her tea and water. Have you finished watching? I've finished reading it. Then give it back to me. Oh, how about we play a game of Connect 4? Are you crazy, playing chess so late at night? It's been a long time since I've played. Here. Li Mu casually picked up some twigs and leaves, put the leaves over to Lu Xiaoxi, used his phone's flashlight to illuminate the area, and broke off a small piece of twig and placed it in the very center of the chessboard. Childish, Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, tearing off a small piece of leaf and placing it next to the branch. When Li Mu drops 3 branches, she blocks one end. When Li Mu drops the 4th branch, she can block both ends. She wasn't very good at Gamoku, but she knew that she couldn't let Li Mu form 5 tree branches in a row. Whenever 3 of them formed a straight line, she would try to block Li Mu. Over time, Li Mu's branches piled up more and more, and soon a dead end appeared. No matter where Lu Xiaoxi placed his pieces, he had another line connecting 5 pieces. Little Pig Lu is still such a loser. I'm not playing anymore. Lu Xiaoxi angrily blew air onto the chessboard, causing branches and leaves to fall onto Li Mu. Wait a minute, let me take a picture. Li Mu raised his phone and took a picture of the moon. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon is fullest on the 16th. Let's take pictures the day after tomorrow. That's what she said, but Lu Xiaoxi still took out her phone and took pictures of the sky. Their phones don't have high resolution, and zooming in 5 times makes them even blurrier. The gloomy sky can only be captured as a bright, lacking any artistic flair, yet it's full of artistic flair nonetheless. The girl walked ahead with her hands behind her back, and he followed behind, watching her intertwined little hands. Before, it was always Lu Xiaoxi who followed him. Now it's him who follows Lu Xiaoxi. Have you gone back yet? I'm a little sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi yawned and rubbed her eyes, looking genuinely tired. Go back, no one's stopping you. Then why did you drag me to play chess? Isn't this just nostalgia? I was thinking about things from my childhood. Li Mu is actually reminiscing about the past. Could it be that he can't forget what happened before? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth, her expression quite varied, showing disdain, surprise, and snicker, but it was all an act. I've always thought you have a good eye for people. You're acting really strange tonight. Did you take the wrong medicine? You know how my mom cooks. Ha ha ha. You dare to complain about Aunt Sue's food? I'm going to tell Aunt Sue that you'll get a scolding. It was noisy and disruptive the whole way. The elderly people who used to work at the intelligence network have gone back, and only a few elderly people are left taking a walk in the sports field. The 2 were standing at their own door when Lu Xiaoxi suddenly called out to him. Lu Xiaoxi didn't close the door, ran in with a pattering sound, and ran out with another pattering sound, carrying a small mooncake in her hand. Here you go, you can eat it tomorrow. TSK, you actually dare to serve mixed nuts filling? Li Mu glanced at the words in the middle, looking disgusted. Do you have any with egg yolk? You're so fussy. Lu Xiaoxi ran back and grabbed another egg yolk lotus seed paste dessert. We can eat it tomorrow. Shouldn't I go back with something too? Li Mu said, and went back to get 2 5-nut mooncakes. I don't eat 5-nut filling. The 5-nut filling is plentiful, it's really good to eat. Do you have cantaloupe? No, you're just making a fuss. Lu Xiaoxi hardened her fists, about to strike Li Mu, but Li Mu, as if anticipating this, immediately closed the door and hid. Feeling simmering with anger and nowhere to vent, Lu Xiaoxi felt like she was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. She knew she had to punch Li Mu twice to vent her anger when she saw him tomorrow. Mom and Dad are already asleep. Li Mu returned to his room and lay down on the bed, where only faint moonlight shone through the window. He plugged his phone in, opened WeChat, and waited for Lu Xiaoxi to send him a period. After waiting for a few minutes and getting a little bored, he clicked into Lu Xiaoxi's Moments. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't post on WeChat Moments very often, only about 10 times a year. She only posts when something major happens, such as when she went on a long trip, or when she took the subway with him for the first time, or went to the square for the first time. I've posted a lot more on WeChat Moments in just 1 month. There were also likes and comments below. Li Mu didn't recognize these people, but guessed that most of them were his high school classmates. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi posted a new message on her WeChat Moments. The picture is a blurry photo of the moon I just took, and the caption is only 1 sentence. The moon is roundest on the 16th, but it's also very round on the 14th. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to buy a camera. Li Mu lay on his side looking at his phone and liked her new post on WeChat Moments. He saw that it was posted at exactly 12 o'clock. It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival. How long has it been since they wished each other a happy Mid-Autumn Festival? It was a very, very long time ago, so long that I don't remember. Because they were living together, their relationship improved, and they were no longer as estranged as before. After thinking about it, Li Mu still edited a message. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes. Before he could send it, Lu Xiaoxi sent it first. Lu Xiaozhu, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Bendan. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival Mooncake. Lu Xiaoxi. Mooncake, mooncake. Lu Xiaoxi. Li Bendan, good night. Chapter 37 Domesticated Giant Pandas. On the crisp autumn day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, families gather to celebrate together. The parking lot of the residential area was packed with cars, and people carrying large and small bags were returning home to visit their relatives, their smiles impossible to hide. 2 boiled eggs are soaking in a ceramic bowl, and lean meat porridge is served on an induction cooker. The surface is decorated with ginger granules and scallions. When you peel off the outer layer with a spoon, hot smoke immediately billows out. The dust particles took shape under the direct sunlight. Li Mu pulled out a stool and ate breakfast alone, his back to the sun. He glanced sideways and saw a pile of red and yellow paper, scissors, and tape on the sofa. He knew these were materials for making handmade lanterns. When I got up, I didn't know where my parents had gone. They didn't have to go to work today, so they were probably downstairs chatting with the neighbors from the surrounding area. It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at the 3 large mooncakes piled up in the corner, he stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then picked out the largest one and knocked on the door across the way. Oh, Xiaomu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Aunt Qin. Where are Uncle Lu and Lu Xiaoxi? They're watching TV inside. Would you like to come in and sit down? Aunt Qin stepped aside, allowing Li Mu to see the Lu family father and daughter in the living room, who looked quite similar. Uncle Lu was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, and Lu Xiaoxi seemed to be looking in their direction as well. After making eye contact with Li Mu, she turned back to watch TV. There was also a super fat orange cat lying at Lu Xiaoxi's feet. Let's do it later. I still need to make lanterns. I mainly came to deliver a package of mooncakes to you. I don't think my parents have given them to you yet, have they? As Li Mu spoke, he held up a large box of mooncakes in front of him. These large mooncakes are all made with 5 kinds of nuts, and while they taste the worst, they come in the most luxurious packaging. The whole mooncake symbolizes family reunion, and they are produced specifically to be given as gifts. Thanks, Xiaomu. Xiaoxi, go to the kitchen and get a big mooncake. Oh, look. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes held a hint of resentment. Exchanging mooncakes with relatives and friends during the Mid-Autumn Festival has become a tradition. You buy 3 boxes of mooncakes to take home, and you give them back and forth, but it's still the same 3 boxes, just with different brands. They are neighbors across the street from each other, and the 2 families have a very good relationship, so they always exchange gifts during holidays. Lu Xiaoxi was somewhat dazed. After their relationship had become strained in recent years, the gift-giving had always been handled by their parents. Now, Li Mu stood happily at the door, exchanging mooncakes with her, and for a moment it felt like he had returned to his childhood. Tiny Li Mu carried a huge mooncake and rang her doorbell. Then she stumbled and followed her parents to the door. She and Tiny Li Mu looked at each other. The 2 families' parents talked about their families, and the 2 children talked about the 2 of them. She used to be really clingy to Li Mu. Aunt Qin, when did your family get a giant panda? Li Mu took the mooncake and took the opportunity to gently prick Lu Xiaoxi's fair hand with his fingernail. Lu Xiaoxi withdrew her hand instantly, leaving a faint nail mark on the back of her hand, and gritted her teeth. Hey, maybe Xiaoxi didn't sleep well last night. Do you want lanterns? I'll make you a few later. Lanterns are a must for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I can't accept this. Li Mu is very skilled in ordinary handicrafts. He can make paper lanterns for the Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year knots for the Spring Festival, and he will give some to them every time. Why don't you teach my daughter Xiaoxi to make it too? Aunt Qin covered her mouth and chuckled. Mom, Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. How could she push her own daughter into a fire pit? Okay, I'll teach you until you learn it. I'll be going now. I'll bring the lanterns over to you later. 3 mooncakes were sent out, 1 was given out, and 3 were left over. Li Mu didn't know why his parents bought so many things. Their family doesn't like eating large mooncakes. They only open 1 at a time, eat a little, and then stop. The year before last, it was the same. After giving and receiving gifts, there was still a large, unopened mooncake left. Not wanting to throw it away, I put it in the freezer for 6 months and eventually ate it. At my father's urging, he tried 2 pieces. The taste was the same, but he had diarrhea for 5 hours that night, and its power should not be underestimated. Who on earth is eating the 5-nut mooncake? Next door. The TV is showing this year's popular historical romance drama, but none of the 3 people in my family are watching it. Mom was cleaning, Dad was scrolling on his phone on the sofa, and she sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up to her chest, her face full of displeasure. The thought of that despicable Li Mu made her furious. Is Xiaoxi unhappy today? Mom, You know perfectly well that Mu and I don't get along. I feel like you two are getting along really well now. Before, you and Mu wouldn't even talk to each other or greet each other when you met. When we talked on the phone yesterday, I thought you two had made up. How could that be? I don't get along with that guy at all. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks, looking just like a little pufferfish. This made Qin Shaoqian burst into laughter. As a mother, how could she not know her own daughter? If Lu Xiaoxi were truly angry, she would definitely not say a word and would keep her anger inside to process it. The fact that you can still complain to your mother proves that you're not angry. The two clearly have a good relationship, but they just don't want to admit it. My daughter is so adorable. All right. If you don't want to make lanterns, you don't have to go. I'll let Xiaomu know when I go out later. No need. We can't keep having him deliver lanterns to our house, lest he gossip about us behind our backs. Lu Xiaoxi fumed and took out her phone to look at the chat history. Li Bendan, good night. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Disdain. That despicable guy, does he really think she and he have a good relationship? Even if things were good before, they're not good now. Why send a goodnight message out of the blue? It caused her to overthink last night, leaving her in a state of confusion. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and couldn't calm down until late into the night. That's why I have dark circles under my eyes this morning. This guy even joked that he was a giant panda. How awful. How awful. How awful. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. So she sent Mu a middle finger emoji, and the person on the other end of the phone replied very quickly. Lu Xiaozhu, middle finger. Li the idiot. Black guy with a question mark. JPG. Li Bendan. Time to make lanterns. Come quick. Lu Xiaozhu. I'm not coming. Lu Xiaozhu. I don't know. Li Bendan. I'll teach you step by step. If the panda still can't learn, it should go get its head checked. Laughs. Lu Xiaozhu. I'm not a giant panda. You're the giant panda? Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance from idiots. JPG. Li Bendan. To me I'm a giant panda, you're a pig. Lu Xiaozhu, you're dead. Chapter 38. The mother-in-law takes a good look at her daughter-in-law and they hit it off. The doorbell rang. Thinking it was her own parents, she opened the door to find a pretty young girl standing there with her hands behind her back. While he wasn't paying attention, the girl pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard with both hands. Ouch, what's wrong with you? Li Mu's eyes widened in pain as he tensed his muscles to relieve the pain. Lu Xiaoxi is really strong today. Before, pinching him was just a minor squabble, but this time it really hurts. Whoever marries him will have a good time. You're the one who's acting crazy. Who told you to make me angry? Lu Xiaoxi clapped her hands in annoyance, letting go of the anger she had felt from Li Mu since last night. Let's let him off this time. Ouch. You're definitely covered in bruises now. You have to pay for it. I have no money, but I won't give you my life. You have to compensate me with something, or I'll tell your mom. Shameless. So tell me, what should I compensate you for? Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu clutching his waist, his eyes wide open as if he was really in pain. She began to doubt whether she had really hurt him and felt a pang of regret. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival after all. We shouldn't be so frivolous. Let me think about it. I'll tell you when I do. Li Mu chuckled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Only Lu Xiaoxi had ever seen him with that kind of cheeky grin. You can do that. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. She knew this guy had no good intentions. All his actions and expressions were an act. I think if you train for 2.5 years and then debut, you'll definitely be better than those young idols. Absolutely. None of the young heartthrobs are as handsome as me. I'm talking about acting skills. Lu Xiaoxi didn't refute him. You're right. If I were to enter the entertainment industry, I would definitely be a superstar. Okay. You're the best, alright. This guy is incredibly good with words, and Lu Xiaoxi has no way to deal with him. Anyway, you have to come up with something by tomorrow, or you won't get another chance. Okay, but don't go back on your word. If I can't afford to pay, then I won't pay. Come in. How can I teach you how to make a lantern if you're standing outside? Li Mu had already returned to the sofa and was busy with his work. When he looked up, the girl was still standing blankly at the door, not understanding what was going on. Lu Xiaoxi peeked around, but didn't see Uncle Li or Aunt Sue. If there were other people here, she would step in without hesitation, but since Li Mu was alone, she hesitated. Just like she and Li Mu had a very good relationship, she could freely enter each other's homes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxi kept reminding herself that she was only going in to make lanterns, as a neighbor. As she stepped through the door, it was as if a barrier had been broken, and the tension suddenly vanished. She walked to the sofa, squatted down, picked up a red piece of paper, and started folding it like Li Mu. I'll fold it again for you. Look at my hands. Oh. The two of them busied themselves with things around the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi is always clumsy and can't do many things well when it comes to origami. In contrast, Mu was much more skillful with his hands. Later, Mu would fold paper, and Lu Xiaoxi would cut along the creases with scissors. You seem to have always been good at these things. In her memory, Mu was skilled at making small paper items from a young age. In elementary school, he would fold paper into fingernails to scratch her face, and he could also fold paper into very cool fighter jets. In her eyes at that time, Mu was omnipotent. Every time Mu folds one of these things, she clamors for him to make her one too. If he doesn't, she cries and throws a tantrum until he lets her play with it. So embarrassing. We must never let Mu think of these things. Lu Xiaoxi looked dazed and accidentally cut the paper crookedly. She glanced at Mu furtively, afraid that he would call her an idiot again. To her surprise, Mu didn't say anything to her. He just glanced at her hand and handed her the paper he had just folded. You think winning first place in a kindergarten senior class craft competition just happened out of thin air? Shaw, I came in second back then. If I remember correctly, I made your portion for you, right? Can you fold 1,000 paper cranes? Lu Xiaoxi quickly changed the subject. Your question is like asking a college student if they know how to solve the chicken and rabbit problem. Then fold one for me, and make sure it's red paper. Wait a minute. Mu quickly finished folding the paper, then took a piece of red paper and cut it into a square. I haven't folded origami cranes in a long time, so my memory is a bit rusty, and I got stuck on many steps. Oh no, how do you solve the chicken and rabbit problem again? Fortunately, I finally managed to fold the origami crane, but due to too many trials and errors, many parts had extra creases, which was a minor flaw. The cardstock was large, and the origami crane was also large. Holding the palm-sized red origami crane in her hand, Lu Xiaoxi was both happy and amused. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and a smile played on her lips, her expression gentle and tender. Red origami cranes symbolize good fortune and auspiciousness, which she has always believed in, just as the dog tooth bracelet she gave to Mu symbolized warding off bad luck and bringing good fortune. The affection in his eyes was almost overflowing. It's all right, do you like it? Mu raised an eyebrow. It's barely acceptable. 2 yuan each. Question mark. The labor fee is free? Lu Xiaoxi, you're not trying to get it for free, are you? Are you obsessed with money? Mu didn't really want to collect money. He just wanted to see Lu Xiaoxi's cute frown. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxi was very cute when she frowned. Hurry up and cut it. There's already so much piled up. Mu's hands were faster, and he folded paper much faster than Lu Xiaoxi cut it. In a short while, Lu Xiaoxi had accumulated quite a lot of paper. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, the door opened. Oh, Xiaoxi's here to play with Mu. Suwen opened the door and saw Lu Xiaoxi sitting with his son. He was all smiles. Honestly, you didn't even bring anything to greet Xiaoxi when she came to visit. Suwen looked at his son, feeling disappointed in him. Lu Xiaoxi is on a diet. Mu felt like he wasn't her biological son. Why was his mother siding with outsiders? It made it seem like he was bullying Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, do you really want to lose weight? Suwen asked incredulously. Lu Xiaoxi already has a great figure. Many girls would envy her. Lu Xiaoxi blushed slightly at the comment. With such a great figure, why would she need to lose weight? Ignoring Mu's winking and subtle hints, Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and shook her head. Hey, see that? Go wash the fruit and bring it out. Suwen gestured with his chin toward the kitchen. Mu had nothing to say, so he got up and took some fruit to the kitchen. He no longer has a place in this family. He turned on the tap, soaked the fruit, and then rinsed it in the basin with the tap. Occasionally, you could still hear the two people's voices. I glanced into the living room and wondered what my mother and Lu Xiaoxi were talking about, though they seemed to be laughing and chatting. It's true what they say, the mother-in-law really took a liking to her daughter-in-law. If Lu Xiaoxi really marries into the family, Mu feels that his good days will be over. Chapter 39-5 So cute. Water droplets dripped from the gaps in the fruit basket, creating a trail of water droplets that stretched between the kitchen and the table. Can't you be a little more careful? The floor's all wet. Suwen went to get a mop to wipe Mu's careless bottom. Want something to eat? Finish this. Lu Xiaoxi was still busy with her own things. She squinted slightly, cut along the crease, and a piece of cardstock was split in two. Why aren't you wearing your glasses? I don't want to bring it. Mu casually leaned back on the sofa, eating the recently popular sunshine rose tea, with one leg propped up on the sofa and his big toe hooked onto his flip-flops to keep them from falling off. Like an old man, Lu Xiaoxi muttered under her breath. What? I said you look like an old man. It's great. Anyway, I'll become an uncle someday. Does this mean I've avoided taking 20 years of detours? Then why didn't you buy a coffin in advance and avoid taking 80 years of detours? Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew softer and softer, almost forgetting that this wasn't just a private space for her and Li Mu, and it was a holiday, so there were some things that shouldn't be said. She glanced guiltily at Su Wan, who was still searching for a mop in the storage room, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You're cursing me, aren't you? Li Mu said mischievously. I didn't say anything. After finishing her work, Lu Xiaoxi put down her hands and ate the fruit with a reserved air. Su Wan gave instructions on the housework, then took a bag of sunflower seeds downstairs to chat with the neighbors from the surrounding area. After resting, I got busy again. The process of making paper lanterns is not complicated, and with Lu Xiaoxi's help, it became much easier. Li Mu took the double-sided tape and glue and quickly made a paper lantern, about the size of a head. These handmade lanterns can't compare to the glowing lanterns sold outside, but they are simple and cheap. Li Mu started making them when he was a child, and over time it became a habit. If Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's house didn't have paper lanterns hanging in front of it during the Mid-Autumn Festival, then things would be serious. Li Mu had already finished making two, so he simply stared straight at Lu Xiaoxi. In class, even if someone is sleeping with their face facing you, you'll feel uncomfortable, let alone being stared at directly. Lu Xiaoxi quickly felt uncomfortable and looked up to meet the eyes of that annoying guy. The two of them then began their comparison in a very tacit way. Whoever looks away first loses. Li Mu was not to be outdone. He had trained his eyes a lot in class before, and now he could hold his gaze for 1 minute and 38 seconds without blinking. He looked at Lu Xiaoxi's delicate face. Her eyes are so bright and sparkling. She's so cute. Her nose is so small and cute. Her ears are a little red, so cute. Her lips are so pink and cute. Her eyebrows are thin and curved, so cute. How does she manage to be so adorable in every way? Li Mu's lips unconsciously curled up. The little man in front of him was becoming more and more handsome the more he looked at him. He is a novelist and online writer who has accumulated a great many words to describe girls. He can say that a girl is so beautiful that she could topple kingdoms and make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. But he would not use these words to describe Lu Xiaoxi. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoxi was beautiful in every way, not just in words, but in a genuine way. A cuteness that defies description with flowery language. There has always been such a lovely girl by his side. Li Mu suddenly frowned, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He put on a stern face, his eyes widened, his mouth twisted to one side, and his facial muscles tensed, making a very difficult face. Ha ha, what's with that expression? Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold back any longer. Her little mouth twitched, and she burst out laughing. Her laughter was like the warbling of a nightingale. She kept patting the sofa, clutching her stomach, and almost couldn't breathe. She almost blushed when Li Mu stared at her intently, and was just about to give in when Li Mu suddenly did this. You lost. Lu Xiaoxi laughed until her face turned bright red, down to her ears and neck. She lay on the sofa, panting heavily, her stomach churning. She hadn't laughed so excessively in a long time. It wasn't until Li Mu spoke that she slowly came to her senses and composed herself. So what? We're not competing to see who can hold it in the longest. Hee hee, you're so lame. Childish. Come on, stick the glue on here. Li Mu, feeling awkward, started teaching Lu Xiaoxi how to make a lantern again. Is this how it is? Following Li Mu's instructions, Lu Xiaoxi successfully glued the two pieces of cardstock together. The lantern's wick was now complete. Little Pig Lu is really smart. Screw you. Whether it was because she had successfully made a lantern wick or because of Li Mu's praise, those 3 words had no effect whatsoever. Just be careful. This glue is very sticky. If it gets on your hand, it will peel off a layer of skin. See, it's your own fault for being careless. Don't you even care about me? What if the skin on my finger really peels off? He reaps what he sows. Lu Xiaoxi frowned as she looked at the hardened glue on Li Mu's hands. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable and silently beat Li Mu in her heart. Such beautiful hands, yet the owner didn't know how to cherish them. Although she works slowly, at least her hands don't get stuck with glue. Actually, you can just scald the glue with hot water and it will come off. Li Mu smiled as he walked into the bathroom. When he came out, his hands were wet, but the glue was gone. How come you don't get burned to death? Such a sharp tongue. Don't you call me a pig every day? Hey. The process of making paper lanterns is not complicated. The most difficult part is folding and cutting. Now that these 2 parts are completed, The final splicing is not a big deal. When Lu Xiaoxi placed the red edge on the yellow lantern core, her eyes lit up. She held up the lantern, her voice filled with excitement. Success. Although it's a bit ugly, congratulations anyway. Limu clapped his hands sincerely. You talk too much, make a few more. Good. The two worked from morning until noon, making a total of 10 paper lanterns. Although Limu did most of the work, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on taking 5 of them no matter what. Limu let her have her way. After all, it was just a few paper lanterns, and there were still plenty of materials left. He could make as many as he wanted. Lu Xiaoxi carefully carried 5 paper lanterns, each bigger than her head, home. So many. Qin Xiaoqian saw that she could barely hold all of her daughter, so she quickly stepped forward to help and took out 2 paper lanterns to hang by the door. Yes, hang one on the lamp, and the remaining 2 in the room. Well, Lu Xiaoxi hung a lantern on her parents' window, and then hung one in her own room. Looking at the lanterns in the window, Lu Xiaoxi was extremely satisfied, and even straightened her back a bit. She had just made a few lanterns and felt confident in herself. Making lanterns was easy, right? How do you fold paper again? Chapter 40, we'll explore our own place. After dinner, Limu was pulled out of the room by Su Wen. Don't stay cooped up in your room all day. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's go see the lanterns together. Su Wen's tone was firm, and Limu knew that if he dared to say no, he would be scolded. The small county town has a strong festive atmosphere. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival, and Lantern Festival, lantern shows are held in the square near the government building. During festivals, the lantern displays at night become a popular activity for every household. When Lu Xiaoxi was little, her father only had a motorcycle. Nighttime was the busiest time of day, so going out was both inconvenient and dangerous. At that time, Li Changheng had already bought a van, so he simply let Lu Xiaoxi's family ride in the van to see the lanterns together. Li Changheng sat in the driver's seat, Su Wen sat in the passenger seat, Lu Xiaoxi's parents sat in the second row, and the 2 children, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi, sat in the last row of 3 seats, playing and frolicking. 1 car, 2 families, 4 adults and 2 children. The 3 adults chatted about everyday things, but Li Changheng, who had only recently started learning to drive, was afraid of getting distracted and didn't dare to join in the conversation. Lu Xiaoxi leaned against Li Mu, her tender little face resting on his shoulder as she watched him play snake. When Lu Xiaoxi was in 4th grade, her father, Lu Ming, also bought a car, and she never rode in a car again after that. But the 2 families still meet up to watch the lanterns together every year. It's a bit chilly this Mid-Autumn Festival. Limu closed the window and took a light jacket from the closet in case it got colder in the dark. After all, who can predict the weather? Mom, are Lu Xiaoxi and the others going? Sure, our 2 families go every year. Why are you asking this? Don't you want Lu Xiaoxi and her family to go? No, I just wanted to ask. The period during his 3rd year of junior high school was the worst time for his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi. During the Mid-Autumn Festival that year, after he learned that Lu Xiaoxi was also going, he stubbornly refused to go. Her stubborn temper was softened by Su Wen's tactic of giving a slap, followed by a sweet treat. After being scolded and then gently comforted, she went along feeling wronged. When they arrived at the lantern display, he didn't say a word and just followed them blankly. Lu Xiaoxi, however, was different from him. She came out happily and chatted happily with her parents, who were also happy. Everyone except him was smiling. At that time, he really hated Lu Xiaoxi and wished she would disappear from his sight. I matured a lot during high school, and my relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't so hostile anymore. Although we didn't talk when we met, we would still exchange pleasantries and wish each other well during holidays. In my senior year of high school, I matured completely. Our awkward conversations quietly escalated into bickering, and we started trying to find ways to make each other angry. He was happy as long as the other person was angry, and Lu Xiaoxi was no exception. Thinking about it now, that's really childish. Limu pulled his wandering thoughts back and followed his mother downstairs. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the neighbors downstairs, I quickly got into my car. This car was only bought 2 years ago. The minivan that could squeeze 6 people in before was sold cheaply. Both the house and the parking lot are the closest to each other. It's just such a coincidence. He only waited in the car for a short while before his own parents and Lu Xiaoxi's parents arrived together and got into their respective cars. Limu looked out the window and saw Lu Xiaoxi about to open the car door. He rolled down the window and whispered a greeting. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. Didn't we just see each other at noon? 5 hours apart feels like 3 autumns. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. Limu didn't close the car window. so he leaned over it to look, but he could only see his own reflection in the window. Is there something on my face? Lu Xiaoxi angrily rolled down the car window and stared at Li Mu. You have dark circles under your eyes. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi rolled up the car window again. The car starts. We arrived at the square quickly. A large artistic Happy Mid-Autumn Festival sign is placed in the center, along with a large plastic mooncake. Lanterns of various colors and shapes were placed in the square and cordoned off with red wire to keep tourists away. The square was packed with people, mostly adults with their children. Many children are sullen and unhappy, probably because they are forced into this state by their parents. Most people come to see the lanterns not actually to see the lanterns themselves, but simply to add to the festive atmosphere. As times change, the festive spirit of holidays is becoming increasingly diluted. Even during the most lively spring festival, many people just want to quickly pay respects to their ancestors, have their New Year's Eve dinner, visit relatives, and then go home to relax. To make themselves feel like they've celebrated the festival, they participate in various activities, such as watching lanterns. What's so interesting about lanterns? They're made by placing a small light inside a layer of translucent plastic. After taking a few photos of the lanterns, both families looked away and chatted as they walked. Our company's boss is a real bastard. His salary remains the same, but we still have to work overtime. Hey, you're lucky. I even got my salary docked. Li Chonghing and Lu Ming put their arms around each other's shoulders and complained about work. My son is always up to no good. All he does is play computer games. Xiaoxi stayed up late last night. Staying up late can cause gray hair. Su Wen and Qin Xiaoqian chatted about their children. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi followed behind. Why aren't you chatting with them? Li Mu suddenly blurted out. I can't get a word in edgewise. I have to wait for them to call me before I can talk. How about we just shop around on our own? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded? Just tell them. I blame you for being scolded. Hee, if you get scolded, just say I tied you up. Li Mu tapped his two mother's shoulders with his two index fingers. What's wrong, Xiaomu? Qin Xiaoqian turned around and saw Li Mu smiling at them, while her daughter huddled behind him. Aunt Qin, Lu Xiaoxi and I would like to go to other places to explore. Qin Xiaoqian was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Su Wen beside her. Both of them could read the other's bewilderment in their eyes. They quickly realized what was happening. Qin Xiaoqian covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, go ahead, but don't go too far. We'll send you a message when we get back. Su Wen's grin stretched from ear to ear. He waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up. Go, go, go. There are lots of stalls here. Take Xiaoxi and have some fun. Okay, remember to send us a message when you're leaving. After Li Mu finished speaking, he turned around and flashed a bright white smile at Lu Xiaoxi. Nonsense, Lu Xiaoxi muttered under her breath. Let's go buy some barbecue. Li Mu gestured with his chin in one direction and ran off like a shot. Lu Xiaoxi followed him closely. Chapter 41 The Pig and the Dog. They were moving in the opposite direction from the crowd. The large crowd slowed them down considerably. To avoid bumping into pedestrians, Lu Xiaoxi dodged left and right, making it difficult for her to keep up with Li Mu. She pursed her lips and grabbed Li Mu's clothes. I feel much safer now. Li Mu was like the bow of a ship, helping her cleave through the surging waves. Under alternating warm and cool lighting, Lu Xiaoxi's pupils trembled slightly, and her heart raced. In that instant, everything was magnified. Or rather, she shrank. Li Mu also shrank. She held a large bag of potato chips in one hand, and clung tightly to Li Mu's clothes with the other, pressing herself close to his back. Looking at his retreating figure, she called out in a childish voice. Brother Li Mu. Huh? You called me. Li Mu turned around abruptly, and the little guy bumped into him without warning. He instinctively wrapped his arms around him. Lu Xiaoxi's pupils contracted sharply as she felt the warmth all over her body, her heart trembling slightly. She suddenly struggled free from the warm embrace and took 2 steps back. She could hear nothing. The only sound in the world was her own heartbeat. What do you want to eat? Li Mu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what had gotten into this girl this time. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful big eyes, her long eyelashes turning blue under the billboard lights. We're doomed. I was momentarily distracted by memories and inexplicably called out a nickname I used when I was a child. Did this guy hear me? Lu Xiaoxi had already imagined what would happen if Li Mu heard her call Brother Li Mu. Oh, Lu Xiaozhu called me brother, so from now on I'll call Lu Xiaozhu little sister. Little Shi, what are you doing? Hurry up and cook for your brother. Little Shi, you don't even know how to use a computer, you're so lame. Little Shi, come warmly into your brother's blanket. What am I thinking about? Especially the last one. Lu Xiaoxi panicked. Her face flushed red, and she felt completely flustered. Are you deaf? What? What do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the sign, Veteran Fried Skewers Shop. There don't seem to be any barbecue restaurants around here, but fried skewers are probably just as good, right? I want chives, corn, sausage, and squid. Okay. Li Mu turned around and went to order. What did you just hear? There are too many people here. I must be hallucinating. I thought you were calling me. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Mu hadn't heard those 4 words. That's true. Given Li Mu's carefree and cheeky personality, if he were to overhear this, he definitely wouldn't behave himself and would probably ridicule her. How much, boss? Let me count. 35 yuan. Young man, would you like some chili? Could you please get me a small bag to put some chili powder in? Yes. When paying, Li Mu then noticed that Suwen had just sent him 500 yuan. It also included 2 thumbs up in the notes. Li Mu was confused and replied with a gif of Kuan drawing a heart. Your mom thinks you don't have money, huh? She's really overthinking it. The 2 ate and strolled around until they reached the center of the square, where there were many stalls for children to play with. Look, there are rabbits. Lu Xiaoxi stopped at a stall, pulled Li Mu back who was about to walk away, pointed to the little rabbits that were locked up on the stall, and her eyes lit up. Don't you already have little Fatty at home? You still want to raise rabbits? I don't want to keep it as a pet. I just think it's cute. You want to toss a ring around? You want to play this? I don't know how to play. It's just tossing rings. Anyone can do it. Boss, 10 rings, please. I got 10 rings from the boss. At a glance, Li Mu saw a collection of trinkets. Pets like rabbits and birds were placed at the front, followed by toys or dolls in the middle, and finally, alcohol. Li Mu didn't know what kind of alcohol it was, but judging from the packaging, it seemed quite expensive. Only the middle object is the easiest to throw. I'll only demonstrate once, watch carefully. Li Mu stuffed the food into Lu Xiaoxi's hands and aimed the hoop at the little pig doll in the very center. Recalling the tutorials on tossing hoops that he had seen in videos, Li Mu smiled and felt confident that he had mastered it. The boss standing to the side gave a wicked smile and secretly shook his head. You're still too young. The way he arranged the prizes was very deliberate. Getting them wouldn't be easy. After throwing 7 in a row, Li Mu began to suspect that the tutorial he had been watching was a scam. Another one was thrown, and the circle and the pig doll just missed each other. Are you even capable? Lu Xiaoxi was getting impatient. She snatched the 2 remaining rings, took a quick aim, and threw them out. The ring fit snugly onto the pig doll's head. The second trap was set on the puppy plush toy next to it. Li Mu. Boss. Holy crap, Lu Xiaoxi, you've mastered martial arts? Huh? What kind of martial arts? Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what Li Mu was talking about. The boss standing nearby was shocked. A trained martial artist? This little girl is one of the 2 in the ring, and she came to his stall to buy goods? Upon realizing this, the shopkeeper was startled and quickly took the 2 plush toys over. Hee, we can only play 10 rounds this time. And what about him? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to another tourist whose arm was covered in rings, at least 30 or 40 of them. They had been throwing them since they arrived and hadn't finished yet. He was someone I hired as a shill. Lu Xiaoxi and Li Mu didn't continue playing. Tossing rings can make you 30 yuan for 10 rings. The profit margin is ridiculously high. If you win 1, you won't lose. If you win 2, you'll make a killing. How long are you going to hold me like that? What? I bought the ring with my money. But this is what I threw here. Then 1 for each person. Li Mu, you still want dolls? I didn't know you had such a girlish heart. Lu Xiaoxi said in a high-pitched voice, deliberately mocking him. Lu Xiaoxi was carrying 2 plush toys the size of her arms, and could only hook the bag of fried skewers with her little finger. She was having some difficulty walking, and the person next to her showed no intention of helping her at all. Li Mu looked at her with a mischievous grin. They practically have, I'll help you if you beg me, written all over their faces. Lu Xiaoxi angrily bumped her head against him. Which one do you want? You are Lu Xiaoxi, so this pig belongs to you. Then you're a dog. Maybe I should keep this pig. So you admit you're a pig? A common, unsurprising bickering. At last, Li Mu followed behind Lu Xiaoxi, carrying a pig plush toy. The tables had turned. Lu Xiaoxi needed the puppy plush toy, occasionally picking it up to look at it. 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth exactly like Li Mu. There were also many fried skewers. She tucked the doll under her arm and slurped the skewers clean, her mouth full of oil. Luckily, there were tissues in the bag. When Li Mu wanted to eat fried skewers, she handed him the bag, and the trash went from her hand to Li Mu's hand. Lu Xiaoxi, am just too clever. Please urge me to update. I'm getting anxious because nobody's urging me to update. I want to ask for more updates. Chapter 42, Little Fatty. The two went around in circles. Finally, we returned to the lantern display. The lanterns, in various colors, are so simply made that you can see the light bulbs inside the thin film. Several children were playing with a flying rocket, jumping and skipping around. The rocket landed next to Lu Xiaoxi, startling her. She quickly moved closer to someone. I feel a sense of security whenever I'm close to someone. Did you change your shampoo? No, does it smell? It's a bit smelly. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi pinched him, but he didn't budge. It felt like she had pinched a piece of cotton, and she felt even more uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi sniffed her hair, but there was no smell at all. This wretched guy just knew how to tease her. Are you still going to shop? If not, let's go back. Lu Xiaoxi nodded gently. It's already past 10 o'clock, and judging from the looks of it, their parents have no intention of sending them any messages. Mu and Su shared a location and quickly met up with the parents. But neither set of parents showed any intention of going back. They had no choice but to follow behind. Mu rubbed his stomach, feeling a little hungry. It's not that he has a small appetite, but rather that he's been eating Lu Xiaoxi's cooking every day over there, which has spoiled his stomach. Su-Wen's cooking skills are also questionable. Since returning home, he's only eaten half a meal each time before making an excuse to leave, leaving the leftovers for his dad to handle. I only ate 3 skewers of fried food. Lu Xiaoxi ate the rest. Lu Xiaoxi, is there anything left to eat at your house? What? Didn't you say you'd compensate me this morning? I've thought it over. Just treat me to a late-night snack instead. You mean this? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. There are only leftovers left. Can you heat it up for me? Limu chuckled. You're such a busybody. It was already 11 p.m. when I got home. Limu took a shower and sat on the sofa playing on his phone. He kept hearing lines like, "The Dragon King has arrived," and "Dragon Group Agent," in his ears, and he knew that his dad was watching short videos on the internet again. Su Wenhao arrogantly occupied 3 sofa seats, lying on his side with a face mask on while watching TV, one leg draped over Li Chongheng's leg, constantly squeezing Li Chongheng's living space. Seeing his father's pathetic state of anger that he dared not express, Li Mu became even more determined. He must have the throne of the family after he got married. The throne of an emperor. Mom, do you still have any face masks? What? I want to apply this mask so I can get my fair skin back quickly. You're not ugly now. You look quite healthy. Su-Wen looked her son up and down. Judging from his appearance alone, she was quite satisfied with her eldest son, Li Mu. Other people's kids get acne like crazy during puberty in middle and high school, and their faces end up with pitted scars. But my son rarely gets acne, and when he does, it's just small pimples that don't leave scars. Her skin was so good that even she, a mother, was envious. A white spot is better than a black spot, right? Here, apply this before bed, and you can take it off after half an hour. Su-Wen took out a stack of face masks from the coffee table drawer and instructed them, then changed the subject. If you don't want to use them, take them to school for Xiaoxi to use. Girls need to take care of their skin, you know? You go tell her. What's the point of telling me all this? It's not like I'm telling her to apply it. When Li Mu's phone rang, he glanced at it, smiled, picked it up, and ran away. In front of Lu Xiaoxi's door. He cleared his throat, wondering why things had to be so formal. Knocking on the door, the sound of slippers clattering came from inside. The girl looked like she had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet and hadn't been dried yet, and she was wearing loose bare pajamas. Lu Xiaoxi only opened the door a crack for him, her large, resentful eyes scrutinizing him. After making sure no one was around, she let him in. It smells so good. You pervert. Stop sniffing me, Lu Xiaoxi said, pulling her pajamas tighter in disgust. You're the pervert. I said the food smelled good, not you. Of course, you smell good too. You still say you're not a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi's little fists hardened, but when she thought of Li Mu saying she smelled good, she felt hot and dry, like ants crawling on her, a tingling and numb sensation. Li Mu looked around at this home he hadn't visited for several months. The layout of the house was exactly the same. If he had to say something, the only difference was that the placemats had been changed color. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. To the left is Lu Xiaoxi's apartment, with the door tightly closed and a few lights shining through the crack. Where are Uncle Lu and Aunt Xin? I'm going downstairs to play badminton. Hee, now it's just the 2 of us here. Meow. The big orange cat, Xiaofei, pawed at Li Mu's trouser leg. Li Mu simply picked it up and shook it up and down, feeling its heavy weight. Hiss, it's going to get as fat as a little pig. Meow. The chubby little cat seemed to understand human speech. It swept its tail across Li Mu's face and pushed Li Mu's face closer and closer with its two paws. But how could a kitten's strength compare to that of a human? Li Mu gave Xiaofei a quick kiss on his fluffy face before putting him down. Xiaofei is an orange cat that Lu Xiaoxi adopted in 5th grade. It idles around all day and is almost evolving into an orange pig. Because Lu Xiaoxi is going to college in another city, Xiaofei has been idling around at the place where Lu Xiaoxi's parents work. Don't kiss Little Fatty's face. Little Fatty doesn't mind. Meow. Little Fatty's big paw left a small mark on Li Mu's face. I find it disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi muttered softly, her head down. She had just kissed Xiaofei on the cheek, and only a few minutes later Li Mu kissed him again. Wah, Little Fatty's not clean anymore. Where's the food? It's on the table. Hurry up and finish eating. My parents will be back soon. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a meal, nothing shameful. Li Mu pulled out a table, opened the stainless steel food lid, and wisps of cigarette smoke drifted up. He could smell it as soon as he entered. If it were cold food, there certainly wouldn't be any smell wafting out. Braised pork belly, pig's trotters, and tilapia are all meat dishes, and all of them are Li Mu's favorites. The tilapia is not big, but there is still half of the fish left untouched. The only drawback is that all these dishes have large chunks of chili peppers. Leftovers are unavoidable. It's not that he can't eat spicy food, he just prefers milder flavors. I am deeply grateful for the hot dish served by the class monitor. Li Mu put on his dramatic act, cupping his hands in a fist salute, while the little fat cat on his lap joined in the fun. You've already graduated from high school, so please don't call me class monitor anymore. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to laugh. She was the class monitor in high school, and Li Mu didn't know what got into him, but he called her class monitor and did so in class. She felt a little embarrassed, but she got used to it over time. Then let's go with Lu Xiaoxi. Go eat your food, and get out of here right after you're done. Almost there, just a little bit. Li Mufeng swept away the remaining clouds. I didn't eat much pork, but I finished the rest of the fish. I broke out in a light sweat. I had overestimated my ability to handle spicy food. Where's the drink? Trying to push your luck, huh? Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu, whose face was red from the spiciness, and felt both amused and a little sorry for him. She filled a bottle of orange juice for him, and then picked up the chubby little boy on his leg. He wouldn't let Xiaofei play with him. Chapter 43 Friendship Turns Sour. A hearty meal. Li Mu almost cried from the spiciness. I won't eat here next time. It's like nobody cares if you come. Give it to me, little fatty. What? Lu Xiaoxi squinted at him warily. Only she could kiss Xiaofei. I'll just touch it a couple of times and then go back. I won't kiss it. You'd better be. Lu Xiaoxi let Li Mu take the cat away. Just as I reached out, I felt his arm lightly brush against my chest. She clutched her chest, her bright, watery eyes reflecting Li Mu's gaze. Has Li Mu lost his mind? Are they taking advantage of the fact that there are only two people here and they're consumed by lust? This is her house. If she yells here, Li Mu's house will hear her too, and Aunt Sue and Uncle Li will definitely hear her too. Li Mu was still teasing Xiaofei, seemingly oblivious to everything, which made Lu Xiaoxi, who was about to lash out, hesitate again. It was probably just an accident. Her eyes became even more resentful. I got up early today, planning to take a shower and go to bed, but this guy suddenly wanted me to have a late-night snack with him and even heat up the food for him. He's a big guy, but he eats very slowly, from 11 to 11:30. It's hard to believe he didn't do it on purpose. It's all this guy's fault. Lu Xiaoxi snorted twice and kicked Li Mu under the table. Li Mu was wearing shorts, and her calves had leg hair. The soles of her feet were itchy. The person ignored her and gave Little Fatty a kiss on the cheek. You said you wouldn't kiss me. Although Little Fatty was as fat as a pig, it was covered in fur and felt quite nice to pet. Little Fatty was so depressed that it gave up resisting and was picked up by Li Mu like a piece of cured meat and put into various positions. Seeing that Li Mu was ignoring her, Lu Xiaoxi gave Li Mu's shin a light kick. Li Mu didn't let her have her way. He clamped his legs together and easily trapped the girl's small feet inside. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi's delicate eyebrows furrowed as she braced herself against the table, unable to break free. The blush on her face was hard to tell whether it was from holding it in or from shyness. You've gotten addicted to kicking people, haven't you? Open. I won't let go. Let go. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. The current position was strange, and it added to her immense shame for no reason. If she didn't let go, she would really get angry. Footsteps came from the stairwell, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. Li Mu immediately let go of his foot. Lu Xiaoxi was freed from her restraints and sat obediently in her seat. Oh, Xiaomu is here to play with Xiaoxi. Qin Xiaoqian was changing her shoes at the door when she saw an extra boy at the dinner table and smiled happily. No, I'm looking for little fatty. There's a stunningly beautiful woman named Lu Xiaoxi here. Do you really believe that you're here to play with Xiaofei? Qin Xiaoqian saw through it, but didn't say anything. She didn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people as long as they didn't cross the line. Hurry up and go back, I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi got up, snatched Xiaofei away, and pushed Li Mu out. Li Mu smiled, walked to the door, and then looked back. Lu Xiaoxi held Xiaofei in her arms and looked at him from beside the table, her little eyes seeming to be blaming him. Good night. After saying that, Li Mu opened the door and went out. Lu Xiaoxi stood there blankly, tightening her grip on her hands. Disgusting. Perverted. Pornographic. You big idiot. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, put down Xiaofei, rushed into the room, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and only half of her head was exposed. The dim light from the desk lamp shone on her face, her big eyes blinking, the two words from before echoing in her ears. Good night. Who wants to say good night to you? Li Mu had mentioned this word to her yesterday, but only on WeChat. Although I had some trouble sleeping last night, I didn't experience the kind of frantic heartbeat I feel today. There was also a yellow puppy doll on the bed. Lu Xiaoxi hugged the puppy toy to her chest, rested her chin on it, and her breath bounced back onto her face, moistening her eyes, which trembled frequently under the light of the small desk lamp. That scoundrel Li Mu. A cool breeze blew by. Lu Xiaoxi, barefoot, tried to close the window. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to a small white object, which she held in her hand and examined. The Teru Teru Bozu, Sunny doll, was a birthday gift that Li Mu gave her when she was little. When I was a child, I didn't have money to buy gifts, so I had to make them myself. A simple piece of white cloth, a ping-pong ball, and a black rope, that's all it takes for a birthday gift. She vaguely remembered being very happy when she received the gift and kissed someone on the cheek, leaving a puddle of drool, which the person then wiped away in disgust. She gave Li Mu a birthday present that year? Was it a yo-yo she won in a 5-yuan lottery? Or a toy gun? She couldn't remember. She only remembered that she had given Li Mu a greeting card back in high school, or at most a bag of dog-themed snacks. When she was little, she really loved to stick close to Li Mu. This Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll shaped like a sunny day, had been hanging by the window for so long that she had completely gotten used to it and forgotten it existed until today when it was finally noticed. Perhaps due to the wind and rain, the snow-white Teru Teru Bozu, a type of Japanese doll, has developed mold spots and is now mottled and unsightly. Looking at the ever-present smiling face of the Teru Teru Bozu doll, Lu Xiaoxi was suddenly moved. It was a birthday gift from Li Mu. I don't know if it can be washed clean. She clumsily untied the rope and took out the ping-pong ball inside. There are also ugly words on the ping-pong ball. Li Mu's name is on top, and Lu Xiaoxi's name is below, enclosed in a large heart. More than 10 years have passed, and she only discovered this today. I tiptoed over and opened the packet of chicken cleaner, then put the white cloth in to soak. She went back to bed, placed the ping-pong ball with the heart drawn on it on one side of her pillow, thought for a moment, and then took the origami crane as well. After sending Li Mu a good night message, she quietly fell asleep while hugging the doll. Wah! His scent filled the air. Mom and Dad are already asleep. Li Mu washed his face and returned to his room, where he lay lazily on the bed in a starfish position. The feeling of fullness made it difficult for him to fall asleep quickly. Seeing Lu Xiaoju's good night message, Li Mu turned off his phone, lay quietly on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, letting his thoughts wander. He turned to the side, and his eyes met those of the pig doll. He couldn't resist the soft, yielding touch as he rested his head on the pillow. Li Mu always thought of himself as a sunny, cheerful guy, but he never expected that he would one day like dolls. His hand unconsciously rubbed the dog tooth on his left wrist. A petite figure entered my mind. It was a girl with furrowed brows and pursed lips playing Connect 4 with him under the quiet pavilion. She was the pretty young girl who gave him small mooncakes before the festival. It is a stunning silhouette of someone carrying a doll, walking under the moonlight, strolling among the lanterns. What kind of feelings did he have for Lu Xiaoxi? Recalling all the things that happened together from childhood to adulthood makes one blush and their heart race. My mom told me that after he and Lu Xiaoxi were born, they were assigned to adjacent beds in the hospital. He and Lu Xiaoxi have known each other for 19 years in the true sense. If we consider the time they spent together as the starting point, the 19-year timeline, beginning from infancy, is surprisingly tight and intertwined. His relationship with Lu Xiaoxi developed in a very complicated way. This led him to misjudge the relationship between the two. Whether they were childhood sweethearts or just friends, whatever their relationship was now, he had to admit one thing. The friendship between him and her had expired and started to change. Chapter 44 Ideal Partner. With the rare double holiday approaching, most families will take advantage of the long break to travel. Mu couldn't understand why they would choose to suffer at crowded tourist attractions instead of taking a proper rest during their rare holiday. The entire holiday is peak season for tourist attractions. No matter when you go, it will be packed with people. Any attempt to find a shortcut or try to find a specific spot will be futile. Only savvy families choose to stay at home and relax. For example, Mu's family and their neighbors across the hall. The National Day holiday is just one day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Chonghing crossed his long legs, held a cup of hot goji berry water in his hand, and stared intently at the live broadcast of the flag-raising ceremony on TV. If you didn't look at his round belly, he really did look like a domineering CEO. On the table was a large, sliced mooncake. Su-wen ate it with a fork while looking at her phone. Eventually, she got a little tired of it and put the lid back on to seal it. Why don't you bring a package of mooncakes to eat at school in a few days? No, that's too much trouble. Mu sat on the sofa playing on his phone with the same domineering CEO pose as his father. Then let's have fried mooncakes tonight, and try to finish them as soon as possible so we don't waste them. He could already imagine what the meals would be like for the next few days. Breakfast consisted of mooncakes with soy milk, lunch of mooncakes with green vegetables, and dinner of stir-fried mooncakes. This continued for several days until all the mooncakes were gone. Mu and his father exchanged a glance, and he noticed that his father's eyes contained 3 parts shock, 3 parts panic, and 4 parts despair. Yes, he has learned the spirit of the domineering CEO. Li Chonghing was making faces and his face was practically twitching. He was practically screaming, "Think of a solution. How does the 5-nut mooncake taste?" Actually, it's alright. It's just that Mu doesn't like it. How good is Su-wen's cooking? To put it bluntly, it's comparable to a 3-star Michelin chef, barely edible. The combination of these two results in a terrifyingly awful dish. However, his and his father's cooking skills were even worse. They were lucky to have anything to eat. Even if Su-wen's cooking was terrible, they wouldn't say anything. Compared to his mother's terrible cooking, Mu suddenly thought that something spicy was not bad, and he had to find a way to go to Lu Xiaoxi's house for a meal. Why don't we just give Lu Xiaoxi some money and have her buy us a lunchbox? I can't let my mom see this, otherwise she'll nag me again, saying things like, "My son has grown up and now he doesn't care about his mother anymore." Or "My son has grown up and I'm no longer home." He glanced at the wedding photos hanging on the wall, which were over a decade old. Even with the frames protecting them, the photos were inevitably yellowed and covered in the dust of time. His mother, Su-wen, is a great beauty, as you can tell from their wedding photo. As for his father, Li Chongheng, he was handsome and refined, almost like a different person compared to his current father. It is because of these two people that I exist. All of that is in the past, and Mu doesn't want to dwell on it too much. The present is what life is all about. He didn't have any goals. Having money and a wife would be enough. He felt that this wasn't an easy thing. Leaving money aside, having a wife was a big problem. Ideal partner. He's 1.65 meters tall, has shoulder-length short hair, is youthful and lively, and they both find each other attractive. Most importantly, they haven't known each other for too long. They must know each other well. It's that simple and unpretentious. Isn't this Lu Xiaoxi? No, he and Lu Xiaoxi don't even think much of each other, and they don't get along at all right now. She's definitely not his ideal partner, at least not right now. Mu quickly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. His phone was still running a game. He was a dedicated gamer and shouldn't be distracted by trivial matters. He couldn't let his teammates down. The lobby was a bit noisy, with the sounds of live streaming and short videos on his dad's phone, so Mu went back to his room. A relatively quiet environment would be much better for playing games. There was a soft knock at the door, and Su-wen got up to open it. "Hello, Aunt Su." The girl outside the door was pretty and her smile was as sweet as cotton candy. Everyone who saw her would love her. "Oh, it's Xiaoxi. Are you here to play with Mu?" Su-wen was pleasantly surprised and smiled broadly. "I don't know why, but I've been visiting people much more often these past few days than before. Yes, my computer has arrived. I wanted to ask Mu how to use it." The girl was carrying the large cardboard box with some difficulty. "Computer? Ask me. I've been using computers for 20 years. Li Chonghing cleared his throat and was about to get up when he suddenly felt something terrifying staring at him. He looked closely and met Su-wen's horrifying gaze. He shuddered and immediately sat back down. Haha, Mu is playing games in his room. Li Mu's door was left a crack, so Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to go in and only knocked lightly on the door. Why are we all family knocking on the door? Li Mu was puzzled. He looked up but couldn't see a face. However, he saw the girl's slender arms and immediately perked up. He quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and saw the large cardboard box in the girl's arms and that familiar logo. A computer? Yes, we just arrived. Why don't you come in first? Lu Xiaoxi looked around, not daring to step inside. The room was Li Mu's private space, and the little girl was afraid of seeing things she shouldn't see. Li Mu, you play with Xiaoxi for a bit. I'm going to buy groceries for tonight. Su Wen gave Li Chonghing a look, and even the blockhead Li Chonghing understood. He nodded and said, I'll take your mother. Even if he doesn't understand, he still has to go with her. Once they get to the market, whether or not Su Wen buys vegetables is no longer up to him. He doesn't want to eat fried mooncakes. The two left home in a hurry. Let's stay outside. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She was scared, like a tiny kitten entering a doghouse, about to be eaten at any moment. Whatever you want. Should we just break it up? Li Mu turned off the mobile game. Teammates are only temporary, but Lu Xiaoxi is real and important. There's no need to compare which is more important. I saw online that it's best to record an unboxing video for your computer. You can unbox it for me and I'll record the video. No problem. Li Mu helped her move the clutter on the coffee table, put the large cardboard box on it, and after confirming that Lu Xiaoxi was recording a video, he carefully opened the box with scissors. Li Mu frowned slightly, looking very serious and quite handsome. From her perspective, she could see Li Mu's beautiful collarbone below his neckline. The girl's phone was very restless. She kept taking pictures of Li Mu's face, almost making the computer disappear from her sight several times. What's wrong with this phone? Is it broken? The viewing angle is out of control. The unboxing process lasted 10 minutes. From taking out the computer to checking for defects, everything was done carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, the recording ended. Items of all sizes were laid out one by one, including a keyboard and a mouse. You bought quite a complete set. Yes, this is a free gift. The parts here were bought from the same store. The girl felt she was being incredibly clever. Anyway, she didn't understand these things, so she always assumed that she was getting a good deal when there was a price reduction or a free gift. This is called a peripheral device. I'll help you test it out later. Now, turn on the computer. I'll show you how to turn it on. Just press this button to turn it on. I know that. Okay, I'll set it up for you. After a little more time, the computer was ready to use and connected to his home's Wi-Fi. Lu Xiaoxi's first computer was at his house. It's been half an hour. Why haven't my parents come back yet? Chapter 45 Touching Hands. Is it okay now? The girl saw the initial screen of the computer appear, tossed her hair, and curiously leaned closer. Because Lu Xiaoxi is nearsighted and doesn't wear glasses, she can only squint when looking at the computer. She and Li Mu were only a fist's distance apart. Li Mu could smell a faint fragrance in the air, not the rose scent from their school days. What kind of shower gel do you use? This guy not only doesn't answer my questions, but he's also smelling my scent. The perverted act of sniffing girls. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know if she had the right to say that about Li Mu. The unboxing video, which is over 10 minutes long, only has a few minutes left if you subtract the footage of Li Mu's collarbone and below his collar. It's as if the phone has developed its own consciousness. It's a lecherous phone. Li Mu, shameless as ever, readily admitted it. He smelled it a lot at school. She could smell it as soon as she got close. She couldn't just stop breathing, could she? Li Mu typed on the keyboard, the computer screen changing again and again, opening this and that. Seeing him staring intently at the screen and typing blindly, Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was incredibly skilled. If it were her, she'd probably have to look at the keyboard and type each letter one by one. She didn't know anything about computers and was completely confused, so she simply stopped looking at the screen and started looking at Li Mu's hands instead. Li Mu's hands are thin, with long, slender fingers and fine hairs. When his fingers tap the keyboard, the veins on the back of his hands twitch. She looked at her fair and delicate hands. They were so small that it seemed Li Mu could easily encircle them with one hand. Lu Xiaoxi had never noticed before that Li Mu's hands were so beautiful. There were only two people in the hall, and they were standing very close together. The person next to her seemed to be a green bamboo, and Lu Xiaoxi could smell a faint, elegant fragrance, which smelled very nice. What kind of shower gel do you use? You perverted little pig Lu who sniffs boys all the time. Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone from earlier. Speak quickly. I forgot. I just used it casually. Go check in the bathroom. Our whole family uses the same bottle. Forget it. I don't want to become a pervert like you. But you just smelled me, didn't you? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. This double standard is too obvious. You smell me too. Then we're both perverts. You're wrong. You're the only one who's a pervert. There are two perverts in the hall. One is Li Mu, and the other is the big idiot Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She would never admit that she was a pervert. Li Mu chuckled, and his movements slowed down a bit. After downloading a few commonly used apps, Li Mu clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Lu Xiaoxi, who was standing to the side, was stunned. When I was little, I watched martial arts movies with my dad. The characters in those movies were like that too. They could crack and pop their fists as soon as they clenched them. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break them. Wanna learn? How did you do that? Lu Xiaoxi imitated his fist, but all she could see was the flesh on his hand gradually turning red. There wasn't a sound at all. Come on, let me help you. Li Mu grasped her hand, hooked 2 fingers around her index finger, and gently pulled it upwards. The expected pain did not come. Her joints seemed to loosen for a moment, making a crisp sound. Lu Xiaoxi's mouth opened slightly, quite surprised. I can actually do that myself. Li Mu felt the little hand in his palm was warm and soft. Li Mu gently kneaded Lu Xiaoxi's small hand, his eyes slowly widening. The visual and tactile impact was enormous. This was the first time he had held a girl's hand since puberty. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable being pinched, but suddenly realized something and quickly pulled her hand out of the warm little nest, her face flushed. She glared fiercely at the scoundrel who had taken advantage of her with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. This guy? How can he so skillfully and naturally hold a girl's hand? They were even rubbing and pinching her hands. Don't they know you can't just touch a girl's hands like that? Li Mu was also a little shy. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to feel comfortable taking advantage of Lu Xiaoxi. However, his blush was much less pronounced than Lu Xiaoxi's, and his skin was thick enough that it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. His relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't close enough for them to touch hands freely, at least not now. He seems to have taken a liking to Lu Xiaoxi's hands. Li Mu was startled. Could it be that he had a potential hand fetish? Hee, how can I teach you if I don't use my hands? Can't you just say it out loud? Press your middle finger down and see if it works. Lu Xiaoxi shifted her gaze to her hand, then looked at Li Mu, still somewhat doubtful. She tried pressing down on her finger, but felt pain before she even got halfway down. Talking won't work, you have to do it yourself. I'll help you. Li Mu wanted to take her small hand again. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not learning anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned her hand, and a thin middle finger was pointed at him. Li Mu gestured with his hand, pointing 2 middle fingers at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi lifted one foot and struggled to make her middle toe stand up. You won. Do you want to play games? If so, I'll download a gaming platform for you, but all the games on it cost money. Is it fun? It's alright. It mainly depends on whether you want to play or not. There are tens of thousands of games on the platform. There's bound to be one you like. Then download it. The main concern is that you might download pirated software, get scammed, and end up helping the other party count their money. Li Mu took control of the computer again and started downloading something. I'm not that stupid. Little Pig Lu is the smartest of all. You're disgusting. Li Mu laughed and said, no matter how disgusting it is, you still have to rely on me. That was true. Lu Xiaoxi had no words to refute it, so she simply ignored him and sat quietly on the sofa watching him operate. Out of the corner of Li Mu's eye, he could catch a glimpse of her fair little feet and toes. Her toes were neatly trimmed, with no extra nails or nail grime, and her rounded toes were twitching. So cute. Does he also have a foot fetish? No. Li Mu has a clear understanding of himself. He's just a womanizer. Lu Xiaoxi didn't notice, lost in her own thoughts, occasionally glancing up at the chandelier, sometimes glancing sideways at the person beside her, and suddenly feeling a little bored. I've downloaded everything that needed to be downloaded. So many things. Lu Xiaoxi leaned over and counted the files on the table. There were more than 20 of them, and many of them were unfamiliar. The most familiar ones were the penguin and the green and white bubbles. These 2 are for listening to music, these are for games and accelerators, and these 2 are for watching videos. I just logged in, and you can use my account to watch videos in the future. It's an annual VIP account. Oh, I'll steal your account when I get back. Lu Xiaoxi put on a mischievous tone. You haven't even figured out how to play the game, and you're already thinking about hacking accounts? Do you want to be a hacker in the future? No, hackers break into other people's networks. If you're going to be a hacker, be a white hat hacker. Wow, you actually know about these things. I'm naturally very smart. Lu Xiaoxi straightened her back a bit, knowing that someone must be looking at her with new respect. Then tell me what Baiku is. It's It's the opposite of hacker, that's what the video says. Li Mu smiled and let it go. He had only a superficial understanding of this subject and didn't want to discuss such irrelevant matters with Lu Xiaoxi. It's been an hour already. Why haven't my parents come back yet? Chapter 46, She's Not Lustful at All. After Li Mu finished setting up the basics and downloading the necessary software, Lu Xiaoxi took over the computer. She was a little unfamiliar with the software. When she clicked on it with the mouse and it wouldn't open, she would click twice. Occasionally, a pop-up message would appear asking, "User account control? Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device?" She could understand each word individually, but when they were put together, they formed sentences that she couldn't comprehend. She had no idea about equipment or hard drives, so she could only cast a pleading look at the person next to her. Just click yes, and you'll be fine. If you click no, you won't be able to get in. Oh, by the way, the system firewall is very strong, so I didn't download any security software for you. As long as you use it normally, there won't be any problems. Just don't browse any unhealthy websites, or you might get a virus. You think girls watch this stuff like you boys? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, her index and middle fingers forming a sword, and thrust it straight at Li Mu's lower abdomen. Unexpectedly, Li Mu's abdomen was so hard. Li Mu didn't react at all, but his fingers hurt instead. Studies have shown that women are 6 times more lustful than men. Li Mu countered with reason and evidence. That was another girl, not me. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. She's not lustful at all. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Li Mu didn't say anything, but stood up, relaxed, walked around the sofa twice, and took out a mooncake from the refrigerator. Want some? I won't eat it. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at it, and when she saw that it was mixed nuts, she immediately lost interest. No matter how hungry she was, she didn't want to eat mixed nuts. You're not eating any, but I'm having fried mooncakes tonight. Huh. This was the first time Lu Xiaoxi had ever heard of stir-fried mooncakes as a dish, or rather, a staple food. Mooncakes are already high in calories, and if they were stir-fried in oil, wouldn't one bite cause a face full of pimples? Don't you feel sorry for me? What are you trying to say? I'm starting to miss your cooking. I don't cook at home. My mom does all the cooking. I miss your mother's cooking. It seems like my dad has been cooking these past few days. I miss your dad's cooking. I think you just don't want to eat Aunt Sue's food. Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful eyebrows curved, and she bit her lip to suppress a laugh, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. This guy said all that, but he just didn't want to eat fried mooncakes. He was just trying to find ways to freeload at his own house. The two families actually frequently host meals for each other. Whenever her family hosted a dinner party, Aunt Sue would come to the kitchen to help them cook. Li Mu and Li Changheng, who couldn't cook, could only sit in the living room. When Li Mu's family hosted a dinner party, she and her mother would help Aunt Sue cook, and her father would occasionally help out as well. Li Mu and Li Changheng would still just sit in the living room. Ultimately, there are only 2 people who truly can't cook. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know Su Wen's true cooking skills, but seeing Li Mu's expression, she had a general idea. However, since she and her mother always helped out at mealtimes, the food wasn't bad. Shoo, keep your voice down. It'll be terrible if my mom comes back. Li Mu glanced guiltily at the door, genuinely worried that his mother might happen to come back. His mother, Su Wen, is a master of timing. Back in junior high, he would play on his phone until late at night before taking a shower, forgetting to bring his clothes. So he sneaked out wearing only his underwear. Just as he reached the door, his mother came out, half asleep. It left a shadow on him. All right, why isn't Aunt Sue and Uncle Li back yet? Should we give them a call? Okay, let me see. Li Mu actually took out his phone and made a call. Fortunately, Su Wen answered the phone. Li Mu asked her why she hadn't come back yet, but Su Wen said they were at the seafood market. Here you are. It's good that nothing bad happened. So what do you want to do? Whatever you want, as long as it's not fried mooncakes. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Eat for free. Li Mu pondered for a moment. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. There must be no one else in the world who could say eating for free so confidently. What's our relationship? What's wrong with letting me have some? What's our relationship? So many relationships, classmates, friends, neighbors, and now there's an additional layer of relationships, tenants. Lu Xiaoxi didn't hear the 4 words she wanted to hear, so she snorted coldly, ignored him, and turned back to continue studying her computer. Lu Xiaoxi will refuse to do something she can't do in person. If she keeps quiet and sulking like this, there's a 98% chance she agreed, and a 0.2% chance that Lu Xiaoxi didn't hear her. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. Lu Xiaoxi opened a video app, wanting to find a recently popular romance TV series to watch. By the way, this account belongs to Li Mu, right? She wanted to see what kind of books Li Mu usually read. He opened the viewing history in front of Li Mu and openly browsed through it. There are anime series, game videos, anime clips, and quite a few novel tutorials. Occasionally, you can find a few cosplay videos. She knew about cosplay. Most cosplay involved playing characters from games or anime. Lu Xiaoxi clicked on it as if possessed, and what she saw was a vast expanse of Snow White. The cosplayers in the video were wearing different clothes, and the video was also accompanied by a pink and purple filter with beautiful women everywhere. Ah man. Li Mu chuckled and sat down next to her, curious to see what video she was watching. At first glance, I thought, wow, these girls are beautiful. At second glance, oh, it looks familiar. He soon stopped laughing. This is called a comic convention, you know, right? Li Mu hurriedly explained, though he didn't know why he needed to explain. In short, it's about getting caught watching videos of beautiful women and the guilt of having your hidden fetishes exposed. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't explain. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when looking at pretty girls in the future. Alright, I know you're a homebody. What do you want to see? Li Mu used his skillful method of changing the subject, which brought the conversation to an end. Just browsing. What type of movie would you like to watch? Li Mu shamelessly shifted his position, pushing Lu Xiaoxi aside, and hovered his hand above the mouse. Lu Xiaoxi was afraid that Li Mu would touch her hand again, so she timidly withdrew it, and Li Mu naturally gained control of the computer. The two were now less than a fist width apart. A recently popular romance drama about a couple who work together in a big city, buy a house, get married, and have children, but unfortunately, the female lead is diagnosed with cancer. What kind of melodramatic TV series is this? It must be terrible. It's made specifically for little girls like you. A little girl? How is she little? She's clearly the same age as Li Mu. Then tell me what looks best. A real man should watch action-packed sci-fi movies. I've watched this movie, where humans fight alien monsters, twice already. Is there any possibility? She's a girl, isn't she? Chapter 47, A Heartwarming Dinner. Suwen finally got home. As soon as the door opened, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were sitting together studying a computer. The two of them were standing incredibly close together. If we got any closer, we could even kiss. Su Wenxin was overjoyed, her eyes shining. They even fantasized about the wonderful life they would have with Lu Xiaoxi after she married into the family. My son is doing great. Mom, you spent so long at the market and all you bought was this. Li Mu stared into thought as he looked at the bag of bean sprouts in his mother's hand. You spent 3 hours at the farmer's market and even visited the seafood market, and you're telling me you only bought a bag of bean sprouts? The gas alone must have cost over 10 yuan this trip. I couldn't buy what I wanted to eat. Suwen smiled awkwardly. They weren't going to the farmer's market. I was chatting with my neighbor downstairs, eating sunflower seeds for 3 hours straight, and my hands are numb. This bag of bean sprouts was just something I bought to get by when I went to the market. We've decided to have stir-fried mooncakes tonight. Bean sprouts are just a side dish. Where's Dad? Playing chess with others downstairs. Suwen looked at Lu Xiaoxi with a smile and said softly, Xiaoxi, would you like to have dinner here tonight? No need, Aunt Su. Lu Xiaoxi casually brushed it off. She certainly didn't want to eat fried mooncakes. After chatting about this and that for a while, Lu Xiaoxi packed up her computer and left. She returned to her room. The computer was placed aside, and she lay quietly on the bed. Little fatty Meow followed her down, meowing softly. The clever big cat sensed that something was wrong with its owner and scratched her vigorously with its fluffy tail. Little fatty, stop fooling around. Meow. The big cat had no idea why its owner's face was so red. It only knew that the massage was very comfortable. I was watching a sci-fi movie at Li Mu's house just now. Li Mu was like a child sharing something, reviewing the plot while explaining the development of the story to me. He even went on and on about the later plot of the original movie. She used to watch romantic comedies, and even when she watched anime, it was always about pure love and slice of life. Occasionally, she would follow trends and watch some popular genres, but she had never been interested in science fiction and didn't want to be. But she had just watched an entire movie with Li Mu. That's weird. Moreover, when the two of them sat together, Li Mu's calf would always brush against her calf. Only now am I realizing this. Whether Li Mu did it intentionally or unintentionally, he still managed to gain an advantage today. If you dare to take advantage of her today, you'll dare to bully her tomorrow. A girl's thinking is always very unconventional. Notice the pink mechanical cat glasses case on the table. It seems Li Mu has been bringing up her glasses a lot these past few days. Lu Xiaoxi took the glasses case, sprayed water on the lenses, wipe them clean, and then put them on. Her prescription isn't high, so it doesn't affect her daily life. She doesn't usually like wearing glasses. The blurry vision is fine, and once she puts on glasses, the blurriness disappears. Little fatty, get up. Lu Xiaoxi straightened her body, but couldn't get up. She stubbornly tried again, but still couldn't get up. It was all because little fatty was too fat. Little fatty meowed twice in dissatisfaction, jumped from Lu Xiaoxi's soft spot onto the bed, licked its fur, and watched Lu Xiaoxi get up and walk to the dressing table to adorn itself. Black round-framed glasses have been stereotyped as outdated in many films and television shows. I don't know who started this trend, but black round-framed glasses are actually quite cute. At least Lu Xiaoxi is very cute. The sunlight became softer. Lu Xiaoxi took a short nap and woke up at around 6 p.m. Ever since she took out all the things Li Mu gave her, she has been sleeping very soundly. I feel very safe surrounded by someone's scent. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a pungent odor. Familiar figures were busy in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoxi washed her face and went to help. Lu Xiaoxi's whole family loves spicy food. They even add chili peppers to boiled vegetables. This is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together. Mom, has it started? Not yet. We just finished preparing the dishes. I'll do it, you go watch some TV. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoqian was puzzled, because she and her daughter used to cook together, and her husband would occasionally help out. My daughter is acting a bit strange today. Oh, I'll take care of it. Lu Xiaoxi tied her hair into a short ponytail, put on a red apron, and pushed Qin Xiaoqian out of the kitchen, finally pulling the glass barrier closed to block the cooking fumes. She glanced at the rice cooker. Thankfully, it had just started cooking, otherwise it would have been difficult to add more rice. She rinsed a small bowl of rice and poured it in. This small bowl is for someone. Tonight's meal includes pork ribs and grass carp, as well as a basket of romaine lettuce, simple, unpretentious, and not boring at all. This time, I had to cook for both my parents and Li Mu, so controlling the spiciness was difficult. She only added a small spoonful of chili, and she did so very carefully. Little stream, is it ready? It's cooked. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door and brought several dishes to the dining table. Hey, didn't you put in any chili peppers? Qin Xiaoqian immediately noticed something was amiss. The dishes are different from before. Why is there no chili oil? Ah, I forgot to put it in. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around, unsure how to explain. Okay, eating spicy food all the time isn't good for your health. Let's have a light meal today. Seeing her daughter's expression, Qin Xiaoqian immediately understood. Their whole family loves spicy food. They're used to adding chili peppers. How could they possibly forget? There is only one truth. Qin Xiaoqian looked as if she was wearing glasses. Is Li Mu coming to our house for dinner? Ah. Qin Xiaoqian knew she had guessed correctly from Lu Xiaoxi's reaction. My own daughter is really not frank at all. You're going to tell Mom, aren't you? Yes and no. Lu Xiaoxi whispered, feeling uneasy. It was just a simple meal delivery. What do you mean by yes and no? I asked Li Mu to help me with my computer today, and that idiot shamelessly asked me to bring him dinner. Lu Xiaoxi was going all out. Her mother was too smart, and she couldn't hide anything from her. A love-filled dinner? Mom. All right. I'm not going to say anything more, or I'll make my darling Xiaoxi angry. Qin Xiaoqian watched as her daughter's face turned as red as a tomato, then covered her mouth and chuckled, completely oblivious to the drama. If it were someone else, she might nag about her own daughter. But if the object is Li Mu, she actually hopes things will be bigger. She had watched Li Mu grow up since he was a child, and she knew him very well and was very at ease with him. Although it's a bit unethical, she and Su Wen have always shipped their own child and the rival's child as a couple. It started a long time ago. Chapter 48. Can stepping on shadows really make us stay together forever? The curtains blocked out most of the sunlight. A pig plush toy sat on Li Mu's lap, and the clattering of keyboard keys echoed throughout the room. Of course, Li Mu did not transform into a pianist to protect his family. He's racking his brains over ideas for his new book. Writing novels is not only a hobby for him, but it has now become a source of extra income. He spends 3 or 4 hours a day writing, earning 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month. With his monthly living expenses, he was able to save up a considerable sum of money. Regardless of the purpose of this money, people feel more secure when they have money while they are away from home. This is probably not something a freshman should be thinking about. Li Mu felt he was very mature. Yes, he is very mature enough to be self-reliant. Li Mu, come out for dinner. Wait a minute, it's coming. Okay, for now, it's still alive. Li Mu's slippers are broken. He needs to go out and buy a new pair tonight. He shuffled out of the hall in his slippers. With a trembling heart, I lifted the lid of the dish. Stir-fried mooncakes do exist, but it's not just stir-fried mooncakes. There's also green pepper and pork, and a plate of bean sprouts. What? Don't you want to eat fried mooncakes? Su Wen's voice rang out from behind, and a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup was served. Of course not. You'll need to eat something later. Su Wen chuckled and snorted. She had initially intended to eat fried mooncakes. But while Li Mu went back to his room to play on the computer, she took the opportunity to go to the market and buy groceries. After all, she wasn't a vicious woman. She couldn't bring herself to make the two men she loved most eat strange things. These dishes look alright, but the taste. Li Mu used a toothpick to poke a piece of pork and taste it. His expression changed repeatedly. After tasting a small piece of fried mooncake, he fell silent. I remember my dad liked to eat this. Haha, then we must make sure he eats a lot later. Su Wen laughed, and after tasting it himself, he thought, his cooking skills are getting better and better. Li Mu ate his dinner entirely on rice soaked in soup. My mom is still the same mom, and her cooking skills are still the same. Even if I thought the food was bad before, it was never as bad as it is now. Oh no, has Lu Xiaoxi spoiled my stomach? He ate only a little bit of food before making an excuse to slip away. The remaining stomach portion was reserved for Lu Xiaoxi. Mom, my slippers are broken. I'm going to buy some new ones. Aren't there slippers at home? My brand is comfortable. I'm not used to wearing other brands. This statement was quite sincere. He had been fond of those slippers for a long time. He didn't like any other slippers. Once he set his mind on a pair, he would wear them until they were completely worn out. That's what happens when you're a loyal person. Go see if you can find any sugarcane. If you can, buy some. You can decide which to buy. I'll go check on the way. Oh, and Dad, you should eat more so we don't waste food. Li Chongheng dared not be angry or speak out. This kid not only ran fast, but he also tricked him before leaving. Li Mu didn't care about any of that. He changed into a pair of smaller slippers and went downstairs. The pavilion where Gamoku, 5 in a row, is located. Li Mu took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Xiaoxi. Li Bendan, are you free? Is dinner ready? Lu Xiaozhu. What kind of attitude is this? Li the fool. I was wrong, Miss Lu. Grinning. Lu Xiaozhu. You're smart enough to come out and open the door. Li Bendan, I ran down to the pavilion below. You can bring it down. The other party replied a minute later. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. You're such a troublemaker, disdain. Soon, a young girl walked out of the stairwell. The girl had taken a bath, and Li Mu could smell her pleasant scent when she got close to her. Why are you wearing glasses? Li Mu poked the center of her glasses frame, his fingers darting around. Stop messing around. Don't pry into pretty girl's stuff. You? A pretty girl? I'm a Cayman rider. Go eat your food. Lu Xiaoxi handed him a thermos box that was bigger than her head. Li Mu smiled and took it, casually touching the back of her hand. It was smooth and felt very nice. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Is his brain all he thinks about? Do you really think she and he have a good relationship? If they weren't outside and surrounded by familiar faces, she would definitely pinch Li Mu's flesh hard and tickle him. Are you going to go shopping? What to buy? Slippers. Nerve. Hey, I'm in on buying slippers. Do you need to ask me what you want to buy? But I don't know what to buy. Lu Xiaoxi sat down next to him and watched him eat. Li Mu glanced at the food, took a small bite, and found it to be excellent with just the right amount of spiciness. He then gave Lu Xiaoxi a strange look. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't this girl someone who can't live without spicy food? Could it be? Did Lu Xiaoxi make this especially for him? That must be it. She has feelings for me. Eat up. Why are you looking at me? It's nothing. I just suddenly felt that you're really nice, and you look cute with glasses on. Question mark. The unprovoked praise made Lu Xiaoxi blush instantly, her face turning bright red to the roots of her ears. Is this guy up to something again? Such blatant praise almost made the little girl freeze. Her lips trembled, and she stammered, unable to utter a word. Her earlobes were tinged with a hint of crimson, purer than the morning glow, more beautiful than the sunset. As night fell, some people could no longer see it. Burp, Li Mu patted his satisfied belly after a hearty meal, realizing that his stomach had indeed been spoiled. Lu Xiaoxi had also recovered from the anger that had made her face red. Yes, I was angry, not shy. You wash the dishes, and make sure they're clean. Give them back to me tomorrow. If you don't wash them properly, you can forget about eating them again. You wash it. Li Mu is so arrogant. He eats someone else's food for free and even makes them wash the dishes. Okay, I'll wash it. Shall we go to the supermarket now? Go ahead. I'll leave the bowl here and come back for it later. If you lose them, you'll have to pay me back with 2. I'll give you 3. I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5. I'll give you everything. Hello, is this the head of the psychiatry department? I have a patient here. The streetlights in the neighborhood were swarming with mosquitoes, a huge, swarming swarm. Even in October, it's still a bit hot in the south. There will be a few days when the temperature drops, but most of the time it will be around the 24th or 25th of the month. Once the temperature stabilizes, you won't see swarms of flying insects like this anymore. Many people come out to walk their pets during this time. When Mu met someone he knew, he would touch them. In comparison, the lively and energetic Lu Xiaoxi actually appears somewhat quiet. Lu Xiaoxi followed behind Mu with her hands behind her back. When they passed a street lamp, she would walk in Mu's shadow. As Mu walked past, she would follow. Stepping on someone's shadow can dispel their darkness. Grandpa said, by stepping on someone's shadow, that person will never leave you. Could it really be true? Chapter 49 The Childish Imp Who Never Grows Up. Because they didn't need to buy many things, the two of them only pushed one small cart. Men, once they have something in their hands, they can't stay still. Mu pushes the stroller like he's drifting, and even adds sounds to the stroller when he turns corners. A childish brat who never grows up, Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself. Unlike her, she has blossomed into a graceful and caring older sister. You don't look that much older. Who said that? I'm considered tall among girls, okay? Anything else? What else? Lu Xiaoxi keenly noticed that Mu's pupils slightly shifted downwards, and subconsciously looked down, where she could see her pink toes on her sandals. Is Mu mocking her for being small? It's not her fault. You're dead. Lu Xiaoxi turned her hands into pincers, and went up to pinch the soft flesh on Mu's waist. Hiss, wait. This is a supermarket, it's crowded. Looking around, there weren't many people, but if this commotion continued, people would definitely gossip, and if someone I knew happened to pass by, it would be hard to explain. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him irritably, then kicked his butt before stopping. Hiss, it's definitely bruised. He reaps what he sows. Was what I just did considered harassment? Mu asked. You still know that? I have to tell Aunt Sue later. No, please. Just you wait. This time I'm not going to let you off the hook no matter what. What would you like to buy? Can I treat you? The girl turned her face away, ignoring him completely. There are still videos on my phone that show Mu's collarbone and below. I was going to delete them, but now, we're even. I'm going to kill you. Fine, I'll pay, okay? Calm down. You're smart to know what's good for you. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, tossed her hair, and walked towards the snack area with her hands behind her back. She threw all the delicious food and things she hadn't tried before into her car. Killing Mu is no joke. This is his punishment. After walking around, the shopping cart was already half full of snacks. Of course, there was also a pair of blue slippers inside. Hello, that's 79 yuan in total. Scanned. Take care. Why didn't you check the bill before leaving? Lu Xiaoxi snatched a large bag of snacks from Mu's hand and carefully checked the bill. Will this cause any problems? Sometimes a waiter might accidentally scan an item twice. It's best to check it in person. Didn't you get it wrong at school that time too? Who told you that? I only check my own work. You just didn't see it. You expect me to check it for you. Lu Xiaoxi found a bag of jelly that could be sucked, then stuffed the snack bag back into Mu's hand, and tried her best to twist open the lid. Perhaps it was because the brand was of high quality. The lid of the packaging was very tight, and Lu Xiaoxi's thumb turned red, but she still couldn't unscrew it. She glanced at Mu sideways, and Mu was looking at her too. They practically have, I need your help, written all over their faces. Do you want me to help you? Don't want. Lu Xiaoxi used her teeth to bite open the lid and began to suck on it in small sips. It tastes like strawberry, sweet and sour. Mu openly turned his head to look at her. You look a little thin when you eat jelly. Xiaoxiu was a hamster he used to own, but it has now passed away. Hamsters are tiny, and when they eat, they fill their cheeks first, their little mouths moving as they eat, which is very cute. Just like Lu Xiaoxi. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi made sucking noises as she sucked on the jelly. If she sucked too hard, the jelly would stick to her lips. The girl seemed to find it very fun, and took a deep breath, making the jelly stick firmly to her upper lip. Look, I think you're pretty childish too. Mu smiled and flicked the packaging bag hard, causing Lu Xiaoxi's lips to sway back and forth with the bag. Don't move, it hurts a bit. It seems like I can't get it off. Let me see what's going on. Hiss, phew. Haha, serves you right for being so playful. You're still laughing, Lu Xiaoxi said angrily. She finally managed to pull the packaging bag off. Her lips were red, and her eyes were wet. Mu reached out and poked her puffed-up cheeks. The pufferfish's chubby face immediately exhaled all its breath onto his face. On his way back, Li Mu stopped at a fruit stand and bought a sugarcane. Buying fruit in the South is very convenient. You can ask the vendor to peel it for you and cut it into small pieces. Li Mu asked for 2 more small bags and took out some sugarcane from the bags, asking, "Want some?" "Thank you." Lu Xiaoxi became much more obedient. Li Mu also picked up a sugarcane and started munching on it, biting off a small piece and chewing it in his mouth. The black sugarcane juice from the South is sweet and plentiful, and Lu Xiaoxi accidentally splashed some on her face. "It all flew onto my face," Lu Xiaoxi said angrily. "Did you take a shower?" "No." Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer and wiped her face with his clothes. The girl rubbed her face against her arm. It was so cute. Li Mu didn't mind. The juice was splashed on him, and he would take a shower soon anyway. Lu Xiaoxi's actions, however, made him blush. Like a young couple. There was a cool breeze in the air, but he couldn't smell Lu Xiaoxi's fragrance. "How long has it been since we walked this road together?" "I don't know. I think I stopped going to and from school with you in the 2nd year of junior high." Li Mu recalled the events carefully. This street encompassed his and Lu Xiaoxi's journey to and from school from elementary to high school. It was the only route they took to go to school. The area is surrounded by residential communities, mostly with students, and often has vendors operating there. When I was close to Lu Xiaoxi, we would go to school together with our school bags. We would always buy rice cakes here and ask the owner to cut them into pieces. We would then eat them with toothpicks, 1 piece for each of us, until we got to school. Back then, he carried a black Ultraman backpack and mocked Lu Xiaoxi's pink Barbie doll backpack for being effeminate. That period of time ended when the relationship soured in junior high school. In recent years, the small county has been working on becoming a civilized city. When Li Mu passed by here before, the auntie who used to save a serving of rice cake for them every day was no longer selling it here. "You fell down here before," Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile, stopping under an osmanthus tree and pointing to the tree pit. "You remember all of this?" "I remember you were losing your baby teeth when you fell and hit your loose tooth. You cried and ran home to ask Uncle Li to pull it out. I remember that vividly." "Oh right, you kept insisting on coming back with me, and then neither of us went to class. You should thank me for letting you skip half a day of class. Come on, I really enjoy going to school, okay?" Little Pig Lu has always been very diligent and eager to learn. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything. She just kept her head down and ate the sugarcane, but a bud had sprouted from the sugarcane node, and it was very hard. "Ugh, I can't bite it anymore." Chapter 50 Helping Lu Xiaoxi bit the sugarcane. Both ends of the sugarcane had sprouted nodes, and she couldn't bite them. There are still 2 inner segments, which we definitely can't lose. She couldn't bite it, but the person next to her was eating it in big mouthfuls, sometimes sucking on the juice when it was plentiful, while she could only watch longingly. "Not eating anymore. It's too tough to chew. Give it to me." Li Mu stretched out his hands in front of her. "We can't waste it." Lu Xiaoxi thought this guy would take it back, wash it, and eat it, so she handed him the sugarcane. Li Mu chuckled, took the sugarcane with one hand, and slid his other hand across the back of Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't embarrassed or annoyed. How could she possibly need 2 hands to catch sugarcane? When she saw Li Mu stretching out both of his pig trotters, how could she not understand? He's definitely trying to take advantage of her again. There hasn't been a moment of peace these past few days. No matter what she said, Li Mu wouldn't listen. With a skin as thick as a city wall, Li Mu would still take the opportunity to touch her little hand. He did this in the morning, and he did it in the afternoon. She simply stopped caring. It didn't matter if they touched hands, since they used to hug each other all the time when they were little. There were shallow teeth marks on the sugarcane nodes, which Li Mu couldn't see. He took a bite off the sprouting node and chewed the juice out of it. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned. Lu Xiaoxi brushes her teeth every morning and evening, so her teeth are very white and neat. Li Mu usually brushes his teeth in the morning, and only occasionally if he doesn't eat a late-night snack. Logically speaking, Lu Xiaoxi's teeth should be better than Li Mu's. Now the situation is completely the opposite. But that's not the point. It has my saliva on it. She just had the sugarcane in her mouth. "Oh, it's not like I haven't eaten it before. Here you go," Li Mu said nonchalantly, biting off both ends of the sugarcane. "I feel nauseous. I'm about to vomit." Lu Xiaoxi covered her chest with her clothes, pretending to gag. "Then why don't you get a new one to eat?" "No, I've almost finished this one." Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him. When biting into sugarcane, it sniffs like a kitten, and there's no taste at all. The only problem was that there was Li Mu's saliva on it, so he didn't eat it very naturally. In fact, they even shared an ice cream when they were kids, and they both spit out a lot of saliva. Without the nodes, sugarcane is all that's left. It's sweet. As they ate, She stopped caring whether she could chew the pieces or not, and just let Li Mu chew them for her. We're doomed. What's wrong? There are only 2 left. Li Mu held up the sugar cane in his hand. The bag, which was originally bulging, was now just a pile of dregs and 2 sugarcane stalks that were full of notes. He and Lu Xiaoxi ate it all. My mom asked me to bring this to her, but it's gone now. Will Aunt Sue scold you? He's a grown man. He definitely won't scold you, but he might nag you a bit. Then what should we do? Hee, just say it was you who ate it. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Xiaoxi raised her little hand, bending her index and middle fingers like crab claws. Li Mu felt that the clamp would appear at his waist at any moment, pinching and squeezing him, and subconsciously covered both sides. There are fruit stalls up ahead, let's go check them out. All right, I almost forgot, let's go. Fortunately, there were mobile fruit vendors near the neighborhood, so Li Mu bought some to take back and hand in. Of course, he didn't forget to take the insulated box that was under the go-board pavilion. If it got lost, Lu Xiaoxi would definitely skin him alive. For some reason, the neighborhood intelligence team didn't all gather today. A faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, and a few osmanthus blossoms fell onto Li Mu's hair. He reached out and flicked them off. Li Mu also noticed the tiny osmanthus blossoms on her head and reached out to her. The girl thought someone was going to help her play the osmanthus flute, so she lowered her head to let the person see her more clearly. Then I felt a pain in my forehead. Li Mu had no intention of helping her flick away the osmanthus blossoms. What time will I give you the bowl tomorrow? Anything is fine, just remember to wash it thoroughly. If it's dirty, you can forget about eating it. Don't forget your snacks. Li Mu took 2 bags of potato chips and his slippers from the snack bag. He suddenly noticed that Lu Xiaoxi was wearing light red sandals, which were a matching color with his blue slippers. He watched as Lu Xiaoxi took out her key and opened the door. Here you go, I don't want this anymore. Lu Xiaoxi left a small opening and took out a blueberry-flavored jelly, handing it to him. Before Li Mu could even take the opportunity to touch her hand, Lu Xiaoxi closed the door. Sighing at the disappointment, Li Mu returned to his room. Mom and Dad are sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the door open, both of them turned to look at him. When I came back, the square dancing on the playground was unusually quiet. It was already quite late. This trip took 2 hours. Li Mu put the insulated food container away, sat down next to his father, stretched his arms out behind the sofa like a gibbon, and asked, "Why don't you ask me why I'm not back so late? Weren't you playing downstairs with Lu Xiaoxi?" "Mom, how did you know?" "Your Aunt Jean told me that Lu Xiaoxi went downstairs to look for you with a lunchbox." Su Wen poked Li Mu's forehead with his finger and said irritably, "You're complaining about your mom's cooking, aren't you? You even had Xiaoxi bring you food specially." "Hee, Lu Xiaoxi has spoiled my taste over there. Xiaoxi's cooking is really good. Your Aunt Jean told me that this meal was cooked by Lu Xiaoxi herself. She even put in less chili. She cares so much about you. And look at you. You're not good at all." "Who told you that?" "I just asked her to buy me a bag of snacks." After taking a shower, Li Mu returned to his room. "Open a face mask and follow the steps on the packaging to apply it to your face." His skin was naturally fair, and he had been staying home these past few days, avoiding sun exposure when he went out. The areas tanned during military training quickly returned to their original color. At least the lines separating the black and white areas on the hands, feet, and neck are no longer clearly visible. Now he's used to sitting on his lap with the pig plush toy in his lap. I was just about to turn on my computer to start writing when I received a WeChat message on my phone. It was a 10-second voice message from Lu Xiaoxi. "Lu Xiaoxi. Why does the computer have a password? What's the password again? You didn't tell me." Perhaps it was late at night, because Lu Xiaoxi's voice was much softer, and the sound of typing and Xiaofei's meows could be faintly heard. He could roughly guess what she looked like. The girl was sitting at the computer desk, typing in her password with a puzzled look on her face, while Xiaofei was sitting on her lap, enjoying the girl's gentle caresses. Li Mu replied to her in text. "Li Bendan, my birthday plus the first 6 digits of my QQ number. Lu Xiaoxi, this is my computer. You didn't even tell me what password you set." The girl's tone was somewhat coquettish. "Li Bendan, I forgot to mention. Lu Xiaoxi, you still wrote my username as Lu Xiaoxi, huh? You just wait. Li the fool. Funny. After thinking for a moment, Li Mu chose the most suitable angle, took 3 selfies, and sent them to Lu Xiaoxi. "Li Bendan. Images. Li Bendan. Which one is handsome? Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi. Do you know how greasy you are? Li the fool. Grinning, angry, pig." Lu Xiaoxi rubbed Xiaofei's head with one hand and played with her phone with the other, opening and viewing the 3 pictures Li Mu sent one by one, and long pressing the screen to save them. Li Mu looks rather goofy when he puts on a face mask. When she's watching videos, she often sees men and women using those face mask effects. Such special effects can, to some extent, accentuate a person's facial features, creating a visual illusion that makes the user appear more beautiful. The picture Li Mu sent was just like that, except the face mask had changed from a special effect to a real one. Compared to the greasy special effects, Li Mu's face mask looks much more natural and not oily at all. In fact, the mask covers most of his face, so you can't see the parts that are usually good-looking. Lu Xiaoxi entered her computer password and used Li Mu's account to find a comedy variety show to watch. After watching an episode, it was already 1 a.m. Lu Xiaoxi closed her laptop and lay on the bed with Xiaofei in her arms, looking at her phone. Li Mu sent her a good-night message at midnight. Meow? Meow. Little Fatty scratched Lu Xiaoxi's face with its tail. Why is my owner always grinning like an idiot? Is something broken? Under Xiaofei's puzzled gaze, Lu Xiaoxi spoke softly into her phone. Good night. In WeChat chat, messages with quotation marks are voice messages, and those without are text messages. If anyone complains that this is messy, I will change it all to text. Chapter 51 Squeezing This. The sound of children playing could be heard downstairs. Li Mu only slowly woke up when the sunlight shone into his eyes. Last night, the curtains weren't drawn properly, so a crack let in the sunlight. I glanced at the time out of habit. It was already 11 a.m. I only just noticed the voice message Lu Xiaoxi sent. A soft, gentle good night. That's weird. Let me listen to it again. Listen to it one more time. Lu Xiaoxi sent him a voice message. Does this mean that their relationship has taken another step forward? Li Mu lay in bed until midnight, occasionally clicking on the voice message he had just heard. Hee, that sounds really good. I don't know where my parents have gone again. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Li Mu continued planning his new book. Before I had been coding for long, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu was glad he wasn't wearing headphones, otherwise he wouldn't have known someone was coming. He peered through the peephole from the doorway and saw a young, energetic girl with short hair, wearing a pink sports cap. The cap brim covered her face, revealing only her fair chin. Although he couldn't see the face, Li Mu could still recognize who it was. Behind the girl, Aunt Jean and Uncle Lu walked towards the elevator while laughing. Mom and Dad, you can go downstairs now. The girl called out to her back. Where are you from? I heard a noise. I know you're watching. Interrupted from casting a spell, Li Mu wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and opened the door, only then noticing the badminton racket behind the girl. Fully armed. Are you going to play badminton? Lu Xiaoxi's parents love sports. Whenever they have free time, they go downstairs to find a place to play badminton or table tennis, and sometimes they will invite Lu Xiaoxi along. He learned badminton and table tennis from Lu Xiaoxi's father, Lu Ming. Are you going to fight or not? The girl nodded obediently. Don't you not know how to play badminton? Li Mu pinched his chin, his expression strange. He remembered that Lu Xiaoxi didn't know how to play ball. He and Lu Xiaoxi had both learned from Lu Xiaoxi's parents. After learning for so many years, Lu Xiaoxi could hardly even last 5 rounds against him. Who told you I couldn't do it? I'm not talking about stick-figure badminton. I'm just not good at it. Not that I can't do it, okay? Lu Xiaoxi said dejectedly, her voice becoming softer. You're just bad. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll fight with my parents. Let's go, let's go. Lu Xiaoxi's parents went down first, leaving only the two of them in the elevator. You're so round. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and pointed to Li Mu's flattened face reflected in the elevator door. Is it possible that you are also round? Lu Xiaoxi hid behind Li Mu, then poked her head out and giggled. Now only you are left with the perfect look. The elevator arrived quickly. It was still early, and many young people were playing basketball on the playground. The roar of an uncle playing chess not far away could also be heard over here. Li Mu saw his father at the chess table and his mother at the card table not far away. They came down to play early in the morning. No wonder I couldn't see them. Both families came down. Why are you wearing a hat when there's no sun? Li Mu flicked Lu Xiaoxi's hat brim. Wait until the sun comes out and scorches you to death. Lu Xiaoxi took off her hat, touched her forehead, and found that it was tied quite tightly, leaving shallow marks on her forehead. You should adjust your hat before putting it on. She opened the badminton bag and found that the grip tape on the handle of one of the badminton rackets was torn. She gave the bad one to Li Mu and kept the good one for herself. Use this. I can beat you no matter which one I use. Lu Xiaoxi snorted and went to the other side of the court. Her eyes were practically spitting fire. You could tell Lu Xiaoxi really wanted to win. Lu Xiaoxi tossed the shuttlecock high and hit a high clear. This kind of ball is easy to hit. Li Mu easily returned it with a light tap. The ball hit Lu Xiaoxi squarely on the forehead. Wah! Are you alright? Li Mu's lips twitched. He really had just snapped a photo casually. It's okay. Lu Xiaoxi covered her forehead, picked up the ball, and served another high clear. There's nothing she can do. This is all she knows how to do. Li Mu simply joined her in playing high clears. If anyone who plays badminton were to pass by here, they'd definitely get high blood pressure from all the frustration. There is a difference in physical fitness between the two people. After playing for only 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi was already panting heavily, her forehead covered in fine sweat. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Lu Xiaoxi caught the last ball, hurriedly waved her hand and walked to the side, her tone weak and powerless. Li Mu took the ball and walked to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi could no longer straighten up and could only support herself on her knees, panting heavily. Let's go sit over there. Good. Lu Xiaoxi took out her water bottle from her bag and was about to drink. Drinking water after strenuous exercise will make you vomit. It's okay. This isn't strenuous exercise. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sucked on the straw to drink water. With your physical condition, even running a few steps is considered strenuous exercise. Besides, you have a herniated disc, so why are you still playing ball? It's okay. Everything's been fine lately. Li Mu sat down next to her, took her water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and drank some water. You said you couldn't drink water, but you drank it yourself. I'm not tired. Even so, Li Mu was sweating just as much as Lu Xiaoxi. His collar, armpits, and back were all soaked, and his hair was also wet, clumped together. Li Mu gulped down the water, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, the water pooling on his face and dripping down his chin. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at it. You stink. You'll get used to it after a while, Li Mu said with a sly smile, pulling open his collar to fan himself and let the smell of sweat dissipate. Then he saw Lu Xiaoxi frown and cover her nose. I'm going to throw up. See? I told you can't drink water. You stink. Sweat has no smell. The stench isn't from me. It's from the bacteria. You stink too. Li Mu sniffed his armpits and found there was indeed a slight odor, which was unavoidable after sweating during exercise. He shifted his position and moved a little further away. Did you go back? Let me rest a little longer. Lu Xiaoxi hunched over, still feeling very uncomfortable. During her high school years, she would sit in her seat and study even after class, rarely going out. One time, she had leg pain and went to the hospital for an X-ray, only to find out that she had a herniated disc. For a long time after her diagnosis, she received conservative treatment and completely stopped exercising. Her physical fitness was already average, and now it has become even weaker. Because her legs hadn't hurt for a long time, Lu Xiaoxi thought she was almost fully recovered and wanted to exercise. Her legs didn't hurt, but Li Mu was right. The nausea was getting stronger and stronger, and she even showed signs of dry heaving. Your lips are all white. Li Mu propped his chin up. He had already reminded her, but Lu Xiaoxi didn't listen, and now look what happened. Even if he cares, what can he do? He's not a doctor. He can only watch Lu Xiaoxi suffer, and he suffers too. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, which made her pale lips a little rosier, but only for a moment before they quickly turned pale again. I think you'd better not play badminton. Don't be fooled by how light badminton is. It's just as physically demanding as basketball. I'm the only one who's gentle with you, playing high clears. Anyone else would smash the ball, and you wouldn't be able to return a single one. You're belittling my physical abilities while trying to flatter yourself, aren't you? Lu Xiaoxi said irritably, her slender fingers squeezing Li Mu's arm hard. The girl was still weak and had little strength, so Li Mu felt no pain or discomfort at all, and even enjoyed it a little. He turned to the side, turning his back to Lu Xiaoxi, and pointed to his back with his finger. Pinch this. Lu Xiaoxi's little fist hardened. Chapter 52, I'm only perverted with you. Brother Li Mu, Sister Xiaoxi? A slightly immature voice came from behind. Li Mu turned around and saw that the newcomers were a boy of 11 or 12 years old and a girl of even younger age. Li Mu recognized the little boy. He had even taught him how to play ping pong. However, he didn't remember the little girl. Midden, is this your sister? Li Mu greeted them with a smile. This is my cousin. She's only 8 years old. The little boy didn't mind being called Midden at all. Not only Li Mu called him that, but the whole neighborhood, even his parents, called him that, and he himself was happy to do so. He smiled and patted the little girl on the back, then took out a brand new, unopened ping pong paddle from behind him. Brother Li Mu, wanna play ping pong? Before Li Mu could speak, Midan quickly interjected. No kid in the neighborhood is better than me. Being invincible is so lonely. He was a talkative and cheerful little boy, somewhat similar to Li Mu when he was a child. Look at you, so smug. Have you ever fought with one of the old men in the neighborhood? I mean, I'm invincible among kids. Those old men don't count. Brother Li Mu, come on, let's play ping pong. Li Mu hadn't played in a long time either, so he immediately nodded in agreement. He took a step forward, but then stepped back, squatted down in front of Lu Xiaoxi, and said with a grin, "Let's go together." Table tennis requires much less physical exertion than badminton, so it's not too tiring to play casually. I don't know how to play ping pong. I know, I'll teach you. I don't want to learn. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, but still stood up and patted the dust off her bottom. I feel much better now, and the nausea is almost gone. She didn't want to watch Li Mu play. She just wanted to play with this cute little girl. She only went along because the little girl wanted to go to the ping pong court with me, Dan. After telling Lu Xiaoxi's parents, the two adults and two children headed towards the ping pong court. On the way, Li Mu kept playing with the ping pong ball, balancing it on his paddle and counting it 1, 2, 3 at a time. Lu Xiaoxi watched Li Mu until he hit the ball 40 or 50 times. When he missed, and the ball landed on Li Mu's feet, bouncing far away, Li Mu could only sheepishly go to retrieve it. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. Table tennis requires less physical exertion compared to other ball sports, which is why it has become the favorite sport of the elderly men in the neighborhood. The four of them found a table at the very edge, and the two girls sat on a bench under the shade of a tree to watch the two boys play ball. Brother Li Mu, watch me get my revenge. Dan still remembered the scene of being slammed by Li Mu before. He had long thought that fortunes change every 3 years. Don't underestimate a poor kid. He had been practicing his skills diligently and was waiting for this moment. 3 goals later, Dan ran a long way to retrieve the ball that Li Mu had dunked. Although Li Mu hadn't fought in a long time, it was still no problem for him to beat up this little brat, Dan, and he dominated the whole time. The more they played, the more something seemed off. Dan's face was filled with resentment and grievance. These emotions transformed into strength, and he became more and more ferocious. Even Li Mu noticed something was wrong, and before he knew it, Dan had won the game. Lu Xiaoxi kept looking at Li Mu. She used to think that Li Mu was always bad, cheeky, and had a very thick skin. But when he plays table tennis, his face is full of seriousness. His brows are furrowed, his thin lips are slightly pursed, and you can see the muscle contours of his arms and calves when he moves. It's like he's become a completely different person. Suddenly I understand why so many girls would go to watch the school basketball team play during high school. Who am I trying to impress with my good looks? Lu Xiaoxi felt her face burning. Go, cousin, the little girl next to her shouted loudly, putting her 2 little hands in front of her mouth. As if encouraged, Dan immediately launched a smash, so fast that Li Mu hadn't even had time to react before a burning pain shot through his neck. You've had an epiphany? Hee, I'm really good. Dan gave himself a thumbs up. I'll definitely be better than you in 2 years. The score is now 13-3. You need to beat me first before we talk. Again. Serve, sir. Li Mu tossed the ball to Dan, who lobbed it high, ready to start a new round. A deafening roar rang out. Midden, bring your cousin back for lunch. The lingering sound echoed around. The four looked in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw a woman leaning out of the window beckoning. Oh no, my mom's calling me home for dinner. After running a couple of steps, Dan turned back, grabbed his cousin, and ran off with her. Brother Li Mu, I'll come down in a bit. I'll take over. Lu Xiaoxi took over Dan's position with cheerful little steps. Ping pong is so simple, isn't it? You just hit the ball over the boundary and bounce it off the opponent's table. It's pretty much the same as badminton. The girl felt confident again. She had only ever watched others play, and her hands were itching to try. Now that she had the chance, she was determined to give it a shot. Anyway, she's just starting out, so it doesn't matter if she loses, because she's a newbie. But if she beats Li Mu by 1 point, then she can laugh at Li Mu for being defeated by her. It's a win-win situation, no matter how you look at it. I'll teach you. Li Mu walked to the other side, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and slowly grabbed the racket, showing it to Lu Xiaoxi in a 360-degree view. This is forehand, this is backhand. We amateur players just play however we feel comfortable. We don't need to be so particular. Is that so? No, you've twisted your fingers. Li Mu used his fingers to adjust the position of her fingers, then squeezed her little hand, feeling how soft the girl was, even her fingers. After being glared at by Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu laughed and whistled. Its main selling point is its thick skin. Do you know how perverted you are? No. I have nothing to say. Li Mu's honesty left Lu Xiaoxi speechless. Actually, I'm only perverted with you, do you know why? Li Mu sat down on the ping-pong table and looked into the girl's eyes. I don't want to know. If you treat others like that, you'll definitely get scolded. I already said I didn't want to know, and I even cursed at you. Your insults don't count. Die? Get over there. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. She's not human, is she? Her insults aren't insults, are they? He kicked someone's shin angrily and shoved Li Mu to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi beckoned to Li Mu with her finger. Is this considered provocation? I'm unbeatable among my peers in this neighborhood. But you lost to me Dan by 3 goals. How old is me Dan? How could you lose to him? Everyone says that peers are invincible, but me Dan isn't even the same age, Li Mu laughed. Since you're a beginner, I'll play a water drop shot with you, which is equivalent to a high clear in badminton. Good. Li Mu tossed the ball high and struck it with a single blow. The ping-pong ball bounced twice on the table. Lu Xiaoxi tried to catch it, but the paddle and the ping-pong ball just missed each other. They fought for several rounds in a row. Lu Xiaoxi was either on her way to retrieve the ball or waiting to retrieve it. Li Mu laughed repeatedly at the clumsy movements. Seeing that she looked completely dejected, I pretended to miss and let her have a chance to hit me. Then Lu Xiaoxi happily jumped up and down twice, her little ponytail twitching with joy. They really thought they had beaten Li Mu. The girls smiled radiantly, and Li Mu smiled along with her. Chapter 53 Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I don't know what me Dan ate. It's been half an hour and I still haven't finished. Li Mu would play ball with Lu Xiaoxi, and when he got tired, he would sit on the table and play on his phone. Lu Xiaoxi was originally sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree, but when she saw Li Mu sitting on the stage, she took small steps and plopped down next to him. You're too heavy. You're going to collapse. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoxi stretched out a finger and probed under Li Mu's armpit. Holy crap, what the hell? Li Mu shuddered and jumped down, clutching his armpit, his face full of shock. Caught off guard, Li Mu nearly lost his composure when tricked. Had he been mentally prepared, Lu Xiaoxi would have been unafraid to attack him with both hands. Who told you to show off? I think you're the one who's showing off the most. Li Mu poked her with his finger. The girl's whole body was sensitive, and she didn't have the muscles that Li Mu had. When he poked her with his fingers, her whole body itched. She could only use her hands to cover as many areas as possible to prevent Li Mu from poking her. Hey, stop poking me. I'm dying of laughter. Lu Xiaoxi was almost laughing until tears streamed down her face. The sweat on Li Mu's body dried, and that smell gradually wafted out. I could always smell his stench. You really stink this time. Are you a madwoman? You keep smelling me. Li Mu looked horrified, clutching his chest and pretending to be a little girl who had encountered a bad guy. You've been right next to me the whole time. I can't just stop breathing. You stink. Are you having a hormonal imbalance? You even claim to be smart, but you don't even know why sweat smells bad. Let Teacher Li tell you, sweat smells bad because bacteria metabolize the lipids in sweat. You think you're the smartest? Stay away from me, you stinky. Okay, I'll go somewhere else, alright. Li Mu shrugged, realizing he'd made a fool of himself, and went to sit at the other end of the pool table. These pool tables are of decent quality. Occasionally, you can see many children jumping and playing on them at night, and no one seems to care. I vaguely remember that the ping-pong tables in our neighborhood used to be made of cement and red bricks. They were very simple, and a ping-pong ball would break on them in no time. He also has a special ping-pong paddle, with all the glue removed from both sides, leaving only a wooden board in the middle, which he then wraps with bandages of various colors. At first, he wrapped it with black bandages, but Lu Xiaoxi said it looked too ugly, so she helped him re-wrap it with rainbow colors, all fancy and colorful. In the past, people didn't care whether it was easy to use or not. As long as it worked and looked good, that was enough. He hid the ping-pong paddle in a small box in the wardrobe. Since their relationship deteriorated, he has hidden everything away. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the pool table with her arms outstretched. Leaves would fall from time to time, and she would reach out to catch them. If she couldn't catch one, she would wait for the next one. Feeling a bit bored, she looked up at Li Mu sitting on the other side, but could only see Li Mu's back as he looked down at his phone. Li Mu, come and sit down. No, I stink. My nose is stuffy, I can't smell anything. I would have gone there if I could have found a better excuse. Are you sad because I dislike you? Who do you think you are? Li Mu said without even looking up. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, as if she had really hurt Li Mu. Shouldn't she have said he smelled bad? He had just exercised, so sweating is normal, and body odor is even more normal. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being told that. Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath, quietly walked to his side, and peeked out to see if Li Mu was very disappointed. I didn't see any disappointment, but I certainly saw her scorn. Hee, you got fooled by me? I have never seen such a shameless person. Tell me quickly, did I trick you? When you debut, I'll hire an online army to vote you for Best Actor. Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair and lay down next to Li Mu, her fair legs swaying back and forth. If I become a star, my life will be over. Why? Aren't there those crazy fans who go to their favorite celebrities' homes to take pictures? I'm home alone and only wearing my underwear. If I get photographed like that, I'll be dead. Idiot. Little pig Lu has gone astray. He's even learned to swear. Narcissism. Am I not handsome? Li Mu flashed a bright white smile and pointed to his face. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him. He's quite handsome. Last time she wore glasses, this guy complimented her on how pretty she was, so I'll reluctantly compliment him this time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do your friends know how oily you are? Lu Xiaoxi looked at him like he was an idiot. His friends, of course, had no idea. He only does this with her. Li Mu wasn't annoyed at all. He lay down as well, put his hands behind his head, and let the smell from his armpits dissipate, just to disgust Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi only smelled a faint odor. Compared to other boys, Li Mu's body odor was actually quite pleasant. It didn't have body odor or a pungent smell. Can you smell my sweat? Come closer so I can smell it. Li Mu sniffed and could smell his own sweat and the fragrance of osmanthus flowers not far away. As for Lu Xiaoxi's scent, he would definitely have to get very close to smell it. No, you're a pervert. Then I can't smell it. Maybe you smell bad too, and your smell mixes with my sweat, so I can't smell it. I don't smell bad. All girls smell nice. You call me narcissistic? I think you're pretty narcissistic too. You're so greasy. Li Mu gave a forced smile, mimicking her words and tone, and spoke to her in a very convincing manner. The two of them laughed simultaneously. Li Mu stared at a leaf that drifted from one end to the other, then back again, and finally landed on the girl's lower abdomen. The girl lay flat, her body curves fully exposed, the slight undulations revealing her youth and innocence, her lower abdomen breathing rhythmically. Li Mu wanted to reach out and pick the leaf, but he was afraid that Lu Xiaoxi would accuse him of being a pervert. He might casually touch her hand or poke her face on ordinary days, but when it comes to other places, even his thick skin can't resist. A leaf fell on him. The old neighborhood has many green plants, and in spring, hundreds of flowers bloom, and in autumn, the view is full of osmanthus blossoms. Every year is like this. In autumn, the community becomes a sea of osmanthus flowers, and some elderly people will make a lot of osmanthus cakes for other residents to taste for free. It's hard to imagine that such a peaceful community exists in such a restless society. I feel that autumn is great. It's cool and refreshing. Who can disagree? I love this kind of autumn weather the most. It's neither too hot nor too cold. It's better than wearing a cotton padded coat in winter or short sleeves in summer. You're wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt right now. Good physical condition, you know? Indeed, the muscle in your hand would taste delicious grilled. You're a fucking cannibal. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by his exaggerated tone. Actually, she also really likes autumn. Chapter 54. Lu Xiaoxi listens to her own voice recording. Li Mu stared blankly at the leaves. A breeze blew by, and sunlight seized the opportunity to peek through the gaps in the leaves, flashing briefly in his eyes. Autumn is a great time to sleep. He had only just gotten up, but he was already feeling a bit sleepy. Out of the corner of his eye, he could catch a glimpse of the girl's evenly rising and falling abdomen beside him. If it weren't for the horror movie sound effects coming from Lu Xiaoxi's phone, he would have thought Lu Xiaoxi was asleep. Horror movie? Movie commentary. Lu Xiaoxi is very interested in horror movies, but she is timid and dares not watch the movies, only watching movie reviews with blurred images. It's commonly known that he has a strong craving for vegetables. Lu Xiaoxi, I have something to tell you. What? Li Mu mysteriously brought his phone to her ear, turned up the volume, opened WeChat, and found the good night voice message someone had sent the night before. Upon hearing the words, good night, Lu Xiaoxi didn't immediately understand. Does it sound good? Lu Xiaoxi realized this too late. Was her tone that gentle back then? Her little face flushed red again. It's like young lovers saying good night to each other. It's so cheesy. How embarrassing. Why did I send this guy a voice message? What are you trying to say? It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted you to hear what you have to say. Go to hell. Lu Xiaoxi turned to the side to scratch and poke him, sometimes poking the soft flesh on his waist, sometimes poking his armpits, and then taking the opportunity to twist his lower abdomen, feeling the outline of his abdominal muscles. As the soft, boneless fingers played with him, Li Mu sat up instantly, spread his legs, and bent over. His previous lewd grin vanished, and he became completely obedient. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just got tired of lying down. Li Mu grinned awkwardly, knowing he couldn't let the naive Lu Xiaoxi know his true feelings. Fortunately, the clothes were loose, so nothing could be seen, otherwise I would have really been called a hooligan. Lu Xiaoxi picked up table tennis relatively quickly and was already able to play 10 or so water droplet games with Li Mu without stopping. The little girl was easily satisfied. She would jump for joy as long as she won a single point against Li Mu, even if she knew that Li Mu had deliberately let her win. She would sometimes try to spike, but she always failed and the ball would fly out of her hand. Li Mu would then run to retrieve the ball, and he enjoyed doing so immensely. Midan took about an hour to finish his lunch. Huh? Sister Xiaoxi can actually play ping pong. Midan led her cousin, her face full of shock. It takes this long to eat a meal? Li Mu tapped Midan on the forehead with his racket. Don't blame me. My mom let me play on my phone for an hour. I was playing a gold rank match in honor of kings, and I just forgot about it while I was playing. Midan is just a primary school student, so it's normal for him to be addicted to games. Li Mu doesn't want to lecture him, since he himself is also addicted to games. Have you reached gold yet? Their methods are too cruel. Midan recounted at length how he was brutally beaten by the other side. You're terrible. I'll play with you tonight. I can't play anymore. I can only play for 1 hour a day. My mom stopped letting me play after that. Midan looked at Lu Xiaoxi. By the way, does Sister Xiaoxi know how to play ball now? Perfect, let's have a match. You guys play. I'm still not very good at it, Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile and a wave of her hand. You teach your cousin how to play. We'll take a break. Li Mu steadily placed the racket on Midan's head. Midan looked at Li Mu, then at Lu Xiaoxi, and finally fixed his gaze on his 8-year-old cousin. Sure enough, all those older brothers and sisters are just outsiders. My own little cousin is the best. Midan began to teach his little cousin how to play table tennis with all his heart. But my 8-year-old cousin didn't know any of that. She couldn't even hold the racket properly and almost hit Midan in the face. Then a table tennis lesson turned into a game of dodging the racket. When Lu Xiaoxi got home, the first thing she did was boil water for a bath. After giving Xiaofei a bath, I held her and turned on the computer to watch videos. She used to watch free dramas on legitimate software. After a membership was required, she would just find a pirated website to watch them. Some of the dramas were very obscure, and she couldn't even find high-definition versions. Now that I have Li Mu's account, watching videos is much more convenient. In her spare time, she would watch romantic dramas and watch other people fall in love. Occasionally, she would also look through Li Mu's viewing history and see what he had watched. It's like checking up on someone, to prevent them from seeing any women. Li Mu often watches anime series, and Lu Xiaoxi watches them with him, deliberately messing up Li Mu's viewing history. If she was watching an anime series that she had only watched halfway through, Lu Xiaoxi would start watching it from the beginning, and Li Mu's viewing history would start from the beginning as well. It is wrong to pry into other people's privacy, except for Li Mu. Since it was Li Mu who voluntarily logged into her account on her computer, she couldn't be blamed. The girl thus found herself a plausible excuse to check up on him. She arranged red origami cranes, a clean teru teru bozu, a Japanese doll, and a silly-looking puppy plush toy by the bed, thus giving the little girl her TV companion. After watching 2 episodes of TV, a mist seemed to gather outside the window, and a light rain began to fall, causing the curtains to flutter in the wind. Lu Xiaoxi went barefoot to close the window. Autumn weather is also very changeable. When we were playing ball down there, the sun was shining, but now it's all dark. Although Xiaofei is quite fat, he is very agile and easily jumped onto the windowsill to watch the autumn rain with his owner. Hungry? Lu Xiaoxi asked with a smile, rubbing Xiaofei's belly. After raising Xiaofei, she installed stainless steel screens on her balcony and windows. Although they were made of stainless steel, they rusted after only a few years, and she had to replace them every year only to have them rust again. Meow. The little fat pig lay on the windowsill, curled up like a ball of cotton. The girl's gaze gradually softened. A WeChat call interrupted her burgeoning literary reverie. Hello, Mom. Xiaoxi, bring us an umbrella. The rain seems to be getting heavier. Qin Xiaoqian's voice came from the other end of the phone, along with the dry sound of rain. Okay, where are you? Right here at the badminton court. You weren't even paying attention. You went back without taking your water bottle. Oh, I forgot. I'm going down now. Please wait a moment. Lu Xiaoxi found 2 umbrellas, put on her cloth shoes, and hurriedly ran out. The door across the hall opened at that moment as well. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Mu looked at Lu Xiaoxi, who had changed into casual clothes, and noticed the 2 umbrellas in her hands. Could it be you too? They both asked in unison. I'm bringing an umbrella to my parents. What a coincidence, me too. Li Mu waved the blue semi-transparent water robe he was wearing. My parents are still sheltering from the rain in the pavilion, and as a dutiful son, I have to go and pick them up. His family originally had no shortage of umbrellas, but his parents used to take their umbrellas with them to work, and when they came back, they would be gone. This happened repeatedly, and they didn't know how many umbrellas they had lost. He only realized how few umbrellas he had when he needed them. After searching high and low, he could only find a double umbrella and a raincoat at home. Why are you wearing slippers? Yeah, I just took a shower, and it's easy to get my white cloth shoes dirty if I go out. They're hard to wash. He looks like a creepy old man. Lu Xiaoxi found Li Mu's outfit hilarious. If Li Mu's beard were longer, she could call him an uncle. Will the rain stop soon? It won't stop that quickly. This kind of light rain usually lasts for several hours. How did you know? Lu Xiaoxi blinked. When did Li Mu learn to observe celestial phenomena? You don't even know the weather forecast? You're so stupid. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to hit him. Chapter 55. Lu Xiaoxi rubs Li Mu's lips. A faint smell of dust filled the air. The autumn rain was continuous, and the tiny water droplets seemed to form a layer of mist. Li Mu's raincoat was rather simple, and as he walked, the rain hit his face, and after only a few steps, his face was soaked. Water droplets slid down his face, and the collar of his clothes was wet. I just took a shower and changed my clothes, and now I have to start all over again when I get back. In fact, he became an online writer because of a rainstorm. However, that rain was much heavier than this one. It's a bit slippery here because of the rain. You'd better be careful with your slippers, Lu Xiaoxi reminded her. These are royal high-end slippers. They won't slip. 20 yuan royal slippers, right? Lu Xiaoxi recognized the slippers at a glance. They were the same pair they had bought together at the supermarket. She was wearing cloth shoes and walked over quietly, making sure she was steady before taking the next step, afraid that she might actually slip and fall. In contrast, Li Mu, wearing slippers, didn't seem to care at all and swaggered over. You're lucky you didn't fall down. It's all thanks to these slippers. Oh, walk slowly, I can't see the road. Li Mu's raincoat was rather simple, consisting of only a waterproof hood without a visor, so rain could easily reach his face with the slightest breeze. Even if you try to shield your face with your hands, it's no use. After just a few steps, your face is covered in rainwater. His long eyelashes were covered with tiny raindrops, making them seem to glow. Lu Xiaoxi turned to look at him and saw that he was walking with his eyes squinted. She found it a little funny and took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Wipe. My hands are wet. Can you wipe them for me? You're such a busybody. Lu Xiaoxi complained as she haphazardly touched Li Mu's face, carefully wiping his eyes as if afraid of hurting him. It was very rough when I wiped his mouth. I rubbed his lips with 2 fingers through the tissue. They were soft and warm, and the feel was very, very good. I could even feel the warm breath he was exhaling through my fingertips. This was an unprecedented tactile sensation that Lu Xiaoxi found somewhat addictive. If you rub it anymore, your lips will swell up like sausages. Who rubbed it? I didn't rub it. Don't talk nonsense. The little girl would never admit it. Okay, you didn't rub it. I bit it myself, alright? As Li Mu spoke, he actually bit his lip. Wait a minute. Is this some leftover toilet paper from when you pooped? The thought of this possibility made Li Mu feel terrible. Is this all the disgusting stuff you can think of? The two of them went to pick up their own parents. They met up again on the way back. When the two families meet, they naturally have a long and pleasant chat. Men's topics are always strange. During their short journey, Li Chonghing and Lu Ming went from complaining about their boss to talking about World War II. We'll attack whichever we want today, and the same person we want tomorrow. We'll deploy aircraft today, and nuclear missiles the day after. Li Mu also became interested and joined their conversation. The three men's conversation shifted from the World Wars to the Three Kingdoms period. Holy crap, Li Mu exclaimed. He was walking along just fine when his foot slipped, and he unexpectedly fell flat on his backside. The slipper on her left foot flew off. The water from the raincoats splashed all over the others, and Lu Xiaoxi's trouser legs were also splattered with some dirty water. You're not hurt, are you? How could you be so careless on a rainy day? Suwen stepped forward and helped him up, her face full of concern. Although she often scolds her son, it's just in jest. She dotes on him more than anything. A mere bruise on my buttocks is nothing. Li Mu's face contorted in pain as he struggled to his feet, rubbing his buttocks vigorously. Go back and get some safflower oil to rub on it. Mom, it's okay. I told you to be careful. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the other slipper for him. Li Mu noticed the little girl's furrowed brows and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Night falls. Li Mu could only play games on his bed while using a pig plush toy as a pillow. That fall in the afternoon was quite serious. Putting aside his buttocks, he landed on his hands, which scraped his palms and caused them to bleed quite a bit. He only noticed it when he was taking a shower. There is a bottle of safflower oil and a bottle of medicated oil on the table. It's still raining outside, but the rain is light, even lighter than a spring drizzle. After half a day of rain, even the clouds have to go home. Rain that lasts this long is rare in autumn. Just as the game ended, Lu Xiaoxi sent him a message. Lu Xiaoxi, is your butt all bruised yet? Li Bendan, it's all over. Lu Xiaoxi, keep your distance from idiots.jpg. Lu Xiaoxi, middle finger, disdain. Lu Xiaoxi, did you apply the medicine? Li Bendan, no, it was just a fall, it's not that serious. Lu Xiaoxi, it's best to wipe it off. If there's bruising, you can apply an ice pack. Tomorrow, apply a hot egg, and it will heal quickly. Li Bendan, this is too much trouble. I wish someone could help me apply the medicine. After Li Mu sent that message, he braced himself for a barrage of insulting emojis from Lu Xiaoxi. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoxi didn't bombard him with emojis, but instead sent him a voice message. It sounded like he wanted to get angry, but was afraid of being overheard, so he deliberately lowered his voice. A muffled, gritted teeth, pervert. Right now, Lu Xiaoxi is probably lying in bed tossing and turning, roughly kneading and squeezing her puppy toy, and Xiao Fei might even be lying next to her. Li Mu sent her a photo of his half hand, which was bleeding and had broken skin. Li Bendan, image. Li Bendan, it hurts so much. Lu Xiaoxi, serves you right. Li Bendan, have some decency. Li Mu glanced at the time. It was 12:30, already his bedtime. Li Bendan, I'm going to sleep. Go to sleep early. Lu Xiaoxi, oh. Li Bendan, where's the voice message? Lu Xiaoxi, those who push their luck should be punished. Li Mu laughed out loud, feeling his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. He looked at his phone and, mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's previous tone, sent her a good night voice message. After charging his phone, Li Mu went to sleep while hugging his pig plush toy. His buttocks were a little sore, so he could only sleep on his side. Lu Xiaoxi held her phone, her big eyes blinking as she looked at the voice message Li Mu sent. With a light tap of her finger, Li Mu's soft, tingling voice came through the screen. She grabbed the puppy plush toy casually and hugged it to her chest, her breath slightly hot. That's weird, let me listen to it again. Listen to it one more time. Perhaps feeling annoyed, little Fatty leaped onto the table like a giant pig, and because of the cat's body structure, the whole process was completely silent. Little Fatty meowed twice in annoyance, then tucked its ears down, curled up into a ball of cotton, and went back to sleep. Its owner is probably sick. Chapter 56. What is their relationship now? The autumn breeze is refreshing. The temperature today is much lower than the previous few days. Even a healthy teenager like Li Mu had to change into a slightly thicker 3/4 sleeve shirt. Tomorrow is the first day of school, so he needs to go to the school's house today. After lying down for many days back home, and with the help of face masks, his skin tone has returned to what it used to be. Every day he would admire himself in the mirror, appreciating his good looks. Li Mu was handsome and self-aware. That perfectly describes him. Stop being so conceited. Your Uncle Lu is giving you and Lu Xiaoxi a ride to the high-speed rail station today. Li Changhing crossed his legs and took a sip of tea made from a cheap tea bag. Okay, there's still some time. Li Mu poured himself a bowl of lean meat porridge. Although my mom's cooking skills aren't great, she can still make edible lean meat porridge. This is one of the few dishes my mom can actually make that she's proud to serve. You can ask your mom for your living expenses later. Good. What's your relationship with that girl next door now? Li Changhing seemed like a completely different person. He had changed from his usual casual demeanor to one of seriousness befitting a father. What kind of relationship? Pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth. It's just a normal relationship. What do you expect from me and Lu Xiaoxi? I won't interfere in your young people's affairs. Just know your limits. Li Changhing shook his head. I don't know whether I should be worried, or worried. When a young, hot-blooded man and woman live under the same roof, many unspeakable things can easily happen. However, he still chose to trust his son. He knew that his son was old enough to know what he could and couldn't do, and that he should be able to distinguish between good and bad. Li Mu, finish your 2 eggs before you go downstairs. Su Wen came out of the kitchen with a small bowl containing round, hard-boiled eggs. Lean meat porridge paired with boiled eggs is their standard breakfast. Li Mu loves to eat boiled eggs dipped in soy sauce. He has always loved it since he was a child. He liked to eat egg whites. Whenever there were boiled eggs, he would eat all the egg whites and give the remaining yolks to Lu Xiaoxi, then cover his nose and say that Lu Xiaoxi's mouth tasted like eggs. Several times, he made Lu Xiaoxi cry, and little pearls would fall out. Little Li Mu would take the opportunity to rub Lu Xiaoxi's face, and in the end, Suwen would grab her by the back of the neck and make her go to apologize. Lu Xiaoxi has been a glutton since she was little. She wants to eat a little bit of everything. Every time she finishes eating the egg yolk, she smacks her little mouth and stares at the egg white with her big eyes. She throws a tantrum if Li Mu doesn't give her any. After finishing breakfast, Li Mu went back to his room to pack his things. The weather will get cold soon, so take some long-sleeved jackets with you. Are the blankets there warm? If not, buy some, or Mom can send them to you. Yeah, don't worry about what's going on over there. I'm not a child. I know how to put on clothes when I'm cold. That's true. Anyway, I've had Xiaoxi keep an eye on you. You'd better not stay cooped up in your room all day after school. I know. Li Mu took some coats out of the closet. While others fold clothes neatly, Li Mu prefers to fold them into rectangles, then roll them up and flatten them forcefully, which saves a lot of space. He learned this from a relative, and he's always done it this way. The only downside is that the clothes tend to get wrinkled after being stored for a long time. Although he doesn't care, he says that wrinkles are something that can be fixed by rolling around on the bed after putting on the clothes. Li Mu grabbed the pig plush toy, squeezed it hard, and stuffed it into his black backpack, instantly filling it up. The computer can only be put into a computer bag. A teenager had a cute pink pig plush toy hidden in his school bag, and something felt strange about it. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. Li Mu changed his shoes, said goodbye to his parents, and went out the door. He waited at the door for about half a minute before Lu Xiaoxi's door opened. Qin Xiaoqian is over 1.7 meters tall, and Lu Ming is even taller. When the family of three stands together, Lu Xiaoxi looks tiny in comparison. Lu Xiaoxi wore a loose pink coat and a plaid skirt that went past her knees, revealing only a small section of her smooth calves. She wore white canvas shoes with light blue socks. The girl held a small crossbody bag in one hand and let the other hand hang naturally at her side, looking every bit the obedient girl. In reality, Lu Xiaoxi is indeed a shy and reserved, well-behaved girl, completely opposite to Li Mu. Otherwise, why would they say they don't get along? In front of the two adults, Li Mu stroked his chin and walked around Lu Xiaoxi, his expression serious, clicking his tongue in amazement. What? Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being stared at by someone and glared at them. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. We just met 2 days ago, didn't we? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Why didn't you say this after the college entrance exam? We didn't get along back then. Our relationship isn't good right now either. Lu Xiaoxi huffed and puffed as she entered the elevator, with Li Mu following closely behind. The two adults looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Xiaoxi, you must study hard at school, Qin Xiaoqian said to her daughter from the passenger seat. Xiao Mu, you must study hard, otherwise you'll have wasted your time getting into such a good school. Don't end up like you were in high school. Qin Xiaoqian knew that Li Mu's grades had always been excellent, on par with her own daughter's. He just got addicted to games in high school and neglected his studies. Strictly speaking, in terms of academic ability alone, Li Mu is more capable than Lu Xiaoxi. A student goes from being a slacker to a top student. Only a novel would dare to write that. Don't worry, Aunt Qin, I'll ask Lu Xiaoxi as soon as I have any questions. Yes, you two grew up together and are even going to the same school now. It's so convenient that you can look after each other. Li Mu used his conversational skills to chat with the two parents. Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, had some free time. The little girl glanced at Li Mu's school bag with some curiosity. I remember when he came back, Li Mu's big backpack only contained a computer, and it was all empty. She pressed it, it was soft. Could it be that she's like her, taking the pig plushie to school? Lu Xiaoxi only brought a small shoulder bag and a small suitcase. She stuffed her dog plushie, computer, and clothes into the suitcase. We arrived at the high-speed rail station quickly. Lu Xiaoxi waved goodbye to her parents reluctantly. The next time I come back will be during winter break. Entering the station, waiting for the train, boarding the high-speed train. No one can be lucky forever. This time, Li Mu failed to buy a seat on the high-speed rail. Li Mu helped Lu Xiaoxi find her seat. Next to Lu Xiaoxi was another girl, so Li Mu felt relieved and returned to his seat, which was 3 carriages away. He had no intention of asking the girl to switch seats. Firstly, the 2 seats are too far apart, which is inconvenient, and secondly, it is unnecessary. He can't keep buying tickets that are tied to Lu Xiaoxi's. He couldn't even rub against Lu Xiaoxi's legs. The 3-hour journey was even harder than going to class in high school. Chapter 57. Li Mu also has a girlish heart. The station was crowded. The two were separated by 3 carriages, and with countless passengers crowding off the train, finding each other was no easy task. Li Mu stepped out of the carriage, glanced around, and saw the girl not far away. Lu Xiaoxi stood there blankly, looking around. Li Mu's eyes darted around, and he quietly circled behind the girl against the flow of people, gently tapping her on the shoulder, mimicking a foreigner's broken Mandarin. Hey, donkey, with all those votes, can you at least fake some authority? The girl felt the touch on her shoulder, and her small body trembled. Sorry, I don't have WeChat. Turning around, before I could finish saying my refusal, I saw someone's mischievous smile. You're so cheeky. Don't fight, there are too many of you. I'll just kill you. Ouch, don't kick my butt. It still hurts from the fall last time. Li Mu covered his buttocks and hailed a taxi. Both of them sat in the back row. Li Mu glanced sideways at Lu Xiaoxi's calves. If there weren't outsiders around, he definitely would have stretched out his foot to touch it. Lu Xiaoxi stared intently out the car window. Outside are tall buildings. Everything in the big city was still very new to Lu Xiaoxi. I used to wander around the neighborhood a lot, and the farthest place I'd ever been was the square with the fountain. I need to find a chance to really enjoy this city. She had never been to amusement parks, zoos, or aquariums in her small hometown. Li Mu shamelessly shifted his buttocks until he touched the girl's body before stopping. The girl smelled sweet. Look, there's a turtle, he exclaimed, pointing to a huge turtle sign on the commercial street outside the window. It's a turtle. That's a chain restaurant specializing in turtle dishes. It's quite famous in our city. They hold events every week. On Wednesdays, college students get a 20% discount, and on Fridays, couples get a 30% discount. The driver, who has been driving around the city for many years, knows all the shops in the vicinity. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the 2 people in the back were sitting so close together. Based on his experience, he could tell they were definitely a couple. The food in that shop tastes pretty good, and it has a good reputation around here. I see you're college students, right? College couples get a 65% discount on Fridays. Couple? Lu Xiaoxi seemed not to have reacted yet, glancing at Li Mu and then looking outside. A faint blush appeared on her fair face, making her feel uneasy. We're not a couple, Lu Xiaoxi said softly, looking out the window, but a large truck honked its horn outside, drowning out her voice. Master, we are not lovers. Li Mu said calmly and seriously. We are siblings. Sorry, it was my oversight. I often give rides to couples, and I thought you were one too. The driver was so embarrassed that sweat beaded on his forehead. Seeing how close these two are, almost touching, anyone would guess they're a couple. But he only thought about it in his mind. He was just a driver at best, and it wasn't a good thing to talk too much with passengers. Get away from me, who's your sister? Lu Xiaoxi said. Her face flushed, as she pushed Li Mu away with difficulty, her voice barely audible. What did you say? Li Mu genuinely didn't hear him. I said you're a pig. Then you're a dog. You're the dog. Then you're a pig. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth in anger. She could never win an argument with Li Mu. He had her completely under his thumb. How come her brilliant mind becomes a complete idiot when she's with Li Mu? You're both a pig and a dog. This was the only thing Lu Xiaoxi could think of to shut Li Mu up. Then what are you? I am a human being. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Xiaoxi was furious with Li Mu. That will definitely shorten their lifespan. The petite girl was very annoyed. She snorted coldly, crossed her arms, looked out the window, and ignored him. Li Mu moved even closer to Lu Xiaoxi, trying his best to make her happy. He couldn't let this little girl get angry. He was counting on Lu Xiaoxi to clean his room when they got back to the apartment complex. The driver saw everything. They even said they were siblings. This isn't a couple. He ate the car. He'd seen plenty of these not a couple types who wouldn't admit it, but were actually closer than many couples. We arrived at the residential area. The security booth still has that familiar Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I brought you something. Li Mu smiled and took out a bag of tangerines he had just bought outside. Uncle Zhang chuckled and pushed the tangerines back, saying, Thank you for your thoughtfulness. You should keep them for yourselves. Okay, let's go up first. Li Mu placed 2 tangerines on the guard booth. You and Uncle Zhang have a good relationship. Lu Xiaoxi's anger had subsided by now. It's not a bad thing to be better off. You just need to manage your interpersonal relationships well. I find it hard to believe you're saying this. You must have a lot of shady friends behind your back. Why don't you believe me? Li Mu smiled. Come on, let's go up quickly. We've been traveling all day, we're exhausted. He doesn't have any fair weather friends, but he does have one bastard friend. But he dared not say it, Otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would get angry again. And when she got angry, she would pinch his soft spot. The cottage remained as peaceful as ever. After settling her luggage, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to charge her phone. The plug is in, but the phone still isn't responding. Li Mu, is the power out? What? Let me see. Look, it won't charge. I forgot, the power wasn't turned on. Li Mu turned on the power switch. Lu Xiaoxi's phone was able to continue functioning. Your phone drains the battery way too fast. I've been out since I left home and my phone still has 70% battery left, but yours only has 20%. Ugh, getting a new phone is so expensive. I'll lend it to you. Never mind, it's still usable for now. Why do you keep trying to borrow money from me? Are you up to no good? Last time she bought a computer, Li Mu offered to lend her money, and this time he did the same for the phone. She didn't believe Li Mu wouldn't cause trouble. Am I that kind of person? Yes. I've always thought you have a good eye for people. Li Mu laughed it off and readily admitted it. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to do the housework and tidied up the entire small house from beginning to end. Li Mu then opened the doors and windows to ventilate the room. After finally finishing the housework, Lu Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her stomach started rumbling. I opened the refrigerator and found that all the remaining ingredients had been processed. Li Mu, want to order takeout? She peered into Li Mu's room from the doorway. Just then, I saw Li Mu take out several pairs of underwear and a pink pig doll from his backpack. Uh-huh. She was right. So Li Mu also has a girlish heart. Chapter 58. Li Mu thanks Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu placed the piglet on the bedside table and glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, who was leaning against the door. Is it funny? Not funny. Before you say that, please try to suppress the smirk. It's practically stretched to the back of your ears. I never would have guessed that such a grown man like Li Mu would have such a girlish heart. Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile. I used to sleep while holding him, so I got used to it. It's not good for Li Mu to lie, you know. It takes at least 21 days to form a habit. How many days has this little pig doll been tossed around? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not shameful for a grown man to sleep with a plush toy. At least, in Lu Xiaoxi's view, there was absolutely no problem. After all, she herself likes to hug that little dog plush toy when she sleeps. But she just wanted to challenge Li Mu. It's because she can never win an argument with him. Didn't you say you were hungry? Order whatever you want to eat. Li Mu scratched his head, blushing slightly. He secretly named the little pig doll Little Pig Lu. I can't let anyone know this, or I'll get yelled at again. Li Mu changed the subject, unlocked his phone and tossed it onto the bed, saying, Aren't you hungry? Order whatever you want to eat. Lu Xiaoxi smoothed out her skirt, tucked it under her thighs, and naturally sat on Li Mu's bed. Her bed had sheets and a soft mattress, while Li Mu's bed only had a straw mat, which felt chilly to sit on. What would you like to eat? Let me see. Li Mu hung all the clothes in the closet and sat down next to Lu Xiaoxi. Their arms touched. It's completely different from his muscular hands. Even through the coat, Li Mu could feel the soft, tender flesh of the girl's arms. I don't have anything I want to eat right now. You can order first. I'll order the same thing as you. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi randomly picked a shop with a high rating and specifically chose the items that were on sale. Why does it show 9.9 yuan a bowl, but when I click on it, it becomes 30 yuan? This is the first item on sale, but you need to buy 2 or more. Oh, okay, then let's eat this. Okay, give me your phone. I'll place the order. Li Mu reached out and casually touched Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Don't push me. Lu Xiaoxi was almost squeezed into a corner by Li Mu. There's a shoe cabinet in front of her, a wall to her right, and a certain big bad guy to her left. If Li Mu were to suddenly act out of lust, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, they were too close. She could smell Li Mu's scent. The girl was certain that Li Mu had used a mint-scented shower gel last night. Don't smell it, okay? You perverted girl. Li Mu dragged out the last syllable of each word. Me? I didn't smell it. Lu Xiaoxi coughed twice, trying not to let the annoying guy notice anything amiss. Li Mu smiled but didn't say anything, looking at her with half-closed eyes. Such a look and smile made the girl's heart flutter. This guy has always been careless and oblivious, so why does he suddenly become so sensitive when it comes to these kinds of weird things? She used to be the one calling Li Mu a pervert. Now the tables have turned. She's not perverted at all, not at all. I noticed that your breathing has quickened. Did you not shower? Or did you not wash your armpits when you showered? Your body odor is making me want to throw up. You still smell it? Don't normal people cover their noses and frown? Li Mu wanted to expose her. You're so annoying, get out of my way. Oh, Li Mu didn't hesitate and moved his bottom to give Lu Xiaoxi enough room to move around. Lu Xiaoxi blinked. She thought Li Mu would shamelessly stick around and take the opportunity to rub against her leg or touch her hand. She patted her bottom, stood up, glanced at Li Mu, then looked around the room and realized that it was dark and gloomy. Such dark and enclosed spaces can easily cause a person to become withdrawn, and over time, this may even lead to certain psychiatric illnesses. Why didn't you open the curtains? Lu Xiaoxi said with a hint of reproach, pulling the curtains all the way down for him, instantly brightening the room several degrees. It's blinding. You want to become nearsighted like me, don't you? Lu Xiaoxi found a reason to reprimand Li Mu and immediately straightened her back, exaggerating the many inconveniences she had suffered since becoming nearsighted. Beyond 5 meters, men and women are indistinguishable. Beyond 10 meters, humans and animals are indistinguishable. Walking causes dizziness and other sensations, the more exaggerated the better. After all that, you're the one who's nearsighted, not me. Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment. That's really true. Li Mu's eyesight is perfectly fine. Lu Xiaoxi felt that this topic could not be continued. With a quick glance, she sat down next to Li Mu with a reserved air. Li Mu, let me play you something. Lu Xiaoxi grinned mischievously as she took out her phone, turned up the volume, found the chat window with Li Mu, and played the goodnight voice message Li Mu had sent her a few days ago. It's crispy and tingly. As expected of me, I don't know how many girls this voice has captivated. Li Mutian boasted shamelessly. Lu Xiaoxi is beyond understanding. It's not what I imagined. Li Mu knew exactly what she was thinking. Isn't it just that she wants him to be as shy as he was when he played his voice for her before? He's not stupid. How could he fall for such a blatant, overt scheme? If people in ancient times had a face like yours, the town would never have been conquered. You always find ways to say I'm shameless. What else can you say about me besides being a pervert, a rogue, thick-skinned, and a narcissist? This isn't enough? You're quite proud of yourself. Li Mu suddenly stopped talking and stared straight at her. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi nervously covered her chest with both hands. I'm hungry. Huh? Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. If you're hungry, you're hungry. What's the point of looking at her? There's no food in the fridge. Are we expecting her to magically conjure up 3 dishes and a soup? If it weren't for me, you would definitely be eating takeout every day, eating a bunch of unhealthy foods, and having diarrhea every day. That's true. Li Mu did not deny it. This is perfectly understandable. He can't cook at all. Without Lu Xiaoxi, and if he didn't eat in the school cafeteria, he would most likely be living on takeout and instant noodles. He had thought about cooking for himself, but he didn't know how. His mother's cooking skills weren't suitable for being a teacher, and he was too lazy to learn from online video tutorials. He had also fantasized about that kind of life. Every day when I come home, it's not about complicated mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationships, nor about open or covert marital conflicts. Instead, he would go to the kitchen with the girl he liked and cook her favorite dishes. For some reason, the girl he admired, who only existed in his imagination and was busy in the kitchen with him, turned into Lu Xiaoxi with a small ponytail. He wore a blue apron with a puppy pattern as his assistant, while Lu Xiaoxi wore a pink apron with a pig pattern as the chef, and together they cooked dishes with wisps of smoke rising from them. Before I knew it, Lu Xiaoxi had wandered in. But it seems pretty good. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to learn cooking from Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu became more determined to learn how to cook. I need to find an opportunity to mention it to Lu Xiaoxi. Thank you. Perhaps because the scene just now was too heartwarming, Li Mu's tone was much gentler. What did you say? Lu Xiaoxi seemed not to have reacted. I said thank you, Lu Xiaoxi. Oh, what did Li Mu just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? The girl's eyes shone. She smiled mischievously, put one hand to her ear as if she couldn't hear, and leaned closer to her ear. Even if the distance between the two is only a fist's width. She could tell that Li Mu was thanking her very seriously and sincerely. And she speaks so gently, it makes my heart race and I blush. Such opportunities are rare. Li Mu's lips twitched. She said he was taking an inch and then a mile, but wasn't she the same way? If you have too much earwax, go clean it out. Li Mu got up, picked up his computer, and walked out of the room. Lu Xiaoxi's sly smile froze on her face. The little pink fists were itching to pounce. Chapter 59. Lu Xiaoxi felt wronged. Lu Xiaoxi ran next door to play with Xia Yuan. Li Mu came out of his room and sat in the living room, waiting for his takeout while adjusting the projector. After connecting it to his computer, he randomly picked a popular movie to watch. The primary function of a projector is not to watch television, but to disguise itself as a television and provide background music. You can choose not to watch it, but you can't live without it. Otherwise, it would lack a bit of liveliness. From a smaller perspective, This little house can also be considered his and Lu Xiaoxi's home. After all, this small place still needs the two of them to maintain it together. The door opened, and Lu Xiaoxi led Xia Yuanyuan in. Brother Mu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xia Yuanyuan was very happy. Holding a big bag of potato chips, with some crumbs on her lips, she struggled to take out a small, individually wrapped mooncake from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. It's been so long since Mid-Autumn Festival. Why are you still wishing me a happy Mid-Autumn Festival? Anyway, thank you Yuanyuan. Then I wish Brother Mu a happy Mid-Autumn Festival next year in advance. You're really something. Li Mu was amused by the little girl's words and ruffled Xia Yuanyuan's bun. Eat potato chips. Xia Yuanyuan was happy to share her potato chips with Li Mu. Then she watched as Li Mu grabbed a handful of potato chips. Xia Yuanyuan stared into thought at the light bag of potato chips in her hand. You're eating all the children's food, Lu Xiaoxi said, feigning a scolding. Kids are prone to getting a sore throat from eating too many potato chips. You talk a good game, but I think you're just a glutton. Yuanyuan, do you mind if I eat so many potato chips? Xia Yuanyuan shook her head. Hey, even the kids don't mind. Li Mu smiled and ate another potato chip. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxi was about to say something, Li Mu quickly handed her a whole potato chip. Lu Xiaoxi carefully avoided touching Li Mu's pig's trotter and ate it in one bite. When was the last time this guy fed me? It seems like when he first arrived, this guy ordered a fried chicken and fed her the chicken's butt, although she ate most of the fried chicken at the end. But at that time, she was quite shy about this affectionate feeding behavior, still hiding in the room and refusing to come out. Now he can eat whatever Li Mu feeds him without a second thought. The little girl's thoughts had wandered off somewhere. To accommodate Xia Yuanyuan, Li Mu suggested switching to cartoons, but Xia Yuanyuan said she wanted to watch a sweet romance drama, so Li Mu let her have her way. He wasn't interested in romance dramas, but the two girls loved watching them. On the sofa, two girls, 11 years apart in age, were engrossed in a romantic comedy and were even chatting and laughing about the plot, while Li Mu was sprawled on the sofa like an old man, scrolling through videos. During this time, Lu Xiaoxi's stomach could often be heard growling with hunger. Every time her stomach rumbled, Xia Yuanyuan and Li Mu would both turn to look at her, making Lu Xiaoxi so embarrassed she felt like she was steaming. About 20 minutes later, the takeout arrived. Lu Xiaoxi, whose stomach had been growling for a while, excitedly ran to pick up the takeout. There were 3 takeout boxes. In addition to what she and Li Mu ordered, there was also a red box. What is this? Crayfish, 40 yuan, Li Mu said casually. 40 yuan for such a small box? Lu Xiaoxi was shocked. She had never eaten crayfish before, but this portion was far too expensive. It was beyond what she could accept. 40 yuan is enough for her to eat for 2 or 3 days. Actually, I've never tried it before, and I want to buy some to try it out. Is it tasty? I don't know. I'll try first. Li Mu took his food and crayfish, put on gloves, and took off the crayfish box. A spicy aroma instantly filled his nostrils. Wait a minute, he clearly ordered garlic flavor, but it smells so spicy. After carefully checking the bill, it was indeed garlic flavored. Terrible review. Absolutely terrible review. Hurry up and try it. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. The crayfish were bright red and looked delicious. What? I'm not giving you any. Fine, I won't give it to you then. Who cares? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head away angrily. Li Mu had never eaten crayfish before, and his peeling technique was a bit clumsy. After removing the head and shell, he found that such a large crayfish was reduced to just a small section. He ate one himself and thought it tasted pretty good, but the texture was just so-so. He didn't know if the store used frozen ones, because he couldn't tell. Yuanyuan, have one too. Li Mu peeled another one and handed it to Xia Yuanyuan. It's not as good as my mom's cooking, Xia Yuanyuan said. Your mother can make this? Yes, I bought some before and cooked it. So, are you still going to eat? Have another one. Lu Xiaoxi kept her head down as she ate, her mind still on the box of crayfish. What about hers? What about hers? What about hers? Why didn't Li Mu give her any? Seeing Li Mu eating faster and faster, piling up shrimp shells on the table, Lu Xiaoxi got a little anxious. She hadn't eaten yet. She glanced at Li Mu secretly, and suddenly realized that Li Mu was also secretly looking at her. The moment their eyes met, Li Mu looked away and pretended that nothing had happened. Give me one. You said yourself you weren't going to eat it. Li Mu smacked his lips, deliberately making it very loud. I told you not to push me, but you still did. These are 2 different things. You won't lose anything if I squeeze you, but this is a crayfish, which costs 1.5 yuan each. Okay, I'll buy yours then. Not for sale. That's outrageous. She had even brought this guy dinner before, but Li Mu wouldn't even give her a single shrimp. The more Lu Xiaoxi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and slowly her eyes welled up with tears. She didn't know why she felt uncomfortable. She just felt uncomfortable. It seems like I was bullied by Li Mu. The petite girl felt wronged, said nothing, lowered her head, and ate her food, using her loose hair to cover her face. I'm never cooking for Li Mu again. Let this guy eat instant noodles instead. I won't sit with him in class anymore. We don't watch TV together anymore. I'm never letting him rub against me again. And there's more. The girl was thinking about how to break off her relationship with Li Mu when she suddenly felt the side of the sofa sag. She was already distracted and lost her balance, her shoulder bumping into someone's strong arm. Li Mu didn't know when he had switched places with Xia Yuan. The two people sat very close together. Get out of the way. Lu Xiaoxi knew who it was without even looking up. She's feeling wronged right now, and if Li Mu tries to upset her again, she'll really ignore him today, and she means it. Here you are. Li Mu reached around the back of the sofa with one hand, and by tightening his arm, he could pull the petite girl into his arms. A hand pushed the lid of a plastic box in front of her. It was covered with peeled shrimp tails. I won't eat. Real. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him. Li Mu looked down at her face and saw the girl's slightly red eyes. My heart skipped a beat. You really cried? You're the one who cried. I'm not that fragile, Lu Xiaoxi said stubbornly. She really just felt wronged and didn't want to cry. Her eyes were just red from beginning to end. Look at yourself. Li Mu held up a mirror to look at her. Looking at her pitiful little face in the mirror, Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She was practically wearing her grievances on her face. Don't be angry, little pig Lu. These shrimp tails are really spicy. If you don't eat them, I'm going to throw them away. Li Mu is wasting food. That's a heinous crime. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the pile of shrimp tails, still not looking at Li Mu, but just muttered a low scolding. You're not angry anymore? When did I get angry? Do you have any evidence to back up your claims? Oh, then I won't give you any. I only gave you some because I thought you were angry. Li Mu reached out to take the shrimp tail back. You think you can take back what's been spilled? Have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi was getting anxious, afraid that Li Mu really wouldn't give her any food, so she poked his hand with the end of her chopsticks to stop him from taking it back. The shrimp tails now belonged to her. Okay, they're all yours. Aren't you going to eat? I'm not eating it, it's too spicy. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi was fine now. Her earlier grievances had vanished, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Li Mu was wise to know what was good for him. She picked up a peeled shrimp tail and put it in her mouth to chew. It's a novel flavor I've never tasted before. It tastes pretty good. It's not spicy at all. It wasn't even as spicy as the dinner she brought for Li Mu from her hometown. Chapter 60. The me of then is not the me of now. The romantic comedy drama projected on the screen erupted into a heated argument between the male and female leads. But the two adults didn't take it to heart. Only Xia Yuan swung her little legs and watched with great interest. Unlike boys, girls find washing their hair more troublesome, especially in winter, when they might only wash it once every 5 or 6 days. Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder-length short hair is relatively easier to wash, and she washes it more frequently. As long as it's not right after she wakes up, Lu Xiaoxi's hair is smooth and soft. Li Mu noticed the stray hair stuck to her clothes on her shoulder and reached out to remove it for her. Perhaps because she hadn't cut her hair in so long, it had grown to her shoulder blades. A faint fragrance lingered around my nose. Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he greedily inhaled the captivating aroma. It seems that when he's with Lu Xiaoxi, he unconsciously starts to smell her scent. To be honest, he really liked the scent of a certain young girl. Li Mu's restless hand moved closer and closer, and finally, at a certain moment, it landed on the petite girl's left shoulder. Lu Xiaoxi felt the pig's hoof on her shoulder, and her body stiffened abruptly. Would you call this groping? But Li Mu only put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Lu Xiaoxi put down her chopsticks, pressed her thumb against her middle finger, and flicked Li Mu's knuckle hard. Li Mu only felt a slight pain in his middle finger joint, but it wasn't that painful. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't very strong to begin with. However, he knew what it meant and reluctantly withdrew his hand. How dare you make that unhappy face? Lu Xiaoxi said fiercely, poking his waist with the end of her chopsticks. Li Mu rubbed against his leg, pinched his hand, and put his arm around his shoulder. It's just that she's quite close to Li Mu, so she doesn't hold it against him. If it were any other girl, she would have been locked in a dark room long ago. You used to hold my hand. I am not who I am now. Lu Xiaoxi denied the shameful things she had done in the past with a single sentence. If we were to bring up their past, That would be a serious matter. When they were little, she was always clinging to Li Mu, wanting to do everything together. She would even lick Li Mu's ice cream if she saw him eating it. Don't beautiful women understand the principle of not dwelling on past glories? Hee hee, actually I don't mind giving you a massage now, $1 for an hour. Okay, I'll pay you 24 yuan, and you can work like a slave for me all day. I meant holding hands, not selling myself. Selling yourself? I feel like throwing up what I just ate. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was going to be shameless. She sometimes sees videos of guys paying to rent girlfriends to go shopping and hold hands, but it seems like it's her turn to pay to hold Li Mu's hand. However, if it's only 1 yuan an hour, it's not something I can't consider. Okay, next time we go to the market, I'll rent Li Mu's hands so he can carry things. It's good that you threw up. Anyway, I haven't even started eating yet. You can just watch me eat. Li Mu smiled and opened his lunchbox. The two of them ordered duck leg rice. In Li Mu's lunchbox, a perfectly presented roasted duck leg lay intact. Why are mine different from yours? I noted that one of the duck legs doesn't need to be cut. Why didn't you add a note for me? Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She had almost finished eating the roast duck, but still had half a bowl of rice left. Compared to Li Mu's whole duck leg, even crayfish doesn't taste good. You didn't say that. I'm out of food here. Lu Xiaoxi pitifully showed him her food. There's still some meat left, isn't there? Li Mu smiled and picked up a piece of the remaining duck leg, with a large piece of roasted duck skin still attached. What are you doing? When I saw you stretch it out, I thought you were going to give it to me to eat. Exclamation point. Lu Xiaoxi knew that Li Mu was doing it on purpose and was about to lash out when suddenly a brilliant idea struck her, and the little cattail that had been standing up went limp again. Oh dear, if you eat one of my pieces, I want to eat one of yours too. You're not much to look at, but you've got some pretty fancy ideas. You're probably just trying to ruin my roast duck leg. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. Of course, the previous statement was made against my conscience. He always thought Lu Xiaoxi was very beautiful. Brother Mu, the TV isn't working. Xia Yuanyuan pointed to the choppy screen of a romantic comedy on the wall and tugged at his sleeve. Let me see. Li Mu nodded, squatted down in front of the computer, and restarted the video software. For some unknown reason, when Li Mu clicked into the sweet drama again, there was no playback progress record. He could only go back to where he had just been watching, segment by segment. He could see Lu Xiaoxi's every move out of the corner of his eye. Lu Xiaoxi was secretly eating his duck leg, grabbing the shin bone with 2 fingers, opening her small mouth, and taking a bite. I only took 1 bite, just 1 bite, and then ate the whole roasted duck leg skin in 1 gulp. You ate all the best parts of the roast duck. What am I supposed to eat? Li Mu said to himself without turning around. Not only did he eat his duck leg, but he also ate the entire roasted duck skin. Who can he complain to? I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't afraid of him at all, and took another bite. That's enough. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes flickered, and she handed the duck leg in her hand to Li Mu. Li Mu didn't mind and took a bite, wiping some oil onto his face. Yuanyuan, look, your older sister is feeding the pigs. Is Brother Mu a pig raised by Sister Xiaoxi? Xia Yuanyuan didn't understand anything. She only knew that Sister Xiaoxi liked Brother Mu. Yes, from now on you'll call him Shepherd Pig. Lu Xiaoxi made herself laugh, her laughter like the chirping of birds, her eyebrows filled with joy, and 2 crescent moons appeared on her face. Li Mu. After watching TV for a while, Xia Yuanyuan yawned, said goodbye to the 2 adults, and went home by herself. We spent the whole morning traveling, then did housework when we got back, and now we're both a bit sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi, in particular, had a habit of taking a nap in the afternoon. After finishing her meal, she sat on the sofa and soon felt sleepy. Xia Yuanyuan went back. She felt she couldn't hold on any longer. She washed her face, and in a daze, slipped on her slippers and went back to her room. When Li Mu wanted to go back to rest, he found that his slippers had shrunk. Li Mu sighed. The 2 of them had such different shoe sizes, yet they still managed to wear the wrong shoes. Li Mu suspected she did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. Lu Xiaoxi's feet are small, so Li Mu's slippers are more than enough for her. But Li Mu can't fit into Lu Xiaoxi's shoes and has to walk on tiptoe. Chapter 61. Only look at him. Lu Xiaoxi had a dream. In my dream, Li Mu turned into a tiny little thing, and I pinched her face and patted her head. She was so cute and called me little sister she over and over again. Little Li Mu was both silly and simple-minded, and from then on he became her little fanboy, always following her around like a little shadow. Some say dreams are the brain's self-protective mechanism to reduce its workload. Others say dreams are false information, which the brain deletes upon waking. When a person wakes up from a dream, the content of the dream forms a momentary memory, which is forgotten within a few minutes. When she woke up, these were all the things she remembered. Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the sky outside the window, then lay back down, her girlish laziness kicking in. She lay on her side in bed, curled up under the blanket, quietly listening to someone's voice coming from next door. She couldn't understand a word he was spouting about attacking A or B, searching for supplies, or anything like that. I lay there until after 8 o'clock, when it was already dark outside. Li Mu, shall we go grocery shopping together? Lu Xiaoxi straightened the wrinkles in her clothes, went to the living room to wash her face and brush her teeth, and knocked on Li Mu's door. Go, wait until I finish this game. Are you playing video games? Okay, get ready to finish. Back to defense. They're attacking B. I'm going in now. You like it? Li Mu seemed not to hear him. Lu Xiaoxi could understand every word Li Mu said, but when they were put together, they became pedantic and formulaic. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lu Xiaoxi turned the doorknob and opened it a crack. The room was dark, with only the light from Li Mu's computer screen and headphones shining through. This guy played games in the dark for a long time. They don't even want their eyes anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned on the light for him. I'll go downstairs with you after I finish this game. Li Mu took off his headphones and glanced at her. The only chair was already occupied by him, so he patted the edge of the bed, gesturing for Lu Xiaoxi to sit for a while, then put his headphones back on and continued his game. Lu Xiaoxi sat quietly next to him, her legs together. She carefully observed Li Mu playing the game. She's playing so seriously. If she put that same energy into studying, Li Mu's grades would definitely be higher than hers, and the two of them might not even get into the same university. If she hadn't gone to the same university, majored in the same field, and been in the same class as Li Mu, she would be in the dormitory with a few other girls right now. She's always been a day student and has never lived in a dormitory before, so she doesn't know how to get along with people in a dormitory. It's much more comfortable living with Li Mu. I don't have to worry about other things, and there's no danger or conflict. I can do whatever I want. If I had to say, the only one in danger is Li Mu. However, she wasn't worried that Li Mu would dare to do anything to her. She trusted Li Mu more than anyone else, and she was certain that Li Mu would never do anything excessive to her. Touching hands or rubbing legs doesn't count. Don't keep staring at me. It's making me a little uncomfortable. Li Mu clicked his tongue. He could clearly sense that he was being stared at by a petite girl. At first it was fine, but after a while he started to feel a little uneasy. I don't know why this is happening. He was just playing games. It's like in class. You might have a clear mind and be able to solve problems like drinking water, but once a teacher is watching you, your problem-solving speed will drop significantly. He's in that state of being watched while solving problems. When he's playing a game, his reaction time is a beat slower, and the character he's controlling falls to the ground. You're being too sensitive. What does it have to do with me? Hey, do you keep staring at me because you think I'm handsome? You're both stinky and beautiful, or in short, stinky. Tell me the truth. Am I handsome compared to the guys you've ever met? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Li Mu is indeed shameless. He can even ask such a question. How embarrassing. Then tell me first, am I considered pretty among the girls you've met? Let me think about it. I'd say I'm the second prettiest. Lu Xiaoxi's heart tightened. Who is the most beautiful girl in Li Mu's heart? She has been spending all her time with Li Mu lately, and he hasn't seen any other girls have any contact with him. The petite girl mentally recalled all her female classmates from junior high to university, trying to figure out who was the prettiest. After comparing them, she always thought she was the prettiest, even though she was a little vain. Could it be that Li Mu subjectively thought that girl was very pretty, like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Oh, Lu Xiaoxi responded softly, looking listless. Don't you want to know who's the prettiest? I don't want to. She was angry. My mom is the most beautiful. You're the second most beautiful. No, you're the third most beautiful. If you keep me in suspense, I'll make my move. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, her two small pincers already gripping Li Mu's waist. The two were sitting in different positions. If Lu Xiaoxi wanted to put her hand on his waist, she had to lean forward. Since she was not as tall as Li Mu to begin with, her head only reached Li Mu's chest. First is my mom, second is your mom, third is you, and fourth. What was the name of the female lead in that sweet romance drama you and Xia Yuanyuan watched again? Idiot. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by his absurd thought process and chuckled as she cursed him, revealing her white teeth. His little mouth looked like it was coated with brown sugar, so this time I won't pinch his flesh. And me? Let me guess. First is your dad, second is my dad, and third is me. You're just so to me. If you weren't so narcissistic, so abnormal, so lazy, and so stupid, you'd barely make it into third place. Is this still me? Mu sat down next to her and chuckled, taking the opportunity to poke her little face, which had turned red without him noticing. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him and slapped his pig's trotter away. You're getting too cocky, aren't you? They're getting bolder and bolder. It was one thing to touch her hand and rub her leg before, but this afternoon they put their arm around her shoulder, and now they're poking her face. Won't they go even further in the future? Mu was testing her limits, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Once the temperature reached a certain threshold, she wouldn't be able to escape. The little girl thought she was very clever and immediately recognized Mu's trick. The warm water is quite comfortable now. I'll run out once it gets hot. You can pinch me, but I can't poke you. Do Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin know how hypocritical you are? Do Uncle Li and Aunt Su know how shameless you are? I know. Mu nodded frankly. Honesty is our main selling point. Anyway, both families know exactly what kind of person he is. It just won't work. Oh, anyway, I don't want to poke it. You didn't want to poke me, but you still did it. You're sick. Mu ignored her, sat back down in his chair, and put his headphones back on. At that moment, the character he was controlling was resurrected. Are you ready to finish? There are still a few rounds left. I don't know if we should go into overtime. You should watch the video. Mu didn't even blink while speaking. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen. The game on the computer was a shooting game, which she had never played and couldn't understand. She used to do the same thing, standing behind Mu and watching him play games. Mu seems to play all kinds of games. In kindergarten, he played Snake. In elementary school, he played Stickman Badminton and Plants vs. Zombies. Then he played all sorts of mobile games. Now he's a game jack of all trades, playing free and paid games, mobile and computer games, and he's pretty good at them all. She loved watching Mu play games, ever since she saw him playing Snake on Aunt Su's phone. Lu Xiaoxi leaned forward, resting her hands on the back of the seat, her chin under her hand, and watched quietly. The little girl couldn't understand the game, so she could only watch someone play it so seriously. Chapter 62, She Likes This Feeling. While playing games, Mu felt an itch on his head. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was messing with him, but he didn't mind. Are games more important to women? I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. Mu turned off the computer. Did you win or lose? We lost. The other team played like they were cheating in the late game. Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Let's go buy some groceries. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. Her neck was sore from lying on it for so long. Mu looked at his hairstyle in the mirror. Yeah, Lu Xiaoxi turned it into a chicken coop. This chicken coop looks quite proper. Are you planning to have chicks? Your hair is so oily. Lu Xiaoxi wiped the greasy feeling from her hands on Mu's clothes with disgust. You've been working on this for so long. You've practically plucked the back of your head bald. Mu touched his hair. It is a bit oily. It's easy to get oily when there's too much to do all day. Of course, it could also be because of the shampoo. The shampoo at home is cheap and comes in a large quantity, and its effects are worlds apart from Lu Xiaoxi's shampoo. Nonsense, you're just greasy. I do more housework than you, but I'm not greasy at all. Lu Xiaoxi proudly tossed her smooth, silky hair. I don't believe it, let me touch it. Mu pretended to touch her hair, but actually brushed the hair away from her face and scratched the girl's cheek with the back of his finger. It's soft and fluffy, like a jelly pudding, I can't put it down. Mu wasn't satisfied, so he pinched it with 2 fingers, applying a little pressure, and a red mark appeared on it. You're being cheeky? Do you believe I'll tell Aunt Su? Lu Xiaoxi slapped his hand away. Just kidding. This time I really will touch your hair. Mu grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and slowly withdrew his hand, letting every inch of his fingers glide over the petite girl's face. Don't touch it. Let's go downstairs and buy some things. What should we eat tonight? I don't know, I'll think about it on the way. The two of them went downstairs together. Mu was unaware of the community security guard's shift system. Every time he came down, he would see Uncle Zhang in the security booth. After exchanging the usual greetings, the two went to the nearby farmer's market. It was already dark, and the market vendors were packing up and heading home. But someone, out of their mind, had left a lot of trash in a corner, making it stink. Lu Xiaoxi pulled up her collar to cover her mouth and nose, and quickly walked past with her head down. Mu walked over nonchalantly, but after smelling the nauseating odor, his face fell, and he ran away as well. Haha, you're so stupid. You know it smells bad, but you still don't hold your breath. Lu Xiaoxi pointed at him and mocked him to his face. Alright, Lu Xiaozhu is the smartest. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? If you think like that, Do you also know that you're quite dull? Screw you. Tell me what you want to buy. To be honest, I'm not very hungry. I also. Then why are you in such a hurry to come down and buy it? Limu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. I'm afraid my pigs will go hungry. We had a late lunch, and neither of us is very hungry right now, so we decided to buy some cooked food to take home and heat up whenever we get hungry late at night. On the way, they also bought some pickled wild vegetables. At Lu Xiaoxi's insistence, the owner added a lot of chili peppers to the pickled wild vegetables. The salty and spicy taste made Limu's mouth water. From then on, he had to swallow his saliva manually, and several times he couldn't swallow it down, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Limu was also tempted. Although he didn't like spicy food, it wasn't that he couldn't eat spicy food, but his tolerance for spicy food was much weaker than that of Lu Xiaoxi's family. Lu Xiaoxi can eat a spoonful of chili peppers in one bite, while he can't eat without other things, and might even need to be given milk afterward. But sour flavors are different. Salty and spicy flavors are more about saltiness and the natural sourness of the fruit, with spiciness being secondary. The stall owner gave her 4 toothpicks, and Lu Xiaoxi used them as one. Aren't you going to share with me? Limu glanced at her, seemingly showing no intention of giving her any. I bought it. Why should I give it to you? Lu Xiaoxi seemed to be in a good mood. Her little steps were even more cheerful, and she was eating pineapple with her mouth, her words muffled, which was extremely cute. What about the roast duck leg incident? That doesn't count. I am not the same person I am now. Sophistry. Hurry up and give me a bite, or I'll drool all over you. Ugh, this is disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi disgustedly stuck a piece of guava into his hand. Just one piece. Okay. Limu ate it in one bite, not caring at all whether there was a little girl's saliva on the toothpick. The flavors of guava and chili salt assaulted his taste buds. It's quite delicious. One more piece, please. This is the last piece. Lu Xiaoxi squinted at him and gave him another piece of sour mango. It's delicious. Have another piece. This is the last one. The very last one. I want to eat more. Lu Xiaoxi watched as the sour fruit dwindled in number, feeling like she'd been taken advantage of. The bag of pickled vegetables was small. Limu ate half of it. That's not all. Every time, this guy says last piece, and then shamelessly brings out last piece, last and last piece, last and last piece, and so on. Every time, he opens his mouth waiting for her to put the sour fruit in, like a newborn bird. The last piece. That's all. The girl ate the last piece and tried to stuff the empty bag into Limu's hand. Who knew that Limu clenched his fists, not giving the girl a chance. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks and tried to pry open Limu's fingers. As soon as she exerted force, his clenched fist loosened, and he held her fingers in his palm. As her fingers were enveloped by a warm, large hand, Lu Xiaoxi's breathing became heavy. She tried to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter Limu's grip became. Open! Lu Xiaoxi's tone was stern, and Limu immediately relaxed. We were still not satisfied. What were you doing just now? He just grabbed a girl's hand for no reason and didn't feel ashamed at all. There were many people on this road, couples walking hand in hand, and some girls even holding onto their boyfriend's arms and leaning on them as they walked. They were not much different from these couples. It's nothing, let's go back. I want to take a shower. Limu turned his head to the side. Look at me. You have flowers on your face. Limu shifted his position before turning to look at her. With his back to the light, his front appeared much darker. In this way, the petite girl wouldn't notice his flushed face and ears. You're the one who arrested me. What kind of attitude is this? Lu Xiaoxi shoved the trash bag into Limu's hand, leaving no room for refusal. Are you angry? Limu's tone was somewhat weak. No. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and walked quickly to the front. She didn't want others to see her face, which was as red as a cherry tomato. I made my way home. She took a shower, ate a late-night snack, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and went to bed in one go. She didn't say a word to Limu until she returned to her room. Lying in bed, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She has to work 8 a.m. tomorrow, but she just can't fall asleep. She can only toss and turn in bed, wrapped in a thin green blanket like a big green worm. She grasped the fingers of her right hand with her left hand, feeling them carefully. It doesn't feel as good as. It felt more comfortable to hold her fingers in Limu's large hand. She liked this feeling. I'll transfer 24 yuan to that idiot tomorrow and buy him a day. Chapter 63 Buying You for a Day. This is also an old residential area. After a night of settling, many fallen leaves were left under the tree roots in the community. As the weather gradually turns cooler, more and more leaves are withering and turning yellow. The cleaning lady has just swept them up, and soon more leaves will fall. Li Mu stepped on the leaves, making a crisp sound. Passing by the green belt, you can also see grasshoppers jumping around. These are all secondary. His real purpose is the breakfast stalls outside the residential area. With dark circles under his eyes, Li Mu bought 4 meat buns for shumai, a serving of steamed dumplings, an ear of corn, and 2 cups of soy milk from outside. His portion consisted of only a meat bun, a shumai, and a cup of soy milk. The rest belonged to Lu Xiaoxi. If we can't finish them, we'll save them at school to eat as snacks. Consider it an apology to the petite girl. Last night, once Lu Xiaoxi starts to sulk and not say anything, she must be angry. She's always been like this since she was a child, keeping everything bottled up inside. It seems he really angered Lu Xiaoxi. Perhaps it was his abrupt act of holding her small hand that crossed the line. Good friends are still good friends, but it's important to maintain appropriate boundaries. Li Mu felt he needed to tone it down a bit recently. He didn't want the relationship he had worked so hard to improve to go back to the way it was before, where they would just greet each other and then end the conversation. All in all, let Lu Xiaoxi calm down first. Lu Xiaoxi's door opened. Unaware of the person beside her, she lazily stretched, revealing her fair and slender waist. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of the figure at the door out of the corner of her eye. Her small body trembled, and she stared blankly at Li Mu, clearly frightened. You're up so early. The petite girl noticed the dark circles under someone's eyes. I bought breakfast. You bought so much. Lu Xiaoxi counted, estimating this meal would cost at least 20 yuan. Li Mu no longer dared to argue with her. I wonder if the little girl's anger has subsided. Did you take the wrong medicine? Lu Xiaoxi felt that something was wrong. Li Mu is acting strangely today. After brushing your teeth and washing your face. The two left carrying identical laptop bags, and the girl also had a pink handbag draped over her lower abdomen, filled with breakfast that Li Mu had bought for her. Perhaps feeling the weight of the computer, Lu Xiaoxi switched to her laptop after walking only a short distance. When she finally arrived at the bus stop, she put her laptop on the seat and loosened her grip. Li Mu remained silent, which was unlike him at all. Even Lu Xiaoxi felt bored. She sat with her legs together on the stainless steel seat waiting for the bus, while Li Mu stood next to her scrolling through his phone. It's rush hour now, and perhaps because the last bus just left, there aren't many people at the bus stop. She would steal glances at Li Mu from time to time, but she didn't notice that Li Mu was watching her. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, took out her phone, hesitated, and sent Li Mu 24 yuan. What? Li Mu finally spoke. I'll buy you today, help me carry my computer. Lu Xiaoxi said, her head down, her voice barely audible. Are you giving me a way out? What? Lu Xiaoxi was stunned by the question. What steps? What happened last night? How come she knows nothing? Oh well, I'm sorry. You're not angry anymore. Li Mu didn't know how to say it, but after thinking it over, he just said it directly. Beating around the bush was not like him. A question mark appeared above Lu Xiaoxi's head. That idiot Li Mu must think I'm angry. After realizing what had happened, the little girl felt a surge of joy. I'm furious, Lu Xiaoxi said, feigning anger and frowning. Since Li Mu thought she was angry, then she really was angry, because her shyness and fear of facing someone were completely unfounded and fake. She's only not talking to someone because she's angry, really. Lu Xiaoxi felt incredibly clever, and her small chest unconsciously puffed out. You've calmed down, Li Mu said in a declarative sentence. You're driving me crazy. Li Mu looked her up and down, trying to catch any changes in her expression. When Lu Xiaoxi was wronged or angry, she always kept it to herself and silently processed it all by herself. Just like yesterday, I kept my head down and didn't talk to him. That's what it means to be angry. Well, if he can talk to me like this now, I'm sure he's not angry. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. But he didn't say anything. After all, Lu Xiaoxi was genuinely angry last night. Girls get angry quickly, but they also calm down quickly. So what do you mean by 24 yuan, a number pun? Li Mu hadn't forgotten that this little girl had used a number pun to insult him last time. That's right, I'm buying you for a day. You said yesterday it would be 1 yuan per hour. Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew softer and softer, her heart pounding with unease. She frantically tried to convince herself that she really was angry yesterday. Extremely angry. I meant holding hands, not selling myself. Yeah, I'll buy your hand for a day, and you'll help me carry my computer. That was what I said yesterday. I am not the same person I am now, Li Mu retorted, mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's sophistry. I don't care. I've already transferred the money. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away, not caring about anything else. Li Mu's hand was hers today anyway. Her double standards are written all over her face. Okay, I'll take it. Li Mu wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, only 2 faint laughs remained. He was carrying a laptop bag in one hand. When buying the computer, Li Mu had already reminded her that it was quite heavy. He had already guessed that the girl wouldn't want to carry it, and this weight was nothing to him. Although he looks ordinary, he's actually quite capable. How so? He has flesh when he takes off his clothes. There was no other way, so he reluctantly agreed to help. I took a bus to the school gate. The proportion of commuter students in universities is relatively small, so entering the campus is not crowded, and unlike high school commuter students, there is no long queue where students are checked one by one to see if they have brought a phone charger for their classmates. The corridors were mostly filled with students carrying books to their classrooms, as well as teenagers who didn't have classes in the morning and loved sports, running with headphones on. Li Mu admitted that he couldn't do it. Lu Xiaoxi can get up early to study, even if she doesn't have classes, but she has to put exercise aside for now, since her herniated disc hasn't healed yet. He turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was eating with her head down. After finishing the 2 ends of the corn, she grabbed the corn cob with her fingers, held it horizontally, and ate the middle part of the corn. Her little mouth opened and closed like a little hamster eating. Lu Xiaoxi also glanced at him, and perhaps feeling it was a bit unseemly, she slowly stopped eating the corn. There were still bits of corn kernels at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 64, I Want to Bully Her, an extra chapter. Lu Xiaoxi ate this corn cob the whole way, and finally finished it. When throwing it away, it doesn't forget to lick its lips, otherwise it will be sticky. When I arrived at the classroom, it was just in time for class to begin. Regardless of the school, most students prefer to sit in the back row, while Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi found a seat in the middle. In a computer lab, the location isn't that important if you want to study. As long as you follow the lecture slides and pay attention to the teacher's instructions, it doesn't matter where you sit. Li Mu helped Lu Xiaoxi plug in the power and enter the password before it was his turn. You've definitely been possessed. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was strangely gentle, and she wasn't used to it at all. If I were truly possessed, you would be the first thing I'd eat. Why? I love eating pork. Stop acting crazy here. It's the same old flavor. The familiar Li Mu is back. They sat against the wall, where there were few people around, and spoke softly so as not to disturb others. During class, the classroom was sometimes quiet and sometimes noisy. Lu Xiaoxi was listening attentively to the lecture, but she was a little unfamiliar with using the computer. She needed to highlight the key points in the PPT, but she didn't know how to do it, so she cast a pitiful look at Li Mu. Li Mu was also listening to the lecture when he noticed the small girl's weak gaze. He shifted his position closer to her, turned her computer towards him, and taught her how to operate it. After finally learning how to make marks and type on PowerPoint, she encountered another problem. She types too slowly. University is different from high school. Handwritten notes are not suitable for university, especially for majors like digital media that require computer operation. She hadn't used a computer much, and it took her half a minute to type the name of a TV series, so her note-taking speed was naturally slow. Li Mu, are you paying attention in class? Lu Xiaoxi asked, her head bowed, as she tugged at his clothes. She spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. You take notes, my typing is a bit slow. You take notes, and I'll copy yours when I get back. What we're discussing now are some conceptual issues. Most of our exam content is practical, so you don't need to take notes. Really? You were just teaching me. You'll learn it sooner or later, Li Mu said with a smile. I need to find some time to give Lu Xiaoxi a crash course in basic computer operations. This major requires learning specialized software and a lot of technical terms. If she's not familiar with computers by then, her studies will be very difficult. Time passed quietly. He only listened to half of the lesson. I was sleepy and dozing off during the second half of the class. I had too many things on my mind last night and couldn't fall asleep no matter what I did. The pent-up sleepiness has now exploded, and I just can't stop myself from wanting to sleep. He wanted to sleep on the table, and every time he was about to fall asleep, Lu Xiaoxi would quietly poke him. Not paying attention in class. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap. I don't have classes this afternoon. If I were you, I would attend the class first, and then go back to sleep in the afternoon. How can you sleep comfortably here? Lu Xiaoxi muttered. You have a point. Li Mu took a deep breath, straightened his back, clicked his tongue, and his smooth movements made him look much more energetic. Let me see your glasses. I haven't tried them on yet. Why try this on? Lu Xiaoxi took out a glasses case from her small handbag and opened it for him. The little girl's glasses were quite small, with large lenses, and Li Mu felt they were a bit tight around his ears when he put them on. Lu Xiaoxi's nearsightedness wasn't severe enough to affect her daily life, and her glasses prescription wasn't too high. Nevertheless, Li Mu's vision was still blurry. I know why you don't always wear glasses now. Li Mu handed the glasses back to her. This is how you look the first time you wear glasses. You'll get used to it after a while. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. You look like a penguin just now, so silly. Little pig, be quiet. You're listening to the lesson. Question mark. Why is it Li Mu's turn to remind her to pay attention in class? After one class period, Li Mu almost ascended to heaven after hearing the lesson. I was so sleepy in the classroom, but as soon as I left the classroom, I don't know why I wasn't sleepy anymore. Perhaps this is the norm for most students nowadays. What do you want to eat for lunch? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him. Eat pork. Eat you. Lu Xiaoxi blurted out. Suddenly realizing the ambiguity of the sentence, she turned her head away, her face quietly turning red. How could she say such a thing? You're the one who's Lu Xiaoxi. You're a pig farmer too. You've gone astray. How could you give other people nicknames? Li Mu tapped her head with his finger. You have the nerve to say that? You called me Little Pig Lu when I was little because you saw how much I ate. How long have you been calling me that? Let me count for you. It started in kindergarten. Hee. Hey, you're asking for lunch. You're treating me. Lu Xiaoxi's slightly arrogant demeanor is just too adorable. Li Mu really wanted to pat her head and ruffle her hair like in those anime series. I kinda want to tease her. Li Mu knew that he had developed some unspeakable feelings for Lu Xiaoxi. Just 2 months ago, they were neighbors who couldn't stand each other and didn't get along at all. Although we don't get along very well now, we bicker every day. He likes his current life. His incompatibility with Lu Xiaoxi only proves that their relationship is better than anyone else's. It's just an unspoken understanding. What are you spacing out about? Lu Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of him. This guy suddenly stopped talking to me. Is he up to something again? The petite girl silently put her hands into her pockets, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage. Where were we? Li Mu's chaotic thoughts were interrupted, bringing him back to his senses. You just said you'd treat me to a big meal. Real? Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Do you think I'm stupid? I could forget a conversation that happened just half a minute ago. Li Mu poked her glasses. I don't care. You have to treat me to something to eat. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and put her glasses away. Li Mu nodded. What's the difference between Lu Xiaoxi's current behavior and her usual coquettishness? He falls for that. Chapter 65. This idiot. Although there are signs on the subway reminding people to keep quiet, many people still ignore them and play videos on their phones. Combined with the noise of the subway itself, the sound is almost the same as a vegetable market, with fewer vendors hawking their wares. There were quite a lot of people around lunchtime, and all the seats were taken. Lu Xiaoxi walked through the crowd to the inner end against the wall, and Li Mu followed her. In the noisy carriage, Lu Xiaoxi occupied a corner spot, feeling very safe. Li Mu stood in front of her, and he could easily block her with his arms outstretched, ensuring she couldn't escape. Why don't we go back and put the computer away first? You're asking me? Who should I ask? The two looked at each other and then laughed simultaneously. They were all very smart, yet none of them were so stupid as to think to put the computer away properly before coming out. So stupid. They're evenly matched. If you're so smart, why didn't you say so sooner? It was on purpose, to make you suffer more. So vicious. What, you disagree? I am a little unconvinced, Li Mu said with a wicked smile. If you're not happy about it, then keep it to yourself. Li Mu didn't know how to respond to her, so he could only stare at her blankly. It has to be said that this little girl's bickering skills are getting more and more impressive. Several times I managed to leave him speechless with my retorts. The sound of a baby crying could be heard from the subway. A mother looked embarrassed as she patiently comforted her child. Other passengers frowned, clicked their tongues, and expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. The carriage became even noisier. Want some headphones? Li Mu whispered in her ear. A warm breath tickled the little girl's ear. Why do you always carry headphones with you? Going out without headphones. Are you even a college student? TCH, if you wear headphones, you won't even know if someone calls you or honks your horn. Li Mu wore a short-sleeved shirt with a bluish jacket today. The jacket was only one thin layer and had many pockets. Lu Xiaoxi took the earphones handed to her and put them on. Her gaze fell on the man's collarbone. The two were 18 centimeters apart in height, so as long as she lowered her head, Li Mu could not see her eyes. The song playing in her headphones was in English, and Lu Xiaoxi could barely understand some of the sentences. It seems to be an English love song, with a melody and lyrics that are sweet and cloying. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu's hands again. The veins in Li Mu's hands were clearly bulging. He was carrying the laptop bag with only 3 fingers, as if he was using a lot of strength. Are you tired? A little, Li Mu said honestly. He didn't put his laptop bag down the whole way, even on the subway. Both laptops were gaming laptops, and they also had power adapters. They weighed about 10 pounds in total. It wasn't a big deal at first, but it became very difficult to carry for a while. Then why don't you put it down? I'm afraid I'll forget to take it later. It costs several thousand yuan. News of people losing their phones, bags, or suitcases on the subway comes out every year. Although it's possible to retrieve them through the website, that's too much trouble. Keeping your own things safe is the best solution. Put it away, I'll remember it. Who do you look down on? Li Mu puffed out his chest. You're just showing off, so childish. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Take what you want, it'll exhaust you. Lu Xiaoxi was sneaking around, glancing at his collarbone and then at his Adam's apple. Li Mu swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and she swallowed too. Destination, Little Yellow Duck Fountain Square. They took the photos here last time. What do you want to eat? Li Mu nudged her with his elbow, and the topic returned to where it started. Lu Xiaoxi glanced around, pointed to the fried chicken and hamburger stall not far away, and said excitedly, let's eat that. The petite girl had only eaten fried chicken once. She wanted to eat it at home, but was afraid that if she bought it, her parents would say it was junk food. If Li Mu hadn't fed her chicken, but she would have had no idea that fried chicken was so delicious. This is the feast you were talking about. What? You can't afford to invite him. You have to be careful who you use reverse psychology on. Do I look like the kind of person who would fall for a trick? Li Mu looked at him with one hand free and opened his account to show his financial resources. Perfect. With so much money of yours, I won't feel guilty about eating too much. I'm going to take advantage of you. Whether you fall for the trap or not, the outcome seems to be the same. With the development of the times, major chain stores have started using mobile phone ordering. The biggest advantage of ordering food via mobile phone is that it gives people like Lu Xiaoxi, who haven't eaten much before, more time to choose. Order fried chicken, burgers, and fries. She ordered everything she hadn't tried before. Only after Lu Xiaoxi finished ordering did she return her phone to Li Mu. When Li Mu saw this, he saw a small girl who kept saying she wanted to rip him off, but then she ordered 40-odd yuan. His circumstances were much better than Lu Xiaoxi's. His family was well off. Although not extremely wealthy, they lived a comfortable life. Lu Xiaoxi's circumstances only improved later. Her uncle and aunt worked very hard, bought a car and a house, and accumulated savings, reaching the standard of a moderately prosperous life. However, Lu Xiaoxi had developed a frugal personality since childhood and was reluctant to spend money even when she had it. Thinking back to when she first arrived, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to order the cheapest green tea because milk tea was too expensive, fearing that he would bleed a lot of money. Back then, Lu Xiaoxi would steal glances at him to see his expression. Her cautious manner was quite adorable. What did you order? Lu Xiaoxi asked, somewhat annoyed that someone was spacing out again. What? So you tend to space out when you're with her? Let me see. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll just order a chicken wrap. Don't complain about being hungry when you get back. There's no food to cook for you at home. If I'm not full, I'll eat yours. Get lost. I'm not giving you any. Here, I ordered you an extra Coke. You should say thank you. Thanks my ass. Coke doesn't even taste good. Every time I drink it, my teeth feel rough, and it's awful. Besides, I didn't ask you to order it. You just presumptuously thought I wanted to drink it. So, do you want it or not? Seeing that the little girl was about to ramble on and on about a bunch of nonsense, Li Mu directly interrupted her spellcasting. Why not take it if it's free? A whole bunch of words got stuck in her throat. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him resentfully, her tone sullen. The food arrived quickly after I placed the order. The two of them divided up the food they had ordered. The petite girl had no intention of sharing them with anyone. They were all hers alone. Lu Xiaoxi had fried chicken burgers, fries, and a Coke, while Li Mu only had a chicken wrap. Li Mu held the food in one hand while playing on his phone and watching videos with the other, occasionally glancing up at the pig eating. The petite girl didn't tie her hair in a ponytail today. Her hair was loose and falling over her shoulders. She didn't even notice a strand of hair stuck to the corner of her mouth. With a smile on his lips, he opened his camera and secretly took a picture of Lu Xiaoxi, who was eating voraciously, intending to turn it into an emoji. Lu Xiaoxi. That idiot. Chapter 66. Is Shepherd Pig or Little Pig Lu? Please urge for more updates. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him in anger. One kick wasn't enough. They had to kick it again. Don't you want your feet anymore? I'll kick you. Take it or leave it. Lu Xiaoxi is incredibly bold. Give me your foot if you don't want it. Li Mu suddenly revealed a sly smile and stretched out his foot to rub against it. Even through the pants, you could still feel the girl's smooth calves, and there was no resistance when you rubbed them. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi whispered. Her courage seems to change from small to large depending on the situation, but now it has shrunk again. With so many people around, she didn't dare to openly try to take advantage of Li Mu, nor did she have the nerve to do so. I didn't do anything. What did I do? Your face must be bulletproof. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her foot back in embarrassment and annoyance, not wanting this guy to rub against her. Without a foot to rub against, Li Mu lost interest, quickly finished his chicken wrap, put on gloves, and snatched Lu Xiaoxi's fries. He only ate half of it, but he soaked all the ketchup in it. Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's glare that seemed to want to devour him whole, Li Mu propped his chin up and scrolled through videos. Lu Xiaoxi ate and drank to her heart's content, but she got a little tired of it towards the end. These fried foods weren't suitable as a main meal, nor were they particularly delicious. Eating them occasionally was fine, but eating too much would really make her vomit, and it would also cause high blood pressure, internal heat, and weight gain. She prefers cooking for herself to eating out. A bunch of incomprehensible sounds came from the headphones, and it was unclear what kind of random video Li Mu was watching. Go back. Are you full? Let's go. Seriously, I'm exhausted. If I suddenly die, you'd better burn a lot of paper money for me, and preferably 2 pretty paper girls. Shut up. Your words are so unlucky. I hate you. No, this is protected by your token of love. Li Mu raised his hand, showing her the dog teeth on his wrist. It's not a token of love. No matter what, you can't ruin your health. You often stayed up all night playing games after graduating from high school. You must have a lot of gray hair. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. You know that too? Aunt Su told me to keep an eye on you, but we didn't get along at the time, so I didn't bother with you. So now that you're taking care of me, does that mean our relationship has improved? That's not true. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, not wanting to admit it in front of someone. It's better to keep this to yourself than to say it out loud. This guy has absolutely no emotional intelligence. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. No, it seems like he can find a girlfriend anytime, and very easily. Let me tell you, don't let those bad women outside fool you. Haven't you seen those news articles online? Things like simps who end up with nothing, or pure love warriors. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trailed off. 2 question marks appeared above Li Mu's head. How did they go from talking about sudden death to relationships, and then to the bad woman now? Not a single word was missed. You think I'm the kind of person who would be a simp? Li Mu held 2 computers in one hand and pointed incredulously at himself with the other. What mistake did he make to leave Lu Xiaoxi with this impression? You're a lickspittle. Lickdog shepherd pig is a nickname for licking pig. Who did I lick? You lick? Who were you licking again? No, how did we get to this topic? Lu Xiaoxi felt that this conversation couldn't continue. Who knows what's wrong with you? Suddenly telling me to be careful of bad women outside. Li Mu's lips twitched. Lu Xiaoxi was so clueless that she confused even herself. But Lu Xiaoxi is right. Whether she's good or bad is another matter. How can any other woman compare to her own little pig? Li Mu, look at that. Lu Xiaoxi tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the yellow plaque not far away. A $2 store? I didn't expect to find one here. Li Mu's tone carried a hint of unspoken nostalgia. Let's go take a look. What would happen if I said I wouldn't go? I will sue you. What's the meaning? I bought your contract for 1 day, and this is considered early termination of the contract, so you have to pay a penalty. How much is the penalty for breach of contract? I don't know. I'll tell you when you break the contract. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled and pulled him toward the $2 store. $2 stores are considered to be a type of small shop that offers good quality at low prices. Everything costs $2, including household items, decorations, and snacks. He and Lu Xiaoxi used to love exploring these little shops, buying lots and lots of trinkets. What impressed Li Mu the most was the generic building blocks in the $2 store. He and Lu Xiaoxi saved up money to buy a lot and built them together at home. They worked from morning till night until their fingers were red. They built many cars and airplanes, and then they started a battle between the cars and airplanes. Lu Xiaoxi was the car and Li Mu was the airplane. They made buzzing and whooshing sounds and used their fingers to represent cannonballs in the air. Whoever got hit by a cannonball lost. Li Mu always held the plane high, taking advantage of Lu Xiaoxi's short arms and small size, making it impossible for her to touch him. When Lu Xiaoxi was so aggrieved that she was about to cry, his plane would crash onto Lu Xiaoxi's head and hide in the girl's hair. He was somewhat tempted. Welcome. The cashier was a young woman, who seemed to be working part-time. There were quite a few people in the shop, all of them girls. $2 stores are very popular with girls, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. Li Mu, look. Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a row of nail stickers from somewhere and compared them on her hand. It's a pity she can't take it off, otherwise she would want to put it back on right now. All that fancy stuff, and you don't even grow your nails. Who says you can't wear stickers if you don't have long nails? Go ahead and buy it. Call me when you're done. What's wrong with you? It's okay, I'll browse around by myself. Mu placed his laptop with the cashier and asked her to watch it for him while he started browsing. He found the building blocks, checked the brand, and found they were generic or pirated, since genuine products wouldn't be found in low-end stores like $2 shops. The little girl was very happy, looking around like a curious child, and soon bought a basket full of trinkets, various ornaments and accessories, mainly to stock up on goods. You can buy tons of pretty hair ties for just 2 yuan. She found 2 trinkets on another shelf, which were keychains of various cute animals. She found the puppy and pig keychains, and the puppy seemed to suit Mu perfectly. As for this little pig, it's Mu Zhuzu, not Lu Xiaoxi. I bought a total of over 30 yuan worth of items, stuffing a whole bunch of little things into my small handbag. They left the shop. Lu Xiaoxi presented the dog pendant as if it were a priceless treasure, making thump, thump, thump sounds as she took it out. Here, that's generous of you. Wow, little pig Lu is so generous. She actually gave me a gift worth 2 yuan. Mu exclaimed dramatically, playing along with her act. Of course, he accepted the gift. Come on, this looks better hanging on a bag. Okay. Mu handed her her laptop bag, and then hung a puppy charm on his own laptop bag. It looks great, and it suits you perfectly. I've also brought you something. Mu took out a box of toy car building blocks from his pocket. He paid early and told the cashier he had bought something, leaving it on the cashier's desk. He took it back when Lu Xiaoxi paid, so Lu Xiaoxi didn't know he had also bought something. Building blocks, Mu is so childish. If you don't want it, then forget it. Yes, I didn't say no. Why wouldn't I take something that's free? On the way back, Lu Xiaoxi carried her own laptop bag. She also hung a pig charm on her laptop bag. This really means shepherd pig, not little pig Lu. Real? Chapter 67 Nail Stickers. Mu was awakened by the fragrance. His room was dimly lit, with the only light blocked out by the curtains. He drew back the curtains, and the golden rays of the setting sun shone on his face. It was a bit too bright. I slept for at least 5 hours. Well, I guess I'll have to stay up late again tonight. Fortunately, I don't have any classes in the morning tomorrow, so I can adjust my schedule. When he got back, he collapsed onto the bed without even washing his face and fell fast asleep. Ever since I started writing novels, my health has been deteriorating day by day. Back in the day, he was a pro at staying up late. Now, midnight is his bedtime every day. He might stay up a little later, but the latest he'll go is 1 a.m. Yesterday, because of Lu Xiaoxi's matter, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. I always thought I had made Lu Xiaoxi angry. A torrent of emotions welled up inside her. Guilt, remorse, regret, sadness all surging forth like a spring. She still had to think of how to cheer Lu Xiaoxi up and calm her down. However, this morning, getting Lu Xiaoxi to calm down went surprisingly smoothly, to the point that he began to doubt whether Lu Xiaoxi was actually angry at all. The hall was filled with the aroma of food, which even seeped into his room through the crack in the door. Mu left the room and peered towards the kitchen, where he indeed saw a small girl wearing an apron. Lu Xiaoxi is quite skilled at cooking. She washes, cuts, and stir-fries vegetables at the same time. She washes half of the vegetables, wipes her hands, and then runs to stir-fry them a couple more times, then cuts them again, repeating this process continuously. Of course, she wouldn't do that if it were a dish that would burn easily. Cooking. Lu Xiaoxi was startled, clutched her chest and patted it, her tone unfriendly. Can you please not speak so suddenly? Mu was completely bewildered, feeling utterly innocent. He neither touched Lu Xiaoxi nor got close to her, yet he was still frightened. From now on, will I have to shout report before I can speak to Lu Xiaoxi? It seems that this would be easier to scare Lu Xiaoxi. What did you eat tonight? Stir-fry your meat with green peppers. Oh, let me help you. Mu washed his hands and offered to help Lu Xiaoxi finish chopping the remaining green peppers. You cut it so ugly. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the green pepper rings of different sizes and complained. As long as it's edible, that's fine. If that's the case, I'll fry you an egg. You don't need to eat these vegetables, since you can eat the egg anyway. No. Can I cut it into smaller pieces? That's more like it. Lu Xiaoxi watched someone chopping vegetables. She had already removed the seeds from the green peppers, which reduced their spiciness considerably. If she were alone, she definitely wouldn't have removed the seeds. It was all to cater to someone's tastes. She made a huge sacrifice. Even after removing the chili seeds, the green peppers themselves were still spicy, and Li Mu felt an itch in his nose, so he turned his head and sneezed. Don't rub your eyes, or they'll burn. It's already getting spicy. Li Mu blinked much faster. Did he take the wrong medicine today? He's actually helping us. Nothing to do. Whatever, just don't get in my way. Lu Xiaoxi continued cooking. After the vegetables are cooked, start stir-frying the pork. Why aren't you going out yet? Lu Xiaoxi heated the pan with oil, poured in the minced garlic and fried it until fragrant. She turned around and saw that someone was still standing there blankly after cutting the green peppers. I'd like to learn how to cook. Did the sun rise in the west? Go away. Is it so strange for me to learn to cook? Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Of the two families, only Li Changheng and Li Mu don't know how to cook. Suwen, at least he can still eat. Anyway, when the two families visited each other, only Li Changheng and Li Mu, one big and one small, were the most free. Why do you want to learn? After what you said last time, I feel like I can't keep being so down. Otherwise, if you leave, I'll have to eat takeout every day. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi moved closer to observe the girl's movements. He is genuinely studying cooking seriously. Lu Xiaoxi was a little proud and made a point of showing off her superb cooking skills. Don't let her petite frame and slender arms fool you. She can still flip a wok without any problem. Of course, limited by her strength, she can only flip the wok once at most, and even then, it doesn't look very good. To flip the wok several times in a row like in the TV shows would definitely exhaust a petite girl. Nevertheless, this scene was still quite impressive for someone who had never cooked before. Li Mu clapped his hands like a fat seal, calling Lu Xiaoxi Chef Lu and Teacher Lu, showering her with compliments like comparable to a 5-star chef and national banquet level. He didn't hold back his praise at all. Perhaps amused by Li Mu's extremely exaggerated praise, Lu Xiaoxi kept suppressing her laughter, and her hands moved a little slower. There were only 2 dishes tonight, a plate of green vegetables and stir-fried pork with green peppers. The aroma was irresistible, and Li Mu immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating. While eating, he didn't forget to praise her. Anyway, there was no harm in making Lu Xiaoxi happy, and it could also make the little girl happy. The little girl was happy, and he was happy too. If you think about it, he was just making himself happy. Although something fell off, that's just how it was. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, Li Mu, with his hair still wet, sat down on the sofa and randomly picked a movie to watch. Unlike girls, most boys don't have very long hair, so they don't need a hairdryer. Their hair just dries naturally while they sit down. Lu Xiaoxi took a shower first, and after she finished showering, she started drying her hair. Li Mu had already finished showering and was still drying his hair. The whole room was filled with the sound of a hairdryer. The life of studying with Lu Xiaoxi was truly fulfilling. Lu Xiaoxi had finished her rambling and sat down on the sofa. Li Mu noticed the pink strawberry stickers on her nails and found it amusing. You still put these on? How childish. You live by the sea, why are you being so nosy? I'd like to. Don't you want a villa with a sea view? Anything can happen in dreams. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and held out her hand to him. Give me your hand. What? Give it to me. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed someone's hand and plopped down next to them. They had just finished showering, and since they were at home, they were both wearing short sleeves. Li Mu could feel the smooth, cool skin on Lu Xiaoxi's arm. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed Li Mu's hand and placed it on her lap to hold it down. She was wearing long pants, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to be so bold. He took out the nail stickers he bought from the $2 store from the table, picked one out, and was about to put it on Li Mu's nails. I'll put one on you too. No, I'm a man. Li Mu was taken aback, and then tried to pull his hand back. Unlike his hands and feet, the thighs are extremely private, and he doesn't have the courage to try it yet. Last night, he shook hands with Lu Xiaoxi, and she ignored him all night. If, just suppose, he accidentally touched her leg, Lu Xiaoxi would ignore him for at least half a month. Who could he complain to? Chapter 68 tomorrow is mine too. What's wrong with men? It's not like you can't stick your hand on someone. Don't forget, today isn't over yet, and your hand is still mine. Before Lu Xiaoxi could finish speaking, she had already stuck a Doraemon sticker on someone's index finger. These stickers are thick, and after applying them, Lu Xiaoxi touched them to make sure they fit perfectly. Isn't it beautiful? Looks good my foot. I think it looks pretty good. Li Mu tried to pull his hand away, but Lu Xiaoxi pulled it back. One wasn't enough, so they added a second, a third. Under Li Mu's extremely distorted expression, Lu Xiaoxi completed her great work of art. Li Mu stared into thought as he looked at the stickers covering the 5 fingers of his left hand. It's so ugly. Nice. Ugly. Nice. Ugly. Don't say anything. If I say it looks good, then it looks good. Overbearing, Li Mu muttered under his breath, examining his hand covered in nail stickers closely under the light. It's all flashy and colorful, with all sorts of colors and animals. It's really ugly, but it's not bad. Pick it before class tomorrow. There's no rush now. Let her be happy for a while longer. Lu Xiaoxi. Fine. Are you sick? Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm. It was very firm. She poked it again, finding it quite amusing. You're standing so close. You're the one who moved over here, okay? Li Mu's lips twitched. His position hadn't changed at all, and he didn't know who had plopped down next to him. Move over a bit. Oh, I told you to sit over there, not over here. Hee, I misheard. Li Mu laughed it off, making room for Lu Xiaoxi. It's about 2 or 3 centimeters long. It felt good to be next to a girl, and I could even smell her scent. That's enough. Li Mu moved him to a slightly less visible spot. Lu Xiaoxi's little fists hardened, and she started punching his arm repeatedly. At first, it felt quite comfortable, and Li Mu didn't take it seriously. But gradually, Lu Xiaoxi's strength increased, and he had to exert force, bulging his muscles to form muscle armor to resist the damage. Its defenses are maxed out. Seeing that she couldn't hit him, Lu Xiaoxi turned her eyes and started tickling his armpits and poking his waist. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was hard as a rock, and poking him anywhere was useless. He used to be able to make people laugh. Boring. Your happiness is built upon my suffering. Then hurry up and cry for me. Make me happy. Li Mu. By the way, how are your and Yuan's tutoring going? Starting tomorrow, I'll be tutoring Yuan for an hour from tomorrow afternoon to evening. And what about me? What are you saying? Go do what you're supposed to do. Don't you play games all day? Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. What business is it of hers? I'll bring Yuan here for tutoring. It's mainly because tutoring at home is more comfortable. I'm not used to going to Yuan's house. What's the difference between that and before? Li Mu couldn't understand it. The tutoring arrangement, which had been finalized long ago, had been delayed for various reasons and would only officially begin tomorrow. Before that, Lu Xiaoxi had brought Xia Yuan here to play several times and taught Xia Yuan how to do her homework and study. It seemed that the tutoring had started quite some time ago. Right? Sister Xia is a really nice person. When I offered to tutor Yuan for free, she even offered to pay me. You don't understand. Favors are the hardest to repay. The two chatted while watching a movie. For petite girls, sweet romance dramas are the best to watch. She loves watching other people date. Lu Xiaoxi has never watched domestic racing films. But when I sit next to Li Mu and watch a movie, I can even watch movies on topics I don't like. The last sci-fi movie was like that, and this racing movie is too. Lu Xiaoxi glanced up at him secretly and found that Li Mu was staring intently. The projected image is from the race car driver's first-person perspective, and his body tilts slightly as the car turns. Stupid. Li Mu smelled just like her shower gel. It was very pleasant. The same shower gel smells amazing on me, but others smell wonderful when they use it. Lu Xiaoxi finally understood why Li Mu liked to smell her. I'm going to sleep now. You should go to sleep early too. She yawned, got up, and walked to her room in her slippers. I took too long a nap, so I'm not sleepy now. Lu Xiaoxi stopped in front of the door, opened WeChat, turned the volume up to the maximum, carefully pointed the speaker at Li Mu, and played the good night voice message that Li Mu had sent. Holy crap, I could tell how handsome the owner of that voice was just by hearing it. Sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, imposing presence, handsome as jade, and with an elegant demeanor. Li Mu had accumulated a large number of idioms describing the appearance of men and women while writing novels, but he never used them in his novels. Unexpectedly, he used them here. Come on, stop being so vain, go to sleep. Wait a minute. What? Li Mu grinned mischievously and played the good night voice message sent by Lu Xiaoxi, repeating it many times. Suddenly, only good night remained in the living room. Lu Xiaoxi was a little embarrassed, but there was only a small table lamp and a projector in the entire hall, so it was impossible to see them unless you got close. Every time she heard that voice, she wanted to slap herself. Why did she send Li Mu a voice message in the first place? The voice was so soft and weak, it wasn't her at all. I could tell how beautiful the owner of that voice was just by hearing it. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a face that could rival the beauty of a goddess, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Little Pig Lu has a thick skin too. I learned it from you, and you've corrupted me. Fine, I'll take the blame for everything. That's right, I'm asleep. Lu Xiaoxi closed the door. There was only one person left in the living room. The movie is reaching its climax. The race is still going on intensely. Various blockbuster scenes are shown frequently, And finally, a moment of human brilliance is added to elevate the theme. Li Mu sat on the sofa, changing positions in various ways, and suddenly felt that the movie was no longer interesting. It's still more comfortable when there are petite girls around. Li Mu turned off the projector and took his computer back to his room. Of course, he didn't sleep. Instead, he started assembling a block airplane. In the room next door, Lu Xiaoxi lay on her side on the bed, with many trinkets around her. A puppy doll, a teru bozu, a Japanese doll made of teru bozu, a slightly wrinkled origami crane, and now a toy car made of building blocks. She sacrificed her afternoon nap to put it together. Although she was a little sleepy, she still had to check her phone. Looking at the 900 yuan balance in her WeChat account, Lu Xiaoxi carefully calculated. We can still buy Li Mu for many more days. The computer is too heavy. I'll need Li Mu to help me carry it tomorrow. Let's buy Li Mu's ticket for one more day. Tomorrow is mine too. It's been a long time since I sent him a period. Chapter 69, buy one get one free. There are no classes in the morning. Li Mu slept until 11 a.m. when the sun was high in the sky. I don't know how to complain about the October weather. It was quite cool last night, so I slept under a thin blanket. As the sun rose, the temperature gradually increased. At first it was fine, kicking off the blanket was enough, but later it got too hot. So Li Mu turned on the air conditioner to 26 degrees Celsius, and then it got cold. It's still more comfortable to have the air conditioning on and be covered with a blanket. Lu Xiaoxi cooked porridge, and the vegetables were leftover pork from last night. She also bought an onion and stir-fried it into a new dish. I'm so lazy, I slept so late. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the sofa playing on her phone, bored out of her mind. The L-shaped sofa took up the whole long space. Playing games. Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Xiaoxi's phone blared a royal flush, followed by upbeat, fast-paced music, and then a sad tune of defeat. How much did you lose? It's all your fault. I lost all 4,000 happy beans. Is this my fault too? Li Mu sat down on the empty sofa and started peeling off the nail stickers bit by bit. You can't leave this at school. If Lin Sheng and Lao Yang see it, they'll laugh at me. After all, what boy would stick such cute things on his hands? It's one thing to stick them on for fun in private, but to take them out and show them to others? Go brush your teeth, you have bad breath. Lu Xiaoxi kicked Li Mu. Even though she couldn't smell anything, she still pretended to smell bad breath. Your head is over there, and I'm over here, and you can still smell this? Are you a dog? Li Mu complained, quickly peeled off the nail stickers, and ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth. He didn't stop brushing his teeth. He deliberately lingered in front of Lu Xiaoxi, grinning as he brushed his teeth for her to see. Gained Lu Xiaoxi's eye roll +1. After quickly washing up, Li Mu used Lu Xiaoxi's facial cleanser and washed his face in front of her. If I take care of my skin every day like you, will my face be as white and tender as yours? It looks so disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi inexplicably thought of those short videos where boys with heavily filtered and smooth skin, plus various special effects, looked neither human nor human. Their skin was whiter than a ghost's. It was really creepy. You take care of yourself every day, so why do you find mine disgusting? You look pretty good right now. You don't need to do anything special to take care of yourself. I know. Narcissist. The porridge is cold. Li Mu washed his face and felt much refreshed. He served himself a bowl of porridge, ate some vegetables, and went back to sit on the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi bent her knees to make more room for him. As a result, Li Mu moved closer and took the spot she had just vacated. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't get up, so she could only keep her knees bent. Do you believe I'll kick you? If you dare kick me, I'll grab you. You still say you're not a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi timidly withdrew her restless little foot. Last time, Li Mu grabbed her foot and tickled her for quite a while, so she was a little scared. After finishing breakfast, or rather lunch, and playing on my phone for a while, it was almost time for class. It's 2 p.m., and even though it's already autumn, the sun is still so strong. The weather is always unpredictable. Yesterday it was cold, but today it can be sunny and 29 degrees Celsius. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at WeChat. This guy hasn't even claimed the 24 yuan she gave him yesterday. Are we not going to sell it to her? The little girl was sullen. What's wrong? You look like a wronged little thing. You're the one who's feeling wronged. Let's go to school. Li Mu had already put on his shoes, opened the door, and stood by the door waiting for Lu Xiaoxi. I'll take the computer. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, took out the computer, and carried it like a backpack. The backward pull of the laptop bag made the girl's clothes a little tight, revealing her petite and delicate figure. She tugged at her clothes to give her chest enough looseness. You're so cute. What? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful watery eyes, then lowered her head in a daze, her eyes darting around. The sudden praise left the girl at a loss, and she even stood there a little awkwardly. I didn't say you were young, I just thought you were cute. Go to hell. Lu Xiaoxi's earlier embarrassment turned into anger, and she stomped on Li Mu's white shoes. It's something she was born with. What can she do about it? She knew that Li Mu was doing it on purpose, deliberately saying something that sounded like he was trying to cover something up. You stepped on my shoes, and they're all yellowed. Serves you right. Give me the bag, I'll carry it for you. Why? Why what? You didn't even take my 24 yuan, and you still helped me carry my bag. This? Li Mu stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. I'm having a promotion here, buy one get one free. Hee. You really think of yourself as a commodity? Lu Xiaoxi was amused by him. Ever since she started living with Li Mu, her threshold for laughter had become very low, so low that any casual remark or funny face from Li Mu could make her laugh. Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hide her smile. Li Mu is a commodity. Only she can buy him. Only she enjoys the discount, and she is Li Mu's only buyer. Now and forever, Li Mu is a commodity that belongs solely to her. But I'll carry it myself, and give it to you when I get tired. Why? I'm afraid you'll work yourself to death. You can look down on anyone except me. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves, showing the petite girl what it meant to be muscular when undressed. All right, go to school. If you're late, it'll all be your fault. Lu Xiaoxi urged him to come downstairs. The sun is shining brightly. Lu Xiaoxi brought an umbrella, but Li Mu did not. Hold on for me. No. I'll give you my fill, okay? That's more like it. Under a small black umbrella, a man and a woman stood side by side. Both of them were carrying laptop bags with dog and pig charms hanging from them, which swayed with their walking rhythm. Li Mu was restless while walking, occasionally scratching the girl with his little finger to feel the delicate back of her hand. Don't touch me. Lu Xiaoxi scratched her palm in disgust. The guy was tickling her. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Were you really angry that day? Li Mu looked down at her, wanting to see what kind of expression this little girl had. Which day? Lu Xiaoxi felt uneasy and dared not meet his gaze, afraid of meeting Li Mu's knowing expression. The day I held your hand. Are you really angry? Openly pulling and tugging at a girl's hand is illegal, you know that. Lu Xiaoxi tried her best to raise her voice, grit her teeth, and furrow her brows into a deep frown. In a very short time, she went through all the things that made her angry and pretended to be very angry. She almost believed it herself. It's illegal to pull you along? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not a girl? Yes, Lu Xiaoxi is the most girly. Why do I want to punch you so much? Lu Xiaoxi poked his waist in annoyance, and wanted to pinch his face to see how thick his skin was and whether it could stop bullets. Li Mu smiled, but remained silent. Lu Xiaoxi's tone and expression said it all. He already knew the answer in his heart. After returning that night, Lu Xiaoxi didn't say a word to him, not even giving him a glance. After taking a shower, she went straight to her room, then went out for a late-night snack, and then went back to her room. If she's not angry, she must be shy. Chapter 70. I've gotten used to everything about him and her. At the school, it was very hot, and Li Mu was already sweating a little. In contrast, the petite girl's skin was still smooth, with no signs of sweating. It seems to be a universal rule that boys tend to sweat more than girls. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxi didn't ask him to bring his laptop bag, otherwise he would have been drenched in sweat, and sitting in the classroom covered in sweat would have made him feel uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, then unzipped her small crossbody bag and started rummaging through it. Li Mu was curious and wanted to see what was in the small crossbody bag he carried with him. Inside were small packets of tissues, blotting papers, and a bag of toothpicks and chewing gum. The previous garlic smell incident seemed to have left her with a psychological scar. She always carried chewing gum to prevent bad breath from eating anything that might cause it. There was another layer inside, bulging. I wondered what it contained. Here, blotting papers. Lu Xiaoxi handed him the whole pack of blotting papers. Wipe the sweat and oil off your face. Thank you. Li Mu took it, wiped it on his face, and the oil-absorbing paper became damp, leaving the area dry and comfortable. You don't need to say thank you anymore. It sounds so distant, even though we've known each other for so long. They've known each other since birth. Then thank you. Get lost. Then don't say it again. Okay, I won't say anything from now on, and I won't tell anyone either. Thank you. Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone, speaking in a sissy manner. Not only was Lu Xiaoxi disgusted, but he himself was also not spared. The so-called hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of your own would be more than just losing 800 of your own if someone you know heard about it. The teacher who taught the class was relatively young. As soon as he logged in, he posted a link in the class group. As a former experienced user, Mu recognized it immediately. It was a link to a cloud drive. As the teacher said, it contains the software programs needed for teaching, all of which are learning versions and need to be downloaded to the computer. He quickly saved the software, opened the cloud drive to download it. But since he was connected to the campus network, even though Mu had an SVIP account and there was no speed limit, the download speed was still slow. It truly lives up to its reputation as a campus network. Lu Xiaoxi was still pondering the registration interface. She had never used this cloud storage service before. She chose to register via WeChat, which required her to enter her mobile phone number and receive a verification code. She checked the information by phone several times to make sure she had entered it correctly, but the verification code still hadn't arrived. It finally arrived. I logged in, saved the file, and clicked download, but the download speed was only a little over 100 kilobytes. It'll take forever to download. Don't sign up for that crappy membership, it's a huge waste. I'll pack it up for you after I download it. Mu blocked the QR code on the screen, preventing her from paying. It costs 25 yuan a month, and I'll probably only use it once, so I might as well give it to him. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. She also felt that opening this membership was a huge waste, and it would have been better to just buy Mu's membership for one day. Their seats were in the back row of the classroom. In classes that didn't require a computer, she would usually sit in the front row and study diligently, while Mu would sit in the middle or back rows, choosing between studying and playing on his phone. For classes that require computers, she would always drag Mu along, because she had so many computer problems that she didn't understand, and most of the time she needed someone to answer her questions and solve her problems. It just so happened that she had this computer-savvy old man by her side. Really? Your cloud drive has so much stuff, including study materials. I didn't know you loved learning so much. Lu Xiaoxi noticed the densely packed folders on his computer screen, filled with various software programs. One of the folders was named Study. No wonder this guy was able to learn it in such a short time. It certainly wasn't just based on my notes. Well, haha. It's like this, I've always loved learning. Mu quickly closed the cloud drive interface. He quickly changed the subject. I'll send it to you after it's downloaded. Check your QQ. Okay, I received it. Lu Xiaoxi downloaded the file. Your level is so high? I'm only level 40. Lu Xiaoxi pointed to his QQ interface, which showed a level of 81. Her account was created together with Mu, or more precisely, Mu helped her create it. Therefore, her password is Mu's password, and neither of them has changed it to this day. Mu filled her life, was everywhere, and was intimately connected to her. She also filled Mu's life, but the two of them were too familiar with each other and had become accustomed to having him and her in everything. I need it for playing games, it's always running. Mu showed him his account information. At 119 years old, you really have been possessed. 119 years old is the upper limit for QQ, not my upper limit. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled softly. Mu's account information was all made up. The only thing that was true was his gender. Once most students have installed the software, the teacher begins the lesson. As for those that haven't been fully installed, don't worry, there are usually pre-recorded videos available. Lu Xiaoxi concentrated intently, trying her best to familiarize herself with all the operations, and asking Mu for help with anything she didn't understand or remember. For a moment, Mu felt like he was the teacher. Of course, he wouldn't mind if Lu Xiaoxi called him Teacher Mu. It feels kind of exciting. This was also Mu's first time learning these things, and many of the operations were unfamiliar to him. But he could remember the teacher's demonstrations and keep up with the teacher's pace. Many students would ask the teacher to demonstrate something again if they didn't know how to do it, and Mu would take advantage of this time to teach Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was like his Pomodoro technique, chatting with him every now and then to urge him to study. If they were the same gender, it would just look like ordinary classmates studying together. But since they are opposite sexes and there are many empty seats, it inevitably leads to wild speculation. Lin Sheng, sitting in the last row, nudged Lao Yang, who was playing on his phone next to him, with his elbow and shushed him. Lao Yang, what do you think is the relationship between Brother Mu and that Lu Xiaoxi? They look like a couple at first glance, old Yang concluded after glancing over there. Really? He told me last time that he and Lu Xiaoxi are from the same hometown. Huh? Hiss. The boy called Lao Yang glanced at Mu and Lu Xiaoxi again. These two often sit together in class, and most people would assume they are a couple. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I guess they were childhood sweethearts before, but Brother Mu denied it. I can't really say. It's not like I don't have some good friends of the opposite sex. Why are you so concerned about this? Holy crap, if Mu Ji finds a girlfriend, should I be happy or sad? What business is it of yours if someone is looking for a partner? Oh, so some people don't even have a girlfriend yet. Old Yang showed Lin Sheng the prop he had in his hand, which was called girlfriend hair tie. Damn, even dating dogs don't date. I used to think that way too, Old Yang teased him. In boys' dorms, they always say they'll stay single forever and eat and drink well, and that anyone who finds a partner is a dog. But once they have a girlfriend, they can't wait to brag to all the single guys in the dorm. Humans are inherently hypocritical. Before having a partner, they wouldn't even date, but once they have a partner, they suddenly realize how great it is. Even in a terrible environment, some people still yearn for love. Chapter 71 also, take care of this unwanted guy. Dinner was eaten at the school cafeteria. Lu Xiaoxi ate quite slowly when she was out, almost chewing her food very carefully. The two ordered noodles, but Lu Xiaoxi ordered 4 liang, 200 G, and Li Mu ordered 3 liang, 150 G. Li Mu finished the noodles in 3 liang, and sat opposite Lu Xiaoxi playing on his phone. Lu Xiaoxi likes to use chopsticks and a spoon together when eating rice noodles. She picks out the noodles, puts them on the spoon to cool, garnishes them with side dishes, and then eats them in one big bite. She does this every time. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a lady from a wealthy family, eating so elegantly. Li Mu didn't even look up as he criticized her eating manners. Unlike you, you finished it all in one go as if you'd never eaten before. If you eat it like this, can you even taste the flavor? The soup noodles are cold after being scooped out. What's the difference between that and a cold dish? You don't understand, the difference is huge. You seem to have always liked to eat like this since you were little. I used to feed you like this. Li Mu still remembered feeding Lu Xiaoxi like this when he was a child. Lu Xiaoxi was like a natural shadow, always sticking to him. He didn't know what was so good about him when he was a child. He used to bully Lu Xiaoxi quite a bit when they were kids. When the two of them are together, he becomes the older brother who takes care of his younger sister, while Lu Xiaoxi becomes the younger sister who waits for her older brother to take care of her, even though they are the same age. That was all from when we were kids. Why do you remember it so clearly? Lu Xiaoxi gently kicked his calf under the table, rubbing his trouser leg with the tip of her shoe. I'm nostalgic, but you remember it too. That's because I have a good memory. Lu Xiaoxi scooped up some soup with a spoon and drank it. So eating it like this makes the noodles taste better? A little. I think it tastes especially good this way. I don't believe you, give me a bite. Li Mu smiled at her. Lu Xiaoxi's spoon, which she had placed in front of her lips, froze in mid-air. Can't you try it yourself? I've finished eating. Li Mu pointed to his bowl, which contained only a few broken rice noodles, and he had even finished the soup. Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, eats slowly, and there's still more than half left. When out in public, young women need to maintain a certain image, so they are always very polite and refined. But if they were at home, they would have already started eating their second bowl of food. Then order another bowl. What a waste, my stomach still has a tiny bit of capacity left. Li Mu gestured with a tiny bit of his hand, lamenting the loss of the H country market. Lu Xiaoxi frowned and looked around. The cafeteria was full of groups of people chatting and laughing. Most of them were taking food back to their dorms to eat. There were fewer people dining in, and the seats were spread out, so no one would notice them. The petite girl placed the rice noodles on a spoon, covered them with 2 pieces of dried bean curd, hesitated, and then handed them to Li Mu, saying, "Here you go." Li Mu opened his mouth, intending to swallow it whole, but instead swallowed a mouthful of air. Hee hee, I'll definitely give you some this time. Lu Xiaoxi mumbled indistinctly as she served Li Mu another spoonful of vermicelli, topped with some pickled bamboo shoots. You'd better be. Li Mu curled his lip. Just as Lu Xiaoxi took it, he put it in his mouth. He could feel the force with which Lu Xiaoxi pulled the spoon back, and he knew that Lu Xiaoxi wanted to tease him. How could a second marriage fool him? It's just so-so, the noodles don't absorb the soup well. You know nothing at all. The spoon must be covered in this guy's saliva. Lu Xiaoxi scooped the soup with a spoon, and that made it clean. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, go home. After taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi brought Yuan over and tutored her in English. Li Mu wisely returned to his room, not wanting to disturb the 2 teachers and students. He wasn't playing games. Instead, he was writing in his room. Preparations for the new book are nearing completion, and now it's time to build up a stockpile of manuscripts. Li Mu isn't in a hurry, since the book hasn't been published yet, and there are no update requirements. It's not too late to publish the book once he has enough manuscripts saved up. He didn't leave his room until Lu Xiaoxi took Xia Yuanyuan home. He took his computer to the living room and sat down to watch TV. He was so bored. He could get by on his own for a while after the college entrance exam, but he couldn't after he got along with Lu Xiaoxi. It seems like it was the same when we were kids. I used to say that Lu Xiaoxi was a tag-along. If Lu Xiaoxi didn't follow him around, he would start looking for Lu Xiaoxi to play with. He has never changed from beginning to end. The two sat on the sofa watching TV. Li Mu kept changing his position, but couldn't find the most comfortable one. Then he sat up straight and slowly moved closer to Lu Xiaoxi until their butts touched. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Fine. Li Mu secretly tapped Lu Xiaoxi's little finger with his own, and when she didn't react, he slowly placed his finger on it. The two little fingers are positioned one above the other. I'll break your fingers in a minute. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at him. It seems I've gotten used to someone taking advantage of me in small ways. If it's just a matter of touching fingers, then let him have his way. Anything more outrageous won't do. You have violent tendencies. I'm going to hit you. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. A ringing phone interrupted their conversation. It was a video call from Su-Wan. Li Mu had no concerns. The idea of living together was originally a joint decision between the two families, and it wasn't anything shameful. However, when he answered the phone, he still kept a distance from Lu Xiaoxi. Hey mom, what's up? Why are you video calling? Li Mu spoke first, the camera focused only on himself. Have you had dinner yet? Su-Wan asked with concern. It's already so late, we've definitely eaten. Was it made from a stream? I ate at the school cafeteria. Alright, you need to learn to cook too. You can't keep letting Xiaoxi take care of you all the time, Su-Wan said earnestly. I'm studying, you can ask Lu Xiaoxi if you don't believe me. Li Mu suddenly handed his phone to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. How did the conversation suddenly turn to her after only a few sentences? Xiaoxi, is what this kid is saying true? It's true. He learned it from me yesterday, and even helped me out. When Su-Wan on the other end of the phone saw his son sitting with Lu Xiaoxi, his face was all smiles, and he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. That's great. You'd better keep an eye on this kid for me, otherwise he'll become a lazy bum. I don't know who would want him if he's like this. I receive so many love letters that my hands are sore, Li Mu interjected. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. Don't say anything, I'll talk to Andy. Overbearing. Li Mu's lips twitched. His phone, his mother, and now they wouldn't let him speak. Was there no justice in this world? Don't worry, Auntie. Li Mu will definitely cook when we go back home for the holidays. Haha, that would be great. Once you catch up with my cooking skills, you won't need to help us when your family comes to our house for dinner. Lu Xiaoxi laughed heartily. She would never teach Li Mu to that level. Then I won't bother you two anymore. If he dares to bully you, just tell Annie, and Annie will stand up for you, okay? Bye-bye, Xiaoxi. Bye-bye, Auntie. Su-Wan hung up the phone. Bye-bye, Auntie. Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone with a bitter face, dragging out the last syllable. You're disgusting. Li Mu ignored her words and moved closer to her, stretching one hand along the back of the sofa and putting one foot on the coffee table. This was his favorite posture, just like when he was holding Lu Xiaoxi in his arms. Lu Xiaoxi could lean back and her neck would touch someone's arm, which was cool, and she could smell his scent, just like being held in his arms. The girl blushed slightly and muttered a soft, reproachful, shameless. What did you say? Did you hear that? Your mom told me to keep an eye on you. Okay. Li Mu picked up a tangerine casually, intending to demonstrate his skill of peeling a tangerine with one hand to the petite girl. As soon as he stuck his finger into the citrus, juice splashed onto his hand. Li Mu remembered the fruit in the advertisement that could cause floods. It seemed he had bought the genuine product. Here, have some tangerines. I can peel them myself. No, I've already peeled them. I'm not eating them anyway. It would be a waste if you didn't eat them. You're not going to eat it, but you're peeling it. Lu Xiaoxi poked his waist, and taking advantage of Li Mu's momentary tremor from being caught off guard, she swiftly snatched the tangerine from Li Mu's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. She understood Li Mu's intentions perfectly well, and that's why she wouldn't let this guy feed her. He really thought she was a little pig. This guy is so shameless, lazy, and stupid. Just like Aunt Sue said, no one will want him in the future. At that time I'll just take care of it myself. Chapter 72 Reunited as Childhood Sweethearts. A rare weekend. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed in casual home clothes, her slender legs resting together on the coffee table, her hands holding her phone as she scrolled through horror movie reviews. She used to idly scroll through her phone after graduating high school, but now she feels so bored. The sound of Li Mu playing games could be heard coming from the room. All he does is play video games. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, finally understanding why girls ask their boyfriends that classic question. Is gaming more important, or is your girlfriend more important? For a fleeting moment, she also wanted to ask Li Mu the same question, but she wasn't Li Mu's girlfriend, so what right did she have to ask Li Mu to do anything? The only thing she had was Aunt Sue's request for her to help supervise Li Mu. Yes, that's it. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her chest, having found a reason for herself, and confidently and forcefully knocked on Li Mu's door. What's wrong? Li Mu, I'm going in now. Lu Xiaoxi's carefully constructed composure crumbled upon hearing Li Mu's voice, and she spoke softly and weakly. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, gently opened the door, tiptoed to his side, and sat on the edge of his bed. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Li Mu took off his headphones with one hand and hung them around his neck. I need to keep you on your toes. Li Mu turned to face her, but his eyes were still fixed on the computer. That's incredibly perfunctory. What's wrong with you? Nothing better to do. Li Mu was playing a multiplayer game, so he could only chat with her while playing. Although he hadn't focused much on the game since Lu Xiaoxi came in. I'm a little bored, so I'm bothering you. If you're bored, find something to do, like helping me clean my room or something. Dream on. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, kicked off her slippers, and sat a little further into the bed. She was wearing shorts that covered half of her thighs, leaving the rest of her skin completely exposed. From her thighs to her knees, and from her knees to her ankles, her skin was as white as jade. Her toenails were meticulously manicured and adorned with nail stickers bought from a $2 store, making her look quite adorable. Li Mu's bed was a spring bed, and it was quite old. You could hear the springs creaking when you sat on it, and the mat was also cold to the touch. Your legs are blinding me. Who told you to look? Lu Xiaoxi blushed and grabbed a pillow to rest her head on her lap. This idiot even needs to watch her play games, and he's so honest, he just says it out loud. What I saw out of the corner of my eye was not what I wanted to see. That's what you saw. After quickly finishing a game, Li Mu sat on the bed next to the girl and rubbed his leg against hers. How do you want to annoy me? Have no idea. You know nothing, and you still bother me. I suggest you think carefully before you come next time. Want to go out and play? Lu Xiaoxi gently pressed Li Mu's hand with her small hand, watching his skin turn from red back to white, leaving rows of nail marks. Where do you want to go? Li Mu scratched the back of his hand, took the pillow off the girl's lap, and put it on his own lap in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't hold it down, causing an awkward situation for both of them. This action clearly startled Lu Xiaoxi, causing her to tremble. She thought Li Mu was reaching for her thigh to do something. We've been here for so long, and there are so many places we haven't been to yet: the zoo, the amusement park, the movie theater. Dating? No. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly raised her voice, then quickly covered her mouth after realizing what she meant. It was just a simple outing. What kind of date did I invite you to? Seeing the petite girl almost steaming, Li Mu felt a strong urge to poke her face. He quickly raised his hand and poked her cheek before pulling it back, his fingertips burning hot. Are you going or not? If you don't want to, then forget it. Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. I never said I wouldn't go. When are we going? We're to go for fun. You didn't send me, so why are you asking me? But I don't know where there's anything fun to do. Then do your homework first. You can think about it slowly. I'll continue playing. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Li Mu said as he lay down to play on his phone. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxi also became lazy. She pulled the little pig doll over and lay down, using it as a pillow behind her head. Then, feeling a bit uncomfortable, she pulled the blanket over her body to prevent the guy from peeking. Why are you acting like I'm a pervert? Li Mu clicked his tongue twice and looked away. Next time, he would put the doll away properly and tuck the blanket in so that the little girl could only rest her head on his hand if she wanted to lie down. If Lu Xiaoxi were lying next to him with her head on his hand, then their relationship must have been very good at that time. Probably more than lovers, but not quite husband and wife. In fact, when he and Lu Xiaoxi were childhood sweethearts, their relationship was much closer than that of lovers or even husband and wife. While others were still basking in the glow of their romantic relationships, he and Lu Xiaoxi had already gotten used to it more than a decade ago. Aside from that red line, we did everything we could. It's just that we were kids back then, and cell phones weren't as common. We didn't know as much as kids do now, and we didn't have as many mischievous thoughts. We were just focused on playing and having fun. When we got tired of playing, we would sleep together under the covers. He would go to her house to sleep with her, and she would come to his house to sleep with him. We were always going to sleep together. Purer than lovers, sweeter than husband and wife. Many couples play to their strengths and minimize their weaknesses, showing their best side to their loved ones so that the other person can gradually accept their shortcomings. He and Lu Xiaoxi knew everything about each other from the very beginning, yet they still walked together for so long. Although there were some unpleasant moments, in the long run, their little problems were nothing more than insignificant fluctuations in the long ray of time. If relationships were to be ranked, they would undoubtedly be childhood sweethearts, spouses, lovers. A progressively layered relationship. Perhaps. Between them, the phrase childhood sweethearts already encompasses the entirety of their relationship. Those 4 words are the ultimate point of their connection. He seems to have been going in the wrong direction all along. He's starting to look down on his lover. Childhood sweethearts are the top priority. It started as childhood sweethearts, and it ended as childhood sweethearts. Outside the residential area, there was the deafening sound of trucks honking their horns. Lu Xiaoxi. What's wrong? What is our relationship now? Why do you keep asking this? How many times have I asked this? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to look at him, and their eyes met. I'd like to know your thoughts. So many relationships. What exactly is the relationship? So many, I can't count them all. Then let's stop counting and start building a new relationship, okay? What's the relationship? Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes blinked, and she vaguely guessed what was going on. Her whole little head was almost turning into a tomato. Unable to bear Li Mu's intense gaze, the little girl turned over and buried her face in the pig doll. Chapter 73. Holding hands can only be halfway. How about we become childhood sweethearts? Li Mu felt that the temperature in the room had risen considerably. He knew he was blushing. In a sense, this was a disguised confession. However, the purpose of the confession was not to become lovers, but to become childhood sweethearts again. Is he the first person in the world to confess his feelings in order to become childhood friends again? Qingmei. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to lift her head resting on her pig doll. She spoke in a low, muffled voice, and Li Mu could barely hear her even when they were so close together. Yeah, like when we were kids, Li Mu said softly. Lu Xiaoxi's exposed skin was tinged with a blush. Just like when I was a child? They were much closer than lovers when they were kids. We're so tired of kissing and hugging. Lu Xiaoxi quietly raised her head and glanced at Li Mu, only to find that Li Mu's entire face was red, turning into a little tomato just like hers. How do we become childhood sweethearts? Lu Xiaoxi asked softly, strands of hair falling across her face and being held in her mouth. Her pink lips pursed and relaxed, and the only sound in the world was her own heartbeat. Just like that, just like how we were when we were kids, that's how we are now. I think you're trying to be a scoundrel. The little girl wouldn't share an ice cream with him like she did when she was little, nor would she steal his egg white, and she certainly wouldn't sleep in the same bed with him. Yes, a little. You. Is it okay? Li Mu stared straight into her eyes. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and nodded very slightly. So, can we define our relationship as childhood sweethearts from now on? They would never again be described with countless terms like neighbor, tenant, good friend, or classmate. Now, they only have one relationship. They are very close childhood sweethearts. No way, Lu Xiaoxi quickly added, afraid that Li Mu would run away. At most, we're half childhood sweethearts. What does half a childhood sweetheart mean? That's right, we're practically childhood sweethearts. This thing can shrink. Li Mu's eyes widened in surprise as a completely new word popped into his mind. Green bamboo? Oh dear, you're so stupid, you go out first. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes tightly, reached out, and pushed Li Mu's chest away. After Li Mu opened the door and left the room, she wrapped herself up in Li Mu's blanket like a caterpillar. She was the only caterpillar left in the room. After being kicked out of his room, Li Mu washed his face to calm the flushing. For that brief moment, his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. A sunny and cheerful boy isn't always cheerful about everything. When Lu Xiaoxi said no, he almost fainted. After finally mustering the courage to confess his feelings, he was rejected. The two of them couldn't bear to be apart and awkwardly tried to find a way to hide from each other. Fortunately, it had a good ending. About half right. Li Mu had always considered himself and Lu Xiaoxi to be half-childhood sweethearts, and they still are now. However, these two half-childhood sweethearts are fundamentally differing in the standards by which they are measured. The former refers to time, meaning that they were childhood sweethearts for only half the time. The latter refers to the level of intimacy, meaning they are only half as close as they used to be. In short, the relationship is much better than before. He wanted to go back to how things were before, but to be honest, he himself thought it was unlikely. He wasn't in a hurry at all. The whole process was like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. When their relationship became so close that the little frog couldn't handle it and was about to jump out in embarrassment, he put the lid on the pot. About 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaoxi came out of Li Mu's room. Where did you go just now? Don't cause any trouble in my room. You're the one causing trouble, Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly. Have you decided where to go for fun? Shall we go see the giant pandas? We'll go later and come back tonight. Lu Xiaoxi had wanted to see giant pandas for a long time. Giant panda cubs are so cute. Before, she could only watch them on videos, which wasn't enough. It's up to you, you don't have to come back. Get lost, I'm not living outside with you. Lu Xiaoxi washed her face, took a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator, and started drinking it by herself. Strawberry-flavored yogurt is sweet and sour, which is her favorite flavor. Li Mu blinked. What about mine? Take it yourself. We've been childhood sweethearts for a while, and you won't even lift a finger to help me get it? It's half, Lu Xiaoxi snorted. She has processed all her emotions in her room and is back to normal now. Although the two have become semi-childhood friends again, their way of getting along will not change much. I'll take a shower. You're a grown man. Do you need to take a shower before going out? You don't understand. You have to smell nice before going out on a date. Li Mu smiled and took out an outfit that he thought was a good match from the room. He said this while standing at the bathroom door and then quickly closed the door. I already said it wasn't a date. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks. It was just a casual outing, but they're making it sound like a date. Dating is something boyfriends and girlfriends should do. Right now, they're just half-childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi was drinking yogurt while propping her chin up with her hand, and through the smooth glass, she could vaguely see Li Mu taking off his clothes. Her face flushed again, and she quickly closed her eyes, then stole another glance. When she was taking a bath, did Li Mu look at her with the same lustful gaze as she does now? No, that's not what she's doing. It's not called being lustful. A reserved young girl wouldn't be lustful. Fortunately, she always consciously stayed away from the glass door when she took a shower, so she couldn't see anything. The figure on the glass paused, seemingly holding something, and then loud English music started playing from the bathroom. Hurry up, I need to wash too, Lu Xiaoxi urged him loudly. Are you going to shower and smell nice before going out too? Never mind that. Both of them had finished showering. Lu Xiaoxi changed into a beige dress, paired with a red cardigan and a familiar small crossbody bag, and white stockings with canvas shoes. She did want to wear nice shoes, but going out would inevitably involve walking a lot, so after thinking it over, cloth shoes were the most suitable. Li Mu pinched his chin, looked her up and down in front of her, and nodded vigorously, indicating his strong approval of the outfit. Youthful and energetic, yet still a little naive. Let's go. Lu Xiaoxi felt embarrassed by his gaze and lowered her head, playing with her hair. Shall I treat you? I know you're rich, but I'm rich too. Don't underestimate me. Okay, then you treat me. Just this once, okay? Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm in an annoyed tone, feeling how firm it was. Walked towards the subway station. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, very close. Li Mu could touch Lu Xiaoxi's small hand with just a slight lift of his hand. He tentatively scratched Lu Xiaoxi's hand with his little finger, and when she ignored him, he secretly hooked his finger around hers, forming a pinky promise. What? We've been childhood sweethearts. Can't we even hold hands? Only half. You can only hold half. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes, which could hold the stars and the sea, were filled by a certain wicked person. Chapter 74. His childhood was here. It's a bit surreal. A few days ago, Lu Xiaoxi was so shy after he held her finger that she ignored him all night. Now he can openly hold two of Lu Xiaoxi's fingers. Lu Xiaoxi kept her head down like an ostrich and didn't say much the whole way. As she walked, her hair moved in front of her back, revealing her flushed ears, and even her earlobes were pink. She looked so cute when she's shy. Li Mu touched his face. It was also a little hot. He held Lu Xiaoxi's index and middle fingers, stroking them as he felt her delicate skin. Suddenly feeling unsatisfied, he deftly grasped Lu Xiaoxi's ring finger together. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, opened her mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by Li Mu. Half of 5 fingers is 2.5, which rounds up to 3. Your head is full of fallacies. You're about the same. Li Mu clasped his 3 slender fingers together, looking somewhat pleased. If you want to hold hands, then hold hands, but stop touching me like that. I love touching it. Then don't pull anymore. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to pull her hand back. She would be so embarrassed if Li Mu needed her hand like that. No, I won't touch it anymore. You'd better keep your word. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, then let someone pull her along. If someone dares to touch her again, she'll pull her hand away and won't let that person hold her hand today. All the way to the subway station, Li Mu was really honest and didn't touch her as promised, holding her hand the whole time. But it wasn't so obedient. Originally it could only hold 3 fingers, but as it continued to hold, it became 4. When Lu Xiaoxi noticed, he was already holding her entire hand. Li Mu's hands felt so warm and comfortable. Lu Xiaoxi looked down at her small hands, which were completely wrapped in Li Mu's arms. If it could be like this in winter, her fingers wouldn't be so red from the cold. It's the weekend, not a holiday, so there are fewer office workers and students, and the subway seats are much emptier. Li Mu was so engrossed in scrolling through his phone on the subway. He couldn't do those videos of them openly showing affection on the subway, and Lu Xiaoxi certainly couldn't. Due to inertia and the smoothness of the seats, Lu Xiaoxi would always slide over and bump into him whenever the subway stopped. Each time they squeezed through the crowd, Lu Xiaoxi would keep a fist's distance from him, and then at the next stop, they would squeeze through again. Lu Xiaoxi finally understood why Li Mu liked to squeeze her. It turned out that squeezing people was so much fun. After exiting the subway, it's just a few minutes walk to the zoo. The zoo offers discounts on weekends, making tickets much cheaper. After buying their tickets, the two went to a nearby bubble tea shop and bought 2 cups of kumquat lemon tea before entering the zoo. Don't walk so fast, can't you take your time looking around? Li Mu quickly caught up with the excited Lu Xiaoxi and naturally took her hand in his. I've never been to a zoo before. Lu Xiaoxi's excitement was palpable as she looked around, carefully examining every sign along the way. A leaf fell onto her head, and Li Mu removed it for her, amused, and said, "Didn't you see a circus before? That was so long ago, and I only saw it once." It seems like circuses have disappeared. In the past, circuses would set up tents and cages in certain open spaces to perform animal shows, and then move to a different location after 2 or 3 days. The first time he and Lu Xiaoxi saw large animals was at the circus. Even through the cage, Lu Xiaoxi was still very scared. Even with her parents nearby, she would hide behind them, shrinking back and peeking out. Perhaps for safety reasons, or for the sake of the animal's survival. Whatever the reason, those circuses that performed in various places have disappeared from his sight. I don't know what's wrong. The circus has gone with our childhood. Can you please stop being so sad all of a sudden? Besides, I'm right here. Hee, let's go see the tigers. Li Mu said, rubbing Lu Xiaoxi's face with the back of his fingers. Lu Xiaoxi is right. His childhood was spent here. Ever since Li Mu tore a small hole in that thin layer of paper, Lu Xiaoxi was no longer so resistant to Li Mu touching her face and holding her hand. She and he are practically childhood sweethearts, so doing these things is no problem for them at all. The zoo was a novel experience for both Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi. It was the first time they had ever seen a sea turtle in real life, and they were surprised to find that sea turtles were so big. Even with my arms outstretched, it's not as big as a sea turtle. Li Mu, take a picture of me. Lu Xiaoxi handed her phone to Li Mu, then ran to the glass of the turtle pond and made a peace sign. The phone wasn't unlocked yet, but Li Mu simply entered Lu Xiaoxi's birthday to unlock it. The album shows Lu Xiaoxi's last photo, which was of the meal she made yesterday. Most girls have this habit of letting their phones eat first when they see a delicious meal, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. Li Mu took many photos of Lu Xiaoxi with one action, and finally took 2 selfies of himself. It's done. Let me see. Lu Xiaoxi ran over excitedly and saw Li Mu's 2 selfies. She guessed that Li Mu would do this, so she ignored it and scrolled to look at the photos of the sea turtles one by one. You took such an ugly picture. Is it possible that you're ugly? That's bullshit. Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair. She's always been beautiful and cute, okay? Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, feeling that Lu Xiaoxi had a pink filter on her, making her look very sweet. You go take pictures too. I'll take them for you. Hurry up. I don't know how to pose. Are you stupid? Just copy me and make a V sign. Then you have to send it to me after you're done taking the picture. Li Mu walked up to the glass turtle and made a peace sign. Lu Xiaoxi seized the opportunity and took several photos when the sea turtle swam over. Look, you're ugly too. Lu Xiaoxi showed him the photo and pointed at his face, mocking him. When did you Photoshop this? Li Mu stared at the pig nose sticker photoshopped onto his face in the picture and fell into deep thought. It's not photoshopped, you've always looked like this. Lu Xiaoxi laughed so hard, she almost fell over, finally clutching her stomach and wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't you dislike taking photos? Yes. Then why did you ask me to take your picture? Lu Xiaoxi pondered for a moment, unsure how to answer him. You're different. How are they different? You're a pig farmer, so your photos don't count. Li Mu. Chapter 75 Precious Memories. The weather in mid-October is lovely, with no cool breezes or blazing sun, perfect for picnics and outings. However, neither Li Mu nor Lu Xiaoxi had ever played these games. Perhaps we could find an opportunity for both families to go on a picnic or outing together. From the turtle enclosure to the monkey mountain, from the monkey mountain to the tiger enclosure, and finally to the bird's nest, there are many pavilions and stone benches for visitors to rest. Lu Xiaoxi's herniated disc wasn't serious. As long as she didn't stand or exercise for long periods, she wouldn't have any problems. However, after being in the park for so long and constantly moving around, Lu Xiaoxi was starting to feel the strain. She gave Li Mu a pitiful look, and after explaining the situation to him, the two of them rested on a stone bench. While sipping kumquat lemonade, they watched the birds in their cages, perched on tree branches, observing them in turn. The birds in the zoo were very beautiful. Some were pure white, while others were colorful, but she couldn't name any of them. She seemed to have only ever seen swallows, sparrows, and parrots, and she had only ever seen parrots at the flower and bird market. Does it hurt a lot? How about I give you a massage? Li Mu didn't hold her hand. He held a kumquat and a lemon in one hand and took pictures of the surroundings with his phone in the other. Today is the first day that he and Lu Xiaoxi have become childhood sweethearts again, and these photos are very memorable. When he evolves into the perfect childhood friend form later, he can reminisce about it. He's always been a nostalgic person. It doesn't hurt, and even if it did, I wouldn't give you a massage. Just kidding. A herniated disc is pressing against a nerve, causing numbness and pain in the groin area. If you want a massage, you should massage the area from the waist and buttocks down to the thigh. It's practically the absolute domain of absolute domains. How could she possibly be giving Li Mu a massage? Fortunately, Li Mu was unaware of these things. Otherwise, this single statement alone could have been used to accuse him of harassment. Lu Xiaoxi took a sip of the kumquat lemon. The little girl loved sweet and sour drinks. She finished a small glass of juice in no time. She pursed her lips and set her sights on Li Mu's kumquat lemon drink. Li Mu, we're childhood sweethearts, aren't we? Half. Li Mu didn't look at her and retorted. Since we're practically childhood sweethearts, then I can drink your water too. Lu Xiaoxi hadn't forgotten that this guy used to drink her water every day during military training, and now she wanted to drink Li Mu's water too. You can only drink half. Li Mu took a big gulp, leaving about half, and handed her the kumquat and lemon juice. That's exactly half. Bullshit, it's full of lemons and kumquats. Are you going to drink it or not? If you don't, I'll drink it all. Li Mu put the straw in his mouth, took a deep breath, as if he wanted to drink it all in one gulp. Lu Xiaoxi panicked and quickly grabbed his hand. Who said I'm not drinking? There's my saliva on it. I'll use my own straw. Lu Xiaoxi switched her straw with Li Mu's and slowly began to drink. Li Mu's cup was fully sweetened, much sweeter than hers. The trash was naturally Li Mu's responsibility. Li Mu glanced at the straw that the little girl had used. The end that she had been sucking on had been flattened by the little girl, so she could drink slowly without worrying about sucking on lemon seeds. Lu Xiaoxi held the cup with both hands to drink, and when she opened her mouth, her tender lips would stick to the straw and get tugged, which was extremely cute. Don't drink with both hands, he said, and then, under Lu Xiaoxi's questioning gaze, he took Lu Xiaoxi's hand again, holding it together in his palm. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him until Li Mu started rubbing her. Then she whimpered and pulled her hand away, poking and prodding Li Mu's waist. You really don't want me to massage you? Li Mu suddenly asked. Lu Xiaoxi's mind conjured up the image of Li Mu massaging her inner thighs. Suddenly, her face flushed red, and she shook her head violently, muttering in a soft, coquettish voice, You're so lewd. Shoo, there are a lot of people. Dirty. You're vulgar too. How did I become vulgar? Didn't you hold my hand too? And you were rubbing and pinching it. That's pretty perverted. Li Mu naturally pulled her hand over, placed it on his lap, covered it with his own hand, and rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. Lu Xiaoxi's hand was very white, and you had to look closely to see the fine hairs on it. Li Mu gently ran his thumb over the fine hairs without touching the skin, and Lu Xiaoxi felt a ticklish sensation. When did I hold your hand? It was clearly you who shamelessly kept trying to hold my hand, okay? Forces are reciprocal. Li Mu demonstrated his perfect score in physics from junior high school. Your mind is full of fallacies and sophistry. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. According to you, you're harassing me every day. Oh, Li Mu replied casually, continuing to stroke her downy fur. Why don't you ask me why you're harassing me? I don't want to ask. Lu Xiaoxi was extremely anxious, unable to say what she wanted to say, all because of Li Mu. Even if Li Mu didn't want to ask, she would still say, If I poke you, it's the same as you poking me, so you're harassing me. You've gone astray, and your skin has become thicker. Li Mu didn't look up, but played with her fingers, pinching each joint from her thumb to her little finger. Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable being pinched, so she let Li Mu play with her little hands. Are you a hand fetishist? No, I'm a lecher. Lu Xiaoxi! Exclamation point. Seeing the shocked expression on the petite girl's face, Li Mu chuckled and tried to justify himself. Just kidding. I'm just a hand fetishist. That would be even worse. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to pull her hand away, afraid that someone might do something strange to her hand in their mind, but it was just a thought. Feeling comfortable being pinched by Li Mu, the petite girl was almost melting. After resting, the two headed to the zoo's final destination, the panda enclosure. No one can resist giant pandas. This is Lu Xiaoxi's opinion. As national treasures, pandas are naturally the cash cows of zoos, and the panda enclosure is much more crowded than other areas. Children love tigers, lions, pythons, and crocodiles, animals with strong predatory instincts and symbols of power. College students tend to prefer cute and adorable things, such as red pandas and giant pandas. Upon arriving at the panda enclosure, Lu Xiaoxi became noticeably more excited. The setting sun cast its rays upon her face, making her eyelashes appear as if they were coated with gold threads. She looked so beautiful. For safety reasons, the fence in the panda enclosure is very high, reaching up to Lu Xiaoxi's chest. She held onto the fence and looked down at the giant pandas. Unlike in the video, the giant panda was all dirty, but its lazy appearance was still very cute. Lu Xiaoxi excitedly tugged at the hem of the boy's clothes beside her. Look, doesn't he look just like you? So silly and simple-minded. I think it looks a lot like you, both silly and cute. You're wrong. It should be cute and adorable. She's not stupid at all. Okay, our little pig Lu is so cute. Li Mu's eyes were very gentle, without even realizing it himself. Li Mu, let's take a group photo. Okay, make sure the photos look good. The two found a quiet spot facing the sunset and created a precious memory. Chapter 76 Cat Ear Hair Accessory. Lu Xiaoxi ran to the side and behind Li Mu, revealing half of her body, and placed her hands in a V sign on either side of Li Mu's head, grinning. Li Mu held up his phone with one hand and made a check mark with the other on his chin, squeezing his cheeks up a bit, making him look incredibly goofy. Look at you, how stupid you are. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the photos on her phone, unable to hide the smile on her lips. She loves this photo so much that she wants to print it out, frame it, hang it in her room, put it on her desk, and also hang a big one in the living room, the kind that looks like a wedding photo. Lu Xiaoxi realized what was happening, shook her head, and shook off those strange thoughts. Send it to me when you get back, and I'll send it to my mom. Why send it to Aunt Sue? Aunt Sue will think we're on a date. Isn't that so? No. At most it's half a date. It's still basically just hanging out. Don't get it wrong. Okay, everything is half, alright? Half of me and half of you are on a date. Ugh, you're disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi thought of scenes from certain horror movies. Her small body trembled, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Just kidding. Look at how timid you are. You want to watch horror movies? You wouldn't even dare to watch an uncensored horror movie commentary, would you? None of your business. I mainly wanted my mom to know that I had gone out to play. Otherwise, she would always think that I stayed at home playing video games. Li Mu said honestly. That was indeed what he was thinking. Lu Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded her little head. I've basically seen the whole zoo. From small to large, from common to national treasures, none are missed. Aside from the stinky monkey mountain, everywhere else is fun. The enormous sea turtles, rhinos, and elephants are far more impressive to the naked eye than to the videos. The only downside was that we didn't see any panda cubs, and the giant pandas were lazy. After watching for half an hour, they just lay there and pooped, waiting to go home. They left the zoo in a sightseeing bus. Do your back and legs still hurt? Li Mu asked with concern. You mustn't hurt that slender waist. I'm not that fragile. You're a fragile college student. Oh dear, let's hurry back. I want to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the sky. It was already dark, the streetlights were on, and the pushcart business had begun. The food carts here don't just sell snacks. They also sell all sorts of trinkets and toys. They even have the clay figurines and coloring books we used to play with as kids. Li Mu stopped as he passed a small cart that specialized in selling jewelry. The trolley is filled with a dazzling array of ornaments. Li Mu took a fancy to a white cat ear headdress. I want to put them on the little girl and then touch her cat ears. On their first day living together, when he was expressing disbelief that girls could change so much as they grow up, he even asked Lu Xiaoxi to make cat ears for him to touch. Even when he wanted to lend money to Lu Xiaoxi and take the opportunity to make demands of her, all he wanted was for Lu Xiaoxi to wear cat ears. In a sense, he has stayed true to his original aspiration and kept his mission firmly in mind. Li Mu, what are you looking at? Lu Xiaoxi saw someone stop in front of a stall and then turn back. Following his gaze, she also saw the beautiful jewelry, and her eyes lit up. Would you two like to buy some jewelry? I'm a college student entrepreneur, and everything is handmade. The owner was a young woman. Do you want to buy it? I'll buy it for you. Li Mu scanned the code in advance, so after buying the items, he could directly enter the amount and scan it. I didn't want to buy it at first, but since you said so, I'll buy one then. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then began to pick out her favorite jewelry. She took a liking to a hair tie with fluffy white pom-poms. It would look great with her ponytail. I want this one. That's it. I still have a lot of hair ties. Okay, boss, these are the two I'll take. Li Mu quickly took the cat ear-shaped pastries he had been eyeing from the cart. 2 for 21 yuan. Do you need a bag? Yes, it's been scanned. Li Mu's checkout speed was astonishing. Lu Xiaoxi belatedly realized that she hadn't seen what Li Mu was holding clearly before and was a little confused. Now that she saw it clearly, she was completely taken aback. Cat ear headband. She didn't think Li Mu would wear something like that, so there was only one possibility. It was bought for her. Once they were away from the stall, Lu Xiaoxi, embarrassed and annoyed, grabbed Li Mu, snatched the bag from his hand, and held it up in front of him. Is there anything else you want to say? What? Don't pretend you don't know. Lu Xiaoxi took out the cat ear hair accessory. She would never wear something like that. It's really weird. Would you believe me if I said I wanted to wear it myself? Do you have that kind of weird fetish? Lu Xiaoxi asked, pulling away from the person with disdain. Actually I wanted to give it away. I don't want to. I didn't say it was for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi's heart clenched. She suddenly panicked. She hoped that no other girl would appear by Li Mu's side. Otherwise, she would not be Li Mu's childhood sweetheart, not even half a girl. I wanted to give this to my childhood sweetheart half. Li Mu chuckled, strode over, and took Lu Xiaoxi's soft little hand in his again, playing with it in his palm. Well, I'll keep this for now. Lu Xiaoxi blushed slightly, pursed her lips, and said sullenly. It was just a simple cat ear hair accessory, one that had appeared in many videos, but the thought of wearing it for Li Mu made her feel that it was full of romantic charm. It's so embarrassing. It was already past 10 o'clock when I got home. After playing for half a day, Li Mu was exhausted. Lu Xiaoxi, needless to say, collapsed onto the sofa, wriggling like a caterpillar, and finally ended up lying on the sofa in a long, flat position. I started boiling water at noon. You should go take a shower first, Lu Xiaoxi said weakly. Her back and legs were a little sore, and she needed to relax. You've exposed yourself. Li Mu stared at her fair, tender thighs, which were revealed as her skirt rode up due to her changing position, and couldn't take his eyes off her. The sound of swallowing saliva was particularly noticeable in the hall. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi immediately sat up, straightened her skirt, grabbed 2 pillows to protect her thighs, and blushed deeply. I didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. Feeling guilty, Li Mu turned his head away and dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 77, There is only one super now. Both of them had finished showering. Lu Xiaoxi, her hair still wet, stuffed her clothes into the washing machine, then ran back to the bathroom, grabbed a small bucket, and went into her room to hang her underwear to dry. She couldn't bring herself to hang her underwear out to dry, so Li Mu could see it. I went out into the lobby, plopped down on the sofa, and started drying my hair with a hairdryer. The hairdryer is very noisy. I can't hear any sound from the movie I'm watching. To avoid dripping water onto the sofa, she leaned forward, revealing her snow-white neck. Li Mu shifted his position and sat down next to her, feeling the warmth emanating from the petite girl and inhaling her delicate fragrance, feeling refreshed and relaxed. Looking at the rope around her neck, made up of multiple bundles of red and black cords, he raised his hand and compared it to his own dog-tooth bracelet. The workmanship is almost identical, but Lu Xiaoxi's rope is a darker color, while his is lighter. This is a change brought about by time. However, Lu Xiaoxi's dog-tooth necklace was made by her grandfather in her hometown, while Li Mu's dog-tooth bracelet was made by a certain girl he didn't get along with. Prior to this, he had always lived a scientific life and had never been interested in folk customs or feng shui. Back then, his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't as close as it is now, so he was a little confused about why he could accept this dog-tooth bracelet. His double standards were written all over his face. He wouldn't wear the silver sheep necklace Su Wen bought him, and he never took off Lu Xiaoxi's dog-tooth bracelet. He wanted to introduce this cute little girl to everyone. Her name was Lu Xiaoxi, and she was his childhood sweetheart. Aren't you envious? My little childhood sweetheart is getting prettier and prettier the more I look at her. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair, exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced sideways at the large face of someone beside her, and muttered, I see you every day. Lu Xiaoxi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Do you want some yogurt? Drink it. It has to taste just like yours. Could you also bring me a bottle? Li Mu thought Lu Xiaoxi was going to bring it for him, but it turned out she wanted him to run errands. He exaggeratedly muttered, in the end, I was wronged, and got up to get the yogurt, while also taking out some fruit from the refrigerator to eat. These yogurts were a gift from Sister Xia not long ago. They only have a shelf life of 14 days and retail for 3 yuan a small bottle. The pig is so obedient. Call me a gentleman, okay? Li Mu said with a serious face. The tiny girl sat cross-legged, lifted the lid of the yogurt, stuck out her little pink tongue to lick off the yogurt on the lid, and then put the straw in her mouth and drank it little by little. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her fair arms and calves. Li Mu glanced at the skin on her ankle joints, which was pink and tender, then looked at his own, which looked like dead skin. It's true that there's no harm without comparison. Why don't you sit like a duck? Why sit like a duck? The duck sit was once hailed as the cutest sitting posture for girls. So what does this have to do with me? With her head held high, Lu Xiaoxi changed from sitting cross-legged to crossing her legs, her feet twitching. Crossing your legs is very harmful to your health, and you still do it. Li Mu tapped her knee to make her change her position. Lu Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue, looking mischievous, and crossed her legs on the coffee table. The rounded big toe rubs up and down, making a soft friction sound. The computer was playing the sweet romance drama that Lu Xiaoxi and Xia Yuanyuan were both watching. Li Mu had found it in his records. As expected, Lu Xiaoxi was completely engrossed in watching. Is it really that good looking? He wanted to see what tricks these sweet dramas used to manipulate young girls' hearts, that they could be watched by everyone from 19-year-old Lu Xiaoxi to 8-year-old Xia Yuanyuan. After watching for a while following the rhythm of the sweet drama, he found that the complex relationships between the characters in this kind of sweet drama are no less than a spider web. Can you believe that among the 4 characters of the male lead, the second male lead, the female lead, and the second female lead, there can be dramas of real and fake heiresses, fathers killers, brothers turning against each other, and lovers stealing each other's love? Then came another twist. Someone was in a car accident, and a heartbreaking love song was inserted, lamenting the hard-won nature of love. After watching just one episode, Li Mu's brain went blank due to the excessive intake of junk information. He simply couldn't appreciate this kind of art. There was no way around it. The little green plum liked to watch, but he was different. He liked the little green plum. Li Mu also put his feet on the coffee table and rubbed them against one of his little green plum's feet. Don't touch me, you definitely have athlete's foot. Lu Xiaoxi curled her toes and turned her foot to the other side. Fine, you're the one who's contagious. Hey, stop rubbing. It itches. Lu Xiaoxi complained, her instep itchy. She reached out to scratch it, and then rubbed it on Li Mu's clothes. Oh no, your hands have athlete's foot too. I'm not holding your hand anymore. Li Mu made a disgusted face and patted the spot that Lu Xiaoxi had wiped. Really? That's great. You're not allowed to hold hands with me anymore. Hee hee, we'll talk about that later. Let's hold hands for now. Li Mu shamelessly pulled the small girl's hand over and massaged it, from her elbow to each finger, occasionally pinching hard enough to leave a red mark. Lu Xiaoxi's lips curled up into a smile. She was reminded of her childhood. Back then, she was very proactive. Every day, she would hold Li Mu's hand and hook her arms around his clothes. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to walk. She really liked Li Mu. Although she still likes him a lot now, since they are only half-childhood sweethearts, there is only one super. Now it was Li Mu's turn to take her hand. Perhaps this is what is called relationship balance. How I treated you before, that's how you treat me now. She has sweet dramas to watch and handsome guys to massage her. She feels like she's living the life of an aristocrat. If Li Mu could grow an extra hand, he could feed her some fruit. Just as she was enjoying herself and about to close her eyes, a video call came in. Upon seeing that the person who came was her mother, Lu Xiaoxi immediately sat up straight, withdrew her hand, and distanced herself from Li Mu. As soon as the video call connected, a fat cat's face appeared on the phone. The little fat cat curiously looked at the phone, wondering why its owner was trapped inside this thing. Little fatty, where's my mom? Lu Xiaoxi wanted to kiss little fatty's face again. Meow 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 meow. Oh okay. Li Mu's eyes widened. What's going on? How can we communicate like this? Does his childhood sweetheart, whom he just reconciled with today, have special abilities? Pfft, what's with that expression? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly couldn't hold back and pointed at Li Mu's nose, laughing at him. Li Mu must have believed it just now. He's really stupid. Are you kidding me? It's because you're too stupid. It's okay, you're stupid too. Li Mu shamelessly moved closer. Hey, you guys aren't asleep yet? On the other end of the phone, Qin Xiaoqian, who was applying a face mask, asked in confusion. Not yet, it's the weekend. It's okay to sleep late, Lu Xiaoxi explained. Haha, I thought you were in your room. What are you guys doing now? Watching TV, Mom. Is there something you need? It's nothing. I just called to check on you and Xiaomu. How are you? You didn't bully Xiaomu, did you? Aunt Qin, your good daughter bullied me terribly. She even made me get her yogurt just now. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, Li Mu instantly became a drama queen, leaning in halfway to complain to Qin Xiaoqian. Although everyone could tell that Li Mu was up to no good, Qin Xiaoqian still had to pretend. Xiaoxi, did you bully Xiaomu? Mom, look closely, okay? My hand is so much bigger than his. If this guy punches me, I'll cry for ages. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him with her foot, then turned the camera to Li Mu's arm, and Li Mu cooperated by showing off his muscles. Okay, you two need to get along well, understand? Don't argue, and definitely don't have any other conflicts. Okay, Mom, I'm telling you, I went to the zoo to see the giant pandas today. Lu Xiaoxi started chatting with Qin Xiaoqian, telling her everything that had happened in the past few days. From Li Mu's initial learning of cooking to today's trip to the zoo, only the part where the two became childhood sweethearts again was omitted. After all, in the eyes of their elders, they have always been the best of childhood sweethearts. Chapter 78 Little Green Plum. Lu Xiaoxi returned to her room, shook off the dust from the blankets, and spread them out on the bed. Tomorrow is Sunday, and she doesn't plan to go to bed that early. I was about to lie in bed and scroll through my phone when I suddenly noticed the hair accessories on the table. She walked over barefoot, smoothing her hair, and tied it into a small ponytail with the hair tie she had just bought. Her jet black, lustrous hair now has a fluffy little white ball on it, making her look incredibly cute. They were already cute, but now they're even cuter. Lu Xiaoxi occasionally indulges in a little narcissism. She hesitated, wondering whether to show it to Li Mu. After thinking for a moment, she decided to do what the girls on the internet did. Use her phone to cover her face and take a picture in the mirror. The girl, who dislikes taking photos and being in the spotlight, took many photos of herself and Li Mu today. She just placed an order on her phone, and in less than 2 days, her sunset photo with Li Mu will be framed in a beautiful frame. The petite girl paced around the room, trying to figure out where to hang it, but her gaze kept falling on the white cat ear headband that Li Mu had bought. She cursed Li Mu inwardly as a pervert, then sat back down at the table and quietly put on the cat ear hair accessory. The visual impact is strong. I knew Li Mu liked this kind of stuff. It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, curled one hand into a cat paw, moved it under her face, and made a signature cat gesture. Hee, she's so cute. We can't let Li Mu see this. She sat back on the edge of the bed, tucked her small body into the blanket, hugged her puppy plush toy, opened someone's WeChat, and sent that person a photo from earlier. Li the fool. Nosebleed. Li Bendan. Anything else? The petite girl smiled sweetly. Li Bendan. We're the cat ears too. Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance from idiots.jpg. Lu Xiaozhu. Image of a panda lying down. Lu Xiaozhu. Doesn't it look like you? Li the fool. Middle finger pointing skyward. Li Bendan. Why aren't you asleep so late? Lu Xiaozhu. I'm asleep now. Li Bendan. Good night. Lu Xiaozhu. Good night. Li the idiot. Where's the voice recording? Angry. Lu Xiaoxi opened his voice messages. The goodnight message also included game sounds. Playing games again? Are games really that fun? The girl ignored him, turned over, and continued looking at today's photos. On the very first day they became half-childhood sweethearts. Li Mu had already done everything from holding hands to pinching cheeks. If this happens in the future, won't Li Mu take advantage of us completely? As if she had thought of something, Lu Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a tomato in an instant, as if she could squeeze water out of it. Saying he wants to be her childhood sweetheart is just a way of taking advantage of her and then slowly devouring her. This was Li Mu's little scheme, to find ways to build a closer relationship and openly bully her. She understands Li Mu best. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, she sent Li Mu a good night voice message, plugged her phone into the charger, and went to sleep. She'll definitely sleep very well tonight. Li Mu, who was next door, had just finished a game, closed his computer, turned off the light, and lay down on his bed. The residents of this community seem to have a habit of going to bed early, or rather, there aren't many college students like them. After midnight, very few lights are left on. My phone lit up, and I just received a good-night voice message from Lu Xiaoxi. He knew it. There was no way Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't send it to him. He only listened to it about 10 times. The more I listen to my little green plum's voice, the sweeter it gets. Charge your phone. Just as he was about to close his eyes and go to sleep, the image of Lu Xiaoxi lying on the sofa with her thighs exposed appeared in his mind. He didn't take it seriously, calmed down for a while, went back to sleep, and then remembered the photo from earlier. Oh no, I'm bewitched. Li Mu's thoughts wandered off somewhere, and he tossed and turned, finally looking at the tissue box on the table. The next day, Li Mu got up very early and went out before dawn. Perhaps out of guilt towards Lu Xiaoxi, he packed 3 servings of rice noodle rolls with egg, meat, and ham for her, along with 1 serving each of 4 different sauces: soy sauce, sweet and sour, yellow pepper sauce, and mushroom sauce. He also grabbed some chili sauce that looked delicious and bought 2 shumai for himself. Getting up so early. As soon as I got home, I saw Lu Xiaoxi brushing her teeth on the sink, the foam almost falling onto the floor. Lu Xiaoxi gave a soft looked at the things in his hands, and mumbled, "Do you buy a lot of steamed buns with conjunctiva?" Seemingly choked by the foam, he gagged as soon as he finished speaking and quickly spat out the foam with water. Of course it's for Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu helped her open the rice noodle rolls, poured sauce over them, and poured a little sauce over each extra bag. "What's wrong with you? You're being so diligent today." Lu Xiaoxi was extremely satisfied. She didn't even bother with face wash and strode over to sit next to Li Mu. "It's nothing. You're not happy that I bought it for you. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. It's all your fault for going to the bathroom last night. You didn't even try to be quiet and woke me up. Little green plum, please don't be angry. This meal is on me." Li Mu tensed up and quickly changed the subject. "That's more like it, but please don't use such strange terms to address me. It's so awkward, calling me little 1 minute and big the next. Then, I'll call you little green plum." So cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi felt strange, blushing as soon as she heard the word childhood sweetheart. Chapter 79, I Want a Hug. Lu Xiaoxi ate the rice noodle rolls obediently. Even though it was a soft food, she would chew it 7 or 8 times before swallowing it. From Li Mu's perspective, Lu Xiaoxi was like a little hamster eating, her little mouth moving constantly. When he used to keep hamsters, he would often hold a mung bean in his hand and let the hamster eat it. The hamster was silly and only knew how to squeeze into the gaps between his fingers. He felt that Lu Xiaoxi would do the same. Across from him, Li Mu was looking at his phone while eating shumai, 1 bite at a time. He seemed perfectly serious, but if you moved the camera under the table, you could see that Li Mu had already stretched his foot over to Lu Xiaoxi and rubbed it against her. "Aren't you cold?" Lu Xiaoxi didn't seem to mind, since she was wearing pants anyway. It was only 21 degrees Celsius today, and she changed into long pants early in the morning, while Li Mu was still wearing shorts. Just like guys who aren't afraid of the cold, they prioritize style over warmth. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was also a guy who valued style. "Well enough. Pack. What am I pretending for? You believe I can still be shirtless right now? Nobody believes you. You prioritize style over warmth." Without saying a word, Li Mu started to take off her clothes, but halfway through, Lu Xiaoxi quickly stopped her, saying, "You're a pervert. I believe you. Why didn't you believe it earlier? People's physical condition is not the same. I might not even feel cold if you wear a coat. I know you're amazing," Lu Xiaoxi said, slurping up her rice noodle rolls with her head down. When Li Mu lifted his shirt just now, she saw his abs. Li Mu is really healthier than she imagined. It felt like Li Mu could lift her up with one hand. "Do you want some?" When Lu Xiaoxi was eating her second bowl of rice noodle rolls, she secretly looked up at Li Mu and found that Li Mu had already finished his shumai and was now seriously rubbing against her leg. "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Mu asked, his eyes wide. Judging from Lu Xiaoxi's appetite, 3 bowls of rice noodle rolls wouldn't be enough to fill her up, even if you disregarded the greasiness. "Too much," Lu Xiaoxi said, picking up a piece of rice noodle roll and putting it to his mouth. "Piggy, time to eat." Li Mu seemed not to hear, opened his mouth to eat, but ended up eating air. Lu Xiaoxi quickly stuffed the rice noodle roll into her mouth, and 2 drops of sauce dripped onto the table. "The little pig is eating," Li Mu chuckled as he teased her. "Here, this is for you. You can eat it, I don't mind." "How can you eat just 2 shumai?" "Why not? I never ate breakfast before," Li Mufeng said casually. High school day students need to get up even earlier, usually brushing their teeth and washing their face by 6 o'clock. At that time, Suwan was still not up. He usually didn't eat breakfast, but occasionally he would buy some steamed buns from outside. He and Lu Xiaoxi ate 3 meals a day, which was a bit of a problem. If they had made up during high school, he probably would have gone to Lu Xiaoxi's place every day to freeload breakfast. After watching Lu Xiaoxi finish breakfast, Li Mu went straight back to his room and lay on the bed playing on his phone. It's true that lying down is the most comfortable thing to do on weekends. Aren't movies, games, and anime shows more appealing? Why do we have to go out and play? Anyway, if his childhood sweetheart doesn't ask him to go out, he absolutely won't go out. Seeing that he hadn't closed the door, Lu Xiaoxi peeked her head through the door and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm free now." "When you're free, find something to do. You're only idle when you have nothing to do. Then find something to do." Lu Xiaoxi looked at his room and felt that it was very messy. There were clothes hangers in the closet, but they were not hung up. Instead, the clothes were thrown on the top shelf and not turned over. The only thing worth praising is that there wasn't much obvious trash. It was messy, but not dirty. "Why don't you tidy up your room?" "It's not chaotic. It's a complete mess. You can help me pack it, since I carry your laptop bag for you every day." "Get lost, clean up yourself." Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sat on his bed, the spring mattress creaking. "Fine, I won't get it done. Why are you telling me to get lost?" "Anyway, I want you to get lost." Okay, I'll get lost." Li Mu turned around and sat down next to her, shifting his buttocks to push the petite girl against the wall. Lu Xiaoxi could smell Li Mu's scent and feel his body temperature. It seemed that Li Mu's room was particularly warm. The air conditioner in the house was old-fashioned and didn't provide any heat. It would definitely be very cold in winter, so she would run to Li Mu's room to warm up. I'm sure Li Mu wouldn't mind. "It's cold, squeeze in." Li Mu squeezed in a little more without saying a word. This time, the petite girl was really squeezed against the wall. It was still the same spot as before, with a shoe rack in front, a wall on the right, and someone warm and cozy on the left. There was no way to escape. Unlike last time, this time Li Mu could openly pull her hand over, place it on his lap, and then freely touch it. Who just said it wasn't cold? Hee, it's just about warmth over style. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was just making up an excuse to squeeze her out, and she chuckled inwardly. Li Mu was very clever. He could always see through her excuses at a glance. Otherwise, the excuses would have turned into lies. The scent grew stronger, and Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smelled so good. "You pervert, don't sniff around like that." Li Mu rubbed her fingers, heard her deep breath, and couldn't help but tease her. Anyway, the girl was squeezed against the wall and couldn't run away. "You, stay away, I need to go out." "What are you going out for?" "Anyway, I don't want to be with you." "Oh." Li Mu's buttocks shifted 1 centimeter. "You?" Lu Xiaoxi laughed in anger. If she didn't make room for her, she couldn't leave? Lu Xiaoxi kicked off her shoes, lay down, and slowly crawled up the bed until she was completely on the bed. Then she pulled the blanket over herself and curled herself up like a caterpillar. This is the little girl's favorite position. She is surrounded by blankets on all sides, which makes her feel very safe. She likes to tuck the blankets under her body when she sleeps. Going to a boy's bed, do you know what will happen? Li Mu mischievously lay down as well. "I don't know." Lu Xiaoxi was scared, as if curling up into a caterpillar wasn't a good solution. She was safe, but it seemed she couldn't escape either, so she could only say angrily, "If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll tell Aunt Sue." "I won't do anything reckless. How about we hug?" How do I hug you?" Lu Xiaoxi stared at him with her big eyes. "Just a hug through the blanket. It's been so many years since I've hugged someone like that. I miss it a little. You know I'm a nostalgic person." Li Mu's eyes were complicated, as if he really missed the close time the two of them used to have. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't quite understand him, but she mentally compared the two of them. She was his childhood sweetheart, so a hug shouldn't be a problem. She tapped her little head lightly, then tucked half her face under the blanket, leaving only her big, bright eyes showing. "Then I'll hug you." Lu Xiaoxi turned around, facing away from someone. She couldn't face him because she would be unable to resist inhaling Li Mu's scent. Li Mu reached up to her lower abdomen with one hand and pulled her into his arms. Because they were lying on their side, he could only place one hand on her. The little girl was held in my arms, so fragrant and soft. I could feel her softness even through the blanket. She was better than any other body pillow. His face was pressed against Lu Xiaoxi's hair, which smelled sweet and fragrant. He hugged Lu Xiaoxi even tighter. This was the first hug in several years. There was no opportunity, no premeditation. He just went straight to Lu Xiaoxi and asked for a hug. If he hadn't been about to arouse, he definitely would have continued to hug him. Li Mu smoothly rolled to the edge of the bed, sat in front of the computer, turned it on, put on his headphones, hunched over, and began to get serious. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, confused. She had just been hugging him so comfortably that she was almost falling asleep from the warmth. How could he have run away so suddenly? What's wrong with you? It's nothing. I just got addicted to gaming. Lu Xiaoxi thought Li Mu was a scumbag, hugging and running away. She watched Li Mu playing games in a strange posture, walked behind him and poked and touched him, but Li Mu ignored her. So she became bolder, lifted up Li Mu's sleeve little by little until his entire arm was exposed. Li Mu had hair under his armpits, so she didn't dare to move. She traced the contours of Li Mu's muscles with her fingers. Don't scratch, it itches. Just scratch it. If you're free, find something to do, like helping me clean my room or something. You're going to turn into a lazy pig sooner or later. Chapter 80. We must take it one step at a time. Lu Xiaoxi helped him straighten his clothes. Everything that needed to be hung up was put on a clothes hanger. Li Mu was wearing boxer shorts, and she was very careful when she was adjusting them, only touching the edges and corners, and not daring to touch the protruding part in the middle. She didn't smell it. Li Mu's room wasn't dirty, just his clothes were a little messy, which was perfectly normal for a boy. Lu Xiaoxi kindly swept and mopped the floor for him, then opened the windows to ventilate the room, making it spotless. The room was filled with the damp, musty smell of the floor after it had been mopped, and Lu Xiaoxi returned to Li Mu's bed. She seemed to really like Li Mu's bed, as if it had some kind of magic that attracted her, even though it was just a simple combination of a spring mattress and a cooling mat. She was lying on top of the pig plushie playing Do Diju, a card game, on her phone with the volume turned up really loud, and you could hear the sad little tune that played when she lost every time. There's an activity in Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, where you can share a link with a friend. If your friend clicks on the link, the sharer will receive 1,000 happy beans, which can be used to play 2 more rounds. She took the phone in front of Li Mu, shared the link, and clicked on it with Li Mu's account, thus earning 1,000 happy beans. Why are you staying in my room? After playing games for 2 hours, Li Mu took off his headphones and asked the petite girl who was still there. Nothing to do. Let's go watch some sweet romantic dramas. Are you playing a game? I want to watch it on the projector. After we finish this game, I'll teach you how to connect the projector. Since you're using my account, you can watch any sweet dramas you want. You can just turn it on and watch them whenever you're free. No. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. If I use my computer to watch, all you'll do is play games. Okay, I'll show you after I finish this game. Anyway, I'm going to take a nap later. I stayed up until midnight yesterday, and then got up early this morning to buy breakfast for Lu Xiaoxi. He looks like a panda now. He was planning to go to bed after playing a game. But the little girl wouldn't leave, so what could he do but play game after game? This was the 3rd time already. No, I'll watch it tonight. TSK, you're such a busybody. Li Mu clicked his tongue. Li Mu, let me help you play a game of Do Diju. Don't you have one? My account is out of coins, so I'll use your phone to play. We can play many more games by clicking on events on each other's accounts. Go ahead and play. I'll watch you lose every day. Who said that? It's all because my teammates are bad. The landlord was almost finished playing the game, and they still couldn't play their cards. Lu Xiaoxi said a lot, explaining to Li Mu why she lost. Anyway, it was all the teammates' fault, whether it was a boy or a girl. If you lose a game, it's definitely not your fault. It's all because your teammates are too bad. Are you going to take a nap? I'll go to sleep in a bit. I was just about to sleep too, so I think you shouldn't leave. Li Mu closed his laptop, sat back on the bed, pulled up a pillow, lay down, and looked at her face to face. You can sleep here. Do you know what you're saying? Lu Xiaoxi was shocked. Did I hear that right? Li Mu means he wants to sleep together? They're incredibly audacious. Don't they have a death wish? I know. How dare you say that? Just taking a nap. You used to always come to me to sleep. Now it's okay if I ask you to sleep with me instead, right? Li Mu said shamelessly. If you were to put Face and Green Plum on a scale, Green Plum would definitely crush Face with overwhelming weight. He just wanted to sleep with his sweet and soft little Green Plum. This is a huge problem. Do you think we're still kids? Lu Xiaoxi blushed. She had done countless shameless things in the past. If she were to list them all, she'd rather crawl into a hole and hide. I don't do anything. I just sleep. So what's the difference between me and when I was a child? But anyway, it just won't work. Lu Xiaoxi moved like lightning, leaping off the bed in a flash. Ignoring whether they were her slippers or not, she put them on and ran. She stopped at the door, then gritted her teeth and muttered, "Pervert, I'm not playing with you anymore." He even closed the door for Li Mu. He's a really nice person. Li Mu felt ashamed. I don't know how to criticize Lu Xiaoxi. I just said I wanted to sleep, but Lu Xiaoxi isn't leaving, so we'll just have to sleep together. The moment you mention sleeping together, they run away faster than rabbits. What kind of behavior is that? However, he also understood that it was impossible for the two of them to return to the close relationship they had been in just an instant. Sleeping together, even for a nap, involves lying on the same bed and sharing the same blanket, which is far too private. Everything has a gradual process. It's impossible to reach the end in one step. He made his decision. If the ultimate goal is to have a perfect childhood sweetheart, then sleeping with your childhood sweetheart is a smaller goal. You have to complete countless small goals before you can achieve the final goal. The first small goal was to hold hands with someone with a clear conscience, and that has already been achieved. The second small goal is to sleep together. The third small goal is to hug each other face to face. The fourth small goal is to kiss each other on the lips, and the fifth small goal is cough cough. Once he achieves his ultimate goal, he can rightfully bring his childhood sweetheart home, and they can kiss, hug, and be all lovey-dovey. As Li Mu thought about it, he blushed. That's just how it is. You have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 81 Just Lick Me. By the end of October, Songnan rarely has weather hot enough to make people sweat. Those who can't withstand the cold have already put on light jackets to keep warm, while those who can withstand the cold haven't gotten so cold that they need to wear jackets. Of course, Li Mu can still wear a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. As long as the temperature is not lower than 15 degrees Celsius, he feels that there is no problem with wearing it like this. However, at Lu Xiaoxi's insistence, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and sweatpants. With his youthful style of dress and his good looks, most girls passing by would turn around and steal a glance. Li Mu himself didn't notice, but Lu Xiaoxi, who was standing next to him, did. Lu Xiaoxi walked to her side, looked up at him. This guy was so handsome. If she didn't follow him, other girls would definitely ask for her WeChat again. Just like when I first came to school to register, I received countless WeChat friend requests from girls. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxi became angry and slapped Li Mu on the back from behind, making a smack sound. Li Mu glanced at her. What? It's nothing. I just wanted to hit you. This is a school, don't go crazy. Li Mu's lips twitched. I'll hit you. Lu Xiaoxi slapped him again. Trying to push your luck? I'm not going to help you carry your laptop bag later. No, you have to carry it for me. Lu Xiaoxi stopped patting him. She was enjoying the process of someone carrying her laptop bag for her. It was as if they were there specifically to serve her. Lu Xiaoxi recalled a video she had seen before, which gave a detailed definition of a simp. Being a simp means sacrificing your dignity to please someone without expecting anything in return. It seems like Li Mu is trying to please her and doing things for her right now. Did she give Li Mu anything in return? Is holding Li Mu's hand, touching his face, or rubbing his legs a form of repayment? Lu Xiaoxi felt a little guilty. Could it be that Li Mu was seen as her lapdog by outsiders? Simps are ranked at the very bottom among guys, and are looked down upon by them. Li Mu. After looking around, Lu Xiaoxi hooked the hem of Li Mu's clothes and pulled him back. What's wrong now? Come closer. Aren't you my simp? Huh. Li Mu's expression was strange, and his eyes even showed a difference in size. How did we end up talking about simps while we were walking? Does he look like a simp? Why do you say that? Because you always help me carry things, but I've never helped you carry anything. What are you saying? So if you help me tidy up my room, you're not my simp? No, you should be a cat simp. No, you should be a pig simp. Li Mu carried 2 laptop bags in one hand, and used his other hand to gently stroke the small girl's soft, smooth face with his fingertips. What sycophant? I was just trying to help you out. That's fine then, I was just helping you out. Then you're not my lapdog. I don't think so, we're that close already. Li Mu smiled, then suddenly said, What? You want me to be your lapdog? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. Being a simp will make other guys look down on you, and then you'll be isolated, right? I can secretly be your simp, as long as no one else knows. Li Mu leaned closer to her, and whispered in her ear. At 8 a.m., Lu Xiaoxi set her alarm late. The two planned to have a quick bite to eat after class. Li Mu's words smelled strongly of toothpaste. Perhaps it was because of Li Mu's warm breath on her face that Lu Xiaoxi's face slowly turned pink. Is it okay? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head and whispered to him. Li Mu has always been good to me and always been there for me. If possible, it doesn't seem so bad. Keep dreaming. You want me to be your lapdog? It's only morning and you're already daydreaming. Li Mu ruthlessly interrupted her little fantasy of someone being a lapdog. Why not? You really intend to do that? Anyway, you can't fawn over other people. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Mu. She admitted that for a moment she was moved. If Li Mu really licked her, she probably wouldn't be able to refuse, and she probably wouldn't be able to resist for long before Li Mu licked her hand. Does she also have the traits of a bad woman? When have I ever fawned over anyone? No. When have I ever given you the impression of being such a simp? You're not like that now, but who knows if you will be in the future. Anyway, you can't fawn over others. Alright, I'll lick you first, okay? At school, Li Mu didn't dare to hold her hand for long periods of time. He would only touch her hand or pinch her cheek when there were few people around. As he got closer to the teaching building, he lost his chance. I'm itching to try it. It's best if no one else licks you. If you absolutely have to, just lick me. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and by the end, even Li Mu couldn't hear it anymore. What did you say? I'm telling you, you're a big lickspig. Lu Xiaoxi strode forward. Li Mu had no choice but to hurry up and catch up with the petite girl. No matter how he asked, Lu Xiaoxi ignored him. This moment is somewhat like a goddess who is relentlessly pursuing someone who doesn't seem to care about her. If the object is Lu Xiaoxi, it doesn't seem like it's not a bad idea. He rejected his own idea. Whether he himself would become a simp is another matter, but Lu Xiaoxi is unlikely to be the object of his simping. Lu Xiaoxi has never been one to ask for anything in return. He gives to her, and she gives back to him. Running so fast. Do you need to pee? You're the one who needs to pee. Your kidneys aren't good. You're weak. You go to the toilet every 2 hours. Lu Xiaoxi's ears were a little red, whether from anger or something else. It was hard to tell. Are you so angry, or did you eat something explosive? Li Mu didn't know what he had done to offend her. There was still so much time left. It was early in the morning, and she should have been walking around the campus and enjoying the atmosphere instead of rushing to the classroom. You ate 2 pounds of explosives? I'm going to blow you to smithereens. Lu Xiaoxi muttered angrily. The first period is an English class, so we don't need to use computers. Lu Xiaoxi sat in the front row, studying diligently with several girls she knew. Li Mu, on the other hand, went to the back row and sat with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang. Li Mu got along well with these two people. They were a gaming team online and classmates offline, but he rarely sat with them. After all, he was going to sit with his childhood sweetheart, so they would only be separated for one class during English class. Brother Mu, why did you come to the back? Lin Sheng spoke first. Ever since his conversation with Lao Yang, he had suspected that Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were a couple. If this is true, he'll be the only one in the 3-row car team who's single. I can't be the only one who's single. That's the last vestige of dignity and stubbornness for a single person. If you're both single, you're practically half-brothers. Have someone in a relationship? Sorry, we're not close. Not welcome me? Well then, I'm in for a surprise. Anyway, class hasn't started yet, so even if the teacher has arrived, I can move around freely. Universities don't restrict these things at all. No, let's play games. What are you doing in class? This is disrespectful to the teacher, Li Mu said sternly. Don't you realize how important it is to teach a class? I don't really want to play right now. Li Mu changed his expression again. You were sitting in the back and listening attentively in class before. Why are you playing games now? Brother Mu, people change. I used to. Lin Sheng said earnestly. Old Yang interrupted Lin Sheng's long-winded explanation. Let me translate it for you. He just couldn't hold on anymore, and the game was more fun. Damn it, don't ruin it. Seeing these two lively characters, Li Mu joined them. He wasn't very good at English to begin with, and had forgotten most of it. But Lu Xiaoxi is good at it. I have a childhood sweetheart who speaks English. If I don't know something, I can just ask her. I can even rely on her for help during exams. Isn't this better than home tutoring? Chapter 82. What did Lu Xiaoxi understand? University professors don't really manage students much. As long as students aren't shouting or making loud movements that disrupt class discipline, they generally don't interfere. The three of them played games for half the class period. Playing games in class always makes me feel like I'm letting down all the hard work I've put in over the years. So, the three of them tacitly put down their phones for the second half of the class and listened to some of the content. Until the end of get out of class. Li Mu stood up, carrying his laptop bag. Brother Mu, shall we go buy some steamed buns? I've already eaten, you guys go ahead. Wait a minute, your charm is so cute, it's kind of girly. Lin Sheng, with his sharp eyes, noticed the dangling puppy charm on Li Mu's laptop bag and teased him. Yes, a little, but I like it. A couple set. As a male college student with a girlfriend, and currently in a passionate relationship, Lao Yang immediately sensed that something was amiss. He pushed up his glasses, and they started to reflect light like in anime. Alright, stop making wild guesses. And Lao Yang, could you buy some more expensive glasses? They're always reflecting light. People who don't know better might think you're a primary school student with a bow tie. Damn it. These glasses are supposed to be anti-reflective, but they're practically the same as my old ones. I've been ripped off. Old Yang and Lin Sheng went to the cafeteria. Most of the students had left the classroom, except for a few girls in the front row, including Lu Xiaoxi. Although the two usually sit together, when they sit separately, they always wait until everyone has left before leaving together. He doesn't know why they do this, and can only attribute it to the shyness in the little girl's heart. As long as they separate even once, no one will suspect they are a couple. That's about it. It feels a bit like burying your head in the sand, even though they're not actually a couple. Little Creek, look, Li Mu is waiting for you. Huh? Lu Xiaoxi, who was being asked the question, secretly glanced behind her and saw Li Mu leaning against the wall, wearing headphones and scrolling through his phone with a silly grin on his face. I wonder what video Li Mu was watching that was so funny. I always see you two walking together. Are you a couple? No, it's not what you think. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes seeming to gaze intently, as if she knew everything. It doesn't look like it. Real. Hee hee. Then why do you two always walk together and sit together? I noticed that you and Li Mu have matching charms on your laptop bags. Because, I know Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know why, afraid that Li Mu would hear her, so she spoke softly. Why are you asking this? I have a feeling you two have a story. No story. To be honest, I think Li Mu is pretty handsome, you know? Our dorm has talked about him several times already. What did you talk about? Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes suddenly widened, wanting to hear what Li Mu's reputation was like among the other girls. Li Mu has been staying with me the whole time, and he's such a jerk and a scoundrel. He must have been cursed out by the other girls. Wanna know? Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Tell me first, how did you and Li Mu meet? You always come to school together. You're not living together, are you? No. Lu Xiaoxi had a bad feeling. No matter what, she couldn't admit that they were living together. Tell me quickly. I'll treat you to steamed buns. It's nothing. 2 out of the 4 of us in the dorm have added Li Mu on WeChat. One added him when school started, and the other added him when we collected homework. He never replies to our messages. He's too aloof. And he even uses a male god-like profile picture. And his WeChat moments are full of posts about cutting discounts and game events. He's obviously a repressed, secretly passionate guy. I think so too. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu out of the corner of her eye. They were speaking softly, and the classroom was so big that it was impossible to hear anything. Li Mu was also wearing headphones, so he definitely didn't know what they were talking about. Thinking this way, she became bolder. But being handsome gives you the right to be a bit of a flirt, you know? Actually, Li Mu is quite popular with girls. What topic? He's really good at video games. He agreed to team up with people, but it's a bit of a shame that he's teaming up with 2 other guys. That's good. That's good. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that Li Mu would secretly play 2-player games with the other girls in the class behind her back. He's her childhood sweetheart. She'll be angry. She secretly decided that she would keep a close eye on Li Mu when he played games in the future. What's good about it? Nothing. I still feel like there's something between you and Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxiao felt the topic had gone off track, so she steered it back on track. But I won't ask you anymore, or you'll be turning into a peach in a bit. Lu Xiaoxi touched her face and realized that she was blushing. She looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was grinning, with a hint of resentment. Li Mu is still waiting for you. I'm off now. After Lu Xiaoxiao ran away, Lu Xiaoxi got up with her laptop bag on her back and walked to the back. She didn't know why Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly wanted to ask about her relationship with Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxiao has never been in a relationship, but she knows a lot of theoretical knowledge and dating skills. In short, she is a dating master with full theoretical knowledge but 0 practical experience. According to her, she's a fan of shipping, and she ships whichever couple she finds appealing. Lu Xiaoxi didn't quite understand Lu Xiaoxiao's behavior, but she knew what Lu Xiaoxiao meant, which was that she and Li Mu were like a couple. Is it really that obvious? They clearly didn't hug or kiss. They simply sat together in the classroom, without even holding hands. Aside from Li Mu occasionally touching her hand, there was no physical contact between them. If it were any other couple, they would have been sticking together by now. Lu Xiaoxi felt annoyed, wondering why she was thinking about these things. She walked up to Li Mu and angrily poked him in the waist. Ouch, what are you doing? She poked someone without warning. I'm hungry, let's eat. Is this your reason for poking me? I don't need a reason to poke you. Hee hee. Does that mean I don't need a reason to pinch your cheek? With no one in the classroom, Li Mu boldly pinched her little cheek, enjoying the wonderful feel of it. That won't do. I can poke you, but you can't touch me. Otherwise, people will misunderstand and think we have a very close relationship. What kind of brilliant logic is this? Besides, we are indeed quite close, aren't we? I meant the kind of intimacy between couples. The kind of intimacy between couples. Lu Xiaoxi stammered, especially when she mentioned the word couples. Couples, you see, many couples can only hold hands and stuff. They're not as good as us. Couples don't feel as sophisticated or intimate as our childhood sweetheart relationship. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback and looked up at Li Mu, who had no expression. But she could clearly see a smile in Li Mu's eyes. She seemed to understand something. The childhood sweethearts that Li Mu spoke of were purer than lovers and sweeter than husband and wife. Even half a relationship is much, much better than a couple or lovers. Her relationship with Li Mu was purer than that of lovers. She blushed again. You idiot. What did I do wrong again? It's all right, let's eat, it's my treat. Chapter 83 was taught until it was thoroughly mastered. Li Mu prefers light flavors, so he only bought 1 meat bun and 2 vegetable buns. Lu Xiaoxi was different. She ate a sticky corn, steamed buns, and sticky rice chicken. Before leaving, she also bought a 2 yuan crispy sausage. There's absolutely no need to worry about not being able to finish it. You can eat half of the corn and half of the steamed buns and save the rest. Lu Xiaoxi also has a small crossbody bag, so she can hide the food in it. Lu Xiaoxi's pink crossbody bag was bulging, and Li Mu felt that he could pull out a lot of things from it. Just like Doraemon's pocket. The two of them ate as they walked toward the classroom. The road was lined with towering trees, their leaves still lush and green, completely unaffected by the late autumn. There were many students, so the cars were moving very slowly. As Lu Xiaoxi walked, she felt she was getting closer and closer to the green belt, so she nudged Li Mu's hand and said, "Don't push me." I didn't notice." Li Mu took a bite of his steamed bun and scratched his head in confusion. He didn't deliberately try to squeeze Lu Xiaoxi. It just happened naturally as he walked. Is he the legendary one who likes to squeeze people when walking? Not many high school students live off campus, and there are very few people who can walk long distances together. He himself didn't even realize that he was pushing people into the green belt while walking. When I was walking with Lu Xiaoxi before, I probably didn't notice it because the road was too wide. Hee, what's wrong with squeezing me? Can I squeeze you? Li Mu squinted and squeezed her even harder. Squeeze your head, my ass. Lu Xiaoxi almost lost her balance, pursed her lips, and kicked Li Mu in the butt. Why do you love eating corn so much? Li Mu turned to look at her. When Lu Xiaoxi eats corn, she likes to eat both ends first, then hold both ends with her fingers and eat the middle part horizontally. Tasty. You like sweets, don't you? You used to ask me for candy all the time, and you got a lot of cavities. I remember when you had cavities, your teeth were all black. It was horrible. Isn't it because you gave me so much candy? TCH, you begged me to give it to you, okay? You kept calling me Li Mu gay. That's enough. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. Do you believe I'll tell the whole world that you wet the bed during your kindergarten nap? Shoo, I was wrong. Li Mu, carrying a laptop bag in one hand, made a difficult gesture of clasping his hands together. The kindergarten nap time was the kind where everyone slept on the floor. He and Lu Xiaoxi sat next to each other, and Lu Xiaoxi clung to him like a kitten, sharing a blanket, and he wet the bed. Lu Xiaoxi's clothes were still stained. This was a heavy blow to Li Mu, who was 3.5 years old at the time, and it was also the last time Li Mu wet the bed. It is absolutely true that a hero does not dwell on past glories. I almost forgot. His and Lu Xiaoxi's dark histories are interconnected. He knows Lu Xiaoxi's dark histories, and Lu Xiaoxi knows his dark histories. He just didn't expect that Lu Xiaoxi would play such a trump card right away. Damn it. You know you're wrong. So why don't you obediently give me your seat? Lu Xiaoxi used her shoulder to push him, leaving herself enough room to walk. Yes, it was my fault. Miss Lu, this way please. Humph. The little girl proudly raised her head. Li Mu had always been one step ahead of her, and she had finally gotten her revenge. She chatted with Li Mu about this and that, and didn't get to eat much corn. They were almost at the classroom, so Lu Xiaoxi took a couple of bites with her front teeth like a little rabbit and handed the rest of the corn to Li Mu. Can't eat anymore? What is given to you should not be wasted. Does she really think she's some kind of pampered princess? Then I'll lose it. You promised not to waste food. Li Mu snatched it away and quickly took 2 bites. The glutinous corn was very sweet, and some of the kernels were chewed up by Lu Xiaoxi, making them even sweeter. He never complained about the food Lu Xiaoxi had eaten. Today's lesson was terrifying. The mornings are filled with English classes and major related courses, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., which is incredibly demanding. The afternoons are also filled with major related courses, and there are evening self-study sessions in the evening. Apart from today, the other classes were quite relaxed. I don't know why they scheduled so many classes on this day. Mu had reason to suspect that the management department might have fallen asleep while arranging the class schedule and filled out the form incorrectly, but somehow it was still running, so they just went with the mistake. Just like those who write code, if a program has a bug but can still run, then just ignore the bug. Fortunately, there are only 5 days of classes a week, and only one day is particularly tiring. After a few more sessions, there's not much to complain about. During class, Mu would occasionally glance at Lu Xiaoxi. Seeing that the little girl was listening attentively to the lesson, he didn't disturb her. Lu Xiaoxi worked harder than he had imagined. He had previously sent Lu Xiaoxi a typing software for her to practice, and after a few days, Lu Xiaoxi's typing skills had improved significantly. Although I'm not a fast typist and can't touch type, I can handle taking notes for class without much trouble. Watching Lu Xiaoxi diligently typing on the keyboard with her 2 index fingers, sometimes biting her lip, sometimes pursing her lips, she was so cute that she would explode if you looked at her again. Stop staring at me, okay? Focus on your lesson, Lu Xiaoxi said in a very soft voice without even looking up. I finished this content a long time ago. I know it by heart. You know it by heart after just one lesson? Do you think you're a genius? It's 30% effort and 30% talent. What about the remaining 40%? Of course it's my childhood sweetheart's encouragement. Ugh, that's so cheesy. The little girl felt a surge of joy in her heart. It's all thanks to his own efforts that this guy studied so diligently. She did a good job of supervising Mu's studies, which definitely earned her points with Aunt Sue. She felt that she had made a very good impression on Aunt Sue, to the point where she didn't need any extra points, but who wouldn't like to have a better impression? Practical classes inevitably involve interaction, and the classroom is not quiet. When a student raises their hand, the teacher will come down from the podium to teach. Even after the teacher walked by, the two continued whispering. They are really learning. Some operations required knowledge that had been taught before, which Lu Xiaoxi had forgotten, so Mu helped her review them. Mu glanced at her computer and noticed that her notes were densely packed and extremely detailed. Lu Xiaoxi always takes notes like this, recording all the knowledge points, big and small. When he asked Lu Xiaoxi for his high school notes, the words in the notebook were so small they looked like ants, making his eyes blurry. As for his own notes, he would just scribble some lines and write some words on the book, and he didn't even know if he had recorded the important points. Anyway, I don't look at it after class. Can you even understand the notes you take? In this practical course, some knowledge needs to be practiced and familiarized with. No matter how much you memorize, it's better to practice by hand. Practice a few times, and you'll know it by heart. How do you know I haven't practiced? Lu Xiaoxi opened a folder named Daily Practice for Mu to see. This petite girl knows how to create folders. She saves all her daily practice in them. Okay, you're amazing. But how come you forgot what happened before? I didn't practice that part much, so I don't remember it well. Then next time, take fewer notes and practice more. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Hee, I learn very slowly, so don't say I'm annoying when the time comes. If you dare to say a single word that's annoying, I'll expose all your dark history. While the girl wasn't paying attention, Mu touched the back of her fair hand and grinned mischievously. How could I find you annoying? I'll teach you step by step until you know it by heart. Chapter 84: Prioritizing Romance over Friendship. At noon, the two of them took a nap at their favorite lunch break spot. In the afternoon, it was another long day of professional classes. Dinner was eaten in the cafeteria. There was still a long time before evening self-study began. In the past, Mu and Lu Xiaoxi would return to their lunch break spot, but this time, the two of them came to the tiered seats on the playground. Of course, they weren't there to exercise. They were there to watch the university students exercise. Looking at the hundreds of students running around the campus, Lu Xiaoxi had a strange expression. She stood with her legs together, propped her face up with her hands, and just watched. Because she had a certificate for a herniated disc, she was granted exemption from physical education exams early on, but Mu could not, as he had to complete a 50-kilometer running task each semester. Otherwise he would not be able to earn credits. I'm going to start running from now on. Mu sat down next to the girl, his laptop bag resting against his other side. When does it begin? Let's do it tonight. I'll be running every day from now on. For a while, Mu always went home with Lu Xiaoxi and never participated in the so-called campus run. Now we can't delay any longer. If he delays for another 7 or 8 days, he won't be able to complete the task and earn the required credits. You'll wait for me, right? Mu took the small girl's hand, loosened her fingers, massaged her skin, and rubbed and kneaded her until they both felt comfortable. There weren't many people on the tiered seating. Most students came to run and left after they finished. Many more students would hand their phones to the dorm supervisors to run for them, and then scan their faces when required. For some college students, running 2 kilometers in 20 minutes is still quite challenging. Those college students who don't have a wealthy father to help them will be out of breath after running 2 laps, and will start to stroll and rest. You'll be covered in sweat after you finish running, so don't push me then. No, it's not crowded. You can't touch my hand either. Little pig Lu, you've gone too far. Li Mu's smiling face instantly turned serious. On the matter of touching hands, there was no room for compromise. Hey, this is my hand. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back and waved it in front of him. What do you mean yours? They belong to my childhood sweetheart. Li Mu placed Lu Xiaoxi's hand on his lap again, touching her from the upper part of her wrist to her fingertips. The soft, smooth touch made him reluctant to let go. Your voice smells like leeks and eggs. It's normal to feel like this right after dinner. It'll be fine in a bit. Then why don't I have any? Look at what you're saying. What kind of taste could your sweet and sour pork and cabbage possibly have? Li Mu paused, then added, don't you have chewing gum? Give me a piece. No. Then let it stink. I can't smell it anyway. Ugh, Lu Xiaoxi pretended to gag in an exaggerated way, took out a piece of chewing gum from her small handbag, unwrapped it, and fed it to someone's mouth. Just as someone is about to bite, it quickly swallows the food, then mocks the person's expression with a laugh as captivating as a silver bell. Evening self-study. The two arrived early and managed to snag a prime spot in the back row by the window. Lu Xiaoxi took the 2 computers to her side and put them down. She planned to scroll through her phone during evening self-study to get through the time. After a full day of classes, even Lu Xiaoxi couldn't continue practicing during evening self-study, and there was no need to either. The 2 of them, each wearing an earphone, listened to Li Mu's playlist of English love songs, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Mu blew bubbles out of sheer boredom, making them bigger and bigger. He patted Lu Xiaoxi on the shoulder, showing her his masterpiece. Childish. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxi also tried to blow a bubble, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only blow a very small bubble. You're so lame. Li Mu mocked her after chewing 3 pieces of gum. Hey, brother Mu, you're here so early? Playing games. What else can you do during evening self-study if not play games? Lin Sheng and Lao Yang were chatting about something, laughing loudly, and walked into the classroom one after the other. Suddenly, they saw Li Mu in the back row and greeted him first. You can hit me during class. Oh my, Lu Xiaoxi is here too. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She knew these 2 people. They were the 2 boys who often sat in the back row with Li Mu. Lin Sheng, let's sit here. Seeing that Lin Sheng was about to sit next to Li Mu without thinking, Old Yang pushed up his glasses that could shine and pulled Lin Sheng to sit in the middle. Li Mu gave Lao Yang a thumbs up and continued whispering to Lu Xiaoxi. When there are too many people, it becomes inconvenient to do anything else. More and more students gradually came in. Xiao, want some gum? Lu Xiaoxi was almost asleep listening to Little Love Song when she saw Lu Xiao coming in through the back door and quickly waved to her. Thanks. Lu Xiao looked at the 2 people sitting next to her and noticed that they both had the same single earphone. She suddenly realized what was going on and made a conclusion about their relationship, but she didn't say anything. The 2 girls chatted for a while, and Li Mu, caught in the middle, felt a little awkward. He could only open all the apps and pretend to be very busy. As they chatted, Lu Xiaoxi suggested that he go and sit down with his good friend. Lu Xiao sat in his original seat. Li Mu's lips twitched as he was kicked out by his childhood sweetheart. He hadn't gotten any advantage and was now forced to sit with 2 men. Who could he complain to? Get on the account. Li Mu nudged his 2 friends next to him. I need to advance to the next round, brother Mu, father Mu. Lin Sheng pleaded desperately. Get out. I don't have a son like you. Why aren't you sitting with Li Mu? Lu Xiao asked, puzzled. Can't I even sit with you? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes crinkled into a smile. She and Li Mu had plenty of time together, sometimes spending the whole day together without getting tired of each other. What difference would it make if they had 1 more or 1 less evening study session? Oh, Lu Xiao's eyes were quite playful as she teased. Others value romance over friendship, but you value friendship over romance. Nonsense. Isn't that right? So you're prioritizing romance over friendship? Hey, can't you think of anything normal? The classroom was noisy, and the 2 girls seemed to be chatting happily about something. Mobile games are mostly used to kill time. 90 minutes of evening self-study time flies by. Li Mu, Lin Sheng, and Lao Yang exchanged glances, tacitly choosing not to discuss their earlier run of success followed by a reversal of fortune and a subsequent 4-game losing streak. Chapter 85 Goodnight Hug 1. Li Mu didn't say much until they reached the playground. This greatly intrigued Lu Xiaoxi. It was rare to see Li Mu looking so sullen. Was it because she wanted to sit with Lu Xiaoxi that made Li Mu feel uncomfortable? Based on her understanding of Li Mu, she knew he wouldn't take this matter to heart at all. After thinking it over, she decided to ask directly, "Why are you looking so down? Did you lose some money?" "No." "What's wrong? Don't you want to run? You can rent a shared bike and ride it around school." "No. I'm telling you, I really need comfort right now." "What exactly happened?" "If you comfort me, I'll tell you. Say it or don't, it's up to you." Lu Xiaoxi wasn't going to indulge him. They walked for a long time without Li Mu saying a word. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him and noticed that he was walking with his eyes downcast and his mind at ease. The petite girl gently patted someone on the back. "That comforts you. Now you can tell me, right?" "That kind of comfort doesn't count." "Then how do we determine if it counts?" "Give me a hug." "No hugging, just tell me." I just lost a lot of games and haven't recovered yet." Seeing that he couldn't get a hug from the petite girl, Li Mu stopped pretending. "That's it." I still think you should offer some comfort." "Roll." Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes in annoyance. She thought something important had happened to make this shameless guy so unhappy. She should have guessed that this guy was very dedicated to the game. There is a big tree near the playground, which was originally used to provide shade from the sun. But now it is late autumn, and without the scorching sun, the tree has lost its purpose. Instead, a pile of fallen leaves and unknown fruits have dirted the grass. The two found a similar spot to sit down in the afternoon. This spot was relatively clean, and the basketball court lights behind them provided much better illumination than other locations. There were still many boys playing basketball on the court, expressing their hobby under the lights. The center of the playground is a football field, with lights on both sides. It's only at night that college students flock out to play. The track was filled with lights of various colors, mostly from phone screens and headphones. And of course, there were also some eye-catching people running with small speakers in their bags. From their vantage point, the neon lights were dazzling and possessed a unique beauty. Li Mu was also going to join them. "Here are the earphones. Connect them to your own phone." "Aren't you going to wear it?" "I'm going to run, and when I run far enough you won't be able to hear me." Lu Xiaoxi looked at him blinking, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, and said, "Okay." Li Mu jumped off the steps, fiddled with his phone for a while, and then started running. He wouldn't dare say he was in great physical condition, but running 2 kilometers wasn't difficult for him. Lu Xiaoxi took out her glasses from her small handbag, propped her chin up, and watched Li Mu run. When Li Mu got closer, she took a picture with her phone and circled him with a red line. Then, smiling, she opened the chat interface named Aunt Sue and sent the photos she had just taken. It was after get-off-work hours, so Sue quickly replied to her. "Aunt Sue. Oh, is Li Mu running?" "Little stream, running around campus." "Aunt Sue. Doesn't the stream run away?" "Little stream. I won't run. I'm exempt from running." "Aunt Sue. Thumbs up, haven't you finished school yet?" "Aunt Sue. Have you had dinner yet?" "Xiaoxi, I've eaten. Li Mu will go back after his run." "Aunt Sue. It's getting cold lately. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket. Please remind Li Mu to change his sleeping mat as soon as possible." "Little stream, okay." In the time it takes to listen to 3 songs, Li Mu had already run 2 kilometers. Despite the cool weather, Li Mu broke out in a sweat, and his breathing became much faster. Lu Xiaoxi could hear his heavy breathing. "Here, water. When did you buy this?" Li Mu took the jasmine tea from the petite girl, twisted it open, and gulped it down. The feeling of having a cute girl bring you water after exercising is simply wonderful. He drank half of it in one gulp, and even let out an exaggerated ha sound, breathing all his breath onto the small girl's face. Lu Xiaoxi frowned and pointed to the vending machine at the corner not far away, saying, "When you run the last lap." "Hee. Thanks, little green plum." Li Mu wiped his hands and used the back of his fingers to scratch Lu Xiaoxi's face. Lu Xiaoxi's face is a little chubby, without any pimples or acne scars. You can only see her pores if you get very close. It feels super comfortable to the touch. "Take your laptop bag home." "Can we each take one?" "Sure, why not?" "Hold hands." Li Mu finished his drink in one gulp, casually threw the bottle into the trash can, and took the girl's fair hand in his and gently squeezed it. "I just showed Aunt Sue how you run." "And then, did you say anything?" "Your mother has given me supreme management authority, saying that her son will be fully managed by the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, and if Lu Xiaoxi says go east, you can't go west." Lu Xiaoxi said without changing her expression. He probably caught a slight case of shamelessness from Li Mu. "Anyway, I have no worries when I'm with Li Mu. I don't quite believe it. If the target is Lu Xiaoxi, given how much Mom likes Lu Xiaoxi, it seems like she really could do something like that. Did he really sell himself to Lu Xiaoxi so easily? Li Mu sensed something was wrong. He also needs to get along well with Aunt Qin so that it will be easier to bring Lu Xiaoxi home in the future. You have to believe it whether you like it or not, otherwise I won't let you hold my hand. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back with a little force. As soon as she pulled, Li Mu also pulled back. After struggling twice, he gave up. I believe. Lu Xiaoxi hummed in response and quickened her pace. She wanted to hurry back, take a nice shower, change into her cute pajamas, and sit on the sofa with Li Mu to watch a sweet drama. It would be best to buy some fruit as well, so the two of you can eat together. It was already 10:30 when I got home. Uncle Zhang is still on duty, and Li Mu expressed his sincere admiration for Uncle Zhang's security work. Uncle Zhang is always on duty. People who don't know the situation might think that Uncle Zhang works 24 hours a day without interruption. Li Mu took a shower first because he was sweating. Lu Xiaoxi, can you get my clothes? Halfway through washing, Li Mu opened the bathroom door, poked his head out, and, not finding Lu Xiaoxi in the living room, called out towards her room. The sound of slippers pattering came from afar. When Lu Xiaoxi came out, she saw Li Mu's head emerging from the bathroom door. What are you doing, you big hooligan shepherd pig? Could you get my clothes? I forgot to take them from the bed. Lu Xiaoxi nodded at first, and was about to get up when she suddenly turned her eyes and said, Humph, call me sister, and I'll get it for you. We're the same age, are you serious? I won't take it unless you ask. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned a little red. The term sister is far too bold and provocative. When he was a child, he called Li Mu brother Li Mu, and always acted as the little sister. Now that she has the opportunity, she's ready to turn her teenage career around and sing her heart out. Just imagining Li Mu calling her Sister Xiaoxi makes her incredibly excited. Not taking it. Fine, then turn it over first. Ugh, you scoundrel, you pervert. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was going to run out naked, so she kept hurling insults at Li Mu. Then hurry up and get my clothes. Ah. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned as red as an apple, and she became completely obedient. Chapter 86 Goodnight Hug 2. Li Mu's hair wasn't long, so there was no need to blow dry it. Simply wiping it with a towel was enough. He lay on his side on the sofa, adjusted the equipment, and put on a sci-fi movie he had seen before, wanting to relive it. Things from the past often give people a sense of control. People unconsciously put on a childhood filter when looking at things from the past. With the accumulation of various emotions, people always feel that the present is not as good as before. Regarding movies, Li Mu also believes that older films had more depth and flavor. The fact that I still like it after the passage of time shows that it is excellent in itself. Lu Xiaoxi was the same. Even after a 5-year period of estrangement in their relationship, he still couldn't forget her. Even during that period, he would occasionally think of the little things he had shared with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu didn't focus his attention on the movie. Perhaps, maybe, he had liked Lu Xiaoxi for a long time, but he just hadn't realized it because of his age and limited understanding. Thanks to his thick skin, the two made up quickly. If Lu Xiaoxi, with her thin skin, were to take the initiative to reconcile, the timeline for reconciliation would be infinitely stretched, and they could only move forward at a snail's pace. It would be anyone's guess when they would be able to reconcile to the extent they had now. Well, I'll give myself a thumbs up for being so shameless. Li Mu pinched his face. In every sense, he was very satisfied with his face. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Xiaoxi had just come out of the bathroom when she saw Li Mu pulling her face. She was already used to Li Mu's baffling behavior, or rather, she was used to it. Miss you! Exclamation point. The blunt words made Lu Xiaoxi freeze on the spot. After she came to her senses, her eyes turned resentful. I just took a shower. 27 minutes apart feels like 3. Stop you my foot. Lu Xiaoxi interrupted him with the same line he'd used so many times before. So you're actually timing my shower time, huh? They even knew how many minutes it took. If you can't live without me, why didn't you come back to me sooner after that long period of awkwardness? Lu Xiaoxi pouted, inwardly complaining. If I had come to her to get back together in high school, she would definitely have agreed. Maybe she and Li Mu are childhood sweethearts now. Sit over here, I'll blow it for you. Li Mu sat up and patted the seat next to him. There's an art to blow drying your hair. Do you know how to do it? Lu Xiaoxi walked over, handed the hairdryer to Li Mu, and sat down on the sofa with her legs together. You teach me, I'll learn on the spot, and then I can play it for you. Go look it up online yourself. Li Mu actually checked it on his phone. There are many tutorial videos on blow drying hair online. He watched them and imitated the techniques. When he felt he had learned enough, he stood up and ran behind the sofa. The internet says you should blow dry your hair from the back, he explained before Lu Xiaoxi could ask why. Oh, if you're losing a lot of hair, you're doomed. How could that be? I'm so gentle. Mu confidently ruffled Lu Xiaoxi's wet hair from head to toe, then fell into deep thought when he saw the 2 extra strands of hair in his hand, unable to say the words. This is just normal hair loss. It's not your problem. Lu Xiaoxi saw him turn around halfway through his sentence and see 2 or 3 strands of hair in his hand, and she found it amusing. This common hair loss is unavoidable. Girls' hair loss is often stuck to other hairs and is difficult to notice without the help of hands and a comb. It's obvious he's never blow-dried a girl's hair before. This was Mu's first time combing her hair and her first time blow-drying it. Lu Xiaoxi was inexplicably happy. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and her round little toes relaxed. It was also the first time a boy had blow-dried her hair. There's something strange about it. It was completely different from what her mother said, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Perhaps it was the psychological difference that came from knowing that Mu was behind him. Anyway, she likes it very much. Since it wasn't his fault, Mu was relieved. The movements with his hands gradually became bolder, loosening the girl's hair to make it dry faster. He could also take the opportunity to observe the girl's fair neck and rosy earlobes, and secretly rub them with his little finger. The girl would shrink her neck as if she had been tickled, and then turn around and glare at him resentfully. It was super cute. I want to hug the adorable Lu Xiaoxi. Let me give you a massage. Mu imitated the video, and after his hair was almost blown dry, he gently pressed one hand on Lu Xiaoxi's head. Perhaps he didn't find the right spot, but his pressure didn't make Lu Xiaoxi feel uncomfortable. In any case, it was a positive feedback. When did you learn all this? Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head up to look at the tall person. Even from this deathly perspective, Mu's face was still so handsome. Just now, Mu turned off the hairdryer, put it aside, and gently stroked Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands. Soft and warm. An enviable learning ability, Lu Xiaoxi muttered, her lips pursed by Mu, making her speech a little unclear. But she didn't resist, taking it as a small reward for Mu drying her hair and massaging her scalp. When it comes to learning ability, Mu is the most impressive person she has ever seen. From complex origami to problem-solving strategies, Mu grasps everything quickly, demonstrating an astonishing learning ability, something she is well aware of and envies. I don't know if this ability can be inherited. Mu reluctantly removed his hand from Lu Xiaoxi's face, quickly sat back on the sofa next to Lu Xiaoxi, pulled her hand over, and played with it on his lap. He can no longer live without Lu Xiaoxi's adorable pig's trotters. After a long day of classes, both of them were a little tired. It was already midnight when I finished watching the movie. It was time for Mu to go to bed. Boring, I'm sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi squinted, feeling her eyelids were so heavy, and hurriedly put on her slippers and walked towards the door. Wait a minute, Mu stopped her. You're wearing the wrong shoes. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed and exchanged shoes with Mu, but Mu did not move aside and remained blocking her door. I'm going to sleep, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi. Spit it out. Lu Xiaoxi yawned, her eyes moist. I want a hug. Lu Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. You were the one who distanced yourself from me in junior high, but now I have to make up with you. It doesn't feel fair. I need a hug to heal my broken heart. What nonsense. If you want to hug me, just say so. Why make up excuses? Lu Xiaoxi saw through his trick. She and Mu, being childhood sweethearts, would never maintain such a balanced scale of giving and receiving. Is it okay? Mu's swallowing sound was masked by the sound of the movie. Lu Xiaoxi was wide awake and remained silent. I'll take that as a yes. Mu grinned mischievously, opened his arms, wrapped them around the petite girl's back, and pulled her into his embrace. It's been so long since I've had a face-to-face hug. The two were very close. He could feel Lu Xiaoxi's warm body and smell the scent of a young girl. It felt so comfortable to hold her, and he wanted to hold her forever. Your heart is beating so fast. Lu Xiaoxi could feel the rapid heartbeat and breathing of someone, and she raised her head with difficulty. She wasn't much better off. Her breathing was rapid, her face was flushed, and her eyes were glistening with tears from being suffocated by Mu's scalding breath. I'm a little excited, understand? Mu said. Oh, me too. Lu Xiaoxi gently hugged Mu's waist and slowly wrapped her arms around him. She was completely enveloped by her childhood sweetheart. When Mu lifted her up, she almost fainted from nervousness. This was so sudden. Mu's breath tickled his forehead. Lu Xiaoxi. What now? How about we call this a goodnight hug? Let's do it every night before bed. Have some shame. If I had any shame, we wouldn't be childhood sweethearts. Then you can't hold me for too long, or I'll get nervous. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled. She was genuinely nervous. Okay, just one hug. Li Mu took a deep breath and released Lu Xiaoxi. Hee, your face is so red. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, completely unaware that she had become a little tomato herself, and even if she knew, she wouldn't admit it. I'm a little embarrassed by what I said earlier. I hope my little darling doesn't mind. I mind. You're so clumsy, you can't hug me next time. You just said it was okay to hug. What I said earlier doesn't count. I'm a nostalgic person, what you say now doesn't count. Nonsense. Huh. Give me another hug. Lu Xiaoxi was still smiling when she was hugged again, her face pressed against Li Mu's collarbone, where she could see Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Your swallowing has become like a manual transmission. Damn, it wasn't like that just now, but now that you mention it, it is. Ha ha ha, serves you right. You've changed too. It's all your fault. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Turn off the lights and the computer. The clothes haven't been hung out to dry yet. Remember to do that. Li Mu turned around, carried Lu Xiaoxi on his back, and ran back to his room in a flash, leaving only a disheveled figure behind. Lu Xiaoxi stood frozen in front of the door, blinking rapidly, then stamping her foot. The hug came so suddenly, and the runaway came just as suddenly. Li Mu is awful. Li Mu is a bad guy. Chapter 87 The Girl's Boudoir. A cool breeze blew into the room, and Li Mu, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shivered. He went barefoot over and closed the window crack, then pulled the curtains, which were only slightly open, shut tightly. In early November, just a few days before the start of winter, the weather will begin to cool down completely. The air conditioner was old-fashioned and didn't have a heating function. Even if it did, Li Mu wouldn't know how to turn it on. Anyone who's ever used air conditioning or heating in winter knows how stuffy it is. Moreover, Li Mu really likes winter. Summer is too hot for you to shed your skin, but winter is too cold for you to wear more clothes. For some reason, winters have been getting warmer day by day for the past few years. Last winter, Li Mu got through it wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and a fur-lined thermal coat. In the south, especially in a region like Songnan, winters are generally not very cold. Wearing just a few layers of clothing is usually enough. He opened the wardrobe, and it seemed he had no clothes to wear in winter. He only had one thin coat. I need to find an opportunity to ask my family to send me those thick clothes, and maybe a cotton quilt too. Today is Saturday. He slept in late, not getting up until 11 a.m., and kept writing until 1 p.m., without eating breakfast or lunch. His stomach was growling, so he had no choice but to leave the room. The little girl was not in the living room, but there were still some hot dishes on the table, as if they had just been eaten. Lu Xiaoxi, little Qingmei. Li Mu called out twice and gently knocked on Lu Xiaoxi's door. He tried sending her messages and making WeChat calls, but there was no response. He simply turned the doorknob. The girl's boudoir was filled with a faint fragrance, the curtains were wide open, and it was bright and fresh, the complete opposite of Li Mu's room. Every place was cleaned very well, and even the clutter on the table was neatly stacked. There were also several unflattering selfies of his on the wall, as well as some photos of the two of them. The photo of them together at sunset in the zoo had been printed by the girl into a roughly 8 or 9-inch print, framed, and hung on the wall. That trip to the zoo must have left a very deep impression on Lu Xiaoxi. The slightly messy mattress on the bed revealed the girl's sleeping posture. Li Mu could even imagine Lu Xiaoxi curled up like a little green worm and wriggling around on the bed. Li Mu was stunned when he saw the various small items by the bed. Some wrinkled red origami cranes, Teru Boza dolls with smiling faces, a toy car made of building blocks in the corner, and a puppy doll on the pillow. It seems that Lu Xiaoxi is nostalgic, just like him. He himself has almost forgotten about the old-fashioned Teru Bozu, sunny doll. The ping-pong balls inside had his and Lu Xiaoxi's names written on them, and were circled in a big heart. He didn't know if Lu Xiaoxi had seen them. This is a small item that symbolizes the innocent childhood memories of the two people, and it's worth keeping. Wait, where is Lu Xiaoxi? Just as Li Mu realized what was happening and was about to call Lu Xiaoxi, the door suddenly opened. Lu Xiaoxi carried the package with both hands, making a rustling sound as she returned to the lobby. When she reached her room, she stared blankly at Li Mu inside, her cheerful smile instantly freezing. Why is Li Mu in his room? You're a pervert, the young girl exclaimed in surprise. Let me explain. Explain what? Lu Xiaoxi blushed and threw the underwear hanging on the wardrobe handle into the wardrobe. You saw it all. Yes, you saw it when you put it away. You still dare to admit it. Lu Xiaoxi gave Li Mu a good whack on the waist, pinching and poking him. It's no use. I've already mastered Vajra. Ouch. That's awkward. Indestructible? I think you're a perverted monster. How dare you barge into a girl's room? I'm just worried about you. You don't respond when I call you, and you don't answer the phone. How am I supposed to know if something happened to you? Really? Lu Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, half believing and half doubting. She glanced at her phone, and it really was true. 2 unread messages and 2 missed calls, all from this guy. Well, she misunderstood Li Mu. See? Aren't you going to apologize to me? I don't know. Then let's hug. Li Mu opened his arms. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then nuzzled her head against Li Mu's chest and snuggled into his arms. Before Li Mu could hug her back, she immediately peeked out. I've already been hugged. No, I haven't felt it yet, Li Mu said, embarrassed. Even a second counts as a hug. It has to be counted, whether you want to or not. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled and ignored him. Where were you just now? You didn't even answer your phone. I was picking up a package and didn't notice my phone. What did you buy? It's so big. Tada, a grill pan. We're having a barbecue tonight. Lu Xiaoxi ran out of the living room, brought back a cardboard box that was about half her size, and proudly showed it to Li Mu like a treasure. She even leaned closer to make sure Li Mu understood what it was like. How much does it cost? 90 yuan, isn't that amazing? You got a great deal. The original price was over 150 yuan. Li Mu didn't know whether he should tell Lu Xiaoxi the cruel truth. Online shopping often involves arbitrarily changing the original price of items. Before a price reduction, merchants may raise the original price and then lower it to achieve a significant discount. Aside from official promotions, so-called price reductions usually don't amount to much. Li Mu, who is a regular online shopper and whose secondary WeChat moments are full of cut-the-price promotions, could hardly be unaware of these things. But Lu Xiaoxi, who rarely shops online, didn't know that. Back when she was in school, all the necessities she needed could be bought offline. So Lu Xiaoxi rarely shopped online and didn't understand these tricks. Little Qingmei is very good at managing the household. Li Mu looked at the girl who was proudly puffing out her little chest and decided to praise her. He patted her head and ruffled her hair. Don't mess with my hair, hee. I see that those barbecue restaurants charge 100 or 200 for a meal. It's super cheap if we grill it ourselves. The grill pan can be used many times. We're going to buy pork and beef later, slice them and grill them. Do you know how to grill? I've never grilled before. The girl chattered on, very excited. She was really craving the all-you-can-eat barbecue feast she saw online. Are you sure you want to ask me? I'll just find the videos online. Li Mu assisted her for a few days, and she learned to cook the most basic and simple dishes, such as frying eggs and making fried rice. In essence, she was still a cooking idiot. Humans are indeed not omnipotent. Even someone as quick to learn as Li Mu struggles so much when it comes to cooking. It's hard to imagine that a boy as big as Li Mu would run far away from the pan and chase the spatula with 2 fingers just to fry an egg. She knew it was all in her head. Even if the oil sponge didn't hurt, she would instinctively feel scared. Every beginner cooking student goes through this, and she herself was like that at first. When it comes to meals, Li Mu is out of the question. I also need to buy some garlic and cilantro and make my own sauce. It was only noon, and the little girl was already planning how to have barbecue for dinner. You're drooling. Li Mu looked at her, his hands itching to touch her. No way. Lu Xiaoxi wiped her mouth, took a slurp, and then realized that she had been lied to by Li Mu. Hee, you're so silly, adorably silly. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands and gently pulled it outwards, causing Lu Xiaoxi to only make a whimpering sound. I admit I'm cute, but I'm not silly at all. Lu Xiaoxi thought she was very clever. You're both silly and cute. I won't stay. Stay. You're stupid too. You have cerebellar atrophy. Lu Xiaoxi said, her breath muffled. Hey, why are you swearing at me? I'll scold you. Lu Xiaoxi made a disgusted face. You haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet, have you? Your eye boogers are showing. Let's go now, or Xiao Qingmei's food will get cold. Li Mu grinned, and as he passed by, he didn't forget to stroke Lu Xiaoxi's soft hair. I went into Lu Xiaoxi's boudoir today. I don't care if I get scolded or pinched, it's not a loss. Chapter 88 Intertwined Fingers. Lu Xiaoxi had finished lunch, and Li Mu had just finished washing up. He ladled out a bowl of hot porridge and pulled up a chair to start eating. What's it like to have a little green plum in your family who can cook? When you're hungry, you're fed. When you watch TV, you hold hands. Before bed, you get a hug. And when you're playing on the computer, Your little sweetheart will come to your room, wrap herself up, and keep you company. Who wouldn't be charmed by this sweetness? Li Mu was very grateful. His university life would have been so boring without Lu Xiaoxi. Hee. Hurry up and eat. I can't wait any longer. Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, propping her chin up with her hands as she looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Can't wait for what? Something's up. We're going to the market to buy vegetables and seasonings. We need to slice them, marinate them, and it takes a lot of time. We'll prepare early and start grilling at 6 o'clock sharp. 6 o'clock, isn't that too early? Li Mu shoveled a mouthful of porridge, slurped with his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised potato, and handed it to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi gulped down the food, chewing as she ate. It's getting late. I have to teach Yuan later. Hurry up and eat. Li Mu then put another piece of potato on her plate. Lu Xiaoxi could only calm down for a while if she had something in her mouth. It's just a barbecue. Why are you so excited? Urged on by Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu hurriedly finished his meal, changed into his travel clothes, and accompanied her to the farmer's market. The market was the young girl's domain, and Li Mu only had to carry the vegetables. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited, perhaps looking forward to the barbecue feast that evening. She looked left and right along the way, like a little bird taking flight for the first time, full of curiosity about the world. But this was not Lu Xiaoxi's first time at the market. The wet market changes every day. It's always fresh no matter how many times you come. They bought bags and bags of things in no time. There were also new shops opening near the market, with drums and gongs filling the air. Lu Xiaoxi would also take a look from afar and join in the fun. The market has all sorts of smells. Near the raw meat stalls, you smell meat. Near the cooked meat stalls, you smell fragrant aromas. Some stalls even sell things like pickled chicken feet. Lu Xiaoxi would go over to take a look and smell them, and then she would sit next to Li Mu to smell his scent and cleanse her sense of smell. Be careful, there are a lot of people. Li Mu grabbed the excited girl's hand, stopping her from running around anymore. There are so many activities here. Look, there's beef offal over there. I haven't had it in ages. Shall we go and have some? I just ate. Then I'll eat it. Lu Xiaoxi happily ran to the beef offal stall. The beef offal in Songnan isn't actually made from cow parts, but rather a stew of various miscellaneous ingredients, such as tofu puffs, pig lungs, and white radishes. Lu Xiaoxi bought a single skewer of meatballs and ate them one after another, her little mouth moving around. Li Mu wished he had 3 hands, one to carry the food, one to hold her hand, and one to gently rub Lu Xiaoxi's cute pink lips. There were only 4 meatballs in the string. She ate 3 herself and gave the last one to Li Mu. Li Mu was carrying things in both hands, so she could only reluctantly feed him. She was most looking forward to the barbecue that night. She bought a lot of ingredients, so she couldn't eat too much now and had to save some room for the barbecue. After the long journey, Li Mu had to carry the vegetables with both hands. My right hand was holding the meat, and my fingers were already red and burning from the plastic bag. Although it's not very heavy, it can't withstand the long hours. Li Mu only had time to put his things down and rest while waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Look, it's all red from being tied up. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi glanced at his hand, then quickly looked away. Cold-blooded. That's how you use a childhood sweetheart. She pulled some tissues out of her versatile little handbag. Use tissues to pad your hands when you take them. It won't hurt as much. I'll help you take some too. A hug will make it stop hurting. We're still outside, Lu Xiaoxi said irritably, taking back the tissues so she wouldn't give them to this shameless guy. Then go back and hug him. You won't hug me when we get back. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, turned her face away, and looked down at her phone. The bus arrived, packed with people. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi exchanged a glance and decided to wait for the next one. Anyway, they're not in a hurry. He looked down and saw that Lu Xiaoxi was watching horror movie reviews again. Lu Xiaoxi had to tilt her phone to watch them to avoid any scary scenes that suddenly appeared. She was both bad at it and addicted to it. Let's watch a horror movie tonight, Li Mu whispered. No. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. She gets scared even watching horror movie reviews, so watching the movie itself would scare her to death. Then what's the point of watching the commentary every day? I'm a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? There are no ghosts in the world. Li Mu paused. Besides, I'm right here. What's there to be afraid of? But I'm scared. Isn't the dog tooth necklace protecting you? This black dog tooth necklace of mine can ward off evil spirits, but I'm scared. Then why are you still watching the commentary? I only watched the explanation because I was scared. You're bad at cooking, but have a huge addiction. Li Mu naturally took her hand and played with it, then slowly pressed it against hers, their 2 hands, one big and one small, clasped together. Has Lu Xiaoxi already accepted holding hands? Li Mu was a little smug. If they've already done such a symbolic gesture as holding hands, then sleeping together isn't far off. We're one step closer to becoming the perfect childhood sweethearts. Li Mu's hands were hot and burning from being squeezed, so Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to squeeze them and use her slightly cooler hands to help cool Li Mu down. I'm not going to look anyway. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to scare me so you can hug me, right? Uh-huh. It's such a tired trope. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. She thought she was so smart. Did they really think she had watched all those sweet romance dramas for nothing? Those male protagonists can easily make the female protagonist submit, because that's just for the plot of TV dramas. In reality, how could any girl not see through that? Even if she agrees, she'll just pretend she doesn't know and make her partner happy. She doesn't even want to pretend. Then let's skip the horror movie and just hug me, okay? No, only a goodnight hug is okay. Lu Xiaoxi spoke softly. A goodnight hug is a unique way of saying goodnight between childhood sweethearts, and it would be awkward and embarrassing if others heard it. Lu Xiaoxi gripped Li Mu's hand tightly, observing the changes in Li Mu's expression. She could almost see the dog's ears drooping down on Li Mu. Chapter 89. I took it seriously, half of it is mine. Unlike when we came, every bus on the way back was packed with people. After 2 buses passed by, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi finally got a bus that was a little less crowded. To make things easier, Lu Xiaoxi took 2 bags of vegetables and freed up one of Li Mu's hands to hold onto the handrail. She grabbed the handrail, not afraid of losing her balance at all. After all, Li Mu was right in front of her, and if the brakes came on, she would crash into Li Mu's arms. Fortunately, nothing went wrong on the way, and she made it through without any problems, so she didn't have a chance to bump into Li Mu's arms. You go about your business. I'll prepare the meat first. Lu Xiaoxi rolled up her sleeves, tied her hair in a cute little ponytail, put on an apron, and started busying herself in the kitchen. I'll help you out. Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu tied on an apron and joined in. 2 people, one tall and one short, were busy working in the kitchen. The sound of a kitchen knife clashing against a cutting board has a unique, rustic charm. Li Mu once dreamed of cooking with the girl he admired, and now that dream has come true. He can't cook yet, so he's only halfway there. He needs to work harder so that one day he can cook for the little girl. Oh dear, you've cut this meat too thick. Get out, you're getting in the way. Lu Xiaoxi, who was preparing the marinade, found his efforts to slice the meat into thin slices amusing, but when she saw the thick slices he had made, she couldn't laugh anymore. The sliced meat was uneven in thickness, mostly thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, and some slices were even hollowed out in the middle. In a sense, Li Mu's knife skills were quite good. At least Lu Xiaoxi couldn't cut meat into donut-shaped slices. Li Mu inherited Su Wen's traits in this regard. Su Wen took so many years to reach a point where he could barely eat. So how much better could Li Mu be in such a short time? Li Mu was kicked out of the kitchen before he could even take off his apron. Since he had been driven away, Li Muping sighed and returned to his room to start writing. He has enough manuscripts and plans to release his new book tonight, releasing 20,000 words in one go. He will sign the contract in one go, and then update 3 chapters a day until he reaches 80,000 words, then resume 2 chapters a day. Just drift through life like this, and when I earn a little money, I'll reward myself and my petite little girl with an outfit, preferably the same style and different colors. For example, he bought a tan puppy pajama, while Lu Xiaoxi bought a pink pig pajama with animal cartoon patterns printed on the belly. He had already written some in the morning and a little more in the afternoon, completing the 4,000 words for the day. If all goes well, he will write a little more when Xia Yuan comes for her tutoring. I've exceeded the update target. I really worked hard today. Li Mu gave himself a thumbs up, sent messages to Lin Sheng and Lao Yang to log in, and even opened the door. He knew that once Lu Xiaoxi finished her work, she would definitely run to his room, take off her shoes, lie on his bed, and play on her phone. She might even use his account to play Dodiju, a card game. Li Mu and the other 2 are all game enthusiasts, and they play a wide variety of games together. Their main game has become a fixed 3-player team. If you get tired of this game, switch to another one. With headphones on, 3 gamers engage in a fierce gunfight. Shooting games often require a high degree of concentration, and with headphones on, I didn't even realize when Lu Xiaoxi came in while I was playing. Lu Xiaoxi remained quiet, lying on the bed like a kitten, her 2 feet swinging back and forth, while Li Mu's spring bed creaked incessantly. She played on her phone for a while, then scrolled through some videos after losing all her happy beans. She then reached for Li Mu's phone on the table, shook it after getting it, and only happily started playing with it after seeing that Li Mu didn't even glance at her. Li Mu has a dedicated management team for games, including Dou Dizhu, a popular Chinese card game, but she didn't open Dou Dizhu. Instead, she opened Li Mu's WeChat. Li Mu's main account doesn't post much on Moments, and he only has a handful of friends, even fewer than his mini program. He also only has one group chat, a loving family, which includes Li Mu himself, Aunt Sue, and Uncle Li. The two families have such a good relationship. Why not create a group chat for both families? She even has a name in mind, the Harmonious Two Families. She also glanced at Li Mu's chat history with Aunt Sue. Every now and then they would chat about trivial things, telling Li Mu to change the quilt or wear a coat, giving him earnest advice, and even sending him money to buy clothes. Li Mu didn't know what was wrong with him, but he returned the money he had spent on clothes and sent Aunt Sue a screenshot of his WeChat balance, which was nearly 20,000 yuan. Then Aunt Sue sent a thumbs-up emoji and a screenshot of a bank statement showing tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. So much money. They're clearly family, yet they still flaunt their wealth to each other. That's really interesting. Then open the chat interface labeled, Dad who gets explosive gold coins. They were all sending the same transfer information, without exchanging a single word. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled twice, then opened the chat interface labeled Lu Xiaoxi. They haven't said goodnight for several days. Since they learned to say goodnight hug, they hug each other every night before going to sleep. Sometimes it's for a few seconds, sometimes for a few minutes. It has completely replaced the words good night. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu guiltily, but seeing that Li Mu wasn't looking this way, she gradually grew bolder and sent many messages to Lu Xiaoxi, using Li Mu's account. Li Bendan. I am Mu Zhuzhu. Please call me Mu Zhuzhu. Li the Fool. I am a super big idiot. Li Bendan. Lu Xiaoxi is a super beauty. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled and replied to Li Mu with I know, on her own phone before finally stopping. What are you looking at so intently? Li Mu pounced down, crouching beside the girl, taking a deep breath of her scent, and instantly felt refreshed. The girl was startled, pinched Li Mu's arm, and left a light nail mark on his wrist with her fingernail. Aren't you going to fight anymore? She knew that Li Mu would play games with his microphone on, and from the calls he made while playing, she also knew that he was playing with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang, two classmates. So she didn't dare to speak loudly. Don't worry, I told them I went to the bathroom and turned off my microphone. I spoke louder. Oh, I just checked your WeChat, just a little while ago. Go ahead and look, what's so interesting about it? Or do you want to cut me in the back too? Cut my ass, I'm looking at your chat history with your parents. Look at it as you like, just use it like your own phone. I don't need to look anymore, here you go. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was so gentle, and she obediently followed suit. As if remembering something, she took out her own phone again. Do you want to see mine? What's so interesting about your crappy phone? Your phone is so crappy, you're not allowed to look at it anymore. I won't let you see it even if you want to. Look, I'll look now. Li Mu said with a smile, poking Lu Xiaoxi's chubby little face. He knew exactly where Lu Xiaoxi's mole was. They were practically inseparable. Whether she looked at her phone or not was of no concern to him. I'm not giving it to you. Does this count as checking up on me? No, I'm checking my own phone. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, meeting Li Mu's intense gaze, but only for 2 seconds before looking away. How come it's your phone? You just said it yourself, that you want me to treat it like my own phone. Oh, that's just polite talk, don't take it seriously. Li Mu chuckled and gently flicked the girl's upper lip. I'm serious. I don't care, half of it is mine now. Lu Xiaoxi hid Li Mu's phone in her pocket, asserting her ownership of the phone. Chapter 90. The picture of the sleeping pig is making my mouth water. Damn it, where's Brother Mu? Did he fall into the toilet? A faint sound came through the earphones. Though very quiet, the perceptive girl still heard it. Your friend is calling you. Never mind them. Li Mu shifted to the side, squeezing his shoulder next to Lu Xiaoxi's. Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's strange look, he flashed a bright white smile and pulled Lu Xiaoxi's hand over to rub and pinch it. How about we go for a high-speed run? Came the voice from the other end of the headset. Li Mu jumped up, sat in the computer chair, put on his headphones, and shouted. Sorry, I fell asleep in the bathroom just now. Lin Sheng, 6. Old Young, awesome. Stop being so arrogant. Can you guys please step up your game? You've ruined everything. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't understand what Li Mu was saying, but she roughly understood what he meant. Li Mu really loves playing games, but she's different. She likes watching Li Mu play games from behind. She moved a small stool and sat behind Li Mu to watch him play. With the girl's support, Li Mu fought even more fiercely. In that instant, Li Mu experienced the joy of bringing a girl along, even though this girl was just sitting behind him watching. He was in surprisingly good form, racking up kills one after another. After watching for only half an hour, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't take it anymore. The game screen was filled with guns spinning around, making her dizzy. She started tugging at Li Mu's clothes, flipping up the back of his collar to check the size, thinking that maybe she could use it later. After noting down the size of the clothes, she bent over and flipped up Li Mu's pants. She glanced at the size of the pants and quickly flipped them back up, afraid that Li Mu would notice, even though Li Mu had already noticed. After noting down Li Mu's size, Lu Xiaoxi went back to bed, covered herself with the blanket a little above her chest, and used Li Mu's phone to find some sweet dramas to watch. The bamboo mat is cool, and the quilt is warm, but this combination will seem too shabby when winter comes soon. Pausing her sweet romance, Lu Xiaoxi, slipping on her slippers, slapped open Li Mu's wardrobe, ignoring the row of underwear, and pulled out a mattress rolled up in a ball. There was a faint fragrance on it, probably from laundry detergent. This mattress was brought from home by Li Mu, and according to Aunt Sue's habits, it must have already been washed. She shook off the dust, laid out the mattress, slowly climbed on, and rolled around greedily, letting her body have intimate contact with the mattress. The mattress was so comfortable to lie on, being so fluffy. If she hadn't been searching for the comforter, she would have already laid out the blankets by now. She really liked Li Mu's bed. It has to be said that the weather in late autumn is perfect for sleeping. It's cool and refreshing, and once you're covered up with a blanket, you'll soon feel your eyelids getting heavy. The girl had a habit of taking a nap, and perhaps because Li Mu's bed was too comfortable, she started to feel sleepy as she looked at it. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and the hand holding the phone slowly fell down. The phone, now covered, still emitted the sound of a sweet romance drama. She was asleep on her side with her mouth slightly open, her face pressed against the pillow, creating a soft, fleshy shape. Li Mu glanced at the little figure on the bed, then went into mute mode, remaining silent for the entire time. But the clicking of the keyboard was unavoidable, and suddenly, the only sounds in the room were the keyboard and the audio of the sweet drama. Li Mu's keyboard had even quieter red switches, so it wouldn't wake the sleeping Lu Xiaoxi. After finishing the game, Li Mu made up an excuse to slip away, leaving the computer on and tiptoeing to the bedside. He sighed softly, having long anticipated this day would come. But the carefree girl didn't take it to heart and fell asleep in his bed. Looking at Lu Xiaoxi's adorable sleeping face, Li Mu felt a strong urge to kiss her. He tiptoed and poked Lu Xiaoxi's cheek. He wanted to kiss her, but he didn't have the courage. As if sensing something, Lu Xiaoxi frowned in dissatisfaction, let out a soft moan, turned around, and hid her hands under the pillow. Little pig Lu. Little pig Lu. She looks like she's sleeping soundly. Li Mu didn't dare to wake her. He gently took his phone out of Lu Xiaoxi's hand, turned off the sweet drama, opened the camera, and after making sure the flash was off, took a picture of a sleeping pig. He wanted to send the photos to Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu to show off his childhood sweetheart's adorable sleeping face, but then thought better of it. The differences between men and women are reflected in many aspects, such as now. If Lu Xiaoxi secretly took a picture of him sleeping and sent it to Suwon would just laugh it off and might even say that the scene was very heartwarming. But if he were to secretly take a picture of Lu Xiaoxi sleeping and send it to Aunt Chin, that would be a bit lewd. Although Aunt Chin wouldn't think of him that way, he still felt it wasn't quite right. Lu Xiaoxi is so cute and pink. Li Mu's heart melted at the sight. He lay down on the bed, but unfortunately there was only one pillow, so he could only rest his head on his hand, lying face to face with Lu Xiaoxi. The house, the room, the bed, the blanket, the pillow, it's all his. It's fine for him to take a nap here, right? Lu Xiaoxi ran into his bed on her own, so you can't blame him. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. The curtains were drawn as the girl entered. The room was filled with gold. Lu Xiaoxi felt a heat on her face and slowly woke up. What catches the eye is Li Mu's peaceful sleeping face. Her brain, still reeling from the recent events, couldn't understand why Li Mu was in her room, lying on her bed, sleeping face to face with her. The word pervert almost slipped out of her mouth. Suddenly, she smelled a foul odor. Following the source of the odor, she looked down and saw a white stain on the pillow, which was damp in the middle. Is that saliva? And this is Li Mu's pillow. When the girl came to her senses, she was completely disoriented. She subconsciously swallowed and looked at herself through the black screen of her phone. Sure enough, she saw drool trailing from the corner of her mouth. We're doomed. Not only did he fall asleep in Li Mu's bed, but he also drooled on Li Mu's pillow. I never used to drool. The sunset outside the window was beautiful. Normally, a young girl would definitely indulge in a bit of her artsy whims and release her pin-up artistic spirit. But this time is an exception because she panicked. Chapter 91: Eating Barbecue. Lu Xiaoxi had a very bad feeling. The only thing to be happy about was that Li Mu wasn't using a pillow. She will take the bedsheet off and wash it before Li Mu wakes up. After Li Mu woke up, she said that it was Li Mu's own drool, and she kindly helped Li Mu wash it off. Whether Li Mu believes it or not, as long as she stubbornly refuses to admit it, there's nothing Li Mu can do about it. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxi picked up a corner of the pillow with her two fair fingers, intending to take the pillow outside and remove the pillowcase. But before she could even pick up the pillow, she saw Li Mu's eyelashes tremble slightly. This is a sign that you are about to wake up. She quickly lay down again, covering the damp spot on the pillow with her hand and pretending to be asleep. She had a plan B even after Li Mu woke up. She didn't believe Li Mu would keep watching her. She would wait for Li Mu to go to the bathroom or do something else, and then she would take the opportunity to wake up and remove the pillowcase. She closed her eyes, trying to even out her breathing, and looked like she was really asleep. She felt someone moving beside her, and the bed creaked. Then, she felt a pair of large hands rubbing her face. That's outrageous. I wonder if she's still sleeping. You dare to touch her lips? This is intolerable. Okay, she'll have to bear with it for a bit longer. Fortunately, Li Mu only played with her for a short while. Suddenly, there was a soft sound beside the bed. She heard Li Mu get out of bed and put on his shoes. Why hasn't the door opened yet? Only Lu Xiaoxi's breathing could be heard in the room. Unable to hear or see, Lu Xiaoxi felt panicked. She wanted to see what Li Mu was doing, so she cautiously opened her eyes a crack. What she saw was Li Mu standing by the bed watching her, which frightened her so much that she quickly closed her eyes again. Li Mu stood by the bed, looking at the faint white mark on Lu Xiaoxi's lips, and remained silent. It looks like you're drooling. It's easy to tell if someone is faking sleep. Just look at whether their eyelashes are constantly fluttering. When he got up, he noticed that Lu Xiaoxi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was awake, and he also knew that Lu Xiaoxi was pretending to be asleep, so he boldly rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's face and pinched her lips. Little pig Lu, if you don't get up, I'm going to eat all the barbecue. Really asleep? Great. Hee hee, I'm going to hold you while I sleep. Li Mu said, lifting the blanket and wrapping the petite girl up in it, then got back into bed, draping one hand and one foot over her. You rascal, you woke me up. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed her sleepy eyes cutely, and Li Mu almost believed her. What are you pretending for in front of me? Your eyelashes are trembling so much they're practically flying to the sky. It's just drooling. I'm not going to say anything. When she was a child, Lu Xiaoxi often came to Li Mu's house to take a nap together. If Lu Xiaoxi wakes up first, she'll give Li Mu a big kiss on the cheek, sucking all the flesh into her mouth. When Li Mu was about to wake up, Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be asleep, pretending that she hadn't done anything. Back then, Li Mu used the method of checking if Lu Xiaoxi's eyelashes trembled to determine if she was pretending to be asleep, and he has never been wrong so far. The past is vivid in my memory. He remembered being annoyed by Lu Xiaoxi's behavior of secretly kissing him. Now, I do feel a bit nostalgic, just a simple nostalgia. Really, I don't want Lu Xiaoxi's kiss. He admitted that he had a tiny bit of anticipation before going to sleep. Ugh, I didn't drool. And stay away from me. Your breath stinks when you sleep. It's making me want to throw up. Lu Xiaoxi was being held by Li Mu and couldn't run away, so she could only use one hand to push Li Mu away while using the other hand to cover herself on the pillow. Fine, I'll have to hug you tonight anyway. Li Mu ignored the second half of his sentence. No hugging tonight. You pervert, sneaking to hug me while I'm asleep. Get up and grill some meat. I'm hungry. You go out first. Lu Xiaoxi refused to get up. Even though Li Mu knew she was drooling, she wouldn't admit it. She was just being stubborn. Okay, I'll go wash the rice and cook it. Li Mu smiled, not wanting to make things difficult for Lu Xiaoxi. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was drooling, and Lu Xiaoxi also knew that he knew she was drooling, but she just couldn't say it. As long as she didn't say it, she wouldn't drool. He knows what Lu Xiaoxi is thinking. This is probably the highest level of telepathy. Li Mu felt a sense of pride. They truly were the best childhood sweethearts. Having just finished rinsing the rice, Lu Xiaoxi came out of his room with a pillowcase in her arms and quickly disappeared into the bathroom. When I came out again, the pillowcase in my hand had been washed clean. Lu Xiaoxi wrung out the water, folded the clothes and laid them on the hanger, clamping them with 2 stainless steel pliers, hoping it wouldn't rain for the next 2 days. Otherwise she didn't know when they would dry. I saw that you bought a lot of groceries, so I cooked a little less rice this time. Okay, I've cleaned the baking tray. Here, move this to the coffee table. Eat at the coffee table. Yes, grilling meat takes a long time. Wouldn't it be better if we grilled meat while watching TV? When you move it, be careful to use a paper towel to cushion it so that the grill pan doesn't scratch the coffee table. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mu had never grilled meat before. In this respect, he was a complete novice, just like Lu Xiaoxi. No, Lu Xiaoxi had watched videos and studied strategies. He was even less knowledgeable than a blank slate. The electric baking pan isn't heavy. It's easy to lift with a light touch. However, it's too big and difficult to carry. Lu Xiaoxi went to the Cainiao post station alone to carry it up this afternoon, and I imagine she was exhausted. Mu glanced at the instruction manual for the electric baking pan and realized that it could be used as soon as it was plugged in. The working principle is to heat the chassis by applying electricity. Mu looked at him strangely. Was this any different from an induction cooker or a frying pan? He's not in the industry, so he can't really comment on these things. He hopes he can also grill delicious meat so that he can tell others that he can cook. Barbecue is a dish, isn't it? After tidying up the clutter on the coffee table, Lu Xiaoxi brought out plate after plate of marinated meat, arranging it just like in the restaurant. Let's eat first. The rice won't be ready for a long time. You put so much effort into marinating and plating this dish. Normally, you would have already prepared 3 dishes and a soup. You don't know anything. Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms and began to chatter on. You know, you have to enjoy the process of grilling meat, right? You put a piece of meat on it, wait for one side to be cooked, then flip it over. When both sides are cooked, you take it out, dip it in the sauce, and then eat it. Do you think it's like eating a regular meal where you swallow the food along with the rice? So ceremonial? That's how it looks in the video. Then what do you mean by a bunch of random stuff? Mu pouted and turned on the electric baking pan according to the instructions. Soon after, smoke started coming out of the top. Following the instructions found online, Lu Xiaoxi poured oil, spread it evenly, and placed a slice of grilled meat on top, which immediately sizzled. A meaty aroma gradually filled the air. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited and grilled a piece of meat. Since it was her first time using it, she didn't know how long it would take to cook. She flipped the piece of meat several times until the surface was slightly charred before she felt at ease. After all, it's not good to eat meat raw. She put a piece of roasted meat on a plate, used a chopstick to tear the meat in half, ate one half herself, and used her hand to hold the other half and feed it to Mu, saying things like, "Mu pig, time to eat." Mu suddenly felt that the electric baking pan was actually quite good. Chapter 92, I'm a Lu Xiaoxi fanatic. Lu Xiaoxi put a lot of grilled meat on it, along with chopped corn, green peppers, and the like. With too many items placed, they couldn't be turned over, and the petite girl suddenly became very busy. Why bake so many at once? Hee, this is fun. This is how you grill meat. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're a seasoned barbecue expert. Mu turned the power down a notch. Otherwise the meat would cook too quickly and be too tough to chew, making it easier for Lu Xiaoxi to eat. Come on, eat these. Lu Xiaoxi placed a meat tower made of pork and beef on a plate and pushed it towards Mu. My teeth are practically filled with food. Mu couldn't help but complain. Is it tasty? Not bad. Did I bake it well? Lu Xiaoxi said happily, taking credit for her achievement. Lu Xiaoxi marinated the raw meat in advance, so it tasted quite good even without any sauce. It's delicious, but it gets too cloying too easily. He needed Lu Xiaoxi's adorable energy to cleanse his palate. Mu coughed twice. Then his calves burrowed under the sofa and under Lu Xiaoxi's calves. Trying to get physical, huh? Lu Xiaoxi nudged the guy with her elbow. They can't even sit still while eating. I didn't do it. Cheeky. Mu clicked his tongue twice, finding Lu Xiaoxi incredibly amusing. I couldn't resist teasing her. Childhood sweethearts who don't get along are just too adorable. It's okay to start now. He put down his chopsticks and poked Lu Xiaoxi's puffed-up face. Because Lu Xiaoxi was chewing, the poke made her cheeks wiggle, and he couldn't put his hand down on it. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have discovered a treasure, and picked out a thick slice with a hollow center. Look, it's your donut meat slice. Hurry up and grill it, and eat it. It will bring you great luck this year. Really? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. I've heard that in some places, people like to put a lucky coin inside a dumpling. Whoever finds the lucky coin will have good luck. Does this donut-shaped meat slice also have that function? I just said it offhand. You know I don't believe in these things. I believe you. Lu Xiaoxi didn't care whether Mu believed her or not. She believed him anyway. Eating this will bring you exceptionally good luck, and good things are sure to happen this year. The grilled meat tasted great. After finishing the meal, There were still some slices of meat that couldn't be grilled, so I had to cover them with plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator. Lu Xiaoxi did most of the grilling, and there was only one pair of tongs. Even if Li Mu wanted to grill, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't let him. It's clear that Lu Xiaoxi is genuinely enjoying the process of grilling the meat. As for the taste, it's not that important anymore, although it's still very delicious. Therefore, Li Mu took the initiative to do the work after the meal, and went to the kitchen to wash the baking tray and bowls. When they came out, they saw that Lu Xiaoxi's belly was bloated from eating. She lifted her clothes a little to reveal her fair and tender belly, and she was lying on the sofa like a little pig lying on its back. If you could awaken a superpower, your superpower would definitely be the ability to eat, like a whole cow, in one bite. Li Mu chuckled as he sat down at Lu Xiaoxi's feet, blatantly staring at her slender little feet and delicate white toes. Then your skin must be bulletproof. Lu Xiaoxi kicked and stomped, and when she got tired, she put her foot on Li Mu's leg and pressed down hard, wanting to show Li Mu how powerful she was. She strained herself to the limit, her face turning red, but Li Mu remained unmoved. She groaned and put both her feet on it. Didn't you wash your feet last night? I washed them. You idiot. You're trying to say my feet stink again. Do your feet smell good? How narcissistic. Ugh, there's a pervert in the house. I won't say who it is. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her foot back in disgust. Isn't that you? Putting your leg on someone else, and you still say you're not a pervert. Li Mu chuckled, then grabbed Lu Xiaoxi's foot and put it on his own leg again. How should I put this feeling? Li Mu had never experienced this before. It was only because of Lu Xiaoxi that he didn't mind at all, and even felt a little excited. Anyone else would have already washed their hands with shower gel by now. It's not that he's particularly noble. It's true that he's a womanizer, but the only person he's interested in is Lu Xiaoxi. He used to glance at suggestive short videos when he came across them, but ever since he and Lu Xiaoxi became childhood sweethearts again, he doesn't even want to watch those kinds of videos anymore. It was utterly tasteless. There's a cute girl at home whom I can touch and hug. Li Mu had just come out of the kitchen with his hands wet. Lu Xiaoxi twisted her feet, trying to break free, but to no avail, so she gave up and let her feet rest on Li Mu's legs. Just think of Li Mu as a warm and cozy foot pad. Li Mu's eyes flickered between light and shadow as he rolled up Lu Xiaoxi's trouser leg, revealing her jade-like calves. Lu Xiaoxi's skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her calves had some fine white downy hair, making her extremely cute. Why don't you have any leg hair? They've all fallen off. I used to have them. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. I had hair on my hands and feet when I was in junior high, but it's all gone now. My leg hair stands tall and proud, never to be extinguished. Li Mu pressed down and rolled up his trouser leg as well. Can you stop ruining idioms? They're used to describe spirit, not leg hair. Okay, my leg hair is very resilient. Li Mu used 2 fingers to massage Lu Xiaoxi. Like pinching your hand, pinch from this toe to that toe, and finally pinch the sole of your foot. Massaging the soles of the feet can improve sleep quality and relieve fatigue. Although Li Mu only massaged them randomly, he didn't use much force, so Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't feel any pain. Lu Xiaoxi was enjoying the massage and occasionally let out a soft hum, like a young lady ordering her servants around, saying, "Here. Yes, there. That's right. That's going too far. I'm not a servant. It wasn't me who told you to press it. You pressed it yourself. Don't you have a herniated disc? I thought you'd have foot pain, so I kindly massaged your feet for you." Li Mu suddenly became serious, like a virtuous gentleman. I almost believed it myself. Pressing here won't help. It hurts your buttocks and thighs, and it only works with massage and manipulation like in traditional Chinese medicine. What's the point of pressing randomly like this? Just tell me if you're comfortable or not. A little bit. Lu Xiaoxi shyly covered half of her face with a pillow, only revealing her 2 bright eyes as she looked at Li Mu's profile, thinking that Li Mu was so handsome. Li Mu seems to really like the look of her feet. It's weirdly perverse. Got it. Li Mu, you're a foot fetishist, aren't you? Why? Li Mu stopped what he was doing. He massaged Lu Xiaoxi, and Lu Xiaoxi felt good, and he felt good too. Lu Xiaoxi's feet were soft and tender. If you pinched them, they would turn red and then slowly return to their original color. Because my feet are dirty and everyone else looks down on them, but you still pinch my toes. That's so perverted. Actually, I'm not a foot fetishist. Yes, you're a womanizer, Lu Xiaoxi blurted out. This was the same response Li Mu gave her when she previously accused him of having a hand fetish. No, not exactly. Then what are you? You're a hooligan. I'm a fan of Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu didn't even raise his head when he said this. He'd said such cheesy things before. Even 2 people who knew each other very well would blush. It's more of an awkwardness, the kind of awkwardness that comes from saying cheesy things. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the cute little feet on his legs slowly curling up. Li Mu chuckled inwardly. Lu Xiaoxi is so cute. Chapter 93 Sweet and Pampering Atmosphere. What are you saying? That's weird. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him, covered her face with a pillow, and made a sound as soft as a mosquito's buzz. What? A Lu Xiaoxi fangirl. Control me? What is this? It's so cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, making her extremely uncomfortable, especially since her feet were still on Li Mu's legs. Li Mu, you jerk. I said I'm a childhood sweetheart fanatic, Li Mu emphasized again. The only difference was that Lu Xiaoxi was replaced with Xiao Qingmei. Lu Xiaoxi equals Xiao Qingmei, little green plum. The meaning is the same. Saying Xiao Qingmei doesn't sound so cheesy. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi stared at Li Mu with her big eyes. She couldn't even imagine how thick-skinned Li Mu must be to say such things without blushing or skipping a beat. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest just hearing that. There are so many deer bumping into each other. So what kind of fetish do you have? Li Mu asked with a smile, as he manually straightened Lu Xiaoxi's curled toes. I'm in control of myself, Lu Xiaoxi whispered. She really likes herself and is very satisfied with her current situation. She has a harmonious and healthy family and very caring neighbors next door. She also works hard and got into a good university. Of course, there's also that one guy I really don't get along with. That guy is so incompatible. I like spicy food, but he prefers bland food. I'm very diligent and hardworking, but he's lazy and idle. I have a cat named Little Fatty, but he has a hamster named Little Skinny. I believe in metaphysics, but he advocates a scientific lifestyle, and there are many, many more things we don't get along with. She was very satisfied with all of these. I am satisfied with myself, satisfied with everyone around me, and satisfied with my current situation. So she is in control herself, not someone else. The clever Lu Xiaoxi would never say something so cheesy. Narcissism? Nobody can control themselves. I'm human too. Why can't I control myself? Anyway, I feel like I'm the easiest to control. Yes, have you boiled water? I want to take a bath. It's burned, but you can't take a shower right away. Taking a shower right after eating will cause indigestion. I've told you so many times. Okay, then I'll give you another massage. What massage? You just want to play with my feet, Lu Xiaoxi said, convinced of it. Li Mu's eye twitched. How can you talk like that? Can't you be more civilized? You're making me sound like a pervert. You are the one, you've admitted it yourself. Hiss. Li Mu never expected that he would be roasted to death by Lu Xiaoxi. Why was I so shameless to admit that I was a pervert? The boomerang came back. Should we go for a walk to digest our food later? Let's go for a walk. After we come back and take a shower, we can tutor Yuan. Where did you learn that phrase? Wandering the road means aimlessly strolling on the street. We, however, have a sacred purpose. Is digestion sacred too, you big nitpicker? Lu Xiaoxi hummed as she pulled her foot off Li Mu's leg, sat up straight, and put on her slippers. With his precious things gone, Li Mu suddenly felt empty. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have a magical power that he was addicted to in every way. But the thought of holding hands with Lu Xiaoxi and strolling down the street immediately dispelled the emptiness he had felt earlier. Feet. Are feet more fun to hold hands with? Let's go down now, or it will be too late and the swelling will have subsided. Wash your hands, or I can't hold your hand. Lu Xiaoxi looked away in disgust when someone reached out to her. Someone had been touching her feet for so long, and now they're touching her too, yet she doesn't feel disgusted at all. Li Mu, as expected, he and she, who is obsessed with cleanliness, don't get along at all. You don't even trust your own feet? Stop talking nonsense and go wash your hands. Li Mu rushed into the bathroom and rushed out, his hands already smelling of shower gel. Is it all right now? No, my hands are wet. And now? The girl didn't speak, but seeing him frantically wiping his hands with a tissue, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. It's just holding hands. What's the rush? We've already held hands so many times. If fingers could also have a preference rating, then my own fingers should have a very high preference rating for Li Mu. After all, when Li Mu held her hand, he gently massaged and kneaded her hand, which felt comfortable to her, let alone her fingers. I've maxed out the affection level for my fingers, so now it's time to max out the affection level for my toes, and after that for my toes. Lu Xiaoxi dared not think any further. While the girl was still lost in thought, Li Mu had already taken Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and their fingers were intertwined. Come on, don't just stand there, you'll finish digesting your food soon. I think you either want to digest your food or you want to hold my hand and go out to play. Lu Xiaoxi didn't give him any face and directly exposed Li Mu's little scheme. It's good to go out for some fresh air. Aren't you uncomfortable staying cooped up at home all the time? Why do I feel like laughing so hard when you say that? You little otaku. I can also play table tennis and badminton. So how can I be a homebody? I know them all like the back of my hand. Lu Xiaoxi said calmly. I don't know anyone who didn't have a single close friend in high school. Spending all weekend playing video games and watching anime, never leaving the house. What else could this be but a shut-in? Aunt Sue told me all of these things. To be honest, I'm the one taking care of you. I cook for you, supervise your studies, and even draw the curtains so you don't play on the computer in the dark. Should I buy some gold leaf and stick it on your face? Li Mu watched the petite girl frantically plastering gold leaf on her face and thought the girl was just too cute. It's a waste of money. You know how good I am to you. That's enough. I keep my merits hidden. What's this called? Do good deeds and don't worry about the future. Do you understand? Li Mu naturally ignored Lu Xiaoxi's nagging. He's done plenty of things like embellishing his image. Lu Xiaoxi, when are you planning to buy clothes? I may or may not buy it, but I brought a cotton padded coat with me. I didn't bring any. Can you pick out a couple of things for me? Why not choose for yourself? I'm not good at dressing. I just buy whatever I want and mix and match. Anyway, you know my clothing size, right? Li Mu said honestly. He doesn't care much about clothing. As long as the combination doesn't look strange, you can wear it. He subconsciously felt that Lu Xiaoxi would know something about clothing. Whether it was leaving home in September, returning to my hometown after military training, or going to the amusement park, I always wore pretty clothes. How would I know your size? Then why did you pull down my clothes last time? Stop. I reluctantly agreed because Aunt Sue asked me to take care of you, but I won't have much left after buying your living expenses. You'll have to give me money later. Okay, I'll give you double. How can I let my childhood sweetheart who helped me buy clothes go without money? Get lost. Do you want to buy a coat? Buy them all. I only have 3 sets of clothes I bought last year and 2 new pairs of underwear this year. I'll take advantage of these few days before winter to change into 2 new sets. You can buy whatever you think is best. If you need more, just ask me. Money is not a problem. I have plenty. How can you be so extravagant with such a small amount of money? Do you think you're some kind of domineering CEO? And can you please not speak so softly? It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi nudged the person who was trying to show off their pen with her shoulder, but finding that she couldn't move them, she gave up. Li Mu's lips twitched. He pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek and complained. Can you please stop ruining the atmosphere? I finally managed to create this sweet and loving atmosphere. Chapter 94. You head. Spoiling you my foot. I'll buy it for you tonight. Let's go for a walk first, and I'll take a shower when we get back. Okay. Li Mu didn't know what else to say. His childhood sweetheart was indeed special. She never cared about the atmosphere. He even suspected that if he confessed his feelings normally, Lu Xiaoxi might blush and say something like, "Confess my foot." Fortunately, he was clever and used their childhood friendship to skip the confession process, directly becoming someone who was more than lovers, but less than husband and wife, perfectly embodying the relationship of childhood friends, but not quite. Complete childhood sweethearts, couples, half-childhood sweethearts, lovers. The relationships that others crave are the lowest level for them. In short, they are even closer than lovers. 19 years, a relationship that has lasted since birth and since we can remember, is definitely not comparable to the few years that ordinary lovers enjoy together. Having finalized the purchase of clothes, the two did not linger behind the door and took the elevator down to the apartment complex. This time they chose to exit through a different doorway. Fortunately, Li Mu didn't see Uncle Zhang at the security booth here, otherwise he would have questioned his life. Where are we going? I don't know. Just wandering around aimlessly is what we call strolling. You just said that digestion was the goal. It's all healed now, Li Mu said earnestly. The bloating in my stomach is long gone. Shall we go back now? No, let's go for a walk. You're making me dizzy. Okay, if you get dizzy, I'll carry you on my back. Nonsense, Lu Xiaoxi stomped on Li Mu's foot. They were both wearing slippers when they came out for leisure. The city is most dazzling at night, with lights of all colors. Those tall buildings, the whole building, is lit up. As it has developed to this day, every city is a city that never sleeps. In the morning, one group of people is busy, and in the evening, another group is busy. There's always something to do. What are your plans for tomorrow, Sunday? Review, study hard. Have you mastered it yet? Or should I teach you? Li Mu smiled and tightened his grip on Lu Xiaoxi's hand. The two, who are very close, have not become a fast food relationship in this fast-paced society. Yes, I've been reviewing. What? You still want to be a top student. Why not? Is top student a derogatory term? Didn't you get enough of being a top student in high school? Everyone who gets into our school is at your level. Being a top student isn't that easy. So what? I think I'm better than everyone else. Yes, I also think Lu Xiaoxi is the most amazing, Li Mu said with satisfaction, using his other hand to tuck Lu Xiaoxi's loose black hair behind her ears so that it wouldn't block his view of her. No, those words sound different coming from you, Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She had always urged Li Mu to attend classes diligently, and Li Mu had always been urged by her to attend classes diligently. Based on her understanding of Li Mu's grades would definitely not be bad under these circumstances. Okay, then I won't say anything more. So obedient, you little shepherd. Are you crazy? Li Mu flicked the girl's nose, his expression immediately changing. Huh, your nose is all oily. Lu Xiaoxi pinched her nose. There was hardly any oil at all. Your nose is so oily, and you have protruding nose hairs, blackheads, and pimples. Don't talk nonsense, it's perfectly clean. Mine is clean too. I strolled around and eventually arrived at the nearby food street. Even though she had just finished eating, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't resist the temptation of the food street. No appetite now? No problem, buy it now, and you'll have an appetite tonight. The food street not only has delicious food, but also rough men selling all sorts of miracle cures, dragging a small box and shouting through a megaphone that they can cure anything. Naturally, not many people believed it. Lu Xiaoxi peeled the tangerines, put the peels into the fruit bag, and then ate the tangerines one by one, occasionally slipping a piece to Li Mu and taking the opportunity to rub Li Mu's lips. The playful girl thought it was a lot of fun. Watching a peddler of miracle drugs pass by, Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the starless sky, her thoughts wandering. 8 streets and 9 alleys, at the crossroads. This is considered artsy? Hey, don't talk. Lu Xiaoxi, you artsy girl, did you bring tissues? No, why? Lu Xiaoxi looked at him suspiciously. I was eating a tangerine, and some juice splashed on my hand. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi took out a used pack of tissues from her pocket. You're so capable. Girls always carry tissues when they go out. Why? Never mind. You might as well not have said anything. Have you gone back yet? My foot hurts a bit. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu pitifully. Li Mu couldn't resist that pitiful look in her eyes and that slightly upturned little mouth. Let's go back. Does it hurt a lot? Or should I carry you? Nonsense. If I were so fragile that I couldn't even bear this little bit of pain, how would I have survived until now? Lu Xiaoxi has always been very self-reliant. I won't bother others with anything I can do myself. Except for Li Mu. These are the unspoken thoughts of a young girl. But she still couldn't bring herself to ask Li Mu to carry her in public. Her thin skin would immediately burn with embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxi took Li Mu's hand and let him walk in front. The residential area isn't far from here. You can see it just around the corner. Li Mu, look at those 2 over there. Don't they look like us? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly slowed down and pointed to 2 children in front of the sidewalk with delight. A boy and a girl, holding hands, shared a cup of milk tea, swaying adorably. A little, we rarely drank milk tea before. Oh yeah, it was all about eating ice cream. Lu Xiaoxi paused, sweet memories flooding her mind. She and Li Mu often ate ice cream bite by bite. Not the kind you use a spoon for, but the kind you hold one by one in your hand and lick with your tongue. They had no idea how much of each other's saliva they had swallowed. We're all eating ice cream, right? You take a bite, I take a bite, and we're all drooling. Li Mu said bluntly. He still remembered things from his childhood. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Lu Xiaoxi muttered. Before she could say anything more, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly widened her eyes. Right under their noses, the little boy and girl said something, and then the boy kissed the little girl on the cheek. Well, kids these days are so daring. Although she and Li Mu were like this when they were young. Li Mu was also stunned, but quickly smiled. It really does look like it, but you used to be the one kissing me. Ugh, you're so annoying. Lu Xiaoxi felt like steam was rising from her face. Keep those precious memories in your mind, and don't let them surface at times like this. Chapter 95 Possessiveness. Li Mu watched the ashamed and indignant girl's retreating figure, then quickly followed after her and took her hand again. Why are you walking so fast? Don't your feet hurt anymore? It hurts so much, it's all your fault. Huh? This is also my fault. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? 2 children who bore some resemblance to their childhoods were left behind. Li Mu didn't look at them. His eyes were only on his shy little childhood sweetheart. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and continued walking on her own. His large eyes swept around. She remembers this place. There was a small cart selling pickled vegetables not far away. A few steps further, and she would reach the spot where Li Mu had first held her hand and grasped her fingers. The beginning of holding hands. Now, holding hands has become an indispensable part of their daily lives. Whenever he had free time, Li Mu would hold her hand. Sometimes she would hook her finger around Li Mu's. Now they are holding hands. She and Li Mu are already very, very good together. I'm home. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the sofa and rested for a while until the pain subsided before taking her clothes and going into the bathroom to take a shower. Li Mu leaned back on the sofa, his arms outstretched like a gibbon, taking up most of the sofa. I won't show any sweet romance dramas. Xia Yuan needs to study later, and Lu Xiaoxi will probably turn off the projector if it's on. He glanced at his phone. It was already 8 o'clock. Today felt unusually long. Many things happened between him and Lu Xiaoxi. I also took a nap with Lu Xiaoxi. Although we didn't share a blanket or a pillow, we at least slept in the same bed, so roughly speaking, we slept together. He felt it was better not to let either set of parents know about this. Even though they did nothing but sleep face to face, they were no longer children. I've finished taking a hot shower. You can come in later. The bathroom door opened, and Lu Xiaoxi's voice came out. Then, the girl came out in slippers. Water vapor and smoke filled the air. How many degrees? 43 degrees. That's enough. Li Mu had already put the clothes he wanted to change into on the sofa. You'll catch a cold if you don't get enough. Lu Xiaoxi put her hands on her hips and blocked the bathroom door from letting him in. She took a long shower, and the water heater was old. The display showed 60 degrees Celsius, but it definitely wasn't 60 degrees. It showed 43 degrees Celsius, so it was probably only around 30 degrees Celsius. It's no different from cold water. Not to mention the water heater's heat preservation function. You might find yourself only getting cold water while showering. Even though it's only 22 degrees Celsius now, you can still catch a cold if you take a cold shower. You think everyone is like you? I'm in very good health. No washing allowed. All right. Li Mu gave in, embracing the petite girl in front of him and taking 2 deep breaths of her neck. I need the energy from the green plum to soothe my anxiety because I can't take a shower right away. Nonsense, just say you want a hug. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him, annoyed. Suddenly, he smelled himself and felt no shame at all. I want to hug you. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes softened considerably, and she obediently let the guy hug her for a while. This guy kept sniffing her ear. It was so weird. You smell so good. Then what? It's nothing, just a thought. The smell of green plums is still the best. Have you smelled other girls? No. Have you seen me interacting with any girls? When it comes to other girls, Li Mu is not at all intimidated. Because he really didn't have any contact with girls he didn't know. Even if they knew each other, he hardly ever interacted with them. He can attract many women if he wants to. But his social circle is cleaner than his face. You'd better not let me catch you. Lu Xiaoxi was quite satisfied. Is this possessiveness? Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment, and a blush quickly spread across her face. Is it possessiveness? She didn't know the definition of possessiveness. If she simply wanted someone to belong to her exclusively, then she probably had a slight possessiveness towards Li Mu. She had a possessive desire for Li Mu from the day she registered for school. She would be very sad if other girls took a share of Li Mu's life. Except for Aunt Sue. You're just taking up my head. I've noticed you really like this phrase. Is it your catchphrase? Zen my ass. I don't have any catchphrases. Hey, still saying no. So what if it is? You're not my parents. I advise you to mind your own business. Even your childhood friend can't control you, but you always control me. Every time I play games, you have to come to my room and close the curtains for me. Don't you know? This is the highest level of management that Aunt Sue gave me. You have to listen to me, Lu Xiaoxi said with a grin. Let's see what else Li Mu has to say. Aunt Sue was one of the few trump cards she had that could suppress Li Mu. With this card played, her daily, open and covert struggles with Li Mu will come to an end in her victory. You're going to play like this, huh? Tonight I'm going to ask your mom for your ultimate authority, and then you'll have to listen to me too. My mom doesn't count. I have the authority to manage things. Lu Xiaoxi was in a good mood, resting her head slightly on Li Mu's collarbone. She could also smell Li Mu's scent, not the scent of shower gel, but a scent that was hard to describe, and she liked it very much. You smell awful. Are you a dog? All you do is sniff my stench. You know it stinks. Why do you still sniff it? How dare you say that? Who was it that just hugged me and smelled me? It's different. You smell good. Ugh, the water's boiled. Go take a shower. You stink. Lu Xiaoxi pushed him away. Without the boy's embrace, the moisture on her body evaporated quickly, taking away the warmth from the girl, and she suddenly felt a little cold. In the South, you can wear short sleeves and run around during the day, but at night you need to cover yourself with a quilt. Okay, I'll hug you the rest of the night. We've already hugged for a long time today. You can't hug anymore. Buy on credit, use tomorrow's bag. Limu smiled. I'll pay on credit tomorrow and the day after. I need to feel satisfied every day anyway. Chapter 96 Lu Xiaoxi's Pillow. After taking a shower, Limu changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Even at night when the temperature is low, it's not as cold inside as outside. Short sleeves and shorts are enough for him. Xia Yuan was also picked up by Lu Xiaoxi at this time. Today is Saturday, the perfect day for tutoring. Xia Yuan was holding 2 books, an English book and a workbook, with a test paper and a certificate tucked inside the workbook. Tada! Sister Xiaoxi, look. I got 70 on my English midterm exam. My teacher even gave me a progress award certificate. Xia Yuan's face lit up with a smile, which infected the 2 adults present. That's amazing. Keep up the good work, Yuan. Hee hee, it's all thanks to Sister Xiaoxi's excellent teaching, and also brotherly Mu. Xia Yuan rubbed against Lu Xiaoxi's outstretched hand, very happy. In a child's world, grades play a very important role. Good grades can earn you the admiration of other students, the favor of teachers, and the pampering of your parents, which will make you very happy. Sister Xia is a qualified mother, allowing Xia Yuan, from a single-parent family, to remain innocent and romantic. A score of 70 in elementary school English is not considered high, but for Xia Yuan, who scored 30, it was an unattainable score. Is there a share for me too? Limu also patted Xia Yuan's little head, just like Lu Xiaoxi. When Sister Xiaoxi quizzes me, my brother reminds me, and I can remember it very clearly. I still remember the words from last time. This works. Regardless of the starting point, at least the result is good. Limu readily accepted. He felt that he accounted for at least 10 of the 40 points he gained. Yuan, come here, class is starting. Today we'll review the vocabulary, and then we'll practice some dialogues through role-playing. Good. Once the teachers and students started teaching, Limu naturally had nothing to do anymore. He slipped on his slippers and went back to his room, not wanting to disturb Lu Xiaoxi's lesson. Limu closed the door and was about to start writing when he suddenly noticed the extra pink pillow on the bed. Isn't this Lu Xiaoxi's pillow? He quickly understood. Lu Xiaoxi took his pillowcase to air it out, and fearing he wouldn't have a pillow to sleep on, she gave him her own pillow. He picked up the pillow and smelled it. His nose was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. Suddenly, I don't feel like writing anymore. All I want to do now is sleep with my head on Lu Xiaoxi's pillow. Limu lay on the bed for more than 10 minutes, and felt much more relaxed, both physically and mentally. He planned to shamelessly refuse to return the pillow. After the sin of the little girl fades, let Lu Xiaoxi sleep with it for 2 or 3 days, and then try to get it back. Taking advantage of the moment, Limu made a phone call to his mother. Ask my mom to mail me a comforter insert. Otherwise, how would he and Lu Xiaoxi keep warm when winter comes? Just as he had imagined, as soon as the call connected, Suwen rambled on for a few minutes before bringing up the matter of sending the quilt insert. After Suwen finished talking, it was Li Changheng's turn to talk. Limu's parents loved him very much, and Limu loved his parents very much as well. Of course, he also loved his neighbors across the street. The 2 families have long been like relatives. Maybe soon they'll become even closer family ties. Cough cough. After hanging up the phone, Limu began typing. 11 o'clock. Limu stretched his muscles and bones, realizing that sitting in front of the computer for long periods of time can cause considerable damage to his wrists and lower back. Upon opening the door, there were no 2 people in the hall. Xia Yuan had already returned home, while Lu Xiaoxi was hanging their clothes to dry on the balcony. Ready to sleep? Limu leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets, looking roguishly handsome. Ready? Lu Xiaoxi finished hanging the clothes, walked past him, leaving a fragrant breeze behind. I'm going to sleep now, but I'll show you something good later. What good stuff is it? Can't we have it now? Lu Xiaoxi's tone was full of doubt. No, I'm shy. I have a feeling it's something bad. Everyone says it's a good product. You'd better be. Lu Xiaoxi sat cross-legged on the sofa, wiped her hands clean, and began peeling and eating tangerines. The citrus fruits we eat now aren't the kind with seeds. You can eat 2 or 3 slices in one bite, and you can even peel off the thin membranes on both sides of a slice to eat only the translucent flesh inside. It tastes good, but it's a bit of a hassle. The girl set her sights on Limu. Come here and peel some tangerines for me, or I won't get a hug tonight. I've already bought everything on credit. We do not offer credit. Okay, I'll peel them, alright. Limu carefully peeled the tangerines for the girl. Even the white pith of the orange was completely removed, and according to Lu Xiaoxi's instructions, the pulp inside was broken out to reveal it. Of course, the tangerines he peeled were naturally from the ones he fed. Each time he fed her, he would rub Lu Xiaoxi's chubby lips. Such a cute little mouth, I wonder when I can kiss it. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her eyelids getting heavy, a sign that she was about to fall asleep. Okay, hug. Li Mu opened his arms like a gibbon. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Li Mu's waist and rubbed her forehead against Li Mu's chin, saying, "Your beard is prickly." "No way, I just shaved yesterday. How could it grow back so fast?" Li Mu touched his chin, not believing it, and it was smooth. "I don't care, it's just stabbing me. It's stabbing my forehead." "Okay, I'll blow on it for you." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. "Vomit. Don't vomit on me. TCH, I'm going back." Li Mu reluctantly let go of her hand, watching the petite girl return to her room. He took a sip of water, went to the toilet, and returned to his room. After the new book was released, he spent some time checking for typos, and once there were no problems, he left it to his own devices. Unsurprisingly, there haven't been many readers these past few days, and those who have are mostly old readers accumulated from the previous book. After turning off the computer, Li Mu also felt sleepy. "I slept from noon until the afternoon, but I'm really sleepy today." Before going to sleep, he sent the petite girl a picture of a sleeping pig and added a special note to it. After sending the message, I plugged my phone in to charge, flipped the screen over, and then ignored everything else. He could imagine a young girl seeing the photo and pounding her chest in shame and indignation, then falling asleep contentedly, clutching her pig plushie. With Lu Xiaoxi's pillow, he slept very soundly tonight. Separated by a wall. Looking at the pictures Li Mu sent, Lu Xiaoxi was so angry that she sent him 100 emojis. They didn't care whether the emojis were cute or insulting. They just spammed them all, bombarding Li Mu. That wasn't enough. They also wanted to hold a puppy doll named Li Mu to their chest and suffocate him. What kind of picture is that of a sleeping pig? This guy? After venting her frustrations on the puppy doll, Lu Xiaoxi finally stopped. He grunted twice and began picking out clothes for Li Mu. Buy coats, linings, trousers, socks. He dressed Li Mu up to look handsome. The girl lay on her side on the bed, looking through the boy's clothes while imagining what Li Mu would look like wearing the clothes she had chosen. Li Mu said he only changed 2 pairs of underwear this year. Should we buy them together? As if she had thought of something unpleasant, Lu Xiaoxi shrank her neck. He muttered a low curse. Idiot. She was about to go to sleep, but her mind was still racing. She wouldn't stay still at all. Chapter 97. Openly entering the girl's room. 10 o'clock, very early in the morning. Li Mu lazily got out of bed. He was sleeping so comfortably that he didn't even realize he was pressing on his hand, which is why he's acting like he's been electrocuted. After glancing at the hundreds of unreceived messages from yesterday, Li Mu chuckled twice, glancing at each emoji. Cute. Lu Xiaoxi's door was still tightly closed. Did you stay up late last night because you bought him clothes? Li Mu's lips inexplicably curled up. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, tied up the trash bag, and went downstairs in his slippers. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Good morning. Uncle Zhang poked a hand out of the security booth, tapped his cigarette ash, and seeing that Li Mu was wearing short sleeves and shorts, added, "It's going to be cold tomorrow and the day after. I saw on the news that it's going to be especially cold this year. They say that every year." Li Mu chuckled. "It makes you feel refreshed in the morning. Have you had breakfast?" "I have 2 leftover steamed buns with preserved mustard greens and braised pork." You keep it and eat it. I'm going out to buy some right now." Uncle Zhang is very easy to get along with. Even though there is a huge age difference between the two, Li Mu can still have a pleasant conversation with Uncle Zhang. People like Uncle Zhang's age love to comment on national affairs, and Li Mu, having read a lot of news, could chat with him about it. After chatting briefly with Uncle Zhang, Li Mu didn't forget his goal of getting up early and hurried to the vegetable market he frequented. Last night, he had a dream. He dreamed of going to school with Lu Xiaoxi, of the little cart that left rice cakes for them on the way, and of him and Lu Xiaoxi eating rice cakes with wooden sticks, 1 piece for each of them. Water cakes are usually sold from morning to noon. I don't know if they are available here. After wandering around the vegetable market and strolling through 3 or 4 nearby streets, Li Mu was in a great mood. An old man had set up a pot next to another vegetable stall and was selling exactly what he was looking for. After more than 10 years of development, you can no longer buy rice cakes for 2 yuan. The only difference is that Li Mu now has his own little treasury that he can use freely, unlike when he was a child when he was strictly controlled and had to carefully ask Su Wen for even 2 yuan. After buying enough rice cakes for 3 people, Li Mu returned to his apartment complex safely. I wonder what kind of expression Lu Xiaoxi will have when she sees the water cake. The rice cake wasn't expensive, but it carried the memories of every morning he and Lu Xiaoxi spent going to school together, reflecting their close relationship. On his way back, he glanced at the novel's backstage. So many gifts in less than a day since the book was released? Open the gift back end. These are all gifts worth 1 yuan each, donated by Little Stream Swallows the Ocean. It's still 1 yuan per chapter, just like always. The last donation was made at 2 a.m. Good grief, you said you were sleepy last night, but you weren't sleepy at all when you got back to your room, right? You went to bed even later than him. He had just opened the door to his house and hadn't even sat down on the sofa when he heard a series of noises coming from Lu Xiaoxi's bedroom door, like the muffled thud of someone getting off the bed barefoot and stepping onto the floor. Woke up. He sat with his legs crossed, playing on his phone for a while, but Lu Xiaoxi's door didn't open. He touched the rice cake and found it was almost cold, so he sent Lu Xiaoxi a message. Are you up yet? Lu Xiaoxi quickly replied with a comma. It's either a period or a comma. I don't know what kind of habit this is. Leave the fool. I'm going in. Lu Xiaoxi, where to go? Lu Xiaoxi sat curled up in a chair, and just as she sent the message, there was a knock on her door. Through the door, she questioned the person outside, asking if they were trying to trespass into the girl's room. Time for breakfast. I bought some nice things. What good stuff is it? Yesterday, she was told something nice, but she thought it was something important. All I got was a picture of her sleeping, which I named Little Pig Sleeping Picture. This time she wouldn't believe it. She would remain skeptical of anything good that Li Mu spoke of. It's food, the kind of steamed rice cake I used to eat. Real. Seriously, it's all going to get cold. Lu Xiaoxi opened a small crack, revealing a small part of her body. Her big, round eyes looked the person up and down, and finally her gaze settled on the water cake in the person's hand. It really is a water cake. She hummed softly twice and stretched out her small hand, the meaning of which was clear. What are you doing in there? Li Mu didn't rush to give it to her. Instead, he quietly stuck his foot into the room and blocked the door from closing. It's none of your business. I'm curious, let me see. Edison became the king of inventors because of curiosity, and you want to enter a girl's room because of curiosity? You often come into my room and even sleep in my bed. Did I say anything? Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment, feeling a little guilty. She stammered and couldn't say anything. She wanted to snatch the water cake in one go and close the door, but just as she was about to grab the water cake, Li Mu moved the water cake back. She rushed to the door only to find it empty. She stomped her foot angrily and tried to close it, only to discover that she couldn't close it. I didn't get the water cake, and I can't even close the door. Who can I complain to? Given Li Mu's shamelessness, there was no way he could escape this time. Lu Xiaoxi instantly let go of his hand and hid the drying underwear in the closet at the speed of light. Li Mu just happened to open the door. The young girl's boudoir still smelled as sweet as ever. This was the first time he had ever truly entered a young girl's boudoir since he had been here. Unlike last time, when he barged in because he was worried about Lu Xiaoxi, this time he entered openly, confidently, naturally, and with the girl's permission. I guess they agreed. You're actually studying? Li Mu hadn't even had time to savor the sweetness of a young girl's boudoir when his gaze swept over the open computer on the table and the course software on it, and his expression tightened. Didn't I say yesterday that I was going to review? Besides, this isn't called taking a quiz, and I didn't study secretly. If I hadn't come in and seen you, you would have been secretly learning. Lu Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed at the person who was talking and moving closer to her, feeling a little confused. If you're going to talk about studying, then talk about studying. Why are you crowding in on your own? Soon, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were side by side, and before they knew it, Lu Xiaoxi was pulled into Li Mu's arms. That feels good. Li Mu pressed his face against the girl's neck and took a deep breath. The negative emotions brought on by waking up early need the energy of the little green plum to heal. This isn't just a fabricated excuse he made up to appease himself. It's based on scientific evidence. As for the specific scientific basis, he could only say that those who know. It's top secret, and he has no comment. That's basically it. What's wrong with you? You're not saying a word. Li Mu casually put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked at her suspiciously. He thought Lu Xiaoxi would call him a hooligan and a pervert again. I'm actually a little unaccustomed to the fact that they don't scold me anymore. Lu Xiaoxi still didn't speak. You have a sore throat? Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him, covered her mouth with her hand, and quickly said, I didn't brush my teeth. I have bad breath. She's not a fairy, Of course she'll have bad breath when she wakes up. Now that we're so close, if we speak, Li Mu will definitely smell everything. Chapter 98 Men and women should not touch each other. Lu Xiaoxi went to wash up, and Li Mu sat on her bed without any hesitation. The girl's boudoir had a fragrance, which was especially strong on the bed. Without realizing it, Li Mu lay down on the bed with his feet on the edge and his knees and above, hugging and playing with the puppy doll. After his investigation, he found that the scent of this puppy plush toy was much stronger than the others. His pig plushie didn't smell at all, so why does Lu Xiaoxi's dog plushie smell so good? Was it because of Lu Xiaoxi's smell? That should be the case. Who let you into my bed? When Lu Xiaoxi came back, she saw that someone had half of their body lying on her bed. That's not a big deal. The real problem is that someone messed up the mattress and blankets. She folded it neatly when she got up. Your room smells so good. It's because your room smells too bad. You don't take your smelly socks and clothes out. Nonsense. I always change my clothes on the same day, okay? I just washed my coat the day before yesterday. That's because you stink. Are you satisfied now? You stinky thing. You still hang out in my room every day, and you even fell asleep on my bed. Isn't the sleeping pig picture cute? Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned awkward, and she pounced over, rubbing and pinching the soft flesh on Li Mu's sides. Li Mu didn't expect her to pounce on him so suddenly. He was completely caught off guard, and Lu Xiaoxi pinched him so hard he grimaced. Ouch, it's all bruised and purple now. Didn't you ask for it? Lu Xiaoxi wasn't satisfied and kept poking Li Mu's ticklish spots, but Li Mu didn't react. As long as you hold your breath and stretch your muscles, the girl's pokes won't break through your defenses. Seeing that she couldn't do anything about him, Lu Xiaoxi angrily hit him with a pillow. The dust on the pillow took shape under the sunlight, and it was everywhere. Ouch, there's dust on it. Stop taking pictures. I'll film you. After Lu Xiaoxi finished hitting him, she was exhausted. She glared at him angrily and sat back down in her chair. The rice cakes on the table had already been put into bowls, enough for 2 servings, and 2 spoonfuls of chili were added on top. Well, Li Mu is considerate. He's temporarily forgiven this sleeping pig picture incident. He hasn't forgiven her for lying in his bed. Stop studying. Li Mu lay on her bed, lifting his head and speaking in a lazy voice. Play with me. What to play? Have no idea. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi continued to study while looking at the computer. Li Mu personally experienced what it means to have a roommate who can sleep soundly while reading a book, while another roommate can't sleep all night. In the past, he wouldn't have cared whether Lu Xiaoxi was playing or studying, but now, he had a strange feeling about it. They studied together at school, but Lu Xiaoxi continued to study when she came back, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Childhood sweethearts should do the same things. I'll learn too. Li Mu quickly brought his computer from his room, dusted off the bottom of the computer, and placed it on his lap. It's a little shaky, but it's not a big deal. You don't need to operate it to learn, you can just watch the video. He has made sure he has mastered everything the teacher taught, and now he is expanding his related knowledge. If you want to study, you can come to my room. Your room is for playing, and my room is for studying, Lu Xiaoxi said abruptly. You know, I've always been a studious person, Li Mu suddenly said, his face lighting up. Lu Xiaoxi's words were just an excuse for him to come to her room and play together. No, it's studying together. Only through studying could he gain access to the young girl's boudoir. Well, actually he has always been a studious person. Hee. Lu Xiaoxi gave a forced smile. She knew exactly what kind of person Li Mu was. I studied for about 2 hours. Li Mu was indeed studying diligently at first, but after 30 minutes, he became lazy and lax. After an hour of studying, he started playing while studying, and after an hour and a half, he started watching videos on the computer. This is called the stages of learning. At the beginning, you have plenty of energy, so you study diligently and can remember more. Later, you study appropriately and relax, which is to maintain a state of learning by balancing work and rest. That's what Li Mu thought. Don't be fooled by him watching videos. It's actually a form of learning for him. Perhaps. Lu Xiaoxi stretched, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. Li Mu's eyes quickly swept over it. Then he casually continued scrolling through videos. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoxi pounded her waist a couple of times, glanced back at him, and sneered repeatedly. His face was beaming with smiles. He didn't look like he was studying at all. Balance work and rest. Are you really sure you've done it? Lu Xiaoxi asked, half believing. You've worked so hard, you must be exhausted. Come and sit down. Li Mu shifted his position and patted the seat next to him. Ugh, my back hurts. Lu Xiaoxi collapsed onto the bed and kicked off her slippers. Let me give you a massage. You're trying to take advantage of me. Lu Xiaoxi saw through his little scheme. A little. Shameless. Lu Xiaoxi should have known that this guy would probably admit it directly. Now it was her turn to be speechless. Do you need my divine touch? Get lost, I don't need it. The girl rolled over and lay on her back on the bed, messing up the mattress. Inadvertently, her clothes rode up, revealing her fair belly. Her soft, curvaceous figure was incredibly alluring, and Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared unabashedly into her eyes. Oh, pervert. Lu Xiaoxi pulled down her clothes and muttered a low, reproachful remark. Where's the pervert? This one in front of me. Where can you find such a handsome pervert? I've never seen anything like it. Narcissist, aren't you going to have lunch? Lu Xiaoxi changed the subject. I don't really feel like eating right now. The rice cake I had this morning was quite filling. Me too. Then we won't have lunch today. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She usually cooks porridge for breakfast and lunch, and cooks rice for dinner, and eats it all by herself. Her stomach was still full, and if Li Mu didn't eat, she wouldn't need to cook anything special. You can leave now, I'm going to sleep. The girl tossed her hair, snatched the pillow that Li Mu had been covering his chest, and crawled into bed against the wall. Her cute little feet even kicked Li Mu's butt, trying to get the shameless guy off the bed. What sleep? You've only been up for a short time. I'm not even that sleepy when I get up early. Mind your own business. I'll just sleep when I'm tired on the weekend. Okay, let's sleep together. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned. What did you just say? Let's sleep together, I'm sleepy too. You just said you weren't sleepy. The person I was then is not the person I am now. What I said 10 seconds ago is already in the past. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip and kicked him again. I have never seen such a shameless person. How can someone be so self-righteous about sleeping with a girl? This phrase was originally used by him to cheat, but Li Mu copied it and started cheating too. And the cheating was absolutely outrageous. 100 times worse than her. I'll go get a pillow from my room. Li Mu was as happy as a monkey. He quickly put the computer away, then took the pillow that Lu Xiaoxi had given him from his room and lay down next to Lu Xiaoxi without saying a word. Don't get cold, cover yourself with a blanket. Won't it be strange of us to be like this? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. We've been childhood sweethearts, so these words don't count. Besides, I didn't kiss you. We just slept together yesterday. That's not what you meant. Lu Xiaoxi knew that Li Mu was pretending not to understand. Thinking about how she fell asleep in Li Mu's bed yesterday, and how the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Li Mu's peaceful and content sleeping face, Lu Xiaoxi felt her face getting hot. She really did sleep with Li Mu. You took advantage of me while I was asleep yesterday. You got into my bed yourself. How many times are you going to repeat that? I was so sleepy that I accidentally fell asleep. Have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, then wrapped herself in the blanket and ignored him. Anyway, I'm Li Mu's childhood sweetheart, so it's okay if we take a nap together. Go to sleep, go to sleep. She wants to get up earlier than Li Mu and then take a picture of Li Mu sleeping. What's this called? Treating someone the same way they treat you. I can't drool this time. I have to keep my mouth closed when I go to sleep. Chapter 99. Small goal completed +1. Lu Xiaoxi likes to curl up against the wall. The small space makes her feel safer. Li Mu is sleeping outside, and she is sleeping inside. On one side is a cold wall, and on the other side is a warm person. She feels extremely safe. Lu Xiaoxi hunched over, the blanket covering half her face, her big, bright eyes staring at Li Mu. Li Mu also lay on his side, looking at Lu Xiaoxi. Perhaps because he had been watching for a long time, Li Mu made a very difficult funny face, which made the little girl giggle. It seems like sleeping together like this isn't so bad. Weren't you going to sleep? You've been watching how I sleep the whole time? Lu Xiaoxi retorted. How do you know I'm watching you if you're not looking at me? This is my room. Okay. You weren't looking at me. You weren't looking at me. I was looking at you. Li Mu smiled and squeezed in, leaving the petite girl only 2 fists width apart. Their breaths could hit each other's faces. Don't get so close. I want to hold you while I sleep. Roll. I meant good night hug. Yes, a nap is also sleep. I can only hug you for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi, wrapped in the blanket, snuggled closer to Li Mu's body like a little green worm. Li Mu took the opportunity to hug her, then rolled over, so that the petite girl was now on top of him. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi was clearly startled. She felt dizzy and disoriented. How did she end up lying on top of Li Mu? You're so heavy. You're pressing on my lungs. I can't breathe. I weigh less than 100 pounds. You're just too weak. Lu Xiaoxi pinched him, rolled off him, and returned to her previous position, saying in a muffled voice, If you keep doing this, I won't let you hug me anymore, not ever again. Wrong. A good child is one who can admit their mistakes and correct them. Okay, Xiaomu? Is your maternal aura overflowing? Or is there some weird quirk of yours? Go to hell, I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly, sticking her foot out of the blanket to kick Li Mu's shin. Only then did she realize that she had completely wrapped herself in the blanket, while Li Mu had no blanket. When you're awake, you don't feel much cold, but it's a different story when you're asleep. It's common for her to get up in the middle of the night to find her blanket. She sometimes does this even when she's sleeping alone. Aren't you going to your room to get your blanket? Just cover yours. This is a single-person blanket. Use this for now, we'll go buy a double blanket tonight. Get lost. You think there will be a next time? Let's take naps together from now on. Li Mu propped his chin up and looked at her, secretly slipping his feet under the covers and rubbing them against the girl's calves. Dream on, get your feet out. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to see Li Mu's non-existent dog ears drooping down again. Li Mu is usually roguishly handsome, and most of the time he's both cheeky and naive, rarely showing this slightly disappointed and aggrieved expression. Alright, stop pretending. You can cover yourself with a blanket after I fall asleep, but if I wake up from the cold, you'll be in big trouble. After saying that, the girl turned around, faced the wall, and closed her eyes to sleep. Perhaps because there was a small heater behind her, she fell asleep very slowly this time. Only when she heard soft snoring behind her did Lu Xiaoxi carefully turn around. He carefully examined Li Mu's face. Li Mu's eyelashes are so long, but his eyes are also incredibly beautiful. A boy's eyelashes are as long as a girl's eyelashes. Outrageous. She was somewhat infatuated. Her childhood sweetheart's eyes had always been so beautiful. She groped around on the bed for a while and finally found her phone on the table. If I were to go and get it, I'd definitely wake Li Mu up. If there's a next time, then let's take pictures of the sleeping pigs next time. Piggy, I didn't take any pictures so as not to wake you up. You have to thank me properly when you wake up. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, feeling sleepy. She pulled the blanket over the boy and carefully approached the small heater. Suddenly, she felt that this was too ambiguous, so she turned her back to him. Good afternoon, I'm going to sleep now. Less than half a minute later, Lu Xiaoxi turned around again, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Li Mu's warm breath felt like a gentle hand stroking her face, making her increasingly sleepy. She poked Li Mu's thin lips with her slender fingertips, feeling the wrinkles on them. That's fun. Good afternoon, I'm going to sleep now. The girl snuggled closer to someone's arms. This time, she really wanted to sleep. Are you ever going to stop? You've woken me up twice already. Li Mu spoke out abruptly, his handsome eyes half opening. You're not asleep? Lu Xiaoxi was startled and looked up at him, but didn't move away. I was asleep, but I woke up once when you turned over, and again when you poked my lips. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to sleep? I'm asleep, really asleep, good afternoon. This was the third time Lu Xiaoxi had said this. The first two times she said it in her heart, but this time she said it to Li Mu. Good afternoon. Li Mu squeezed a little further inside the wall. Now the girl had no chance of running away. Only when he wakes up can the girl be released. He held Lu Xiaoxi in his arms through the blanket. The small girl nestled in his embrace. Lu Xiaoxi behaved herself and didn't move at all. Because he had just woken Li Mu up, he didn't dare to make a fuss this time. Li Mu began to fall asleep again, his breathing steady, and he nuzzled his lips against Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. It happened by accident, so we can't blame him. Lu Xiaoxi. She's asleep. One small goal completed. Chapter 100 forget it, okay? 100 chapters long. Their breathing gradually became steady. Even the restless dust settled down. The rustling of leaves in the wind could be faintly heard, and the noise of children playing in the neighborhood was incessant. In this environment, both of them slept exceptionally comfortably. Even the air tastes sweet. Lu Xiaoxi hummed softly, making a kitten-like whimper, stretching out comfortably and slowly opening her sleepy eyes. She slept so comfortably, with a warm heater right next to her, making her want to hug it like a doll. What catches the eye is Li Mu's relaxed face. He was stunned for a moment. The familiar scene brought back memories of her childhood. If she kisses Li Mu's face now, and then pretends to be asleep, will they be as close as they were when they were little? Unfortunately, she's not a child anymore, and she won't take the initiative to kiss Li Mu, not even on the cheek. She already gets up late and hasn't done anything. Taking a nap is just her laziness kicking in. This time, she only napped for 2 hours before getting up. Li Mu, on the other hand, got up early to buy rice cakes and then studied in her room for a while, so he was really sleepy. Sleeping so soundly. Lu Xiaoxi felt a strong urge to touch his thin lips, but she was afraid of waking Li Mu. She didn't know what to do with one hand, so she could only reach out her fingers and slowly stroke the fine hairs on Li Mu's face. Tsk tisk. Li Mu clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. Huh, when did you wake up? Looking at Li Mu's expressionless face, Lu Xiaoxi suspected that Li Mu was talking in his sleep. I've heard that one can talk fluently in their sleep. Is Li Mu in this state now? Are you really awake? Lu Xiaoxi asked in a very low voice. Li Mu remained silent. She thought of what Li Mu had said yesterday. It's easy to tell if someone is faking sleep. Just look at whether their eyelashes are trembling. Thinking of this, the girl began to stare into Li Mu's eyes again. I watched for about 10 seconds without blinking before I felt relieved. She was still asleep. Hee hee, I was almost scared by this guy. How could you scare someone when they're asleep? You wretched idiot. Lu Xiaoxi smiled smugly, quietly got out of bed, and quickly lay back down. She found that as long as she moved a little more, she would touch Li Mu's body. Both of them were covered by blankets, and even if she didn't touch Li Mu, the touch of the blankets would wake him up. With such a big bed, Li Mu deliberately squeezed himself into the corner. It must have been on purpose. Now that's it. I'm too tired to go out even after I've had a good sleep. I can only lie quietly in bed and keep watching Li Mu. I look from his forehead to his chin, from his chin to his neck, along his Adam's apple to his collarbone, and then down to where his clothes cover. Li Mu seems to have abs. Can I touch them? After all, Li Mu had already touched his feet. She felt that she had been infected with some of Li Mu's abnormal traits. The girl shyly buried her blushing face in her hands. Good afternoon, little green plum. Question mark. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu, who suddenly opened his eyes and became energetic. A big question mark appeared above her head. Her big eyes were full of doubt, and her little brain was working at lightning speed. Did you wake up earlier than me? Yeah, I woke up a few seconds earlier than you. You're lying. Your eyelashes don't flutter at all. It's easy to stop your eyelashes from trembling, Li Mu said with a mischievous grin, poking the girl's cheek and tapping her nose with his finger. You're lying. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes to try it, and her eyelashes just wouldn't stop falling, as if they'd taken some kind of stimulant. Just close your eyes and look to one side, okay? That's true. Tell me, how do you want to thank me for teaching you such a secret? Thank you, my foot. Move aside. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Li Mu wrapped the girl in the blanket, hugged her, and turned her over to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi was really frightened and let out a cute scream. She curled up into a ball and clung tightly to Li Mu. After realizing what was happening, Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed red. She frowned, swung her slender arms, and used the Foshan shadowless fist on the naughty guy. She patted and hit him haphazardly, but was afraid of really hurting Li Mu, so she didn't dare to put in any force. What looked like a playful attack was like childish teasing to Li Mu. The force was like a game, even more comfortable than a massage. That's outrageous. Tired from playing, Lu Xiaoxi slipped on her slippers and ran out of Li Mu's reach to avoid being pulled back into his arms. Why aren't you up yet? I don't want to get up. Your bed is comfortable. Li Mu pulled the blanket tighter around himself. His current situation does not allow him to lift the covers. Whatever you want. Just make the bed and pull the mattress up properly when you get up, okay? Okay. After Lu Xiaoxi left, Li Mu felt relieved. What a wonderful experience. He slept with his childhood sweetheart like that. I have already achieved 3 small goals. Holding hands, hugging, taking a nap together. The next step is a kiss. In reality, it's impossible for 2 people to fall down together and happen to kiss. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Outside the room, Lu Xiaoxi was crossing her legs and eating jelly in small bites with a small spoon. What should we have for dinner tonight? Every day, I have to think about the greatest problem of the century. If she were alone, she would probably just buy some green peppers and potatoes and stew them in a big pot with the leftover meat from yesterday. But she also had to consider whether Li Mu liked to eat it. So virtuous, the girl boasted, her small chest puffing out proudly. Although Li Mu is not a picky eater and eats everything, she subconsciously wants to give Li Mu the best food. As the girl flipped through the recipes in her mind, Li Mu also came out of her room. Give me a bite. Li Mu moved closer to her, put one arm around her neck, and then placed it on her shoulder on the other side of her body. There are some in the refrigerator. Help yourself. I just want to eat what you've eaten. Sure, then you can eat after I finish cooking. There will be plenty of leftovers for you. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, glanced at him, and then swallowed all the jelly in one go, her whole face puffing up like a little hamster. Li Mu was not angry at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to rub the girl's face and said, "Eating so fast. Aren't you afraid of choking?" I chewed it very finely. The girl was used to someone rubbing her face and no longer resisted. You can't eat that fast. Are you serious about making conversation for no reason? Then I won't say anything. Limu smiled. His purpose was to sit next to the girl and massage her various parts. Talking was just to distract her so that he could massage her for a longer time. Now that the girl had seen through him, he stopped caring and focused on playing with her hand. Don't touch my ears, they'll get hot and congested, and it'll be very uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi shrugged and slapped away the other hand that was clinging to her shoulder and trying to touch her earlobe, and said irritably, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Limu pretended not to hear and changed the subject. "It's here. The biggest challenge in life. I'll cook whatever you want to eat." Lu Xiaoxi cleverly shifted the problem to Limu. "Whatever you cook, I'll eat it." The problem she just threw out has been thrown back at her. "How about we go out to eat? Let's make it clear first. I can't afford to pay for this meal. You have to treat me. I'm almost out of living expenses, and you haven't paid me back the money you spent on clothes. So, where shall we eat? I'll eat whatever you treat me to. I'll treat you to whatever you eat." Lu Xiaoxi. The little fist hardened. "Have you ever been to an arcade? Is it like an internet cafe?" The girl suddenly asked, intrigued. "Last time I went to the zoo, and also the movie theater, amusement park, museum." She still wants to go to many places with Limu. "No, it has claw machines, dance machines, racing games, and zombie games. Let's go today, right now." "Is it really necessary to be so excited?" Limu found it amusing. "I've never played it before. I wasn't this excited when I went for the first time." "When was the first time you went there?" Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful big eyes met his gaze. "When I was in the first year of high school, there was an arcade in the shopping mall near my high school." "You're not taking me with you?" Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be angry, poking Limu's chest with a serious expression. Limu cupped her face in his hands, lifted her head, and smiled. "You didn't make up with me back then either. Then you should make up with me sooner." "Hee. I've come here to make up with you, haven't I?" "Not early enough, he's already 19. Limu held her face in his hands, and because of the pressure, Lu Xiaoxi's lips were chubby, and her speech was unclear. "So cute. Why don't you come and make up with me? Why do I have to go to you? Didn't you the one who distanced yourself from me? Then you should have come to me on the day I started to distance myself from you, so that things wouldn't have turned out like that in junior high and high school. I've looked for you, but you completely ignore me. You even told me not to get close to you. You practically told me to roll away." Limu lightly tapped the small girl's face with his fingertips. Lu Xiaoxi broke free from Limu's hands, moved closer to him, pursed her lips, and breathed softly. "Forget about it, okay? Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." She didn't want to apologize to Limu. "You're so cute. I'll see if I can forget about you." Limu was hit by his childhood sweetheart's adorable charm. "Let's go to the arcade. We'll forget about it once we have fun." The girl's face turned red to her ears, and her eyes became slightly moist. She was shy, but it wasn't praised. Chapter 101: The Girl's Intertwined Fingers. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed up beautifully, her cute little ponytail bouncing around, and the white pom-pom on her ponytail was even cuter. This was bought for her by Limu when they came back from their trip to the zoo. It's still that same small crossbody bag. However, the small shoulder bag was on Limu's body. "I'll get it for you. Call me if you need it." Limu patted the small crossbody bag on his lower abdomen. "I have my bank card and glasses inside, so please don't lose them." "How could it be lost? How much money do you have in your bank account?" "What?" Lu Xiaoxi mimicked someone's odd-eyed expression. To make this expression with uneven eyes, one eyebrow should be raised while the other is lowered, and the mouth should be slightly crooked. It's truly hilarious. He used to make this expression, but now that he saw Lu Xiaoxi doing it too, he couldn't help himself. He chuckled twice and took the girl's soft little hand. Lu Xiaoxi seemed very excited, waving her little hands back and forth, and Limu swayed along with her. "I'll secretly go to the bank and withdraw all the money later, so you'll come back crying." "Hee. Go ahead. I promise Aunt Sue won't hit you." I was just kidding," Limu laughed it off. However, he could indeed empty Lu Xiaoxi's savings. She knew his password, and he knew hers. It had never changed. "I doubt you dare." Lu Xiaoxi was very cheerful. If there hadn't been people on the road, Limu suspected she could have jumped up. It's clear the girl is genuinely happy. They took the subway and got off at a station near the shopping mall. The first floor of the mall sells clothes, and there are also several small cars displayed as exhibits. Limu glanced at the shops here. Under the white lights, the clothes seemed to look much more elegant. There are also caterpillar-shaped sightseeing vehicles in the mall, which are used by children. As Lu Xiaoxi passed by, her eyes were drawn to them. The arcade was on the fourth floor, and the surrounding area was full of chain restaurants, including buffets, hot pot, Haidaleo, and bullfrog restaurants, all things Lu Xiaoxi had never eaten before. Stop looking, you're drooling. You're the one drooling, Lu Xiaoxi said shyly, making a slurping sound. Ahead of them was a couple. The woman was intimately linked with the man's arm, whispering in his ear with a beaming smile. Lu Xiaoxi looked down at her toes and moved closer to Li Mu. Their relationship is no less than that of a couple. If you want kumquat lemon drink, go buy it. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go buy you some oranges. Get lost, go now. Lu Xiaoxi shoved him to the milk tea shop in front of her, her tone unfriendly. Everyone had a drink in hand before entering the arcade. The arcade's dazzling lights were blinding. It was the girl's first time visiting such a place. If it weren't located in a shopping mall, but in a small alley, Lu Xiaoxi would have thought it was some strange place. She noticed that everyone at the arcade was in pairs. There were very few people playing alone. Some families of 4 even came together, with the parents accompanying their children. If it weren't for Li Mu, she probably would never have come to the arcade in her entire life. That's just how she is. She's the kind of girl who likes to follow Li Mu around. The machines here all require coins to play. Each coin costs 1 yuan. First, see what you want to play, and I'll go get some coins. I'll go with you. Lu Xiaoxi held his hands, her eyes smiling. Anything is fine. How many do you want to exchange? I'll play as much as you exchange. Li Mu pinched her cheek, his 2 fingers pinching her cheek flesh and then releasing it, leaving a red patch on her fair face. He exchanged 20 gold coins at the front desk and handed them all over to Lu Xiaoxi. The reason I came to the arcade was simply to bring Lu Xiaoxi along. No girl can resist the temptation of claw machines, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. As soon as I got the coins, I ran to the claw machine area to choose a machine. Grab whichever doll looks the best. This claw machine is quite difficult, and there's a minimum win rate. You only win once after trying many times. Does that mean we can't catch it? You can give it a try? Some people are really good at it, and can catch it without even needing a minimum guarantee. Maybe you're one of those good people. I think it's quite easy. Lu Xiaoxi had never played it before. She had only seen videos of other people playing claw machines. The video shows how easily you can catch a doll. It's very simple. The trick is to use your claw to hook the little string on the doll, and it's very easy to pull it out. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe you're really good at it. Which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Grab that little pig for me, Li Mu said, pointing to the big-nosed pig plushie that was only the size of a palm inside the claw machine. Watch me, watch me. Lu Xiaoxi tossed in 2 coins and manipulated the claw machine to grab the big-nosed pig plushie. 4 coins were tossed in. 6 coins were tossed in. I'm not playing anymore. This machine is a rip-off. Lu Xiaoxi guiltily handed the remaining 2 coins back to Li Mu. With so many coins, I didn't catch a single plush toy, losing over 10 yuan. I might as well have used that money to buy a bowl of snail rice noodles. I'll give it a try. Li Mu went and exchanged 10 more coins. Seeing how much Lu Xiaoxi has invested, wouldn't it be a huge loss to stop now? We have to get that big-nosed pig doll out no matter what. Li Mu tossed in 2 coins. Li Mu tossed in 4 coins. Li Mu tossed in 6 coins. Lu Xiaoxi and Li Mu looked at each other, their lips twitching, feeling extremely embarrassed. I've tried more than 10 times and still haven't won anything. Isn't this just a scam? I'm done playing. Let's go play something else. It's all your fault. More than 30 yuan went down the drain. If we had been more careful, it would have been enough for me to eat for 2 days. Lu Xiaoxi kicked Li Mu's little foot. Seeing that Li Mu's hands were free, she pulled Li Mu's hands over and intertwined her fingers with his. She liked it this way. Now she didn't have to pay 24 yuan to buy a day of Li Mu's life. Li Mu was hers now. Chapter 102. You got your childhood sweetheart. The girl was most interested in the claw machine. Compared to claw machines, the allure of other amusement machines is somewhat lacking, especially the one who fights zombies. Lu Xiaoxi was clumsy and repeatedly failed to play the game. And that guy on the motorcycle, wobbling and swaying. The only fun thing is the fishing machine, but it's a bit expensive. After playing all the games, Lu Xiaoxi found an empty spot to sit down, and Li Mu sat down next to her. There's a dance machine just a dozen meters directly opposite. There were 3 machines in total, but only 2 girls were playing them. The 2 girls seemed to know each other. Their dance moves weren't exactly graceful, but they were vying for attention and couldn't decide who would play the other. The weather is neither hot nor cold, and many goddesses are still dressed lightly. For example, the 2 girls on the dance machine are wearing white short skirts and tight vests, showing off their white thighs and arms. Lu Xiaoxi chewed on her straw, feeling uneasy. She glanced at Li Mu and saw that he was looking down at his phone. No, She could see the dance machine out of the corner of her eye, so she quickly patted the other side of the table. Come sit here. What's wrong? Sit down when I tell you to. A domineering woman. Limu muttered softly, and silently sat down in the seat next to him. Do you still want your kumquat lemon drink? Lu Xiaoxi gulped down the kumquat lemon drink in no time, while Limu didn't even manage to insert a straw. Go ahead and drink. Drink less when you eat later, or you won't be able to eat. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi took the kumquat lemon drink from Limu and happily drank it. He drank half of it, and then handed it back. Not drinking anymore. I'll leave some for you because you look pitiful. Be careful of mouth ulcers, or you won't be able to eat spicy food. How could that be? I don't get mouth ulcers, Lu Xiaoxi scoffed. This is undoubtedly very painful for people who love spicy food, because it means they can't eat spicy food for a while. Lu Xiaoxi happens to be someone who loves spicy food. It would be best if it didn't, otherwise you'll be crying your eyes out. You're the one who's crying. You're the one who's crying. Lu Xiaoxi poked Limu's neck, and then his waist with her hand in dissatisfaction. Isn't that right? When you were in first grade, you had mouth ulcers. Aunt Jean wouldn't let you eat spicy food, so you came to my house crying and sought comfort from my mom. Luckily, my mom gave you some watermelon frost, otherwise you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. You wet the bed during your nap at kindergarten, and you even peed on me. Chill. Keep your voice down. Limu was startled. Why did his little ancestor bring this up again? At home, he didn't mind Lu Xiaoxi saying it. After all, it was just the two of them, and both were involved. So what if she said it? Consider it a way to deepen her memory. But now they were outside, and if someone heard it, there would definitely be plenty of disdainful looks. I'm tired, can you massage my hands? Lu Xiaoxi hummed softly, placing one hand on Limu's leg. Limu began to massage her little hands, carefully massaging each finger. His fingers were already at maximum level of affection, so he started brushing the backs of her hands, and then her elbows. When he tried to improve his relationship with her, Lu Xiaoxi glared at him angrily. Massage, but only to the point of stimulation. The arcade was quite noisy, and the dazzling lights weren't comfortable. After a short while, Limu led Lu Xiaoxi away. I lost over $30, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. No way, we'll find someone who knows how to play claw machines to rob that machine of everything. After wandering around for a while, the two of them finally found a barbecue stall in the food street outside, and had dinner there. The girl ordered a bunch of things casually, packed them up, and filled a whole big bag, including 2 servings of fried noodles. The total cost was over 80 yuan. Combined with the money spent at the arcade, 150 yuan was gone in just a few hours. He initially wanted to take Lu Xiaoxi to a buffet, which cost 89 yuan per person, but fortunately Lu Xiaoxi firmly refused. Otherwise, this trip would have cost a fortune. Of course, he wouldn't mind giving Xiao Qingmei a little money. Similarly, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't mind spending money on him either. The girl had just run out of living expenses and was really short of money. His and Lu Xiaoxi had different rules for receiving living expenses. He received his on a fixed day each month, while Lu Xiaoxi only received her living expenses after she had used them up. Lu Xiaoxi actually had quite a bit of money in her card, which she had slowly saved up from red envelopes over the years, but she was reluctant to spend it. Aunt Jean told her that she wanted to save it as her dowry. As for his, Suan said he kept it as a bride price, but I don't know if that's true or not. Anyway, I never saw it again after it was handed over. How many clothes did you buy for me? Limu asked casually, looking at the clouds. A lot. How much does it cost? How many coats are included? 532. Jackets are over 100 each. I bought 2. I'll round it down for you. Just send me $600. Do you want to hear what you're saying? How can you round down the price like that? I don't care. You owe me money, so whatever I say goes. Then I won't pay it back. Go ahead and cry all you want. Limu grinned mischievously, revealing a set of big white teeth. Limu has been using this expression since elementary school. He learned it from a villain in an animated film. The character in the animated film looked so cool when he smiled like that, but in reality, Limu's smile looked silly. Limu made that expression in front of her quite often, and she was used to it. You owe money and still act like a big shot, huh? What? If you make me angry, I won't pay you back. Limu really acted like a big shot. You think I'm scared? I live right across from you. I don't even need to chase after the debt. I just have to say a word, and Aunt Sue will pay it off for you. Do you believe me? I was just teasing you. Why did you take it so seriously? If you don't take someone like you seriously, you'll only suffer. Lu Xiaoxi waved her hands back and forth, looking very happy. Suffering a loss is a blessing. Limu lowered his head, picked up Lu Xiaoxi's hand, played with it, looked at her veins, and cracked her knuckles for her. He really loved his childhood sweetheart. You're just spouting nonsense. You can even say things like, suffering a loss is a blessing. Who would want to suffer a loss for no reason? I mean, it's a blessing for us to suffer a loss. Then what good fortune did I get? I didn't get anything. Lu Xiaoxi stopped him from playing with her hands, puffed out her cute little chest, and this time she was very confident. You've got a little childhood sweetheart. You're disgusting. Aren't you afraid of being overheard saying things like that? Lu Xiaoxi looked around at the passers-by and felt that everyone was looking at her and Li Mu with a faint smile on their faces. Especially the landlady's cheerful expression. She didn't know what she was laughing about, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only stand obediently next to Li Mu and scratch the back of Li Mu's hand with her little finger. That scoundrel Li Mu, saying such cheesy things in front of so many people, isn't he ashamed at all? Chapter 103 You sleep your sleep, I'll study my own. Seeing that the girl was becoming increasingly shy, Li Mu did not continue to say anything strange. Things like childhood sweethearts and childhood sweethearts are best left as casual conversations at home. They're just little romantic gestures between childhood sweethearts. Bringing them out into the open can easily lead to social embarrassment. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, your barbecue is ready. Okay, the money has been paid. Received. Lu Xiaoxi took a bag of barbecue, brought it to her nose, and smelled it. The barbecue smelled so good. We feel so extravagant. That's true. Yesterday, it was barbecue. Today it's grilled meat. Even a pig can't keep up with your appetite. You didn't mention it at all, did you? Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically. It was already evening when I got home. Lu Xiaoxi asked Li Mu to find some sweet dramas she had watched, while she took a shower first. Lu Xiaoxi smelled wonderful after her shower, and Li Mu couldn't resist hugging her for a while in front of the bathroom before going into shower. She used to need a hug before bed, and now she needs one after a bath too. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, wondering if she would need a hug every morning after waking up. After Li Mu finished showering, the two of them ate while watching TV on the sofa. Of course, Li Mu had no interest in watching TV. His gaze was fixed on Lu Xiaoxi's legs, which were crossed on the coffee table, and her pink toes. He also put his legs on it and rubbed the soles of his feet against Lu Xiaoxi's feet, having a great time. We have class tomorrow. And then, Lu Xiaoxi said casually, that's all. I'm going to play on the computer in a bit. Do you want to come to my room? No. I'll take a look at tomorrow's class content later and familiarize myself with it beforehand. Lu Xiaoxi said without turning her head. Okay, I'll go with you. After we finished the barbecue, it was already getting late. Li Mu was indeed studying in Lu Xiaoxi's room. However, both of them sat on the bed. Lu Xiaoxi was originally studying cross-legged on a chair. Seeing Li Mu sitting on her bed, typing away on the computer, she didn't know what she was thinking, so she closed the computer and went to bed as well. It felt very comfortable to be next to Li Mu. She could rest her chin and face on Li Mu's shoulder, hold one of his arms, and multitask, studying while getting close to Li Mu. Since both of them are just previewing tomorrow's material, there's no need to turn on two computers, which will save some electricity. This is what Lu Xiaoxi told herself. Li Mu ignored her, with a petite girl beside him, her nose filled with fragrance. He couldn't be happier. With the girl's company, his attitude towards studying improved considerably. Around midnight, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold on any longer. She was having trouble keeping up with Li Mu's learning pace. Li Mu could understand many things after watching them once, but she had to make him rewind the progress bar and watch them 2 or 3 times. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she did slow down Li Mu's learning speed. Lu Xiaoxi raised her cute little eyebrows and said in a soft voice, I'm going to sleep. Okay, go to sleep. Li Mu showed no intention of getting up, remaining calmly seated on the bed, his back against the wall, arms crossed, as still as a rock. Get out. I plan to work hard and make a name for myself this semester, so I need to study more. My place is for playing, and I don't feel like studying there anymore. I only want to study when I'm with you. So, you can sleep, I'll study, and I won't disturb you. Stop with your filthy thoughts, Li Mu. I'm not sleeping with you. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly. You've always been pretty good at judging people. You still dare to admit it, huh? Get out of here. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him, slowly pushing him away from the bed, making a mess of the mattress. I haven't given you a good night hug yet. Li Mu shamelessly sat down on the edge of the bed again, opened his arms, and hugged Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi didn't refuse. Hugging Li Mu felt very comfortable. After hugging for half a minute, Lu Xiaoxi's face turned red, and she scratched her neck, all because of the hot breath he was exhaling. Have you hugged enough? Without. Li Mu took a deep breath of the girl's scent, and as his lips brushed against hers, he gently touched her cheek. It's basically just a kiss on the cheek. Okay, good night. You haven't sent me the money yet. Remember to do so. I'll send it to you in a bit. Don't rush. How about another hug? 32. Good night. Li Mu dashed off, but turned back halfway through closing the door to grab his laptop. He left the girl's room with great reluctance. Li Mu doesn't plan to write anything today. Anyway, I still have quite a few drafts saved up. He took out his phone and sent Lu Xiaoxi 600 yuan. I also added a comment. No need to look anymore. Lu Xiaoxi was still awake and quickly replied with a middle finger emoji and a 3-second voice message. Hearing the girl's soft, sweet voice, Li Mu's heart fluttered. Lu Xiaoxi, I think you were great this morning. I want to eat water cake again tomorrow. Li Mu listened to it again. The sleepy little green plum is so cute. Li the fool, middle finger pointing skyward. Li Bendan, there are buses that go directly to the school. Let's go by them together tomorrow. I might get lost by myself. Lu Xiaoxi, do you want to see what you're saying? Smiling. Li Bendan, are you going or not? Doge emoji, wearing sunglasses. Lu Xiaoxi, go, wake me up tomorrow. I'm not setting an alarm. Li Bendan, what if I oversleep? Lu Xiaoxi, then let's skip class. The teacher probably won't take attendance. Li Bendan, this won't do. I'll set an alarm every minute now and make sure I complete this arduous task of waking up the sleeping Lu Xiaoxi. Li Bendan, cat giving a thumbs up. JPG. Lu Xiaoxi, idiot. No matter how many messages Li Mu sent, Lu Xiaoxi stopped replying. Looks like she's really asleep. Li Mu smiled, not caring, and set 2 alarms for himself. Tomorrow is a painful 8 a.m. start, but luckily the market isn't too far away, and there's a direct bus to the school. The journey won't be much slower, and I'll only have to get up about 20 minutes earlier than usual. Li Mu lay down and fell asleep while hugging his pig plushie. He wondered if it was because his pillow smelled of Lu Xiaoxi, but he dreamed of her tonight. Lu Xiaoxi would act coquettishly towards him, even asking for hugs, kissing his face, and kissing his lips. Li Mu woke up. I glanced at the time. It was 4 in the morning. Quickly close your eyes again and see if you can continue. Chapter 104 Washing Shoes. Li Mu, who was huddled under the covers, reached out a hand to turn off his incessantly ringing phone alarm. Not only did he fail to continue Lu Xiaoxi's dream last night, but the sudden drop in temperature also made it difficult for him to sleep. I should have asked my mom to send the comforter earlier. It's only 14 degrees Celsius today. The weather forecast shows that the temperature will drop in the next few days, but it will return to 24 or 25 degrees Celsius in a few days. Now, buying a blanket is not an option, and waiting for the delivery is also not an option. Buying a quilt seems a bit wasteful once the quilt you have at home arrives. He's waiting for the blankets at home. He'll be freezing these next couple of days. Sigh, I'm caught in a dilemma. Li Mu quickly put on his coat and went out to knock on Lu Xiaoxi's door to wake her up. The sound of a girl's footsteps could be heard coming from the room. The girl had just woken up, opened the door a crack, and looked confused. Brush your teeth and wash your face, then go to the market to buy rice cakes. Lu Xiaoxi uttered a cute sound, nodded her head, closed the door, and when she opened it again, she had changed into a set of school clothes. I still think you're cuter in your pajamas. Li Mu made no attempt to hide his praise. Cute little thing. Fine, you're not cute at all. Bullshit, I'm very cute. Lu Xiaoxi poked his belly, her brows furrowing slightly. Go brush your teeth, your breath stinks. The same to you. Who told you to talk to me? Li Mu smiled and went with her to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Lu Xiaoxi brushed her teeth for longer than Li Mu, spitting out all the foam at the last moment, then taking a mouthful of water and gurgling as she cleaned her mouth. There was still some foam left at the corner of her mouth, which the girl wiped clean with her hand. Next comes washing your face. A young girl's face washing routine also involves many steps. First, she uses this bottle, then that bottle, lathers up some white foam, pats it on her face, and finally rinses it all off with water. That's how she takes care of her fair and tender skin. Lu Xiaoxi's face was so cute and soft that Li Mu couldn't resist pinching it. There's still some boogers left in your eyes. Li Mu helped her clean the stuff from the corners of her eyes, grinning mischievously. Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly wiped her face haphazardly, checked herself in the mirror, and tidied her shoulder-length black hair. All right. Who else would look at you but me? All that fancy stuff. It's so cold today, I didn't even feel this cold when I got up in the middle of the night. That's right, there's still the humid season coming up, and it'll be tough on you. Lu Xiaoxi hummed, and hooked her little finger around Li Mu's. Because he had just embarrassed himself, He was punished this morning by only being allowed to hold one of his fingers. The farmer's market. Lu Xiaoxi stared into thought as she looked at her hand, which was being held by someone. When, she didn't even realize it. Water cake. It seems to be over there. Yes, I see it, it's that old lady. Wow, they still sell this? I haven't had it in ages. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she approached the old woman selling rice cakes. This old lady sells a huge variety of snacks and pastries, including steamed sponge cake, glutinous rice cake, Malay cake, and some other pastries from places I don't recognize. Many of these are foods she likes to eat. Look, as they walked to the bus stop, Lu Xiaoxi giggled and pulled a plastic bag full of glutinous rice cakes from her pocket. She didn't know how to say this kind of pastry in Mandarin. It's made of glutinous rice wrapped around a filling of sesame and peanut crumbs and covered with a lot of powder. Eat up, what else are you going to do? Do you want some? Don't eat it. Eating this will make your lips white, and the sesame seeds might stick to your teeth. You should drink some water and rinse your mouth after you finish eating it. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously and took a bite of the unknown glutinous rice cake. The chewy texture and sweet taste made the girl's eyes light up immediately. The girl ate until her lips were covered in white powder, completely unaware. Li Mu watched as the girl's pink tongue roamed over her red lips, and a smile crept across his face. Let me check if there are any sesame seeds on my teeth. I'll see for myself. The girl turned around coquettishly, took out a small mirror from her handbag to look at her teeth. They were white and clean, without a single sesame seed. The bus hadn't arrived yet, and several elderly people who got up early had taken up all the seats at the bus stop, so Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi stood in the open space waiting for the bus. When the cold wind blows, Lu Xiaoxi will shrink her neck, just like a little turtle. Aren't you cold? It's quite cold. Let's come back at noon and take a nap together. My blanket doesn't have an insert, so I can't sleep there. Dream on. If you're cold, can't you sleep in your coat? Are you sure you can sleep comfortably like this? Who cares if you sleep comfortably or not? As long as I'm comfortable, that's all that matters. Lu Xiaoxi smiled broadly, revealing a small section of her teeth. Do people even know? Li Mu asked, embarrassed. I told you not to bring a comforter, and now you know you were wrong. Wrong, so at noon. No. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu's non-existent dog ears drooping down, and the corners of her mouth inexplicably turned up. From excitement to anticipation, and from anticipation to disappointment, Li Mu's micro-expressions changed rapidly in just a few words. Would you like some rice cake? Lu Xiaoxi carefully held the rice cake in her hands, and used a toothpick to cut out a piece of rice cake with her other hand. She ate one piece herself first, then cut out another piece for Li Mu and put it to his mouth. Eat. Li Mu opened his mouth wide and raised his hands to his laptop bag, the meaning of which was obvious. Lu Xiaoxi followed his example and carefully fed him water cake, like feeding a small animal. The two of them finished the rice cake together. Lu Xiaoxi hid the rest of the pastries in her versatile little handbag and secretly ate them after class. The bus to school has arrived. There were quite a few people on the bus. Li Mu grabbed a seat for Lu Xiaoxi and let her sit down, while he stood to the side, acting as a doorman. I'll leave the computer here. You hold on to the armrest, Lu Xiaoxi whispered, taking the computer from Li Mu. During the bus ride, Li Mu kept looking at the street scene outside. Lu Xiaoxi casually scrolled through her phone, then bent down with her legs together to secretly observe Li Mu's shoes. Li Mu was wearing a pair of white shoes, which had turned slightly yellow. It seems that every time I step on Li Mu, he's wearing these same shoes. Could it be that she stepped on it, and it turned yellow? If you look closely, you can see faint shoe prints. She had yellowed skin on half of the shoes. Lu Xiaoxi secretly glanced at Li Mu and tugged at the hem of his clothes. What's wrong? Li Mu leaned closer to listen. The bus engine was very loud, and there were various other noises on the bus. In addition, the girl was speaking very softly, so it was impossible to hear what she was saying unless you did it this way. Your shoes are all yellowed. Oh, what's wrong? It's been worn for about 2 months, so it's normal for it to turn yellow. Aren't you going to wash? I was planning to take a shower in the next few days. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The two of them fell silent for no apparent reason. It's not appropriate to do anything intimate on a bus. If they were walking together at school, Li Mu would definitely be holding hands with some petite girl right now. Why is the bus so slow? Does he have to get off and carry the bus on his back and run? Lu Xiaoxi poked his lower abdomen again, hesitating to speak. You've decided to take a nap with me, but you're too shy to say it? No. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was soft and muffled. Then what are you doing? You want to say something but you won't. Just spit it out. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, looking delicate and sweet. I also need to wash my shoes. I'll wash them for you. That's it. You like washing shoes? You should have said so earlier. I have 3 pairs of shoes, and the other pair is almost dirty too. You can wash them all together. I'll wash these for you. Take it or leave it. Li Mu? Where's the sweet and delicate Lu Xiaoxi from just now? Give her back to me. Chapter 105, he's definitely not a good childhood sweetheart. Arrived at school. There's still some time before class starts. Li Mu went to let Lu Xiaoxi take the computer inside first, and then went to the restroom. On the way back to the classroom, I happened to be following behind the teacher. But the bell hasn't rung yet, and even if it does, there's nothing to be afraid of. With the university's roll call system, even if someone skips class, no one will know, let alone if they actually attend class diligently. Lu Xiaoxi didn't sit in her usual spot, but instead sat in the front row next to a girl who looked somewhat familiar, named Lu Xiaoxiao. There was an empty seat next to him, and he immediately recognized that the empty seat was occupied by his computer. Li Mu, over here. Lu Xiaoxi noticed him too and waved to him. What are you doing here? Li Mu was naturally very talkative, and he could chat even if he was surrounded by girls, let alone Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting 1 seat away from him. I asked Xiaoxi to sit next to me. If you mind. Haha, it's nothing, Li Mu laughed it off. It doesn't matter where I sit, as long as there's a little green plum next to me. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxiao could prevent him from holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand? Hey Li Mu, is this a gift from Xiaoxi? Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to have noticed something and pointed to the conspicuous dog tooth bracelet on Li Mu's left wrist. They're all made up of jagged edges and red and black lines. Apart from the size, they look exactly the same. As Lu Xiaoxi's good friend, Lu Xiaoxiao naturally knew that Lu Xiaoxi wore a dog tooth necklace. During their conversations, she also learned that Lu Xiaoxi had learned some dog tooth craftsmanship from her grandfather. While it may not have the precision of a work of art, it is more than adequate as a decorative item. She had previously asked Lu Xiaoxi to make one for her too, but Lu Xiaoxi refused. The reason given was, it takes too much time, it's better to buy it online. She didn't mind. If Lu Xiaoxi didn't want to do it, she certainly wouldn't force her. This. Li Mu glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, and seeing that she didn't react, he said directly, more or less. What does that mean? Before Lu Xiaoxiao could speak, Lu Xiaoxi laughed first. Realizing that the teacher was already on the podium, she lowered her head and whispered to Lu Xiaoxiao, I did it. Oh. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly. Good grief, so you're not making it for her, but for Li Mu? She's determined to be with these 2 people, and no one can stop her. After class begins, Lu Xiaoxiao would only chat for a few words when Lu Xiaoxi initiated the conversation. Otherwise, she wouldn't say anything at all. He just sat there, watching Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's little actions. Well, the knapsack expert immediately collapsed to the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao made up her mind. I need to reduce the number of times I sit with Lu Xiaoxi. Sitting next to these 2, I felt like the 2 of us were too restricted. They barely even had time to hold hands. She noticed it too. Every time Li Mu tried to hold Lu Xiaoxi's hand, Lu Xiaoxi would let him hold it for a while, then pull away, and this would repeat itself. She almost wanted to push Lu Xiaoxi away, but she held back. Not interfering in other people's relationships, but merely observing their emotions. This is the principle of love philosophy of Lu Xiaoxiao, a pure love enthusiast. Sitting next to Lu Xiaoxi this time was just an accident. She only wanted Lu Xiaoxi to come over and chat for a bit, but she didn't expect Lu Xiaoxi to sit right next to her. The 2 of them used to only sit together in English class. This was the first time they had sat together in a major class. Lu Xiaoxi had no idea what Lu Xiaoxiao was thinking. On her left is her childhood sweetheart, and on her right is her best friend. She feels very happy in this class. She felt a little embarrassed being held by Li Mu's hand. After a class, she had to urge Li Mu to study, and also urge Lu Xiaoxiao to study. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxiao often spaced out during this class, and would occasionally chuckle to herself, which was rather creepy. Get out of class is over. Do you eat lunch at school? After class, Lu Xiaoxiao stood up, stretched her body, and smiled at Lu Xiaoxi while leaning on the desk with one hand. Eat up, let's eat together. No, I bought 2 extra fried dough sticks this morning, so I won't eat them for lunch. You guys go ahead and eat. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi nodded in confusion. After Lu Xiaoxiao ran away, Lu Xiaoxi looked at the people left in the classroom, packed up her computer, and left with Li Mu. As soon as they left the classroom, Li Mu habitually took the girl's fair wrist in his hand. Is that girl named Lu Xiaoxiao also someone who doesn't pay much attention in class? No, Xiaoxiao is very diligent. Lu Xiaoxi squeezed someone's palm, looked around again, and slowly clasped someone's hand in hers. I didn't realize she was spacing out the whole time. I don't know. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Why are you staring at her like that? You're wrongly accusing an innocent person. She's sitting right next to you. I've been turning around to look at you and Lu Xiaoxi together. I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Li Mu simply slung his laptop bag over his shoulder, freeing up both hands. With one hand, he held Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and with the other, he tucked the hair behind Lu Xiaoxi's ears so that it wouldn't block his view of her cute little face. That's good. Xiao is very nice. Am I not good enough? I've been so gentle with you. You're no good. You're terrible. You're stupid, dumb, dull, lazy, stupid, and clumsy. Didn't I already say he's both stupid and dumb? You're twice as stupid and dumb, Lu Xiaoxi said angrily, her face flushed. Li Mu smiled and gently pinched the girl's cute nose. And what about you, Lu Xiaoxi? I am twice as cute, beautiful, smart, hardworking, and meticulous. In short, I am very good. Oh, my little childhood sweetheart is so wonderful. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to have such a wonderful little childhood sweetheart. If you can talk, then talk more. I love to listen. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. This time, she completely agreed with Li Mu's statement. Can that lovely little plum take a nap with me? It's so cold today, and I don't have a blanket. I'll catch a cold. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. This guy is definitely not a good childhood friend. He always has ulterior motives. If we let him take a nap today, he'll be shameless enough to squeeze in at night tomorrow. I'll count to 3, and if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. 3. Little green plum is so nice. A big question mark slowly appeared on Lu Xiaoxi's little head. Is she out of her mind? How could she do this? Have some shame. Chapter 106. Li Mu took the initiative in everything. Lu Xiaoxi has not given a clear answer. Based on his understanding of Lu Xiaoxi, he was almost certain that sleeping together was going to happen. If Lu Xiaoxi doesn't refuse, then there's potential. But it's hard to say. After all, sleeping together is a very private and intimate thing, and Li Mu wasn't sure. Maybe Lu Xiaoxi's attitude towards this kind of thing is different from ordinary things. Anyway, let's wait and see. More likely, Lu Xiaoxi agreed, but was just too shy to say it. Or I'll deliberately annoy him by not saying anything. And then when it's time to sleep, I'll say things like, poor little pig. Oh dear, little pig is freezing to death. Or, I had no choice but to take pity on him and let him cover me with the blanket. If Lu Xiaoxi agrees to let him take a nap together, the latter is more likely. There are essentially 2 possibilities. First, Lu Xiaoxi asked him to take a nap together. Second, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't let him take a nap together. Compared to an afternoon nap, getting a good night's sleep tonight is the real problem. I'll say it again. Observe the situation calmly. Things will naturally straighten out when they reach the bridge. Even if Lu Xiaoxi really doesn't let him sleep together, he still has to find a way to sleep on his own, right? At worst, I can just use the mattress as a blanket. It won't cause any problems. You keep glancing at me. Tell me, do you think I'm handsome? Li Mu walked along, and although he didn't look at Lu Xiaoxi, he could always catch her glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. He wondered what his little childhood sweetheart was up to this time. Let's just say you're somewhat handsome. A little? You can't speak against your conscience. Li Mu suddenly leaned closer to her. With an 18-centimeter height difference, Lu Xiaoxi could see Li Mu's neck very clearly. May I touch your Adam's apple? Huh? What's so interesting about touching this? Li Mu was embarrassed, but still raised his chin and let Lu Xiaoxi reach out to touch it. Who can blame me when she's my childhood sweetheart? It's hard. Will it hurt if I press it hard? Lu Xiaoxi asked curiously, rubbing Li Mu's Adam's apple with her finger, not daring to press too hard. It's all right, but it can be a little uncomfortable if you push too hard. Girls also have Adam's apples. I know, but I can't see it. I have to touch it to feel even a little bit. Lu Xiaoxi touched her neck. Let me touch it. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi also raised her neck like a little chick. Li Mu's fingertips felt the incredibly delicate skin on the girl's neck, then gently scratched around her Adam's apple before finally touching it. It's just a small piece, hidden under the skin, so you can't see it. The red and black rope stood out prominently on her fair neck. Your dog tooth necklace. Li Mu suddenly reached out and stroked the red and black cord. What's wrong? It's nothing. I think I used to take it out and play with it quite often, Li Mu said with a smile. He remembers things from the past very clearly, especially everything related to Lu Xiaoxi. This dog tooth necklace that Lu Xiaoxi has worn since childhood, in a sense, is a testament to his and Lu Xiaoxi's past. I will witness his and Lu Xiaoxi's future together. It is of great significance. It can't break. Can I take it out and have a look? If he wanted to see dog teeth, Li Mu would have probably just picked them out when he was a kid. That's no longer an option, otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would really teach him a lesson and then ignore him. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi generously took out the dog tooth necklace. 19 years already. It's amazing that she's been able to wear it for so long. Li Mu examined the dog tooth necklace in his hand. It was something that the girl wore close to her body, and it was still warm when he took it out. Just take good care of it. The temperature here isn't too low, so it won't break if there's not a big temperature difference. If we suddenly went to those places in the north where it's minus 20 or 30 degrees Celsius, this dog tooth might crack. And also, Lu Xiaoxi paused, transforming into teacher Lu to supplement the elementary school student Li Mu with various kinds of knowledge. Li Mu nodded, but it was unclear whether he had taken it all in. Look, my dog teeth are prettier than yours, aren't you envious? Li Mu returned the dog tooth necklace to Lu Xiaoxi and raised his left hand to show off his dog tooth bracelet to Lu Xiaoxi. Is it possible that I made this? Lu Xiaoxi asked with a forced smile. How could someone be so naive? Tell me honestly, why did you give me this dog tooth bracelet in the first place? When Lu Xiaoxi was asked the right question, she looked away and didn't dare to meet Li Mu's gaze. I just want to make up with you. I thought it was a token of our love. We hadn't made up yet, so it really startled me when you suddenly gave me this. Love pledge my ass. So you've always wanted to make up with me. Li Mu suddenly sighed. Actually, from the very beginning, he knew that Lu Xiaoxi intended to reconcile with him. Yes, Lu Xiaoxi admitted. The girl's lack of frankness was only meant to be used to flirt with someone. I'm afraid you'll secretly break off our friendship without me knowing anything. How could that be? My little green plum is so cute. Who could bear to ignore her? I'm so happy, it's so cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi thought with delight, her eyes overflowing with joy. The girl stood with her hands behind her back, refusing to let someone hold her hand. Who told someone to say such cheesy things? Li Mu smiled and praised her, but she was still unhappy. Take the bus directly to the community. With 2 laptop bags in front and behind him, Li Mu looked like a panda on the bus, attracting surprised glances from everyone who boarded. Fortunately, there weren't as many people at noon as during the morning and afternoon peak hours, so I could put my laptop bag down when there was a seat available. With a young girl helping to keep an eye on things, Li Mu wasn't worried about forgetting. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential compound, the 2 backpacks were returned to Li Mu's shoulders. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold Lu Xiaoxi's small hand. Lu Xiaoxi looked at her feet, each step landing on the stone bricks. If she accidentally stepped into a gap between the bricks, she would frown in annoyance. Slowly, their arms crossed and their fingers intertwined. Do you like it this way? Li Mu asked her, raising their intertwined hands. Recently, he and Lu Xiaoxi have been holding hands a lot. Does Lu Xiaoxi like this? Many times, it was Lu Xiaoxi who took the initiative. It's so, about the same as holding hands normally. Lu Xiaoxi was startled, and soon she could feel her heart pounding. Then why do you do this every time? What? It was clearly your own idea to do this. Lu Xiaoxi said softly, shifting the blame for taking the initiative onto Li Mu, making him bear the responsibility for it. Even if she and Li Mu held hands, it was Li Mu who took the initiative. That's right. It was all Li Mu who took the initiative. He's shameless. Being frank won't cost you anything. Oh, you know it, but don't tell anyone. Lu Xiaoxi nudged someone with her shoulder, her face burning. Okay, it's not that my childhood sweetheart wants to hold my hand. It's all my fault, alright? Li Mu was somewhat tempted. Lu Xiaoxi's cuteness level was already maxed out. I need to get a big hug from Lu Xiaoxi later to absorb some of my little green plum's cute energy. Yes, it's all you, it's not me. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, moving even closer to the person. Yes, Li Mu took the initiative to get closer to me. And another thing, it was Li Mu who asked him to wash his shoes. It was all initiated by Li Mu. Chapter 107, A Little Peck. I'm home. Li Mu called his mother again to ask if she had sent the comforter. Once I received an accurate answer, I felt relieved. It will probably arrive the day after tomorrow. Do you want to play on the computer? Lu Xiaoxi asked without waiting for a reply. She had already walked into Li Mu's room, sat down on his bed, and was playing games on her phone. The game, of course, is Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. Its main focus is on leisure. Let me type something. I didn't type anything yesterday. Oh. With her fair little feet kicking off her slippers, Lu Xiaoxi climbed onto Li Mu's bed, lay down on the edge of the bed, and started playing under the small blanket. The temperature at noon was warmer than in the morning and evening, and even with Li Mu's small blanket, it didn't feel too cold. Hee, Li Mu only said he was cold because he wanted to sleep with me. Lu Xiaoxi murmured to herself, unsure whether she was happy, pleased, or delighted. The only sounds in the room were the game of Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, and the clattering of the keyboard. After finishing her own Do Diju game, Lu Xiaoxi picked up Li Mu's phone and continued playing. Looking at the thousands of happy beans in Li Mu's account, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly felt that Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, wasn't fun anymore. Li Mu. Li Mu glanced at the bed, then quickly looked away. Little Qingmei, don't disturb my focus on writing. Even if I have a lot of drafts saved up, I still have to write 4,000 words today. Li Mu. What? It's nothing. Lu Xiaoxi nestled against her pillow like a kitten, hugging her puppy plush toy, her big eyes reflecting the image of Li Mu sitting in front of the computer typing. Don't fall asleep in my bed again later. Why can't I sleep? You're disgusted with me. Lu Xiaoxi frowned in dissatisfaction. The more you try to stop her from sleeping, the more she wants to sleep. We are determined to fight Li Mu to the bitter end. You don't feel cold now, but you'll know once you fall asleep. Li Mu's typing speed slowed down a bit. He chatted with his childhood sweetheart while brainstorming sentences and typing on the keyboard. It was still difficult to maintain his initial typing efficiency. At the same temperature, you can fall asleep without a blanket when you're awake, but you'll wake up cold when you're asleep because you're not covered by a blanket. Like cold. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, got up, and went out in her slippers. Li Mu thought Lu Xiaoxi was going to sleep in the next room, and was about to continue writing when he saw Lu Xiaoxi throw a pillow and a stack of blankets onto her bed. Now it's not cold anymore. Can I take this as you wanting to take a nap with me? My room is for studying. If I want to play on my phone, I'll have to come to your room. Lu Xiaoxi ignored the other person's topic. Okay, go ahead and play. You'd better not fall asleep, or I'll run to bed too. No, this bed is mine, not yours. Even if I'm asleep, you can't come up here to sleep. The childhood sweetheart's bed is the same as the childhood sweetheart's bed. Is there a problem? Does Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu know that you are such a domineering girl? None of your business. Lu Xiaoxi shrank under the covers and started reading someone's novel. It's only been updated a little bit. There's no plot at all. Can you update faster? It's not good at all. You've been following my novels all along. You're not happy? Then I won't pursue it anymore. I'll remove it from the bookshelf right now, and you have to give me back the gift. What kind of domineering clause is this? These are the Xiaoxi terms, and you must abide by them. Lu Xiaoxi felt that what she said was very strange and a little embarrassed. But considering that he was talking to Li Mu, it didn't matter. The awkwardness between childhood sweethearts isn't really awkward. The little pig clause, Li Mu said with a smile. Get lost. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned around and continued reading her novel. Li Mu's new novel is still a single female lead romance, continuing the writing style and habits of his previous work, which Lu Xiaoxi found very pleasing to the eye. Thankfully, Li Mu didn't write a harem novel, otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would have had another outburst. I'm going to sleep. You can keep writing. Don't worry about me. You won't wake me up. After finishing the novel and watching some videos, Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes and went to sleep. Wait a minute, I'll finish writing this chapter. Li Mu said cheerfully. What are you going to do after you finish writing this? You can't get into my bed. What does it have to do with you that I sleep with my childhood sweetheart? You're a pervert. Li Mu stopped talking, quickened his typing speed, and finished typing the last few hundred words without turning off the computer. He pounced on the bed, the creaking of the spring mattress echoing through the room. Hey, you perverted scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi was almost bounced up. The person's rapid approach startled her. The hot breath on her face made her cheeks turn red. She could only use her hands to cover the person's chest to prevent him from getting any closer. Go to sleep, don't talk. Sleep my ass. Get off me, you're stepping on my hair. Oh, no, that didn't make sense. Almost. Lu Xiaoxi reached out to smooth her hair. Taking advantage of this opening, Li Mu moved closer to the girl, their bodies now so close that they were practically face to face. How am I supposed to sleep like this? Sleep however you want. I'm not stopping you. When it comes to your childhood sweetheart, you have to be shameless to the end. With a childlike personality like Xiao Qingmei's, you need to be thick-skinned to handle her. If he's shy and doesn't want to sleep on the sofa when his childhood sweetheart tells him not to, that definitely won't work. He understood Qingmei's personality best. What was it called again? Sundara? Little arrogance. Lu Xiaoxi is genuinely a little proud and aloof, but not at all pretentious. Of course, it's perfectly fine to be pretentious in front of him. He likes it and enjoys it. Wait, I'm going to take a picture of the pig sleeping. You have to cooperate with me, or I won't let you sleep. Okay, how do we coordinate? Pretend to be asleep now, and I'll take a picture. Okay, I'm asleep. Li Mu immediately lay flat, relaxing in a starfish position. Click, all done. Lu Xiaoxi propped herself up, unaware that she was sitting like a duck. She held up her phone, added a sound effect, and took a picture of Piglet pretending to sleep. Let me see. Holy crap, who's so handsome? Shameless bastard, go to sleep. Li Mu squeezed against her face again, just like before. Lu Xiaoxi took a picture of Piglet pretending to sleep and was very satisfied. She snuggled into Li Mu's arms, humming and squealing. Little pig Lu, give me a hug. Just for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi hugged Li Mu. With a soft, sweet-smelling little girl in his arms, Li Mu couldn't manage a smile. He quickly recalled all his embarrassing past events, which barely calmed him down. Little pig Lu. Spit it out if you have something to say. Li Mu's lips brushed against Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. Take a small peck. ? Lu Xiaoxi was hugging Li Mu when she suddenly felt something warm and soft touch her forehead. She slowly raised her head and met Li Mu's gaze, which contained a variety of emotions. It was an accident, do you believe me? You pervert. Wiping her forehead, Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what to say. Her face was red as she whispered angrily. Turn around. You can't turn back, you bad guy. It was really an accident. Li Mu turned around, still trying to argue. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak, but pressed her face against Li Mu's back and curled up into a ball. Li Mu kissed my forehead. Yeah, it got eaten by a pig. Please update soon. Chapter 108 You're super annoying. Lu Xiaoxi rested her head gently against Li Mu's back, sleeping very comfortably. Last time it was in her room. This time it's in Li Mu's room. Will I have to sleep on the sofa next time? Lu Xiaoxi dared not think about this question. Who would be so stupid as to sleep on the sofa instead of in a bed? The bed is so comfortable, so soft and warm. The sofa is too small for two people to lie down on. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to sleep a little longer, but the urge to urinate prevented her from staying next to Li Mu any longer. Fortunately, Li Mu gave her enough space to get up without waking him. Quietly putting on her shoes, Lu Xiaoxi turned back before leaving the room to take a picture of Shepherd Pig really sleeping, and left satisfied. She closed the door very, very quietly. After using the toilet, the girl tied her hair into a ponytail, rolled up her sleeves, took Li Mu's smelly shoes into the bathroom, and carefully washed them. White shoes have become white shoes again. It's a bit strange, but that's really how it is. After drying the shoes, Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. I wonder how long Li Mu will sleep. What a lazybones. This perfectly matches her stereotype of Li Mu. My virtuous little green plum is going to the market to buy groceries now. When she cooks tonight, she must teach Li Mu a home-style dish. Back then, Aunt Sue promised to teach Li Mu how to cook, but now, besides washing rice, cooking rice, and frying eggs, Li Mu seems to know nothing else. They were much more efficient at helping out. Apart from being a little rusty at cutting meat, they were perfectly capable of washing vegetables, chopping garlic, or doing other tasks. I wonder if Li Mu has a problem with meat. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the farmer's market. After quickly buying groceries and some discounted sweet potatoes, Lu Xiaoxi strode away and returned to her neighborhood. Li Mu was already awake and was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone. When he saw Lu Xiaoxi return, he immediately waved and patted the spot next to him. Lu Xiaoxi snorted and ignored him. Who told this guy to kiss her forehead without any shame? After putting the vegetables in the refrigerator, Lu Xiaoxi deliberately sat a little further away, a full 2 body lengths away from Li Mu. Li Mu looked at her, his expression gradually changing from relaxed and carefree to solemn. Did he do something outrageous to Lu Xiaoxi while he was sleeping? Otherwise, how could Lu Xiaoxi be like this after just taking a nap? Li Mu hesitated before speaking. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and kept playing on her phone with her head down. Are you angry? That's good. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lu Xiaoxi is still talking to him, it proves that she is not angry. Even though Lu Xiaoxi looks angry, as long as she still talks to him, it means she's not really angry. If someone is sulking, looking indifferent, and saying nothing, then the situation is very serious. What do you mean that's good? You're happy that I'm angry. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, clearly very angry. Then don't be angry. Come on, do you want some milk tea? Let's order some takeout. I don't drink milk tea. I want to drink 4 Seasons spring tea. Okay, I'll add full sugar, and make it extra chewy. That's enough. Any more, and it'll turn into grass jelly. It's been a long time since I've had grass jelly, so I'll order another cup to drink tonight. Li Mu sat down next to her, put one arm around her back, and pulled her closer to him. The petite girl did not resist, and half of her body weight pressed down on Li Mu. Although there was no romantic drama in front of her, and the projector wasn't even turned on, it didn't stop her from sitting next to Li Mu, because it was Li Mu who took the initiative, and she was always the one who was initiated by Li Mu. You cook tonight, and I'm going to record a video for Aunt Sue to see how her rascal cooks. That's too much. It's not excessive. Aunt Sue isn't an outsider. That's right. I was just thinking of sending Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping picture to Aunt Xin so she could see what her naughty daughter looks like when she's sleeping. You're the brat. Go ahead and post it. See if my mom scolds you or not. I definitely won't scold her. Aunt Xin trusts me. Impossible. My mom would be furious if her own daughter was secretly filmed by a pervert. She might not be able to confront you directly since she knows you, but she'd definitely tell Aunt Sue later and have her beat you up. Lu Xiaoxi nestled beside Li Mu, looking at her phone with him. How dare you talk like that? Who are you calling a pervert? I'm talking to you. You perverted Li Mu. Believe it or not, I'll really show you how perverted I can be. If you don't believe me, you're not allowed to touch me. I'm telling you, I have the final say on your management. Lu Xiaoxi seemed genuinely afraid that someone was lustful, so she quickly broke free from his embrace, sat further away, and muttered to herself, refusing to get close to Li Mu no matter what. If someone is truly audacious, she definitely won't be able to escape and will only be able to hide under the covers trembling. You win. By the way, do you want to buy pajamas? I'm not buying it. I already have several sets. I don't have pajamas. What does this have to do with me? How about we buy a set of childhood sweetheart pajamas? Li Mu pulled the girl's hand close to his, gently playing with it and massaging each of her fingers. No, that's a waste of money. I'll buy them for you. The more clothes you have, the better. Don't you think about how your clothes won't even dry when we go back to the south? Lu Xiaoxi blinked, feeling that what Li Mu said seemed to make a lot of sense. However, she refused, because she has a lot of pajamas, all of which she wore in high school. There are cute, innocent, animal-themed, and many other styles of pajamas. She also has a few sets back in her hometown. She may not have many other clothes, but she definitely has a lot of pajamas. The girl's figure was already set in junior high school, and she only grew a little bit in high school. The pajamas she wore 3 or 4 years ago still fit her perfectly. Do you really like this hair tie? Li Mu asked, seeing that she didn't answer. He knew she didn't want to buy it, so he didn't insist. Suddenly, he noticed the white pom-pom on her ponytail. I generally like it. Then what does it mean to particularly like? My parents really like him, and Uncle Li and Aunt Sue really like him too. The girl counted on her fingers the people she really liked. The 2 elders, Xiao Fei, and herself. Looking at her 7 outstretched fingers, the girl secretly broke off one. Not me. Li Mu pointed to his face. You're incredibly annoying. The phone was playing short videos on repeat, with the same text and background music, but neither of them paid any attention to them. Li Mu gently stroked the girl's lips, then, unable to resist, pinched her delicate nose, finding it all quite amusing. I'm sad and need to consume some cute little plum energy. Hurry up and give me a cute look. Cute my foot. I'll only let you hug me once at most. Then let me hug you. Li Mu wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, not knowing how many times he had hugged her today. The tip of his nose was filled with the scent of a young girl, and the hair on her cheeks seemed to come alive, trying to get into his nose, like a little girl who loved to tickle him. You smell so good. You owe me money. I don't know what words to use to describe Lu Xiaoxi's fragrance. Despite his eloquent words, they were utterly useless when facing Lu Xiaoxi. From appearance to scent, he really only wanted to use the simplest words like cute and smells good to describe it. Just like Lu Xiaoxi herself, simple and adorable. You stink up to me. You have to pay me back first. Lu Xiaoxi was used to someone's shamelessness, and she used the same shameless tactic to retaliate. The two were silent for a moment, then chuckled softly in unison. Chapter 109 The Second Peck. When they cooked in the evening, Li Mu assisted them. Sometimes Lu Xiaoxi would ask Li Mu to help her stir the pot. There was also a fried tofu dish, which Lu Xiaoxi left entirely to Li Mu to handle, while she stood by, recording the process and giving instructions. It's crystal clear when to add salt and when to flip the food. Pan fry until golden brown on both sides, then sprinkle with chopped green onions for garnish. After a series of steps, a plate of delicious and visually appealing pan-fried tofu is ready. I'll send it to your mom. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't asking for Li Mu's opinion. The video had already been sent when she said this. Suan has not yet replied. Aunt Sue should be cooking around this time. Each of the two was served a dish, including fried tofu and a dish of corn stir-fried with minced meat. Please call me Chef Li, thank you. Li Mu looked at his masterpiece, feeling a surge of pride. Next time he went home, he had to show off his culinary skills to his mother. They completely forgot that it was because Lu Xiaoxi was kindly giving them pointers. Master Chef? More like a nobody. I'll try it and see if it tastes good. How about it? It's all right. It's all thanks to my good teaching. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her lips glossy. Li Mu also took a bite, and it tasted really good. Even the tofu had flavor. After dinner, the two of them washed the dishes together. They rarely have leftovers. Lu Xiaoxi manages the quantity very well. Even if they can't finish it tonight, they can put it in the refrigerator and save it to eat with porridge in the morning. There will basically be none left. What are you going to do tonight? Lu Xiaoxi asked without looking up as she wiped the plates. What do you mean, what to do? I checked the weather forecast. It's 13 degrees Celsius tonight, and it won't start to rise to 21 degrees Celsius until 5 a.m. tomorrow. This awful weather, it's disgusting. That's right. So where are you planning to sleep tonight? It's so cold. Li Mu remained silent for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, let out a series of lewd laughs. Ugh, your smile is disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi looked disgusted, put down the washed dishes, shook the water off her hands, and didn't care that some water droplets splashed onto Li Mu's face. How else can I sleep? I'll just wear 2 more layers of clothes. The blanket won't be in there that quickly. Don't catch a cold, or you won't be able to hug me, or I'll catch it. Then I definitely can't catch a cold, otherwise I won't get any hugs. Li Mu made an exaggeratedly panicked expression. In the small kitchen, Lu Xiaoxi was amused by someone and started giggling. Then take care of yourself. If you get cold, I'll take the duvet cover off for you. While Li Mu was washing dishes with both hands, the girl took the opportunity to tickle him. Then what will you do? I'll just use the comforter. No need. It's better to do it together. No. Lu Xiaoxi scratched even harder. This guy thinks that sharing a bed for a nap isn't enough. He wants to share a bed even at night? I can't let this guy have his way. Nobody knows what kind of nonsense is going on in Li Mu's walnut-sized brain. It itches, stop scratching, or I won't be polite anymore. TCH. Lu Xiaoxi snorted disdainfully. Helpless, Li Mu washed his hands and tapped Lu Xiaoxi's forehead with his wet fingers. What are you doing? Your hands are still wet. It's dry now. Li Mu haphazardly dried the clothes and then hugged the petite girl. He gentlemanly only held the girl around the waist. Anything above or below was her private area, which he certainly couldn't touch. Amid the girl's gasp, he lifted her slightly, letting her weight fall on him, his feet barely touching the ground, just enough to move her onto the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi was lighter than Li Mu had imagined. He felt he could lift 2 Lu Xiaoxi in one go, and still have room for Xiao Fei. You just finished eating. How come you're still so light? Who's as heavy as you big dummy? I only weigh 152 pounds. That's still heavier than 1.5 of me. Lu Xiaoxi buried her face in Li Mu's chest and whispered, Your weight is the most comfortable to hold. You can hug me a little longer, I won't mind. Li Mu smiled and hugged her even tighter. We're so weird, always hugging each other. Then let's be perverted. There's nothing wrong with being a little perverted. This is not good at all. When will your takeout arrive? Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed from being cooped up. She crawled out of Li Mu's arms and sat obediently on the sofa. Her restless hands quietly pulled Li Mu's hand over and hooked his fingers together, then remained motionless. Li Mu stared intently at Lu Xiaoxi's hands, which were clasped together, his fingers below and Lu Xiaoxi's fingers above. The two had a noticeable difference in skin tone. He had a fair complexion that looked quite healthy, while Lu Xiaoxi's skin was fair with a rosy glow, adding a touch of red to her healthy complexion, making her look very attractive. Li Mu wasn't a hand fetishist. He simply liked Lu Xiaoxi's looks. Even so, he now wanted to put Lu Xiaoxi's hand in his mouth to see how she would react. She probably looked at him in surprise, then ran back to her room with a flushed face. Just like when she first arrived, she fed him green grapes. Li Mu was somewhat tempted and wanted to kiss Lu Xiaoxi's forehead again. Lu Xiaoxi seems to really enjoy holding hands. Now, when they walk together, as long as his hands are free and he doesn't hold Lu Xiaoxi's hand, Lu Xiaoxi will take the initiative to hold his hand. It's very common to see people holding hands. Lu Xiaoxi's fair fingers were soft, and her nails were neatly trimmed. Picking her nose with hands like that must be very uncomfortable. The atmosphere was getting a bit off, but undeniably, this thought was the first to pop into Li Mu's head as he looked at Lu Xiaoxi's fingers. Oh no, is he really a pervert? Instead of playing with their perfectly good hands, they're thinking about picking their noses. Instead of getting a reply to her question, Lu Xiaoxi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by someone's hand. She raised her little finger and slammed it hard against Li Mu's nail, which brought Li Mu back to his senses. Let me see, haha, just in time for the phone call. I'll be there in a bit. After Li Mu finished speaking, he answered the phone. Not long after, the delivery man arrived with the milk tea. It's been a long time since I've had grass jelly. Li Mu scooped up a piece of grass jelly with a spoon and fed it to Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Lu Xiaoxi ate it like a little pig, swallowing the whole spoonful in one gulp. When the spoon left her mouth, it left a glistening thread. Lu Xiaoxi didn't notice it, but Li Mu did. The entire spoon was covered in the girl's saliva. But Li Mu didn't care. Eating each other's saliva was an old tradition between childhood sweethearts. Your spring tea is quite something. How are you going to eat it if you bite the straw flat? You can have this. I'll have the grass jelly. You can figure out the straw yourself. Lu Xiaoxi unreasonably swapped the spring tea and the grass jelly, slurping up the milk tea in the grass jelly and then eating it all with a spoon. So selfish? No way. My herbal jelly is 12 yuan, and your spring tea with extra chewy filling is only 10 yuan. You have to compensate me with something. No compensation, no compensation. You gave it to me voluntarily. Lu Xiaoxi dodged and weaved. When Li Mu looked at her, she turned to one side. When Li Mu walked over, she changed direction again. In short, he avoided face-to-face contact with Li Mu. Li Mu braced himself against the sofa with both hands, so the girl couldn't escape now. Wow, you. This is a wall slam. I guess so. What an ugly wall slam. It's my first time doing a wall slam, so I'm not very familiar with it. Please forgive me. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, and taking advantage of Li Mu's awkward moment, she slipped out from under his arm again, as nimble as a little elf. What are you doing, slamming me against the wall like an idiot? You're the idiot. Come over here and let me hug you. It'll cover the 2 yuan difference. Oh, and this milk tea is split the bill, so you still need to pay me back. Oh, just for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi stood there with her arms outstretched, waiting for Li Mu to come and hug her. Li Mu got up to hug her, and after hugging her for a while, he began to gently rub his lips against Lu Xiaoxi's face. I want to give him a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, her ears slowly turning red. Can I kiss you? I mean on the forehead. No, Lu Xiaoxi replied immediately. Just one peck, not even a drop of saliva. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and slowly raised her eyes to look at him. The moment their eyes met, Lu Xiaoxi buried her face again. Even though the two were already pressed together, the shy Lu Xiaoxi still wanted to burrow into someone's body. Li Mu chuckled twice, cupped the girl's rosy cheeks, and gave her her second peck on the head that day. If you dare say my face is oily, you're dead. I won't say it. I won't say it. My little plum's forehead is the most kissable. You pervert. I'm not even giving you a blanket tonight. Go away and suffer in the cold wind. Li Mu felt deeply wronged. If he were a man with lustful intentions, he wouldn't be standing upright right now. He would be hunched over. Even that hug just now, he had absolutely no lustful intentions. He just wanted to hug his cute childhood sweetheart. What bad intentions could he possibly have? Let me go. I'm going to take a shower. Is it possible that you're holding me right now? Then hurry up and hug me. Like this. Li Mu wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist again. Let go of me. I'm going to take a shower. Li Mu. Night falls. As expected, the temperature dropped even lower. Li Mu folded the 2 quilt covers together and covered himself with them. It felt so warm and cozy. Wow, Lu Xiaoxi's bed sheet smells so good. Read the author's comments. Chapter 110. 2 pieces of good news. Today is November 10th, Friday, the day after the start of winter. Both of them were wearing short sleeves, because it was a full 24 degrees Celsius today. Li Mu sat in the back row with his hands behind his head, watching Lu Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to Lu Xiaoxiao, drift into a reverie. The weather has been really uncooperative lately, with temperatures reaching 24 or 25 degrees Celsius every day. He has no reason to ask Lu Xiaoxi to share a blanket for a nap. We finally made it to winter, but the temperature is still like this. Who can we complain to? Winter. Come to think of it, he has never seen snow in real life. I've only ever seen scenes of white expanse and snow falling all over the streets on television. When we were little, Lu Xiaoxi and I made a promise to watch the snow together. It seems to be during kindergarten. At that time, he naively thought that it snowed where they were. Until one day, he asked his father why it hadn't snowed yet, only to be met with merciless ridicule from Li Chongheng. Then Li Chongheng was reprimanded by Su Wenxuan. They say things like, "What are you laughing at? If your son wants to see snow, then find an opportunity to take him to see snow, or don't affect your son's expectations of the world." That's roughly the idea. Of course, my dad has also been unable to take the family on a trip to a snowy place due to work. If he hadn't remembered now, he probably would have broken his promise. I wonder if Lu Xiaoxi still remembers. He happens to have a little money now, and if possible, he wants to go to a snowy city with Lu Xiaoxi. Let's rent a hotel room, watch the snow during the day, and snuggle under the covers together at night to do things that only childhood sweethearts would do. Upon thinking of this, Li Mu's expression changed. No, I have to find an opportunity to bring this up. During the lunch break, after everyone had left the classroom, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi went out together. Li Mu, I have 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Xiaoxi was overjoyed and didn't realize that she was already swinging Li Mu's hand back and forth. Li Mu, a chubby guy carrying laptop bags on both sides, pinched her cheek. How could his little childhood sweetheart be so cute when she was happy? You say? Go ahead and ask. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Xiaoxi shook Li Mu's hand vigorously, then pressed her face against Li Mu's arm, acting like a little bird clinging to him, her smile undiminished. They're all good news. Why is there a difference between the first and the last? Yes, hurry up. So what's the first piece of good news? The first piece of good news is that there is no bad news. Li Mu. And the second one? My parents want to come visit us tomorrow and wanted to ask if you would agree. I knew you would, so I agreed for you. My parents will come tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited when she said this, and she was very close to Li Mu, her soft little breast pressed against Li Mu's arm. Before Li Mu could process Lu Xiaoxi's words, the soft touch made his atoms apple bob and his body tense. You can feel the girl's underwear under her short sleeves and the softness beneath the underwear. This is very bad. You first. When did your parents contact you? Li Mu turned his head away guiltily, thinking it best not to remind Lu Xiaoxi. Such opportunities are rare, and it was Xiao Qingmei who approached him on her own. He was merely providing the arm for Xiao Qingmei to swing around, so he was the innocent one no matter how you look at it. I sent this WeChat message this morning. I was just in class chatting with my parents. They said they'll see if we can come by high-speed rail or car. If we do, we can bring Xiaofei with us to race. It's been so long since I've kissed Xiaofei. The girl became more and more excited as she talked, chattering away and even quickening her pace. If we want to raise a chubby pig, do we need to buy some chubby pig products? Okay, I'll make a call later to confirm. If you want to bring Xiaofei over to raise us, then we'll go buy some things, okay? Lu Xiaoxi's statement was a declarative sentence. She knew Li Mu would definitely stay with her. After spending so much time together, the little girl must know how clingy Li Mu is to her. Whenever there's a chance, they'll hold hands, hug, and beg for a nap, and they'll also give each other kisses on the forehead. The little bamboo horse can't live without his little childhood sweetheart anymore. Okay, let's go for a run now. I haven't finished my campus run yet. Lu Xiaoxi snuggled against Li Mu's shoulder, agreeing to everything he said. The two walked hand in hand to the playground. At midday, the sun isn't very strong, so there are fewer students running. Everyone prefers to run in the evening or at night. Li Mu didn't care about the timing or location. As long as there wasn't a strong wind or scorching sun, he was fine. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Xiaoxi helped him take down the computer and placed it next to her, teasing him softly. I fell and bled. Can you help me wipe it with disinfectant? Is it the kind that makes white bubbles when you apply it? That kind hurts so much. It's alright. Anyway, I won't fall. Who can fall on flat ground while running? Li Mu rubbed her face, then suddenly leaned closer to her and quickly rubbed her pink lips. He then pushed off with his legs and ran onto the track, not forgetting to turn back and say, You still want to hug me when I'm all sweaty? Lu Xiaoxi gave a disgruntled snort, pursed her lips, and rubbed her own lips. What was this? It was so pointless. She really didn't know why Li Mu liked to rub her lips so much. However, it seems she also likes to rub Li Mu's lips. Li Mu rubbing her is perverted, but her rubbing Li Mu isn't perverted. Huff, huff, huff. After running 2 kilometers, Li Mu took a deep breath and returned to Lu Xiaoxi, looking at her as he walked. Do I have flowers on my face? Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Li Mu, so she turned her face away and muttered softly. There's something on your face, let me wipe it off for you. Li Mu placed a large hand on Lu Xiaoxi's face, savoring it and feeling the girl's face with his palm. There are so many people here, can you please stop touching me? Lu Xiaoxi slapped someone's pig's trotter away, picked up her laptop, and left. Li Mu could only follow behind her. Can you lift the computer? Who do you think you are? I'm a super strong man. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to prove herself to someone, so she lifted her laptop bag up and down like a dumbbell. Impressive. No wonder you're my childhood sweetheart. Give me the computer. Here, take it. Li Mu took the 2 laptop bags, but instead of carrying them, he quickly walked forward and stopped Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi blushed as she took a step to the left, and Li Mu followed suit. What? What do you think? Lu Xiaoxi looked around and saw many students playing ball. Let's go back first. There are too many people here. I just finished running, and I'm low on energy. I can't keep going without the energy from the green plums. Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly stretched out her hand. You hold this to make up for it, and I'll make you more when we get back. I don't carry pigs' trotters. Then get lost. I'm wrong. I love holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand. I'll hold it. There's no one to hold your hand anymore. Go back and cry under the covers. The girl's voice softened. That's what she said, but Lu Xiaoxi slowed her pace considerably. At this moment, the girl had her hands behind her back, one hand gripping her wrist, and the other hand facing outward, her fingers constantly hooking, just to see if Li Mu could grasp it. Hee, go back and put your computer away. Then call your parents, and see if you want to bring Xiaofei over. If you do, we can take a nap together and then go buy Xiaofei's things, okay? Li Mu took the little hand that was waving at him. Lu Xiaoxi definitely wanted to hold hands with him too. There's an old saying that goes something like that. Those who understand the times are wise. Li Mu strongly agreed. Chapter 111. He kissed her. After having a simple lunch at school, Lu Xiaoxi returned home, washed her feet, and then followed Li Mu into Li Mu's room. The girl leaned against the wall in a duck-like position, covered her lower body with a blanket, and started talking on the phone with her mother. Okay, let me know when you arrive, and I'll come pick you up. Bye-bye, Mom. Lu Xiaoxi hung up the phone sweetly, turned around and kicked her legs, and her whole body sprang out. Her body was on the bed, and her head was off the bed. She had to lift her head to the ground to look at Li Mu. It's too far. Even if we drive here on the highway, it will take a long time, so they plan to take the high-speed rail. Are your parents going to stay here? If so, we'll need to prepare a guest room. No, they're here to have fun. They're just checking out our living conditions. They'll go to a hotel after they're done. Tomorrow, we'll go out with my parents. Where to go for fun? I might check out the landmarks here, since it's only a day, and I have to take the high-speed train back tonight. Lu Xiaoxi paused, then added, then Xiaofei won't be able to come. If you really miss Xiaofei, you can have your parents ship him over for us to raise. Do you need to ship pets? I'm worried something might happen to Xiaofei. No way, there are specialized pet transport agencies now. The probability of accidents is not high. If you're worried, then don't keep it. Anyway, Xiaofei is doing just fine with Aunt Qin. Yes, next time we have the chance, we'll bring Xiaofei over. Lu Xiaoxi's current posture is very strange, and her clothes have been lifted up a bit, revealing her fair and tender belly. Your tummy is showing. Li Mu laughed as he climbed onto the bed, lay down next to her, and helped her pull down her clothes. He then placed his large hand on Lu Xiaoxi's belly, rubbing and touching it without any intention of leaving. Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being petted on the belly like a kitten, and gave Li Mu a soft punch while whimpering. You're so cute. Yes, I know. When did my little darling become so narcissistic? Li Mu asked in surprise. Shouldn't Lu Xiaoxi be shyly shrinking back, blushing, and sweetly calling him a pervert? Isn't it because I learned it from you? Lu Xiaoxi would never admit that she had always been a little narcissistic. She turned around, buried her head in Li Mu's arms, took a deep breath, then moved away in disgust, pinched her nose and exaggeratedly shouted, You smell so bad. In this weather, it's normal to sweat after running 2 kilometers, right? Li Mu pulled up his collar and smelled it, then sniffed his armpits. It really did smell a bit. After saying that, he took off his shirt, and that way it didn't smell so bad. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi covered her face, her big eyes scanning Li Mu's body through her large fingers, her face and ears turning red. Wah, Li Mu has finally been controlled by the pervert. The girl was panicked and could only kick Li Mu with her feet. If Li Mu dared to come closer, she would kick him hard. Li Mu had the kind of physique that looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed, and he was quite well endowed. Perhaps because it was the first time he had taken off his clothes in front of a young girl, Li Mu deliberately showed off his abs, making their outlines much more defined. Didn't you say it smelled bad? It's the clothes that smell bad. They won't smell bad once you take them off. Go take a shower. You stinky Li Mu. I haven't boiled the water yet. I'll go boil it now. Li Mu tried to jump out of bed, but failed, making the bed sway back and forth, and the girl swayed along with it. Only after the scoundrel who had taken off his shirt left did Lu Xiaoxi breathe a sigh of relief, clutching her trembling little elephant-shaped chest. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to do anything. When Li Mu returned from boiling water, He found that the petite girl had wrapped herself up tightly in the blanket like a little green worm. If he wanted to do anything, he would have to untie the blanket first. Not very bright. You filthy scoundrel, you big bad guy. How could you take your clothes off in front of people? You have no shame at all. It's normal for guys to go shirtless at home, right? If I lived alone, I'd wear my underwear at most. I'm telling you. Ugh, you pervert. Lu Xiaoxi shrank shyly under the covers, not even showing her head. It's so hot. Aren't you afraid of getting stuffy? I'm afraid of perverts. A muffled voice came from under the covers. Mu chuckled and rolled the little green worm against the wall, blocking its path. He whispered in the little green worm's ear. Are you afraid you're still in my room? I forgot to run. Lu Xiaoxi poked out her cute half head, her voice soft, and she became completely obedient. Why did you wrap yourself in the blanket? If you hadn't, you might have been able to crawl out. Now you're blocked by Mu and can't move at all. She will never forget the idiom, to weave a cocoon around oneself. You can forget about running away? You're so stupid, I think you shouldn't run away at all. Mu lay down with the little green worm in his arms, one leg draped over it, like he was hugging a super big and warm little pig doll. No, this isn't a pig doll. This is the real Lu Xiaoxi. He just loved spending time with Lu Xiaoxi in bed. As expected, he still wanted to go see the snow with Lu Xiaoxi. He made it clear beforehand that he didn't want to stay in a hotel with Lu Xiaoxi and then get intimate in bed. He simply wanted to see the snow. What malicious intent could someone have if they wanted to fulfill a childhood promise? Go take a shower and put on your clothes and I won't run away. Lu Xiaoxi looked pitiful. Mu had one leg draped over hers, one hand around her lower abdomen, and his face resting on her chest. If it weren't for the blanket covering them, she wouldn't even dare to imagine how intimate their position was. What if you take the opportunity to run away while I'm taking a shower? Then, I'll just run away. Then I won't wash, I'll just sleep like this. No, go take a shower. I promise I won't run away. Real? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head and agreed. Should we run or not? I won't run. Lu Xiaoxi nodded frantically, saying she wouldn't run, her expression so serious it was almost adorable. Mu was amused by her appearance. He wondered how she could be so clever. She said she wouldn't run away, but her head said she wanted to. She could contradict herself in just one sentence. You can't run away, okay? I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Mu slowly moved closer to the girl's left cheek. Lu Xiaoxi felt something wet and warm suck on her face. There was also a pop sound. Chapter 112 Kissing requires reporting. What's it like to have a soft and smooth face like a little plum? Mu knows, but he won't tell you. How could you kiss me? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were moist as she looked at Mu obediently, her eyes full of innocence and grievance. What was wronged about her? She didn't know herself. She was kissed on the cheek out of nowhere, without any warning. I just feel really wronged. Just this one kiss. Mu smiled and lowered his head, rubbing his forehead against Lu Xiaoxi's. The overly intimate gestures made Lu Xiaoxi close her eyes in fear, but she secretly opened them a crack to peek at Mu. Who told you to kiss me? You can't kiss me without my permission from now on, or I'll beat you up. Lu Xiaoxi was still in shock from the kiss, and spoke softly. Only Mu, who was right next to her, could hear her. If I don't kiss you, who will I kiss? Are you a pig? Why do you have to be a relative? And you didn't even tell me beforehand. The shy girl had red eyes and a rosy face, as if she had been bullied. Seeing this, Mu felt a great sense of guilt. Don't feel wronged. You're about to cry. I didn't cry. You're the one who cried. Don't make me look so weak, okay? Lu Xiaoxi quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sniffed, and looked Mu in the eye. The strong girl hadn't cried at all. Okay, it's good that you're not crying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you. I won't kiss you again next time, okay? This time. Shoo. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly interrupted Mu's apology with a very loud voice. She blinked her watery eyes, her tone softening as she gently whispered in Mu's ear. You can't say sorry to your childhood sweetheart. As if she had thought of something, before Mu could speak, Lu Xiaoxi said softly again, not even half a childhood sweetheart. The only sounds in the room were breathing and heartbeats. It's very quiet. The girl's words warmed Mu's heart, and it took him a long time to process them. Then you're welcome? Uffed. How can you be so impolite to your own family? Lu Xiaoxi smiled and kicked Mu under the covers, wondering what this guy's brain was made of. His thought process was unusually absurd. So next time I kiss you, should I tell you in advance so you can prepare? Mu laughed along with the girl. You have to tell me when you want to kiss me, where you want to kiss me, and how long you want to kiss me. You can only kiss me if I agree, and you can't kiss me if I don't agree. Okay, I'll listen to Xiao Mei. Li Mu affectionately pressed his forehead against Lu Xiaoxi's. If this had happened before, he would definitely have kissed her when she wasn't looking. But now, he had to report the kisses, even the foreheads. Before reporting them, he definitely couldn't kiss her without permission. Then don't run away, okay? I'm going to take a shower, and we'll go to sleep together after I shower. No, I won't run. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek with satisfaction, took a pair of underwear from the cabinet, and went to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi was left alone in the bed. Wah, Li Mu kissed my cheek. The girl was extremely annoyed. Even though she was the one being bullied, why was she still talking to Li Mu so obediently? They should be very angry. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, wanting to get angry, but after thinking through all the stupid things Li Mu had done, she not only didn't get angry, but a smile appeared on her face. Damn it, Li Mu doesn't make her angry at all. That's outrageous. After taking a shower, Li Mu went out wearing a pair of shorts. Seeing that the door to the room was ajar, I thought the little girl had run away. Lu Xiaoxi was still lying in bed, playing on his phone. Why aren't you dressed yet? Lu Xiaoxi shrank back under the covers when she saw that the big hooligan was still naked. Why wear clothes? It's more comfortable to be shirtless. Li Mu tossed his hair, feeling it was getting a bit long and he should get it trimmed sometime. I'm going out with Lu Xiaoxi and her parents tomorrow, so I'll get my hair cut tonight. I'm going downstairs to get a haircut tonight. Are you coming? Get a haircut? You're doing just fine now. It's gotten so long that it's going to cover my eyes. It doesn't suit my personality at all. Your personality? Where's that cheeky hair? How can you talk like that? If you can't speak properly, then speak less. Li Mu was embarrassed. He's clearly a sunny and cheerful guy, so how did he become a jerk? I'll say it. You're both cheap and bad. Fine, then let's make it even worse and more despicable. Li Mu pounced on the bed, pulled the little green worm girl into his arms, rolled over so that she was on top while he swayed on the bottom, giving Lu Xiaoxi a feeling of weightlessness, but she just couldn't fall off. Just as she was about to touch the bed, Li Mu forcefully swung her over. It's like a human-shaped amusement park. She'd never been to an amusement park before, but she was certain it wouldn't be as interesting as Li Mu's. Are you feeling better? Are you still upset? Li Mu didn't care about the unresolved topic of haircuts. Hairstyles are just an accessory. A person's appearance is mainly about their face and figure. As luck would have it, he was surprisingly good at both of them. Li Mu never denied his narcissism, and he had a clear understanding of his own strengths. Handsome without realizing it? That's impossible. The main selling point is confidence in one's appearance. Still feeling wronged? I almost hit you just now. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. Li Mu was intrigued by Lu Xiaoxi's kitten-like tone. After you wake up, you have to do housework and clean the house, especially your room. Otherwise, when my parents come and see how messy it is, they'll definitely nag you. Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly, snuggling in Li Mu's arms, feeling that being held and rocked by Li Mu was so much fun. Li Mu had just finished showering, and his body felt fragrant and smooth. The girl pressed her face against Li Mu's chest, completely unashamed. She could even hear Li Mu's heartbeat. Li Mu's heart was racing. It turned out he was in the same boat as her. Hee, I'm not the only one who's shy and nervous. Are you asleep? Okay, put me down. Lu Xiaoxi lay back down on the bed, loosened the blankets, and let all the heat from them dissipate. Good afternoon. Time for bed. Good afternoon. Can I kiss your forehead? Right now, just for 1 second. Learning on the spot, huh? No way, get out. What about the little green plum energy? No. Li Mu. Turn around. You're a giant doll now. Lu Xiaoxi poked Li Mu's chest and shoved him to turn around. Being stared at like that made her face flush. How could she possibly fall asleep? Okay. Li Mu obediently turned around and actually started playing the role of a large doll. Lu Xiaoxi was a sleepy girl to begin with, and hugging the large plush toy would only make her sleep more comfortably. Touch your abs. The girl leaned against someone's back, one hand around his waist, her slender fingers gently tapping his abs, sometimes playfully pricking them with her fingernails. A perverted girl. It wasn't me. Forces are reciprocal. It was your abs that tried to touch my hand. Why did he choose to learn shamelessness instead of all the other good qualities he has? Chapter 113 Childhood Sweethearts are unfair. Not reporting to the child is the childhood sweetheart's privilege. Afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi woke up first. She stretched adorably, revealing her fair belly. The girl lingered in bed for more than 10 minutes before reluctantly getting up. It feels so good to sleep with Li Mu in my arms. Li Mu was shirtless when she hugged him from behind, her hand brazenly groping his body, and she even idly measured the width of each of his abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, Li Mu stopped her from doing this. Otherwise, she felt she could have touched him for a long time and wouldn't have needed to sleep. Before falling asleep, she asked Li Mu to turn over, but for some reason, Li Mu refused to turn over no matter what she said. She was still wondering. Li Mu, you stinky bastard. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, carefully got out of bed, and slowly climbed down from the bed past Li Mu. Humph, Li Mu, that stinky guy. It's so hot, and he still covers his legs with a blanket. What a big idiot. If you're going to cover someone up, you should cover their upper body. However, she didn't do anything. She tiptoed out, closed Li Mu's door, and let Li Mu sleep until he woke up naturally. Lu Xiaoxi decided to give her parents a good cleaning tomorrow since her parents are coming. The diligent girl was always proactive. She would do what she thought of, and in no time she had wiped the coffee table clean and thrown away all the small trash. Li Mu woke up while mopping the floor, came out of the room, greeted Lu Xiaoxi, and felt a little uneasy looking at the diligent little girl, so he joined Lu Xiaoxi in cleaning. An hour later, the house has been completely renovated. Could you open the window to let some air in? It's so stuffy. Okay. Li Mu agreed, opened all the doors and windows in the room, and then ran to Lu Xiaoxi's room to open the doors and windows there as well. Looking at the small bra hanging on the cabinet handle, Li Mu paused for a moment, a half smile on his face, and helped Lu Xiaoxi put the bra into the cabinet. I've put your bra away, so don't let me see it. You. Lu Xiaoxi stormed in, glaring angrily, forgetting that her underwear was still hanging there. Now Li Mu has seen everything. I really didn't see it. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and stomped her foot. Then I'll take a look. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi punched and kicked Li Mu. So, should I be optimistic or pessimistic? It's definitely not something you can watch. I said I wouldn't watch it, but you didn't believe me. So you're going to beat me up no matter what I say. I'll hit you, so what if I hit you? Li Mu smiled evasively. This is domestic violence. Domestic violence, my foot. Who says we're family? After playing around for a while, Lu Xiaoxi got tired and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Li Mu naturally sat next to the girl and quietly reached one hand to Lu Xiaoxi's other side, putting his arm around the girl's shoulder and pulling her closer. Lu Xiaoxi was furious, as if she could breathe smoke from her nose. She kept shaking her shoulders, but after several attempts, she still couldn't shake off the big hand and let it cling to her. I'm a little sad. With a sigh, Li Mu seemed to have aged more than 10 years, living a carefree life, his two long legs stretched straight across the coffee table. What's gotten into you this time? You've hurt me deeply. Me? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to herself, recalling her actions just now. All she did was tickle Li Mu and pinch his waist. She used to do that all the time. So why was she upset today? Well, you just said we're not family, and now my already broken heart has 2 more sores. 2 hemorrhoids? Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi suppressed a laugh, bumped her forehead against this rascal, and whispered, Tell me, how did we become family? Li Mu coughed twice, feigning profundity, and spoke earnestly. Look, you've known Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin for 19 years, and I've known you for 19 years too. How can we not be family? Nonsense. You know you'd be laughed to death if you said that online. Just tell me if it's true or not. Li Mu didn't care if he was laughed at, as long as his childhood sweetheart didn't laugh. Even if my childhood sweetheart smiles, that's still great. Is there a better deal than exchanging a single sentence for her smile? With your attitude, you can only be considered half a family member. Only half. 19 years. No, wait, my mom and your mom were best friends when they were pregnant. It should have been even earlier. Well, that's 0.5 of a family member, no more than that. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxi actually started discussing this topic with Li Mu, which wasn't even a proper topic. Perhaps it's because the person she was discussing it with was Li Mu. This topic wouldn't even come up if it were someone else. Only Li Mu could bring up such an outrageous topic. Humph, she only talked to Li Mu because he was trying to make conversation. That's enough, that's enough. Li Mu happily embraced the girl, wanting to meld the delicate and soft girl into his body. What are you doing? You're so annoying. Someone brought their breath close to Lu Xiaoxi's neck, making her feel hot and itchy. Moreover, her chest felt like it was being pressed down. She had reason to suspect that Li Mu was doing it on purpose. But judging from Li Mu's expression, it seems he really enjoys the feeling of being embraced. Let him hug me for just one hug, just one. I want to report that I'm going to kiss your forehead, right now, immediately. No kissing allowed. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and quickly refused. When can we kiss? I don't know. I'll kiss you when I'm in a good mood. Ugh, hurry up and cheer up, you're driving me crazy. Li Mu released his embrace, his expression extremely exaggerated. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, knowing full well that Li Mu's behavior was entirely an act. This is a perfect understanding of childhood sweetheart by his childhood friend. No matter how Li Mu acts, she can see right through him. She just doesn't say it sometimes. Of course, she believed that Li Mu was also aware of this, which is why Li Mu's acting was always extremely exaggerated and easily recognizable. I'll enroll you in an idol trainee program. You can debut in less than 2.5 years, and you'll definitely outshine everyone else. I agree with you. Dude, if I go on TV and dress well, I'll be a male succubus, and every move I make will win the hearts of 3.5 billion girls. Like a pig spouting dog farts. Disgusting. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek in an annoyed manner, pulling it out a little before letting go. Lu Xiaoxi's cheek bounced back, trembling, which was quite adorable. Why do you always think about your family? You weren't like this when you first came here. I love you. I'm happy to kiss you. What's it to you? It's none of my business? Fine. Fine. You better not kiss me, and you can't kiss anyone else either. Then who should I kiss? Will I die if I don't kiss you? Hee. Li Mu laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. Because he didn't know how to answer Lu Xiaoxi's question. He was speechless again after being rebuked by Lu Xiaoxi. He couldn't even remember how many times this had happened. Something feels a little off. Shouldn't I be the one taking the initiative? How come the initiative ended up going to Lu Xiaoxi? When they were children, Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative. Now he takes the initiative, but the initiative still lies with Lu Xiaoxi. So he's completely under Lu Xiaoxi's thumb. Just as Li Mu was thinking about how to take the initiative back from Lu Xiaoxi, the girl in his arms suddenly became restless. Immediately, he felt a warm, wet sensation on his forehead. You kissed me. Li Mu was shocked. I was just trying it out, but it's not interesting at all. You're such a pighead who likes to be close to people. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him, and lowered her head guiltily, burying her head in Li Mu's arms. As long as she couldn't see Li Mu couldn't see her either. If you want to kiss me, then kiss me. What's the meaning of swearing? Li Mu chuckled twice, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You didn't even report to me. I'll punish you once, but I'll give you one chance to kiss your childhood sweetheart without having to report. That'll be fair. No, childhood sweethearts can't be treated fairly, not even half of them. Not having to report is a privilege of the little childhood sweetheart, but the stinky childhood sweetheart still has to report. Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't allow Li Mu to fight for special privileges. Don't even think about the chance to kiss her without reporting it to anyone. Who knows where Li Mu will kiss? Chapter 114, Cutting Sugarcane. Just thinking about that scene made Li Mu feel a little smug. We finished dinner. Li Mu walked around the lobby for a bit to digest his food before going downstairs to get a haircut. Lu Xiaoxi naturally wanted to go along too. The girl always had shoulder-length short hair. If she didn't cut it for 2 months, her hair would straighten and reach down to her chest. For Li Mu, who had always lived with Lu Xiaoxi, there was naturally no difference, but if Lu Xiaoxi's parents were to see it, they would definitely be able to tell the difference at a glance. How short do you want it cut? Li Mu asked casually, his hands in his pockets. He wasn't holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and he looked at the cloudless sky, seemingly lost in thought. Then he looked at the girl who was following him around like a shadow. Cut it this short. Lu Xiaoxi measured her hair and made sure it was shoulder length. Isn't that the same as before? Yes, I've always had this hairstyle. It's the most comfortable, and the backrest doesn't press down on my hair. Her ponytail is even shorter now. Short is fine, it'll feel cleaner. What about you? I don't know. There aren't many rules, it all depends on the boss's discretion, Li Mu said with a smile. He doesn't have a particular hairstyle. He usually prefers to keep his hair short, as long as it doesn't fall down to his eyebrows and cause itching. What kind of haircut you get doesn't really matter. What hairstyle do you think suits me best? A wolf tail, a bowl cut, a middle part, or even a 3/7 part seems like a good idea. It's best to keep it as it is. Even if you grow a new hairstyle, I feel like you won't be able to keep it for long. It's like using face wash. You'll get tired of using it after a few days. Hee. Let's keep it as it is then, just have the boss cut it shorter. The area surrounding the residential complex is lined with commercial storefronts. This area has everything from vegetable vendors and small shops to banks, and naturally, there are quite a few barbershops. But Lu Xiaoxi had never bought groceries here. She would always go to the nearby farmer's market, where there was a wider selection and it was only a short walk away. Buy sugarcane. The girl hooked her arm around someone's clothes and gestured toward the fruit stand. Sure, this handsome guy will take pity on you and treat you to some fruit. TCH, it's just some cheap fruit. How about you treat me to durian? If you want to eat it, just buy it. I already said I treat you. Trying to provoke me won't work, you know. Then you treat me to sugarcane and durian. We'll each buy one piece. Durian is still quite expensive. Lu Xiaoxi could use Li Mu's secret stash of money without any qualms. You eat it. I don't really like durian. Bullshit. Didn't you enjoy eating durian ice cream before? I like durian processed products, but that doesn't mean I like durian. Do you see any durian in durian ice cream? It's a very simple principle, just like some people like to eat sweet potato fries, but don't like sweet potatoes, or they like to eat popcorn, but don't like corn. Li Mu is that kind of person. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Since Li Mu wasn't going to eat, she would eat it herself, and then she wouldn't give it to Li Mu even if he wanted some later. The durian I bought was already opened, just one piece sealed in a plastic box. That's the good thing. Unlike some stalls where you can only buy whole durians, and even then, there might not be any flesh inside. I asked the barber to peel the barber's skin, cut it into pieces, pack it up, and take it with me. It's just a minute's walk to the barber shop. Lu Xiaoxi opted for a single haircut, since washing a young girl's hair is quite troublesome and takes a long time, and she didn't want Li Mu to wait that long. Li Mu also opted for a single cut. Handsome guy, is Wasabi handsome? The boss looked at Li Mu's hairstyle, which looked like a work of art in the mirror, and felt that he could graduate from his apprenticeship. The owner's cooking is excellent. Li Mu chatted with the owner, whom he was meeting for the first time. They talked about everything from getting a haircut to future plans, from future plans to public security, and from public security to world wars. Being concerned about everything is a virtue. Then, a single haircut that costs 22 yuan becomes 18 yuan. Lu Xiaoxi was completely bewildered. Weren't we just chatting? How did it turn into haggling? Is this some new bargaining technique? I finished getting my hair cut. The boss was still not satisfied. Come back to my shop next month, and I'll give you a discount on a wash, cut, and blow dry for 23 yuan a month. The shop owner waved goodbye to Li Mu in an accent he couldn't place. All of this can be attributed to the fact that Li Mu's face is universally flattering. He looks good with any hairstyle. It's a promise. Don't forget to give me a discount next time I come. No. Leave the barber shop. When did you become so amazing? Lu Xiaoxi mimicked Li Mu's sized eyes, doing it very well. You've always been this good. Li Mu smiled wickedly. She's a bit ugly and a bit stupid, but Lu Xiaoxi doesn't say that. Go back and take a shower. Remember to wash your ears. There's definitely still some hair inside. Girls usually only get their hair cut at the ends. They just shake it and comb it to remove the stray hairs, unlike boys who have to wash their hair after a haircut. Therefore, many boys like to get their hair cut in the evening just before they take a shower. After the haircut, they can go straight home to shower and save on the cost of washing their hair. I'll take a shower first. I have a lot of stray hairs, and it's bothering me. Yes, I boiled water before I left. So smart. No wonder she's my childhood sweetheart. She's so well prepared. When he got home, Li Mu took a shower first. He showered quickly, and there was still plenty of hot water left. It was hot today, and the girl wanted to take a bath. She followed Li Mu out. There was a sugar cane on the table, with bite marks at both ends. Unfortunately, buds had sprouted from both ends of the sugar cane, and even after peeling, there was still a dark spot on it, and it was hard as a rock. Li Mu took a bite and broke off the sugarcane segment. Many people experience toothaches when eating sugarcane, just like me Dan from my hometown. Last time, me Dan was eating sugarcane and got so worked up about the sugarcane segment that he bit off a loose tooth. He even bragged about it all over the neighborhood. Anyone who knows me Dan knows about this. So, let alone Lu Xiaoxi. Even he couldn't handle eating too much at once. His chewing muscles would ache. Sugarcane was a favorite of both him and Lu Xiaoxi. They both loved eating it. I love it, even though it's a cold dish. This is Li Mu's evaluation of Lu Xiaoxi. He carried a bag of sugarcane to the kitchen, washed the knife, and cut the sugarcane into small pieces, about 2 or 3 centimeters thick. The small green plums are just the right size to be eaten in one bite. Chapter 115. They look at theirs, we look at ours. Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the bathroom, smelling wonderful, and let out a long sigh of relief. The most comfortable things in a day are sleeping and taking a shower, and hugging Li Mu from behind and touching his abs. Sleep replenishes energy, bathing purifies the mind and body, and touching abs satisfies a perverted inner desire. Li Mu, a sweet drama, the one with the playback history. Lu Xiaoxi giggled and sat down next to Li Mu, softly calling for him to watch a sweet drama. Okay, here it is, it's open. Is this the one? Yes, that's it. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, only then noticing that the sugarcane had been cut into sections, with all the sugarcane sections piled up on Li Mu's side, while the juicier parts were all piled up on her side. It wasn't that Li Mu particularly wanted to eat the sugarcane segments. He didn't have the noble character of eating the fish head and giving the fish meat to others. He just didn't want to waste it. Apart from being a bit hard, the sugarcane segments were fine. I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, grabbing a piece of sugarcane with her slender fingers and popping it into her mouth to chew. I cut this especially for you. Aren't you going to praise me? I already praised you. Didn't I say you were thoughtful? Lu Xiaoxi's mouth was full, and she started slurping sugarcane juice halfway through her sentence. After finishing a piece, she stuck out her little pink tongue with a smacking sound, spat out the sugarcane pulp, and then stuffed another piece into her mouth. Seeing that Li Mu was about to speak, the girl quickly stuffed a piece into Li Mu's mouth as well, blocking his mouth and touching his lips with her fingertip to prevent him from speaking. Li Mu wasn't annoyed. He took the girl's delicate hand and began to knead and pinch it. I just finished showering, and my whole body smells nice. Even my hands smell of shower gel. It definitely wasn't rinsed clean. Would you like me to blow dry your hair? It's been so long since I've done it. Seeing the girl's wet hair, Li Mu chuckled twice. She ran over to eat sugarcane without even drying her hair. How much does she love sugarcane? With her shoulder-length short hair, Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare lean against the backrest, afraid that the sofa would get wet and moldy, so she could only lean forward. She had already planned to blow dry her hair, and now that Li Mu brought it up, she had no reason to refuse. She nodded and saw Li Mu get up to get the hairdryer. The sofa was L-shaped with a low backrest on one protruding section. She sat there while Li Mu dried her hair from behind. Li Mu's technique was very gentle, and he wouldn't hurt her at all. The hairdryer was whistling in her ear, but she couldn't hear the sweet drama or Li Mu's voice. This wasn't the first time Li Mu had blown her hair. Actually, the first time Li Mu dried her hair was when she was a child. He had dried her hair before she came here. Li Mu came to her house to play. She had just finished taking a shower, and her mother pulled her to blow dry her hair. Li Mu, probably out of curiosity, insisted on helping her blow dry her hair. He really did blow dry her hair. Li Mu first helped her blow dry her hair for a while, and then he turned the hairdryer towards his own face and blew cold air on it, making strange noises. He was quickly stopped by his mother. It was just an ordinary thing, and even if Li Mu was nostalgic, he probably wouldn't remember it. She herself only remembered it by chance. Back then, both she and Li Mu were very playful. They even made a promise to go see the snow together. I wonder if Li Mu still remembers that promise. She always remembers. Li Mu. It's okay. I was just worried you'd fall asleep. Don't you want to listen to the nonsense you're spouting? Li Mu said, embarrassed. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, extremely satisfied. She shook her little head back and forth, making it a little more difficult to blow dry Li Mu's hair. Li Mu carefully dried her hair, using his fingers as a comb to smooth each strand of the girl's hair. He would even pick out any split ends until he could comb her hair from top to bottom without feeling any resistance. That was when the hair drying session was over. Come sit here. Lu Xiaoxi tidied her hair, tucking the stray strands behind her ear, and patted the seat next to her, gesturing for Li Mu to sit down. What's wrong with you? Are you hungry again? No, I just wanted to lean on you. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxi hugged her legs and used Li Mu as a wall, pressing her entire weight onto him. What time are your parents coming tomorrow? Will they come by taxi or